We might have the ability to hear a statement from Hank Brennan. Hold on, what is it going to say? Christina Towell, hello, I'm here. Christina Towell, hello. Good morning, Towel friends. We have a lot to analyze, but first I need to know what Hank Brennan said. Ladies and gentlemen, we are checking in. We're waiting to see what Hank Brennan said. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Hello, Towel friends on the YouTube. Right out of the gate. Right out of the gate, ladies and gentlemen, there's a statement. We are waiting for the news, ladies and gentlemen. Reporter Towel Christina is on the ground. Reporter Towel is here. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We are waiting. Hank made a statement per CourtTV. I do not have a copy of the statement, ladies and gentlemen, and as soon as our Towel reporters on the ground have the statement, I promise you we will have it relayed to you on air. Ladies and gentlemen, breaking news as we begin today's coverage. We are hearing from two independent Towel reporters that there is a statement issued from Hank Brennan. We're going to confirm what the statement says. We will analyze it as such, ladies and gentlemen, per both Towel reporter Christina and Towel reporter Harvard Yad. We are waiting in real time to determine what this statement is going to be. Now, if you're just tuning in and you're saying, wow, how did this happen, Grant? I thought you were going to take a look at the jury questionnaire. Well, I didn't know there was going to be a statement, an 8 a.m. statement Monday morning. Well, that's why you go live at 8 a.m., ladies and gentlemen. That's why you turn on Towel Stream to see what's going on in the world. So we're checking right now, ladies and gentlemen. We're checking. Boston Lisa, that's not how it works. I'm going to review the juror questionnaires for you. The nature of the jury process is centered around transparency. If you have a family member that's convicted of something like stealing U.S. missile defense systems or possessing very serious imagery that's illegal, and then you don't disclose that, of course that could play in. That doesn't mean that that's what Hank's going to talk about in his statement or whatever he said, but I'm just telling you, Boston Lisa, that's not how this works. It's inappropriate to gaslight and to, first of all, if you've noticed, multiple jurors have come out. No one has really been the focus of as much discussion as the juror who gave 4 hours now of interviews across local blogs, national media, local YouTube shows, whatever it may be. I'm telling you, so Boston Lisa, I'm so sorry. We're going to have to remove you. I'm not going to allow any gaslighting. So goodbye, Boston Lisa. It was great to have you with us. I'll see you sometime in the future. Now, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, as I mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, and we are monitoring to see if a statement from Hank Brennan is going to be relayed. If you're just tuning in, we're hearing reports JA5 from both Christina Towell and Harvard Yad Towell per CourtTV. A statement could be incoming from Hank Brennan. We don't know what the statement is going to say. If I knew, I'm sure the Super Towels would be telling us in the comments. We're pausing our plan here, which was we were going to analyze the original juror questionnaire, which, by the way, does ask if a family member had been convicted of a crime, among other questions. So I'm going to pull that up for you right now. But we need to wait for this statement. This is developing, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just joining, as I mentioned, I knew we could have something today. We don't know exactly what's going on, ladies and gentlemen. We have no idea exactly what's going on. One, I also want to point out, I have personal feelings about anyone who compromises U.S. national security and domestic intelligence. Hello, Claudia Franco. There might be a statement from Hank Brennan incoming. We're not sure. We're hearing reports on CourtTV. We're going to be responsible, erudite towels. We're going to be friendly, amicable, loving towels. Even in the anxiety, we're going to get through this together. Now, there was a question, there was a statement earlier, and I just want to be clear. I am an American towel. I love the United States of America, and the fact that a juror's father-in-law stole missile defense secrets and also was in possession of serious illegal images, ladies and gentlemen, is relevant to this extent. And I want to show this to you, ladies and gentlemen. I want to show this to you right now as we wait for the statement from Hank Brennan. Look at this original juror questionnaire. I'm going to bring it up on your screen 1 second. Just keep an eye on your towel screens, all right? Take a look at this. Do you see that, ladies and gentlemen? Do you see that questionnaire? Let me zoom in on it for you. Okay? Watch this. Do you see these questions? First of all, it asks if you're a legal citizen. And then, do you know what it says down here, ladies and gentlemen? Your experience with the law. This juror had to fill this out. Have you or anyone in your household or family had any of the following experiences with the law? Then, what do you see? Been arrested, been sued, been served with a court order, been charged with a crime, filed a lawsuit, been convicted of a crime, been a witness in a civil criminal case, sought a court order, been a crime victim, been seated on a jury. Oh, goodness. But ladies and gentlemen, we cannot do anything. Hello, Debbie Miller. Hello, Modella Macy. Hello, Vicky Moore. Hello, Def Otter. We can't do anything until we see what Hank Brennan's statement says. Now, we don't know how this statement's going to be released. We don't know where it's going to come in. I'll tell you, I didn't get a copy of a statement. So there you go. I can call him Hank, but I didn't get a copy of the statement. So come on. Why don't I deserve a copy of the statement? I'm a towel. Hello, Phoebes. I'm a fluffy towel. Now, if you're just tuning in, we're going to hold out our towel hands. Hopefully, Ange Whittick comes in soon. We, ladies and gentlemen, have a statement incoming from Hank Brennan, and I have also found information from the juror form that totally makes relevant the juror's father-in-law's conviction for stealing U.S. missile defense secrets and also possession of very serious illegal imagery. So, if you're just tuning in, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. Ladies and gentlemen, just when we thought the day was going to start with big news, it comes out of nowhere, and we have an incoming statement potentially from Hank Brennan. Now, we have super towelettes, super towels around the world, ladies and gentlemen, monitoring. We have people looking at CourtTV. We're keeping an eye on what could be incoming. As of right now, there is no indication, ladies and gentlemen, of what the statement is. Now, listen, it could be something as simple as this is what the verdict was. A little ambiguous? Could be. Could be something like there is something that's been uncovered. Here's what we have to talk about. It could be something like there is a motion incoming. Hold on, I'm checking. If there's anything that's actually, listen, folks, if there's, sorry, I'm not going to get frustrated. If there's anything that's actually the statement, just put it in the chat. Okay, I got it. So I only have the first part. The first part. It says, I am disappointed in the verdict and the fact that we could not achieve justice for John O'Keefe and his family. District Attorney Michael Morrissey appointed me, giving me full discretion to independently assess the case and follow the evidence no matter where it led. So I only have part one. Thank you, Havagad. I only have part one. I'm looking for part two, so I only have part one. This is a little hard to interpret. It says, I'm disappointed in the verdict. Hold on. But I don't know what that, it's only part one. So if there's part two, you let me know, ladies and gentlemen. You let me know if there's part two. Good morning. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, if anyone has part two of the statement, please let me know. I have part one, ladies and gentlemen. I have part one. And I'm going to bring this up on your screen right now. Thank you so much for having Yad Towel. If you see part two of the statement posted or read out by anyone on CourtTV, please go ahead and send that over to Little Towel. I am monitoring. I am being a Little Towel. So I'm going to bring this up on your screen right now. Here's part one of the statement, ladies and gentlemen. Here is part one of the statement. Part one of the statement from Hank Brennan. I'm trying to get part two. If anyone could get part two of the statement, that would be wonderful. Please let me know. Here's part one. I'm bringing it up on your screen right now, ladies and gentlemen. Part one of the statement from Hank Brennan coming up on your screen right now. It is a written statement. It was published by CourtTV. It has been read out, ladies and gentlemen. I think Julie Grant read the full statement. But ladies and gentlemen, before we do anything else, I just want to make sure that we get part two, okay? So this is part one. It's up on your screen. This is breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking news. Here's the first statement from Hank Brennan, ladies and gentlemen. The first statement from Hank Brennan that we have been able to see in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. However, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have part two, so if anyone was able to catch part two as it just aired on CourtTV and could type it in, please. Thank you, Harvard Yard, but that's only the first part of is that the whole sentence? Is that the whole statement? It ends with an ellipsis. So I'm just concerned. Is there more to the statement? Ladies and gentlemen, I wish I could watch two things at once. Is there more to the statement than what you see on your screen? Thank you, Harvard Yard, very much. I just want to point out that the quote has an ellipsis, so I can't publish it until we get confirmation that this is either the quote to the this is either the quote, okay, or it's part of the quote. So everyone compose themselves. I'm going to pause. We're going to figure out what it was the full statement. So if you caught the full statement, please let Towel know. I know some of you were watching. Thank you so much, JVA. As soon as you get to the part where Hank Brennan's statement is read, if someone's able to transcribe it, I could pull it up No, yeah. Thank you, Vicky. I'll take a look at that in a second. But I'm way the man of the hour is Hank Brennan. We need to see what this statement says. It doesn't give much of an indication of anything. Hello, LA Connection. We have a statement from Hank Brennan. We're trying to find out if it's a written statement. We're trying to find out if there's more to it than just this initial quote. So if anyone is watching Court TV, okay, Harvard Yard, yes, but the image you sent me is on screen. I'm asking if that is the full statement. Thank you. That's not the full statement. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So I'm pausing. Thank you so much to Harvard Yard Towel. This is the initial part of the statement. Does anyone have the full statement? I could go listen to it on court. All right, fine. Some people were listening live, so all I'm asking is if you could help me, because it's going to take me a second to pull up the Court TV stream, rerun it back, and then play it. So I know some of you heard it. If anyone's able to just transcribe it, it's not what's on the screen. So Harvard Yard, I just want to reiterate, what you sent is not the full statement. It's very helpful. It's a good image, but it's not the statement in full. There's 4 more. Oh, okay. So, hi, Glamis Girl. If anyone is watching Court TV, we need the full statement from Hank Brennan that was just released on Julie Grant's show. I have 1 page of it. I'm trying to get the other 4 pages so we can read the statement out. I can go pull up the Court TV live. Give me a second. It's going to take a second. And then we'll figure out what this means. So, again, just to reiterate, that is not the full statement. I'm so glad, Harvard Yard, for our part 1. Hello, Kath. We got a statement from Hank Brennan. It was just released on Court TV. We're monitoring very closely, and we are going to read the statement in full. This is not the full statement. Hank made a statement, but this is not the full statement. Okay, I want to reiterate, this is just the first part. We're going to find the whole statement. If you have images of it, okay, I got the full statement. Hold on, it's coming in. It's coming in right now, ladies and gentlemen. 1 second, it's coming in. Thank you so much to our Super Towel Harvard Yard. I don't mean to put anyone on the spot. I was trying to go pull up the feed. Okay, hold on, it's coming. Hold on, maybe there's more images. That's only, okay, got the second one. Here it comes, ladies and gentlemen. Here it comes. Okay, hold on. Okay. Thank you so much, Harvard Yard. Okay, so it's a 4-part statement. I'm going to be bringing it on your screen. I want to read it in order. Nope. So 2 of those are the same image, Harvard Yard. So I think we have 2 of them so far. But you sent the "I'm disappointed in the verdict" one twice. But we have a second part. Hold on. We have a second part of the statement. Ladies and gentlemen, bear with me. We have a second part of the statement from Hank Brennan. I'm trying to compile all 3 parts. Thank you so much to Super Towel Harvard Yard. Here's the second part of the statement I was able to obtain, thanks to Super Towel Harvard Yard. I'm not really sure if it's going to give us more insight, but I'm pulling it up right now, and thank you for everyone's patience. This is a team effort. All right, so here is part 2. Thank you, Harvard Yard. Here's part 2, ladies and gentlemen. Here's part 2. Thank you to the Super Towel Harvard Yard. Here's part 2 of Hank Brennan's statement released to Court TV just now. Hold on, so we have part 1. I'm going to bring this over here. Ladies and gentlemen, here is part 2. Okay, here is part 2. Here is part 2. All right, part 2 of the statement from Hank Brennan reads as follows, ladies and gentlemen. Part 2, I'm not sure which order these were in. We're going to have to spend some time putting this together. Yes, I'll message John DePietro if he'd like to come on and talk this morning. I'd love to have him. Here's part 2. We cannot condone witness abuse causing participants to worry for their own safety or that of their families. It is my hope that with the verdict, the witnesses and their families will be left alone. The harassment of these innocent victims and family members is deplorable. Well, okay, that doesn't tell us a lot about the compromise verdict, but okay, that's part 2. All right, part 3 incoming, ladies and gentlemen. Part 3 incoming. Part 3, all right. No, okay, so hold on. I think part 3 is kind of telling because I have an ideological thing I want to comment on here. I have part 3 of Hank Brennan's statement. Ladies and gentlemen, I have part 3 of Hank Brennan's statement. Please bear with Little Towel. I'm not going to cover Bella the cat. That would be heathenistic. All right, so we have part 1. There's 5 pages in total. All right, so we only have 3 out of 5. Ladies and gentlemen, Harvard Yard, we only have 3 out of 5. So if you could, we have 3 pages out of 5. I'm going to read each of the 3 that I have. If you have the other 2, don't worry about it. So we only have 3 out of 5, apparently. I just want to independently, with all the folks who are watching, double check that we have 3 out of 5. Okay, so I'm pulling up statement 3. Thank you so much to Harvard Yard. This is from CourtTV, ladies and gentlemen, just seconds ago. The part 3 of the statement is, it's a follow-up from the previous statement, so let me grab this. All right. We cannot condone witness abuse causing participants to worry for their own safety or that of their families. It is my hope that with the verdict, the witnesses and their families will be left alone. The harassment of these innocent victims and family members is deplorable and should never happen again in a case in the Commonwealth. My heartfelt condolences to the O'Keefe family and faith that over the coming years they will find peace and closure. So those are so page 2 is after an independent. Page 2 should start after an independent. So we have part 1, and then page 3 should start the campaign. So if you're taking screenshots and sending them to Towel, we have page 1, which is I am disappointed with the verdict. That's how it starts. Page 2 should start after an independent, and then page 3 should start in the campaign. Okay, so I need 2 more. If people are watching CourtTV, I just need 2 more screenshots, which is page 2 starts after an independent, and page 3 is the campaign. So the order is page 1, I am disappointed. Page 2, after an independent. Page 3, the campaign. Page 4, we cannot condone. Page 5, and should never. All right, so I have page 1, page 4, and page 5. I need page 2 and 3. So if you're out there helping Towel with screenshots, page 2 and 3. Right, so Phoebes, I that's what I'm saying. If there's something that's actually going on with the jury, I don't know if it's going to be reflected in Hank Brennan's statement. What I'm putting together for you right now is a compilation of the statement because it was across 5 paragraphs. So give me 1 second. So ladies and gentlemen, if you have, if you have page 2 or 3, we don't actually have the full statement from Hank Brennan. We have page 1. No worries. I know people are working hard to help Little Towel, but if you could send screenshots of page 2 and page 3, if you are watching CourtTV, what I'm doing is I'm going to take those, compile them into a 5-image collage, and then I'm going to type the statement out by hand, and then we're going to have Hank's statement in a post, which will at least be somewhat helpful. So if you're working on that project and helping Little Towel, thank you so much. I am in need of pages, or if someone could just type out what page, ideally the screenshots. All right, hold on. Someone might have all 5 pages. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Towel is on it. Towel is on it. Towel is on it. All right, don't worry. I think we have all 5, ladies and gentlemen. I think we have all 5. Hold on, Little Towels. Hold on. I got it. It's actually 4. I think it's in 4 images on Julie's show. So there's 1. No, don't worry about it. You did great, Harvard Yard. But the problem is, okay, hold on. I think she combined and criminally accused. Okay. So I think I'm missing even 1 page from this. Hold on. All right, there's 1 more here. Hold on. Let me just grab them all. I think I got them. I appreciate it, my dear friend Harvard Yard, and I appreciate you, my dear friend Selma. You are on it. We are on it. Listen, I have to read the statement in full to actually be able to analyze it, so give me 1 more second. This is happening in real time. It was not a very convenient way. Hold on. Is there a page that I'm missing? So let me go back up to the page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Page 1 is I am disappointed. Page 2 is after an independent. No, I don't have the page with after an independent. So I'm looking, I need one more page. I'm looking, does anyone have a screenshot of something, of the page that says after an independent? After an independent, ladies and gentlemen. I have everything but after an independent. So I'm looking for, if anyone has a screenshot that says after an independent. I now have page 2. I have everything that I need except for after an independent. So if you have after independent, that is the one that I need. So I have put it together. I have 4 parts of the statement now. The only image that I'm missing, and it would be very, very, very helpful if folks have this, is the following, which is after an independent. And it's also a little bit difficult to do this, but hold on, let me see. So I think I can do this. It's harder than you think to put these in order. It doesn't read very naturally as written. As they did it, it's actually incredibly convoluted. So I think you can do, oh yeah, I can do it like that. But I'm still looking for image 2. I'm sorry, I'm not in the chat right now, but if you have image 2 in particular, ladies and gentlemen, that starts after an independent. I'm looking for after an independent. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, after an independent. If you have that image, just let me know. If you drop a link in the chat, it says after an independent. And if you have that, I believe that will be enough. Okay, so that'll be us having, I have pages 1, 2, 3, and 1, 3, 4, and 5 right now. And I want to compile the whole statement, and I can't read it in full because I do not have the page. And don't take this. This is just me looking for it. I'm saying don't take this as me being frustrated. I'm going to find it. I just need the page that says after an independent. So we're looking right now, folks, for a statement from Hank Brennan, page 2 of the statement that says after an independent. If we get the text of that, or if I'm able to find a link to it on Twitter, that will be the end, and then I have the full compilation. So let me know, folks, let me know, and thank you for flying air towel. Where's the middle of the page? All right, should be about there. Okay, so thank you for flying your towel. I'm coming back to your comments now. I'm looking, ladies and gentlemen, if anyone has a copy of page 2 of the statement. Oh, looks like Hester Prynne might have it. Thank you so much, Hester Prynne. Hester Prynne is a super towel, ladies and gentlemen. Hester Prynne is a super towel. Thank you to Havidyad for helping me find it. I just have to find page 2 about the independent investigation. Hold on, super towels, hold on, super towels, hold on, super towels, independent investigation. Come on, all I need is page 2. Come on, is it in there, please? People just, it's so frustrating. No, so this is not it. There, folks, I just, if you're trying to help, I'm sorry if I'm not expressing it clearly. I need the image that starts an independent. Okay, it's specific. No, don't worry about it. I know people are trying. Just, I have the 4 images. I'm looking for one that starts an independent. Okay, there is one image that I cannot find. Okay, thank you, JVA. Thank you, JVA. I'm on it. JVA, the super towel themselves, who was up late watching, and we're going to analyze the juror interview, but I need this second page. Here's the full statement. So I need the part that says after an independent and thorough review of all the evidence, I concluded that the evidence led to one person and only one person. Neither the closed federal investigation nor my independent review led me to identify any other possible suspect or person responsible for the death of John O'Keefe. So I just need, if someone could help, I just need a picture of that. If there's no picture, maybe CourtTV didn't air it. I have a backup plan, though. I have a backup plan. But if anyone has a picture of page 2, yes, that's. Hold on, Steph. I don't know what you posted, Steph. I don't know what you posted. No, I have the full statement. What I'm looking for in particular is a picture of the second part, but I don't need it. It's fine. I don't need it. Hold on. I'll just use a text version. Hold on. I got a plan. I am the man with the plan. Watch this. Watch how I do this. Ready? You're going to see. I have it. All right, I have it. Don't worry, folks. I have what I need. All right, I am ready to get the statement up for you. I just had to put it in a format that was cohesive, because the way CourtTV aired it, and even Julie's post, it was better on Julie's post. Thank you to Julie Carpenter. But what I want to do is this way. So hold on. Watch this. We're going to do it this way. Take a look at how I ended up doing it. I think this is much more appropriate. It actually, I mean, it's still not as cohesive as I would like, but it's easier to read than how CourtTV did it. All right, so let's do that. All right, and let's do that. All right, here we go. So this is how I chose to do it, and you all let me know what you think here. Let's make this a little bit like that, and then, all right, here we go. All right, so I'm gonna do this and then that. I have the statement here for you in full. Julie Carpenter has also posted it. What I'm working on right now is making it somewhat formatted so that you can read it, and then we're gonna go from there. All right, so hold on one second, and then where's this, bring forward. All right, so, no. All right, so there we go. All right, I'm going to read you the full statement right now. I am disappointed in the verdict and the fact that we could not achieve justice for John O'Keefe and his family. District Attorney Michael Morrissey appointed me, giving me full discretion to independently access the case and follow the evidence no matter where it led. After an independent and thorough review of all the evidence, I concluded that the evidence led to one person, and only one person. Neither the closed federal investigation nor my independent review led me to identify any other possible suspect or person responsible for the death of John O'Keefe. The campaign of intimidation and abuse that has been waged, funded, and promoted in public and on social media is the antithesis of justice. If this type of conduct becomes commonplace, it will threaten the integrity of our judicial system, affecting both criminal victims and criminally accused. We cannot condone witness abuse. We cannot condone witness abuse causing participants to worry for their own safety or that of their families. It is my hope that with the verdict, the witnesses and the families will be left alone. The harassment of these innocent victims and family members is deplorable and should never happen again in a case in this Commonwealth. My heartfelt condolences to the O'Keefe family and faith that over the coming years they will find peace and closure. All right, I have a few things I want to say about that. First, I just have to post this because I took some time to put this together. Second of all, okay, so my first reaction to that is that if you really don't want it to happen again, you can't. If the jury was tampered with, you can't not say something. Like, you can't not do anything about it, because the way this will happen again is if you don't do anything about this. Now, only Hank Brennan can make, like, this statement doesn't say anything about the jurors, which is very odd, because that's the big topic of discussion. So if he was trying to quell discussion about that, he didn't. He certainly, there's an air of finality to it, but also an air of, it really, like, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to get the post up for you in 1 second. There's just something odd about it. You know what I'm saying? There's something so odd about it, and I just can't put my finger on it. Now, yes, it's the type of statement I would expect from Hank Brennan, expressing compassion to the families and otherwise, but there's something odd. All right, I'm going to post it. Full statement from John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, retrial prosecutor Hank Brennan. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen! Out of all the things, it's a statement that I expected. Okay, it's a statement that I expected, and I also think, in some sense, there's something still unsaid. Like that, we know that you had that. We know that you believed that, Hank. We know that in our hearts. Our concern is the integrity of the process. So are you concerned with the integrity of the process related to the jury verdict or not? I can't tell. You know what I'm saying? I can't not tell. I'm going to look at your comments right now because I got the post up. Yes, okay. So it's not just that it's what's not said. Thank you so much. By the way, I want to send a super towel thanks to Harvard Yard, JVA, so many other super towels, Steph, all you who were helping in the comments. It means so much to me that we were a rapid reaction force there. Now, let me bring up the image for you that actually is a little bit easier to see and cohesive, okay? And then what we're going to do is we're going to do a watch along of the jurors interview last night with Turtle Boy, because I have it for you, but I didn't get to watch it. I wanted to watch it with subtitles, so I tried to clip it, and then the subtitles didn't show, but I think they're on Twitter because I was able to add them after. So let me bring up this image for you right now. This is the full statement from Hank Brennan. This is what came in literally as we went on air this morning, ladies and gentlemen, here on Air Towel. Thank you, as always, for flying Air Towel. My name is Towel. So it should be, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Do you like how I put this together? I couldn't get I couldn't get it to be perfect, but I was able to I was able to make it somewhat cohesive. So if you take a look right there, little towels, that's the full statement from Hank Brennan. I'll read it for you one more time. I am disappointed in the verdict and the fact that we could not achieve justice for John O'Keefe and his family. District Attorney Michael Morrissey appointed me, giving me full discretion to independently assess the case and follow the evidence no matter where it led. After an independent and thorough review of all the evidence, I concluded that the evidence led to one person and only one person. Neither the closed federal investigation nor my independent review led me to identify any other possible suspect or person responsible for the death of John O'Keefe. Let me get the next part for you. Hold on, little towels. The campaign of intimidation and abuse that has been waged, funded, and promoted in public and on social media is the antithesis of justice. If this type of conduct becomes commonplace, it will threaten the integrity of our judicial system, affecting both victims and criminally accused. We cannot condone witness abuse, causing participants to worry for their own safety or that of their families. It is my hope that with the verdict, the witnesses and their families will be left alone. The harassment of these innocent victims and family members is deplorable and should never happen again in a case in this Commonwealth. My heartfelt condolences to the O'Keefe family and faith that over the coming years they will find peace and closure. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to reiterate that that is a powerful, appropriate statement. Hello, 5MEODMT. I want to wish you a wonderful day. We have a lot going on, multiple developments coming in, rapid fire. Now, I just want to say that the reason why I would take this statement in such an interesting way is, do you know what you do? You can't, to make this never happen again, you don't change laws. We have the laws in place to prevent jurors misleading the process or outside influence. You don't change the law. You enforce the law as it's written. So that's where I have a little bit of like, okay, Hank, you know I like to read between the lines. So is what's there, like, if this is never going to happen again, it's a matter of determining how the process was compromised. So everything about that statement, appropriate, what I would expect. The only thing, and maybe it did address it in a very subtle way, it talked a lot about the integrity of the process, making sure this doesn't happen again. Do you realize, I mean, I'm not saying this is, I'm trying to read between the lines. I'm not saying this is what Hank was thinking. But do you realize the implications of this not happening again? To make sure this doesn't happen again, you can't let what happened stand. Like, you see what I'm saying? The check and balance is, we already have the laws. We have the structure to enforce these things. So therefore, if Hank Brennan is serious, it's not that we go up to Beacon Hill. I'm not saying people shouldn't. It's not that we go protest. It's that there's existing enforcement mechanisms for things that have to do with either external influence on the jury or jurors not fully disclosing information during the process, the screening process, okay? Those things are not gratuitous. We build in those checks and balances into the system because situations like this can occur. So the one thing that I mean, reading that, and if I were interviewing Hank, I would say to him, so Hank, I myself have helped to, draft some statutes as an advocate. I've helped implement regulatory frameworks. I know that I don't need to go to Beacon Hill and talk to Senator Brownsburg or House leadership or whatever it may be. I know what the law says. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not your lawyer. This is not legal advice. I know what it says. I know what it's capable of doing. I know what the case law says. I know what the precedent allows. So if you really don't want this to happen again, you have to send the message that when it happens, there's a check and balance. It is an inescapable foundational conclusion, if that component of Hank Brennan's statement is true and authentic to his position. Now, the statement appropriately doesn't get into any of the whirlwind stuff that's going on about the Juror 11's father-in-law getting convicted for stealing classified U.S. missile defense systems, for possessing child sexual abuse material. It doesn't get into that. But if the juror didn't disclose it, of course, that it doesn't call for changes in the law. It calls for enforcement mechanisms in the context of this current case. And let me just say, losing a case at jury selection because maybe you pick like wishy-washy jurors who don't know what they're doing, that's different than what we have here. I truly, in my heart of hearts, think that it wasn't just that the case was lost at jury selection. It's that the case was a fait accompli. It was over before it started, because it wasn't just, it may have been actually a compromised jury. I didn't say. I think a lot of things point in that direction. But the key insight here is not the what, the how, and the why. The key insight is, what do we do in response? As a system, as a society, as a polity, as a representative form of government, we are fundamentally entitled to petition the government for redress of grievances. It's in the First Amendment. Now, in my opinion, redress of this grievance does not require statutory change, new case law, or anything, or a regulatory codification. Or a sub-regulatory guidance document, God help us all. I would tell you if I thought it did. What it calls for is the existing enforcement mechanisms that serve as a ex post facto check and balance on anything that undermines the transparency or integrity of the jury selection process or unduly influences the jury during trial or deliberations. They exist. If you don't use them, you are actually, and what's really bad and what would lead me to be critical of Hank Brennan, if you don't use them and deploy them in this context, then you've actually created the very thing you're trying to stop, which is a whole setup now, an amalgamation of historical circumstances that invites the very behavior that you're trying to ward off. If you don't want this to happen again, you cannot pass the buck. The buck stops with Hank Brennan on this, and you must enforce current checks and balances systemically as they exist under current statute and enumerated case law. If you don't, you will be single-handedly responsible for bringing about the very situation you're proclaiming to want to avoid in your statement. In turn, I thus believe that, in my heart of hearts, that this statement was prepared and delivered before a lot of this came out, and appropriately, about the jurors and the juror's father, outside influence, and appropriately doesn't touch on it. But I do believe that the only rational, reasonable follow-through or interpretation of Hank Brennan's words, that if he truly doesn't want this to happen again, then the buck stops with him. And I don't mean to do this. If I would thought that this was an issue of Hank Brennan's hands being tied by statute or by case law or by some kind of regulatory framework or whatever, or politics, I would say, okay, I get it. Hank Brennan's in between a rock and a hard place. That's not what I think is happening here. I think that is the antithesis of what is happening here. I think, unfortunately, the only outlet, the court's not going to do it sua sponte. The only outlet, but Big Von, he's a special prosecutor for this case. So if we're dealing with the issue, and great to see you, Big Von, if we're dealing with the issue in this context of whether the systemic checks and balances, remember, we're looking backwards now, that exist for either jurors not being fully transparent during the questioning process, that's its own issue, or external outside influence on the jury during trial or deliberations. Okay, those are two separate issues. That's part of that first trial. Now, yes, we're past the delivery of the verdict, but that has nothing to do with the analysis of setting aside double jeopardy for the purposes of making an argument. And now, it's not gratuitous. Hank Brennan is not pulling a Karen Reed. He wouldn't be pulling a Karen Reed by doing this. It's that the system demands it, in my opinion. Justice demands it. The checks and balances exist. If either of those things potentially occurred and there's a good faith basis for the lawyer on the case, who's Hank Brennan with Adam Lally and Laura McLaughlin, to believe in good faith that either of those two conditions or both were met, then there is no outside check and balance that comes in. The only way the system maintains and preserves its integrity and prevents this kind of thing from happening again is an independent investigation by way of the court, who's not going to do it sua sponte, and in turn that has to come through Hank Brennan. I'm not saying this because I feel that this is some, option on the table and, wouldn't it be great if Hank did it? No, if Hank Brennan truly believes that the justice system could be foundationally compromised if this type of potential outside influence or non-transparency during the selection process is left to stand. No, the way in which normative frameworks get established in the wider society, unspoken cultural norms, the very thing Hank is worried about becoming pervasive in the justice system is through situations like this becoming normalized. So, therefore, the existing checks and balances within the justice system for this type of situation being not invoked in this case would be the absolute worst case scenario. It would lead to the very result Hank is worried about in his statement, and in turn it would be a fundamental abdication of duty by the prosecutor, whoever is assigned to this either in the future, now, or previously, to not follow up because the buck stops with them. Listen, I'm apoplectic to think that. Well, I don't think I'm apoplectic. I have hope that Hank Brennan actually understands the implications. I know he does. He's brilliant. The implications of what he was saying there. There's going to be no statute. We don't need a new statute. There's going to be no new case law. We don't need new case law. There's going to be no protest. There's nothing to protest to change. If you are a prosecutor, the only thing you need to do is invoke the existing checks and balances that exist for these situations. If you don't, you are part and parcel of creating the atmosphere which will welcome this in future trials. Does everyone understand? Am I off base here? I think this is, yes, Agent 99. I love your username, by the way. I added you as a super towel. I'm not apoplectic. I just think there's one natural conclusion. Like, the moment calls. This isn't a regular moment. We're talking about, let's talk form and content. We're talking about a juror's father-in-law. We know the juror questions asked about family members or household members being convicted of crimes or involved with the criminal process. We know this juror's father-in-law got caught by the feds stealing defense secrets from Raytheon that were classified related to our missile defense technology, bringing them to his home, obliterating the classified markings, and then the feds clearly referred the guy to the state authorities for federal child sexual abuse material because he got charged at the same time in 2019, roughly, for that. Okay, so he's got dual charges, but then gets pled out to 18 months for both charges concurrent in federal prison, as confirmed by the mass court docket. Okay. You can't just not disclose that. So if that wasn't disclosed in substance and form, that is a huge issue. That is one of the biggest things possible. Like, that could happen again in the justice system. People could not disclose that kind of thing, get on juries, whatever. That would be invited if Hank Brennan doesn't do something about this, at least attempt to. He has an obligation, in my opinion, if he's being the point person for all of this, to look at the implications of doing nothing. Second of all, and I don't know if that statement even implies he's going to do nothing, it's very latent with sort of resonant principled meaning. There's something in that statement, but it doesn't touch on what people are actually talking about. And then the second element of it is similar with the potential non-disclosure of information during questioning. It's just as serious if the jurors were looking at social media or external influence or things like that, or knew about the first trial, or told their colleagues about, like, wanting to get on the jury before they, et cetera, et cetera. You see what I'm saying? So both of those things fundamentally in form and substance are happening and will continue to happen unless, in a case like this, where messages can be sent by the system. Look at any other court in the country. They would come down, like, ferociously if a prosecutor even got wind of one of those two things, not to mention both. But this is the chance. This is the moment. There are some moments that, although they are like a fork in the road, define our lives or define our system. And it wasn't this verdict that will go down in American juridical history. It's the response to it. If the response is the system is paralyzed, either out of fear or being overwhelmed and cannot do its duty, which is to exercise and enforce existing mechanisms of check and balance on that kind of potential outside influence or non-transparency in the juror selection process, then we have failed. The system will collapse. This will happen again and again and again, and it will fall squarely, unfortunately, on Hank Brennan's shoulders. I don't like it. I don't want to say it. It makes me frustrated. But yes, and I will say this. Remember, folks, this has nothing to do with, in particular, jurors, how they voted, how they feel, how they felt about why they voted a certain way. All those jurors are entitled to feel exactly how they feel. The key here, and they're entitled to give news media interviews. In fact, under the court order, they're permitted to come forward, and then certain exceptions to talking about them and they're identifying them are then invoked. And this juror has given 4 hours of interviews. Of course, it's interesting to analyze it, but she could have voted not guilty. She could have voted guilty. What's important is analyzing the integrity of the process. If any juror had come forward and said something like, what about this witness testimony that wasn't actually in the second trial? That's a red flag, right? You know, that's something you analyze, but it doesn't lead to apoplectic conclusions. If any juror had a father-in-law involved with the criminal justice system on the federal level related to missile defense and related to other serious crimes, of course the very first question is going to be, by any reasonable observer, no matter who the juror is, voting guilty, not guilty, whatever it may have been, was that disclosed? Tie that all together with Hank Brennan's statement about the existing checks and balances. It doesn't matter where the investigation goes. It doesn't matter what is uncovered. What matters is that there is a process so that when these questions are answered, which if left unanswered would fundamentally threaten the public's faith in the justice system, we say nothing. Now, asking questions is an important part of the United States. Fundamentally, petitioning the government for redress of grievances is a important and crucial component of the United States. But that doesn't mean that any one person bears responsibility for systemic failures. This is a larger discussion about how interconnected pieces of the framework of our judicial system serve to ward off usurpation. And only through direct petitioning activity to our government are we able to express, especially domestically, our collective rights as citizens. And if we forget that, we've lost this country. We've lost it. And that's what I'm worried about. The country I care about so dearly, the system. It's not the individual people. We all play different roles. We all have different beliefs and principles and ideas and connections and personal lives. Those are beautiful things that should be always encouraged to flourish. It's our system of government that we must care about on a principled level. If we do not, if at any point in time we feel like we cannot petition our government to invoke and facilitate its checks and balances, it's over. And I cannot come to accept that we have a system that would discourage discussion. That doesn't mean that, and I will reiterate this constantly, that doesn't mean that any person is wrong for how they acted or their beliefs or how they voted. It's not necessarily a moral question. Passing judgment. Now, some things I feel comfortable, especially like stealing missile defense secrets, some of those abhorrent state charges. I'm comfortable passing judgment on that morally, but that's not really the core issue. The issue is the transparency of the selection process on that issue. And we have a right. There is a reason why there is transparency in the courts. If you as a citizen, if we as a polity have questions, they deserve to be asked. That is the foundation of our relationship with the government. And likewise, if anyone, it doesn't matter who it is, has questions about the integrity of the jury deliberations, whether it was subject to external influence, that is foundational to trust in the system and to getting answers. To be unable to do that would mean that we no longer live in a free society. And foundationally, we would then be stripped of our ability to petition the government for redress of grievances. That cannot happen. That doesn't mean we should ever think that individual humans are morally culpable for the larger systemic failures. You cannot analyze the system without looking at its constituent parts, and you cannot look at a constituent part without an understanding of the wider system. They are symbiotic by their very nature. So, here's my opinion. That's an interesting statement from Hank Brennan. As someone who has analyzed these developments, especially the flurry of developments over 48 to 72 hours, the one thing that sticks out in my mind are the unanswered questions. And questions unanswered about the foundational integrity of the justice system, more so than anything else, perhaps as a self-fulfilling prophecy, will corrode like a toxic sludge the very last vestiges of the integrity of this justice system. It's not any one person, any one situation. It's the message. It's the message for future trials. There won't be a change in statute. There won't be any changes to regulations. There won't be anything done except for the checks and balances that already exist. And that breaks my heart. I don't know what the point of this republic is if we lose those last pillars. I don't understand. Especially when it comes to things like transparency in the selection process and the integrity of the jury deliberation process. That is everything. But I'll also be clear that the government doesn't have to act on citizens petitioning for redress of their grievances. There's lots of grievances that go unredressed. But it's the form, it's the benevolent attempt to uphold principles that matter in this system, that form the basis of that petitioning relationship. That is democracy manifest. And you can see it means it actually it impacts me on a very, very deep level. I agree, Taz Energy. But you can see this impacts me on a personal level. The republic, that's all I've ever cared about. Like from when I was like 10, I was just like, of course, like I wouldn't be where I am without this country. It means so much to me. And I don't know how to express my desire to preserve the legacy of this country and in the system of government that we have, which is a very precious thing. A constitution is more than just the words on paper and how they're interpreted by precedent and statute. It's a living, breathing expression of a people's shared principles. And you can only chip away at so many of them before there aren't any left. You can have the words on the page, but what do they mean? What do they mean if you don't have enforcement mechanisms to ward off usurpation? If you don't have the actual, if you don't have the collective sense of why those words matter, why the jury selection process matters, why transparency matters, why not having external influence matters, then they're just words. And I get it. Democracy is just a word when the people are starving. And we as a society are starving emotionally, spiritually, economically, familially. We're starving. But I'm worried they're becoming just words. And again, you chip away at those pillars, especially those foundational pillars. You chip away at them, and then you have a situation like this, and the pillar doesn't get corrected on the collapse, the whole thing will go. We won't notice it today or tomorrow or the next day, but the whole system will become centered around this pernicious form of influence. And it will undercut everything that has built up over the past nearly 300 years, almost 275, 300 years. We'll lose it. We'll lose it so quickly we won't even know. We'll notice it because it will happen insidiously and passively. So I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not being gratuitous. I don't feel like I'm narrowing in on a particular solution or redress of this grievance because it's one option among many. I feel that absent the system's existing check and balances, it doesn't mean that they're going to conclude that there was necessarily external influence or that there was non-transparency. But if the questions linger, that brings about, if this doesn't get addressed, the very nature of the concerns are so severe that they would indeed create conditions where those pillars would crumble to dust and our justice system would begin teetering basically off the side of the cliff. And maybe the foundation cracks at first and then some of the windows and walls start falling into the ocean. But then eventually we're going to be standing in one room together without enough space, looking over the edge of that cliff, and we're going to be like, what happened to this republic? Why is it like 1 square inch and we're about to fall into this cliff? And I don't want to see that happen. I can't. I won't let it happen. I would rather, in a single-minded way, commit myself to, if it comes to it, reforming the justice system. If the existing checks and balances, which I don't believe this, are not good enough, but I don't believe it. If the existing checks and balances in our judicial system are not good enough to address this, not necessarily come to a conclusion about it, maybe it comes to one conclusion or the other, but to address it, that's what I'm saying, Chastity, and it doesn't, I don't think anyone is saying we know where an investigation would go. I think a lot of us, rightfully so, are saying, here's our questions about the process. Here's why we have them. This is not, the father-in-law didn't get a parking ticket, okay? The father-in-law stole domestic U.S. missile secrets. The father-in-law got state charges for very serious crimes that I don't even want to mention the name of. It's disgusting. I think I'd like someone to come on and talk. I'm Well, I want to watch the juror interview with Turtle Boy. We're going to watch it at 1.5 speed, or we're going to jump through it. I want to watch it to hear. I'm very, this juror has given, I think now this will be about 4 hours worth of interviews. So 1 hour and 50 minutes across 7 networks, 2 hours across this network, multiple networks. And you noticed, what I don't see, and what I think I want to applaud this. What I don't see is, other than the jurors who have kind of gone out, talked, done their interviews, I don't really see anyone, thankfully, going or looking into any other jurors who haven't stepped forward. So I want to applaud the people. I want to applaud everyone involved for not doing that. The people who do come forward, their interviews are telling. They're telling for a lot of reasons. Very rarely do you get 4 hours of someone doing interviews who have served on a jury. It's if you're interested in the court system, if you're interested in the process, these are the kind of invaluable insights that, that's why these interviews get given. But the reason why I think it's rare is because it does create room for analysis. People know by giving these interviews, of course, people want to listen, they want to analyze it, and then questions can naturally arise. Did questions arise about Juror 4? Not really. I mean, Juror 4 had his opinion, went on TMZ, went about his business. All right. I thought the talking points were a little weird, but if that's what you believe, good for you. Juror 12, similar, went on Channel 5, WCVB, David Bieniek. I thought the talking points were a little weird. Still, delivered the statement. Good for you. Go about your business. That's how most people reacted. I'm kind of summarizing the chat when we were watching those interviews. But what it was about Juror 11 was not only hour and 50 minutes of interview or hour and 30 minutes of interviews over 24 to 48 hours. It was kind of how the speech was being delivered. I'm talking about the framework, the schema, maybe some minor inconsistencies, but that's normal. Every human thinks different, from time to time. You're in front of a camera, you're talking to an anchor, this name versus that name. I totally understand. But the inconsistencies became a little weird about when did you, first see the pink people? Why did you stop wearing pink mid-trial? Why were the jurors talking about Turtle Boy during deliberations? Why did the verdict slip get pulled back? All this stuff, it kind of floats around there. But then, naturally, of course, if you're a juror who's giving national media interviews and you've done a podcast before, that's of course interesting, because your podcast interview was probably going to be a little bit different from 4 years ago than how you spoke on the national media. It's interesting from an analytical perspective. So you start watching that, and you say to yourself, this is a bit of a different style of interview. It's much, and obviously it was less pressure, but it was also much more natural. It was very interesting actually to learn about someone's journey and how they kind of came to find Islam, and that part was very interesting. But then you listen a little deeper, just like with the interviews on CourtTV, and this is where the analytic reasoning comes in. It's not about the person per se, it's about the structure of the interview and what they're saying and how they're saying it. And so then you start looking at the podcast and you're analyzing, at least if you're me, from sort of an investigative journalist perspective, and you're saying, all right, so, on the surface, this is a very interesting podcast. These two people clearly love each other very much. They really love their faith. This is a very feel-good story about Islam in America. Okay. And I'll be the first to tell you, even if I say Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, respect to our Muslim brethren, I will say that phrase exactly. So I am very tolerant of multiple different religious cultures, every single one. But then you start listening to it a little more, and it's talking about things like, well, you can be a feminist and really hardcore feminist, and you can still, believe in Islam. Gender roles aren't so bad. And now, setting aside what you will about the content of that ideology, people believe what they want. I think people have different views about how empowerment and autonomy work. That's wonderful. But you start listening to it, and then it's, it wasn't directly saying, hey, you should consider converting, right? But then you notice it's almost like jazz. Like, what's in the missing space? Well, it's not saying that, but it's encouraging it. So I don't know. Then you're just looking at someone who's giving all these interviews, and you're thinking about what they're saying. It's very interesting. They're, trying to explain their perspectives, and now you have them talking about the trial on all these 7 different stations. You have the podcast, so you're building this picture, and then I don't think, based on the content of the interviews, there was anyone who was in that chat that, as we were watching them all over a few days, that didn't have some kind of question. And that's reasonable, of course, because that's why people give interviews, because people have questions for them. But then just certain things about the interviews led to specific questions, and it could have been any juror that said these things about whether there was outside influence, and whether there was, we don't know, and whether there potentially was information not disclosed on the jury forms. Both of those things are, as I mentioned, in a recursive historical circle now, foundational to the integrity of the justice system. So that was how it all happened. I don't think anyone expected to find any of this, nor do I think people feel happy that their redress or outlet for redress of their grievances is this systemic check and balance, the ability of the issue of outside influence or the transparency of the jury selection process to be examined. I don't think anyone's pleased that that is the existing check and balance, nor do I think that anyone is really focused on this juror. Like, I don't think, I get really frustrated when people make fun of that juror or talk about I came down very hard, and I will again, on anyone who passes judgment on the juror being from Brazil or being Islamic. That none of that is relevant to this at all. And anyone making fun of them, regardless of as to if people in the free Karen Reed side may torment the witnesses or whatnot, you rise above. You don't do that stuff. But I do believe that it led to questions not about necessarily this juror, it could have been any juror, but the larger process. And as soon as the public has questions about that process, there's a duty for the system. Not necessarily to come to a conclusion either way, but to uphold the integrity of the system. And I don't know what to say to anyone who doesn't understand that. That is America. So I don't know what to say. I just fully believe that is what this country is rooted in. Our ability to understand the systems of governance in which we find ourselves enmeshed, and to redress our grievances through erudite, well-meaning, benevolent, agreeable, amiable input. That is, absent that, we don't have a democracy. Well, we have a democracy because actually we have a republic, we have a representative democracy, and a pure democracy would probably be very, very bad. But we have something worse. We have the ministry of truth. We have Big Brother. We have the ministry of love. We have this recursive system that exists in a perpetual state of suspended animation or suspended disbelief, without anyone actually being willing to speak cogently about what is going on within the larger systems of government. We can't have that. Like, this is not going to become Wall-E, in my opinion. I think that would lead to the collapse of this republic, and I care too much about it. It's not any one person. It's not any one case. It is the system of justice, the system of governance that binds together through shared common principles the people of this nation, and thus gave Towel and so many of us out there the ability to do to be who we are, to love who we love. And I can't even think about it. I can't even think about losing that. I don't know if I could continue to do the work that I do if I lost faith or if this system collapsed. I don't know if I could do it. And that's what's at stake here for me. All right. Get algorithm leaks. We don't really. Oh, I don't know So I realize algorithm leaks that maybe there was something said. I didn't hear it. But we don't have to be, mean to people. Like, I'll listen to it, but I don't think you should just, people are trying to get by, and I wish we would break the chain of a lot of that sort of abusive language. I don't see why it's really necessary. I sometimes, I may have mocked Karen's butt a little bit, and obviously if you care about, like, the U.S. national security, missile defense, I know people are on edge right now because we are in a state of heightened global conflict. So I'm not going to get mad at you if you start yelling about, like, things like that, or like very serious state crimes like we were talking about earlier. But I just wish we wouldn't take out that on other people, even whether they agree with this side of the case or don't. I don't see the need for it personally. But, you're a human. You have autonomy. Troy, I got to admit, I'm still a little sad. Colleen Henry hasn't come back. I know you didn't mean to, but, like, Troy, I just never want that to happen again. So I think, if there's even, like, a single situation where somebody says to you, Troy, like, hey, I'm not comfortable or whatnot, I just ask you to just, either change how you're engaging or just drop it. Because that hit me hard. Like, I did not like Colleen Henry feeling unwelcome, and I have thought about it for 4 days. So, I know, and, I know it, obviously, Troy, I don't want you to feel unwelcome either, but I just want you to keep that in mind. I'm not backpedaling on anything. I just made very clear how and why I feel the way I feel. In fact, I took you through a 72-hour synopsis of how this came about, exactly why it came about, why the specific substance of the questions related to these issues occur under the schema of transparency of the jury selection process and the integrity and non-externally influenced nature of the trial and deliberations among the jury. I thought it was important because, and to tie this in, I was analyzing whether existing checks and balances are the appropriate redress of grievances, not the conclusion of those checks and balances, but the existence of them. And then I was ruminating on whether open questions would lead to the very result Hank Brennan is worried about in his statement, which is eroding the integrity of the justice system. Not a problem, Troy. I appreciate it, and I'll make sure, I won't screenshot your comment, but I know it's in the chat history, and I'll make sure that I get that over. We're all human, Troy. Even I, after 12 hours yesterday, got frustrated. But yes, that's why I think the larger issues at play here are so important. And a lot of people are going to say to me, but I have concerns about this specific element of it. I have concerns about this specific element of it. What about this element and this? They're all valid. I'm not saying you having those feelings or concerns aren't valid, nor am I saying that anyone is more right than the other. But I was explaining, and I think rightfully so, someone in chat was asking, what was my larger concern about this process? And how did it tie in particular, to whether Hank Brennan's statement was a reflection, the way I interpreted it, of a need for further systemic change in our laws or whatnot? No, I didn't feel that that's necessary. Or in turn, whether it was a reflection of the fact that existing checks and balances may actually be already in place, and whether or not we're willing to recognize and discuss those checks and balances could be the tipping point that determines whether our system of justice sees repeats of behavior that could compromise its integrity. That is I just can't stress it enough how important that is. All right. So, would we like to watch the juror interview with Turtle Boy? We can do commentary, and I can skip everything that Turtle Boy says. All right, we'll do it. Yep, and that's our whole system of government. I agree, Taz Energy, checks and balances. And it means a lot to me. Not just this case, but look at the work I do on the CCC. Look at the coverage on any part of the government that I do, and you'll see, like, that's legitimately what I feel is a very important component of this system. We have to have that faith in the system. We have to have checks and balances, or we have nothing. We have nothing. All right, so I have a plan. We're going to watch the interview. I have a plan. We're going to analyze it. We're going to be erudite and good little towels. The reason why we're going to do that is I am a towel. And you might be saying to yourself, sir, I am well aware that you are a towel and that you love America. Well, I know that. I love America very much. I love it with all my heart. I cry sometimes because I don't understand why. I mean, it's such an ethereal. I'm not a nationalist like that, but I don't understand why I have such an ethereal bond to this country. Like, I don't, like, think of it as a person, obviously, but, like, it's a different kind of love. Like, it's a feeling. It's a very strange thing to explain. Like, I don't just believe, like, I don't just, like, love the armed forces, although I absolutely do. And I don't just, like, love the government. And I like the structure. I'm not saying any parts of government. The structure that the framers built. And it's not that I don't just love that, and I don't just love the rich constitutional tradition, and I don't love just, like, the different parts of the country and how, like, it's such, like, a unique, like, federation of different disparate populations. I don't just love that. Like, there's something, and I don't just love how, like, we all come together. Like, we have our differences, but, like, you do something that threatens America, like, we all come together. Like, there's just something that comes, like, that whole thing. I can just, my dream is to just, like, sit in a car in a field of barley, like, with the engine off, like, I don't even know where the keys are, looking out over smokestacks in the Midwest, just peacefully billowing in the golden fields as I, like, smoke a cigar and just think about how, like, this is the country that I fought for. People deserve now and in future generations to be able to live on this land and live the way that I lived and choose how they want to go about their life. This is the perfect system. We must protect it. I will die for it. I'll give my entire life for it. Just ask me, tell me what I can do to help you. That, like, I feel so connected to this country, more so than any human I've ever met, more so than any cause I've ever believed in. Like, foundationally, that's what I care about. So I don't know what to do. Like, I sometimes don't know what to do, because how can you be in love with something or truly care so much about something that's, one, ethereal, you can't, like, hold it, and two, is the collective manifestation of, like, hundreds of years of constitutional history, and then all of these different, like, hundreds of millions of lives and future generations and past generations. It's impossible to encapsulate in a way that I can relate to. So I just go every day trying to live up to these axiomatic principles, because that's the only way I can make concrete my appreciation for these structures of government and socio-political constellations that have allowed me to live the life I live. And I will never give up on that. It's just, that's the only thing I care about. I don't care if it's local government, state government, national government. I don't care. That is the only thing I care about, to the exclusion of everything else. And I will never change. And I'm not going to apologize for it. Thank you for letting me say that. It meant a lot to me. I appreciate it, and I just love this country so much, and I didn't really get the time over the past few days because I was a little bit, I just was really hurt by the missile theft thing right as we were attacking Iran. I mean, obviously the missile theft happened back in 2019. The information was stolen, but, like, coping with that while we were doing that at the Fedro nuclear facility outside of Qom in Tehran, I was so heartbroken. And then to find out that there was, like, child sexual abuse imagery, and then to find out they pled him out to 18 months and, like, let him serve it in a facility, like, that's, like, spy trade stuff. Like, you trade a spy, let the spy you caught serve 18 months, make it go away. So then I was like, oh, come on. Like, why is this happening? I was just so heartbroken because I get we have to wheel and deal, but having to confront all of those realities simultaneously, I didn't actually get to express why it meant so much to me. It's not, I don't have this amorphous conceptualization of the United States. Like every individual element of this system means something to me on a personal level. And that's why I was so sad. It was like being shocked into a state of numbness. It was one of the most gut-wrenching feelings I've ever had. I don't think I've even processed it to this day. Modelo Macy, I like your suggestion. We can't do that, though. You need even a compelling state interest wouldn't. You could do it in Britain, but not here. The only solution, well, one, we have solutions. The existing checks and balances, like enforcement mechanisms, motions to court investigations. What we don't have, what we might have to do is just stop broadcasting or live coverage of criminal trials at all. That's the only other option. I mean, just like the federal system, I know it's going to, listen, I'll go cover other things, and there will be trials in other states, but there won't be any coverage of trials if that's where you want to go. And I mean, I don't think there's anything that would prohibit the state legislature, because the federal courts do it, from banning, with no exceptions, cameras in state courtrooms and audio recordings. I mean, you could make an FTR record for the court, but I think it's very possible you could ban cameras in the state courts and ban audio recording. And you could also probably maybe not prohibit live tweeting, but you could definitely prohibit live audio. You could prohibit all audio recording, all video recording, and then you could allow live posting and written notes. If that's where you want to go, I mean, that's the nuclear option. Let me tell you right now, we do that, we're never going back from that, because the federal courts will love that the states want to go that way. The federal courts have been encouraging that forever. Yeah, but it's like the federal coverage, right? Francesca, like we have to think about it that way. Like, federal coverage is similar, but the way it gets checked is the courts are a lot more strict. Like, look at the Diddy trial. Like, look at the way Judge Submaranian's handling Diddy's lawyers. Like, you're not going to say a damn thing. They said one thing to the media about a sidebar. Judge Submaranian almost threw them in jail. Yeah, I agree with you, Agent 99. I'm begrudgingly agreeing with you because I obviously think covering the courts is very important. But if this can't be addressed through the existing checks and balances, through the court system, through an investigation, through the whatever processes that exist for questions to the government in the form of a redress of grievances about the the transparency of jury selection, and the integrity as to avoiding outside influence of the jury deliberations and the jury discussions during trial. If those systems don't work, or if people feel for whatever reason they can't be invoked or they can't be deployed, then yeah, the nuclear option is 100% to, it would be, I don't know if they'll ever go along with it, but it would just be to ban all cameras and audio in all state courts. No exceptions, no judicial discretion. Yeah, no, I don't agree. This is a public channel, ladies and gentlemen. We are not participating in the court process. Someone said, and Diana, I understand where you're coming from, but no, I don't agree with that. I'm sorry, dear friend. Please, obviously, this is not legal advice. I'm not a lawyer, But your ability to discuss here, and I monitor this chat. There are certain things we do not allow whatsoever. No derogatory remarks, no discriminatory remarks, no sea lioning. You must follow all of YouTube's terms of service, which cover every possible thing you can imagine. So in that sense, no, Diana, that's the opposite of what I'd like people to be, to suggest that people can't discuss in line with all of the rules of this site and this channel what's going on. Absolutely not. And we are not the court process. This is a public information service. This is a public forum. This is to suggest that people not discuss is the antithesis of American democracy. And so that's a little, scary. I don't want to go down the road of making anyone feel like, as long as they're following the rules of this site and all applicable terms of service and other relevant and applicable sections of that document, then no, of course not, Diana. That's so dangerous. No, so that's the one thing that I don't do. I don't like, at least if there's a gag order or something, I don't approach. I'm not part of the court process. So what people choose to do with the information, that is not my business, okay? And now, obviously, please, when I disseminate this, you're seeing I'm not publishing like home addresses. I'm using general descriptors. I didn't even say what the Target store was on purpose. Although at first it was an accident, and then I said, you know what, I'm just not going to say it in the article. So I'm going out of my way, and I don't want to see any personally identifying information like home addresses. I don't want to see anyone posting phone numbers, anything like that. It's never been tolerated, never will be tolerated. I don't know if other channels do it. I don't care. I don't want to be involved in it. Don't bring it here. The other thing is, this is a public information service. My job is, and my goal is, to relay information to you to facilitate educated and informed discourse, such as to ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government. Pure and simple. And I won't let you advocate anything in the comments that violates my principles, the rules of this site, the rules of this chat. But otherwise, no, you are free to engage in colloquy, and what you do with this information has nothing to do with me. But I will monitor. I don't want you suggesting to people, I'm saying the royal you. I don't want anyone suggesting anything such as, oh, we should go find this person's house or anything. No, if I even see one comment like that, you're gone. You'll never be back. We've never had a comment like that. We never will. I'm not saying anyone's done that, but there is some stuff, if you do it here, you will never be back. But otherwise, no, of course, you are welcome to discuss. This is a public information service. It's a collaborative public information service, and the root of it is engaged discourse. Hold on. No, don't worry. Oh, Steph, I wasn't watching the whole chat. If you see my eyes closed, I didn't see what you... So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And there are other people, there are even like free Karen Reed people out there who keep screaming on my posts like, the target is in X. And I'm like, okay, like I said near Woburn. I said, what did I say? Not Woburn. It's a W town. Walpole. I said near Walpole. I updated to say near Walpole. You don't have to keep saying where the target is. Stop doing that. So, all right, let's review this interview from last night, and let's continue to digest the impact of Hank Brennan's statement. If you're just tuning in, here is the statement from Hank Brennan this morning, which actually set me off on a very interesting soliloquy. I'm going to read it for you right now, ladies and gentlemen. I am disappointed in the verdict and the fact that we could not achieve justice for John O'Keefe and his family. District Attorney Michael Morrissey appointed me, giving me full discretion to independently assess the case and follow the evidence no matter where it led. After an independent and thorough review of all the evidence, I concluded that the evidence led to one person and only one person. Neither the closed federal investigation nor my independent review led me to identify any other possible suspect or person responsible for the death of John O'Keefe. The campaign of intimidation and abuse that has been waged, funded, and promoted in public and on social media is the antithesis of justice. If this type of conduct becomes commonplace, it will threaten the integrity of our judicial system, affecting both victims and criminally accused. We cannot condone witness abuse causing participants to worry for their own safety or that of their families. It is my hope that with the verdict, the witnesses and their families will be left alone. The harassment of these innocent victims and family members is deplorable and should never happen again in a case in this Commonwealth. My heartfelt condolences to the O'Keefe family and faith that over the coming years they will find peace and closure. Good morning, sis. That was a statement from Hank Brennan, originally read on CourtTV this morning. I compiled it for you. We are going to watch the interview with the juror in 1 second here. We are analyzing the interview with the juror. This is an incredibly important component of public discourse. This is a public information service, and our rules shall continue to be enforced. No being discriminatory, no being derogatory, no sea lining, and most importantly of all, follow all terms of service. But you literally have to check a box to agree to them when you come in the chat. But I will monitor, and we have hundreds of mods here, and we will monitor as well. But yes, I don't know what's going on other X feeds or on other streams. I have no idea what's going on, and I'm not going to go tune in and look into any of that. I am focused on what I'm doing here. All right, so let me bring this up for you. Little towels. We are going to watch this juror interview. Let me see here. All right, let's get rid of that. All right, let's get rid of that. Then let's open this up like that. All right, little towels. And then let's bring this over here. Let's bring that over there. My computer, even though it's a little hot today, is doing good. Alrighty. So, I got it. All right, let me take down this statement from Hank Brennan, and then let me grab this over here. And then I think this is going to be it. Yes, it is. I'm a towel. Have you ever considered that I'm a towel? I'm a towel, I'm a towel. I'm a towel, I'm a towel. Oh, by the way, someone was like, Grant, you didn't really get recruited into the DOJ. And I posted an email. I was like, thank you. I waited so long for that. I did. All right. So here we go. Let's watch the interview. It's 2 hours. We're going to analyze it. So by the time this is done, it will be time for towel lunch. Let's see what she has to say. And let's see if anyone wants to join to analyze this, Havidad or anyone else that's up, we can do over the next few hours analysis. I also have put out a message to, I'm going to message Sunny Spirit. If you want to join us, my dear friend, I know you might not be awake yet. You did great live tweeting last night. But if you hear this, Sunny Spirit, we are ready. Hold on. Irene Grillo, what are you seeing? What are you seeing, Irene? Hold on. What are you seeing, Irene? What am I getting ready for? Irene, is news about to come down? Should I check the docket? Lay agent provocateur. Am I supposed to say relevant username there? You're gone. Goodbye. All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, let me do one other thing. We're going to add a delay on the comments showing up on the screen, and that will give the mods enough time to screen things. What am I waiting for, Irene Grillo? I'm excited now. They talk about it, too. They talk about... Oh, goodness. No. Oh, goodness. We'll skip over if they're going to attack Little Towel. Because, wait a minute. I actually have a question. In the whole stream, Iris, did they mention the father-in-law? Before we begin, because I know we're going to watch it, did they mention the father-in-law? Yeah, so that's I'm just going to wait. Hello, Francesca. Yeah, so that I'm worried, that and maybe the system needs reform. Listen, if it comes down to it, and we, banning camera and audio in courtrooms, better checks and balances, whatever. Okay, I don't really want to, I don't think that personally, I think we have a good system. That's really what I believe. That doesn't mean it's being enforced correctly. All right, so Irish has confirmed to me they did not address anything about whether the juror filled out the form about her father-in-law and disclosed the arrest of the father-in-law for stealing U.S. missile defense secrets and then possession of child abuse, child sexual abuse material. All right, we're going to watch this. I have no idea how. I hope Hayden doesn't cuss or anything. My disclaimer: I do not condone any of the views expressed in the following segment. This video is provided for the purposes of commentary and analysis. The views and opinions expressed by the speakers are those are opinions and views of those people and those people alone, and they do not necessarily reflect the views of Towel Channel. And thank you for flying Towel Airlines.
With us.
Air
We're
Towel.
going to bring him on right now. Look, it's my attorney, Mark Bradl, is also going to join us tonight. So,
how are you?
Good, Mark. How are you doing?
Good. How are you, Paul?
I'm good, thank you.
And we're going to stay away from my case. Obviously, we don't want any situations going on there. We're going to strictly. He wanted to come on because, he's. Mark, why don't you tell her, why did you want to come on tonight? What about her?
Well, I think we all see what's going on. I know you have a lot of fascinating questions to ask about the jury, the trial, but the after trial is very interesting. And, you and I are both very familiar with the witness intimidation statute, and it's been out of control the last few days. And certainly you, Paula, have been subjected to a lot of that. And I think it's interesting to analyze what, if anything, should happen as a result of that, in light of how the statute has been exploited and used in other situations involving Karen's trial, depending on viewpoint and whatnot. So just an interesting observation more than anything else.
Why don't we start with that? Why don't we start with this? We just want to say, first of all, I want to say, Paula, that I am very impressed, and the world is impressed. My friends are impressed. I'm getting messages about it, about how well you're handling this, because what they're doing to you online right now, there's this toxic area of Twitter that's just some of the nastiest people you'll ever see. But you're handling it like a pro. I would say how did you get so good at just handling these people?
Honestly, with all my respect to the case and the family and all the people involved, I'm having fun with the trolls. I'm not having fun with the case, with the people who are involved, whose lives were devastated. Of course not. But
Right.
This aftermath.
So just to pause here, because someone had a question in the chat. Why is TB's lawyer there? Yeah, that is a little weird. And it's also okay, so if this juror is saying I'm having fun with the trolls. Okay, so first of all, I don't know who's engaging with her. I don't read her profile all the time. In fact, the only time I come across it is sometimes someone will repost it or she's in my feed. I think I follow her because I want her to be able to send me a DM if she wants to do an interview, because I've opened the door multiple times, even though it might not have been her in the chat. I've opened the door multiple times and invited her for an opportunity to express her or answer some questions on this stream. But she's saying here oh, I'm having fun, I'm engaging with the trolls. I don't know what trolls are messaging her or posting on X with her. I don't know what she's saying to them. But from the initial, just from the jump, Alan Jackson, just from the jump, she's kind of oh, well, it's been part of the process. So that's an interesting response. Okay, I know she said a funny comment to me. She was Grant, you can write my book when I go on my tour and became rich and famous. And I kind of, made a funny comment back that was something oh, yes, just get the U.S. domestic intelligence apparatus to approve it and I'll do that. But no, I don't know. And I'm not saying she's not smart. She's quick-witted. She is quick-witted. She's funny. I've read some of her comments. They're out of place funny, but they are funny. And I'm okay. And then her speaking style, I think she's very intelligent. Now, I've said that before. If you've listened to my analysis of her previous interviews, every single time I have said she knows, it's it's very good. She is very smart. Her mind doesn't just memorize things through rote memorization. It has a schema, and that's the sign of brilliance. So that part I have I don't deny, but it's just the way, like the humor. And it is, Einstein said that intelligence, creativity is intelligence having fun. So like that's what I see. I see a very intelligent person, and she's kind of saying it. She's like, she said the phrase, "I'm having fun with the trolls." So that's interesting. I'm analyzing this in real time.
For me, after those very stressful weeks, months, and between one load of laundry and another, one kid running and another, I'm just checking on X, and then I answer someone here, someone there. I'm not like obsessed with everything, but sometimes I see stuff that is so absurd that I have to answer, and then I use a little sarcasm. I think people.
Well, okay, and listen, that's fair. Like, maybe someone was saying some stuff to her that was absurd, but like the way I didn't really, in my opinion, with my reporting, there wasn't a lot of absurdity to it. Like, it was, the fundamental question was, is that your husband's father-in-law? Like, did you disclose this? That's the center of my reporting. It's not really absurd. So, I mean, I think she's trying, I don't know if she's talking about me, but like, I wouldn't say that what I was saying to her was absurd. Like, in fact, I didn't tag her in the reporting. The reporting was the antithesis of absurd.
People are enjoying.
So I think one of the things that you said was, you were like, oh yes, I'm going to be rich and famous now. So like, you're obviously mocking, and there's this creature by the name of John DePietro.
All right, Aiden's, please. Why you gotta go into? I hope he doesn't attack him, but let's speed it up for Aiden's part.
Who apparently retweeted that and said she's admitting she's doing this for the fame and the fortune. You were kidding, correct? Like this,
yeah, of course. All my comments, I'm joking around them, saying like absurd things as well. I'm answering the same level of their comments. It's that simple.
Okay, but okay. I didn't see John's comment to her, but like, my comment to her was certainly not sardonic. I didn't comment to her, but my reporting about her father-in-law was not sardonic. I mean, it was in the sense that it wasn't mocking her. I was like, what is this? Did you disclose this? That was the core of it.
Yeah. So how do you, like, they're saying some pretty
nasty things. I know.
Nasty things. And how do this doesn't bother you at all?
No.
Okay, so I think I don't know what exactly is being said, but I think there might be maybe, and I heard they don't address the father-in-law stuff. Maybe there's a conflation here. Like, it's not, I wouldn't say like it's nasty to ask about the father-in-law's conviction, stealing our missile secrets, the state charges, but they might be conflating that. They might be trying to focus on like some other comments people are making. I have no idea. I can barely follow my own X feed, not to mention everybody else's X feed. So I don't know. Maybe they're conflating it.
Swear. Before like 2021, I think COVID era, I was a little active on social media, more on Instagram. So I had my opinions displayed there. I deal with already hate in that scenario. And then I disappeared from social media because I was just too busy with everything. So it's not something that I'm new at.
Wait a minute. I thought she disappeared from social media right when her father-in-law went to federal prison for that stuff.
I have been there before, but definitely in English is my first time, and I'm being extra careful so people can understand me.
Well, no, I want to say this. I have never had a problem understanding anything she said. She speaks very fluently. I haven't heard her speak Portuguese, but she speaks very fluent English. I would like to think okay English, and she easily is on my level or better.
Yeah,
and it's literally sarcasm. I have to.
Yeah, but okay, hold on. It's not the sarcasm. It's for me in particular, why were you responding to the post about your father-in-law stealing U.S. missile secrets with sarcasm? Like, I get some things are appropriate to respond to with sarcasm, but just in generally the general like question, why would a person in general respond that way to something about their father-in-law stealing U.S. missile secrets? And remember, the relationship to the cases, like it asked you, I think, on the initial screening form, not the one that you get in court, but the initial one, like, has you or a family member ever been convicted of a crime, been involved in the criminal process? So, like, that, I don't know. Like, I wouldn't say, like, a sardonic response there is, like, it's out of proportion to the reporting. Some of the sardonic comments she made, maybe they were in response to people like lowbrow, like just trolls on the internet. But the response to me that was sardonic, it was the tone, the sardonic tone didn't like match the reporting. There was nothing in the reporting that was sardonic.
To answer the same level, if I'm gonna take everything so serious, I'm gonna be, pissed off the whole day. And
well, okay, so I get what she's saying. Like, if I, like, people mock my colitis all day. They even mock me for, like, being Catholic. They mock me for all sorts of things, like my hair. And if I just read that all day, I see what she's saying. Like, that stuff is just, it's designed to torment. But that's not, I mean, to me, just as I'm analyzing, that's not really I'd want to ask about the stuff she's reading about, like the concerns about the transparency of the process. Like it seems just a little bit tangential to the core issue.
that doesn't.
But I do empathize with her, because like, if people are saying those things to her, that is wrong, whether they're saying it to anyone, me, her, anyone. But yes, that's not really what I think is the core of what people are asking about. I saw many views are on that post about the uncle and the missile secrets and the other charges. Like, it's like 250,000 by now, probably closer to 500,000. So, I mean, it's not, people are really asking about that. It's not really an insult. It's more of a question of, was it disclosed?
Worth it.
So here's the thing, and Mark, you chime in here. But it seems like the issue here is like, so I've been charged with witness intimidation. We're not going to get into that. But the Massachusetts physical somebody twofold is evidence factor charge being because it also equally in the Petro and what matter is talking or making lying to get by CI and the prosecutor. We've had for just being not related to much. The other subpoenas or thing too. They're talking about jurors, people, English around verdict calls, and the only they're going to enforcement. I've already done O'Connell asked that I would go in for
Those things lightly, but I'm also not on top of everything.
Wait, she didn't talk for like 5 minutes.
that Friday.
All right, so let's see what she has. She didn't talk for like 5 minutes. They were just talking.
Okay, let's just address what Mark was saying. I'm not taking those things lightly, but I'm also not on top of everything. I really don't know what people are talking. I feel like everyone around me is way more concerned than I am, because.
So this is interesting, because obviously I think Hayden showed a post from like Coffin Daffer. I didn't see what it said. But she's saying, no, like, I'm not aware of everything. But so again, like, she did respond to the post about her father-in-law. I think it was the missile the father-in-law stealing our domestic missile defense secrets. But she didn't say like, oh, yes, he did that, but like, I that was a very traumatizing moment in my life. I can't believe it happened. She didn't say that. She was like, will you write my autobiography? And she was being tongue in cheek, but it's like, okay, but you didn't, like, you read the post, she did see the post that I made. I mean, she's saying it, but you weren't, she's saying like, oh yeah, but like, I responded to that one with just a joke, so it's like, I don't understand. Is it like, is the stuff about the father-in-law something that you like, you do take seriously, like anyone would, or is it something that you were like, oh, that's just a joke? Like, 'cause it's not wrong, like, that is her father-in-law, it is her husband's father, so like, that, it's not really a joke. The allegations aren't a joke. It's a serious subject. I don't know, there's a lot of cognitive dissonance, I guess would be my analysis.
I just don't have the time to keep watching everyone. I know John DePetro because he was there, so I know who he is, but other than that, I know other two people who are going above the line. They are me. It's not that they bother me, but they worry me a little bit. I have some concerns about them. The guy who investigated my husband's family, and another guy who
Grant.
Oh, wait a minute. She did address the husband's family.
It's Metellus?
Yeah, and another person who said that he wished my dad, or he wished my kids are dead, something like that. So with those three people, the Petro and those two profiles, I do, like, I'm watching them closely, but I'm not aware of what everything is. I can't keep it up. I have a life. I already solved my life.
Oh, okay. So this does seem a little simple. And by the way, it wasn't the feds, I want to be clear, this was disclosed. This was a press release from then U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts, Andrew Lelling. I didn't approach anyone. No. This was a public press release by the U.S. DOJ in 2020. So no, but she said it. She said she said, and she's not talking about the John DePetro thing, and certainly I don't know who her kids are. I never contact someone's kids. Even if they contacted me, I would feel very weird, and I would not respond. That there's something. She didn't address it. She addressed it without addressing it. It's not so to me, right? Like, I'm a public information service. So, my role is, is that your father-in-law? Like, the only role I really have is that your father-in-law? Is that your husband's father? Did you disclose it? Like, beyond those questions, I don't really have a role in this, and I don't know what other profiles are doing or anything like that. I only have one X account, but there's something like, what do you mean? Like, is it the question? Like, it's not really like I have nothing to do with the answer to that question, so is it like whether the father-in-law was involved with that, the theft of the ballistic missiles or the missile defense systems, the child sexual abuse imagery, like the question isn't really the problem, and I'm not going to do anything about it. Like, that's like, it's a strange, I don't understand the response. So are you saying, because again, my three primary questions are, is that your father-in-law? Did you disclose it on the form? On the initial jury questionnaire. Now I'm even more perplexed.
For the past 2 months, so I'm not keeping up with everything. But those guys, there is this three specific profiles that I know. My family, I have a cousin who's on Twitter, and she is
he's
about these people.
Boundless Millennial Wolfgang Bodie, that one.
Yeah,
his name is Matthew Doherty. He lives in Florida. He's
great. So I don't have much worry. I mean, I know that people can raise hate against me, and someone in the neighborhood can be mad and be.
Well, yeah, of course, and that's the thing. Like, and I don't know if she listens to this stream, but like, no, like I am, like a Rawlsian. We are so welcoming here of every religion, and I don't really tolerate. I don't see every comment, but I don't tolerate anyone degrading different religions. Like, I think Hayden even has said on his stream in the past some really like horrifying stuff about like to asking people if they were like there on 9/11 and stuff. Like, I don't know. But like, to me, like, I get like that part of it. Like, I if anyone is doing that to her, like my heart breaks. Like, I don't want to see anyone making her feel uncomfortable because of her beliefs or because of, what clothes she wears or her hair. It was like when people attacked Elizabeth Little for having her hairstyle, whereas I was like, you rock, girl. I love that hairstyle. Like, you are an amazing skater chick. Like, I hated to see people mocking her hair because, like, whether or not you realize it, Elizabeth Little's going to see that and she's going to be like, oh, but like, I really like my hair, don't you? Like, it means something to me, And so that type of stuff, I'm very sympathetic with this juror about. But that's not really the, like, I didn't watch Matt's videos. That's not really my question. I don't care. Like, I think, her beliefs are her own, and that's I praise her for having her beliefs. I praise anyone who really believes in what they believe, religiously, spiritually, whatever, culturally. But no, so I don't want to see anyone attacking her for that. I don't know if Matt was doing that or if other people were doing that. No, what just perplexes me is that that's not what the questions I had about her father are about at all. I mean, I know she kind of lumped me in, which I don't know. Personally, I think that's a little unfair. I don't know what the other people were doing. But I wish you would just, you certainly can just look at my post standalone. Like, I don't have any questions about, your children. I don't have any desire to talk about them. And that's evident from the historical record. All of this was documented in real time as I was writing it up. So it's just a little out of place. I guess that's the only way I can explain it. Like, it's weird.
Influenced by these comments or something. I'm aware. I'm not being like leaving La La Land around all this. Today I was in a grocery shop. I was looking around. I was with my little one. I'm like observing who is around us. Someone's following me. All those things is on top of my head.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, no. So, I mean, I can't speak for anyone else. But, yeah, no, I don't leave my house. I'm very sick. So I'll tell you, I'm not interested in that. I can only speak for me. I would never do something like that. That's horrifying. So I don't the internet is a weird place, but no, I sit on stream all day. Like, no, that is not happening. I'm not going to approach you for an interview. I'm not going to wait around at your house. That I've never done that. I would never do that. Not my style. But I can only speak for myself. I don't know what the internet is a vast place. I don't have time to read everything, so I can't know what she's talking about. But yes, just to be clear, no one should be doing that. I don't know why she even thinks people would be doing that. Not appropriate. Like, I get the news went to her home. Okay. Now, let me just say this. Maybe, and I do want to, I wasn't there. I don't know how Channel 5 and Fox and 4 got to her home. Maybe she invited them. I hope she invited them. But if they just showed up at her home, completely inappropriate. Completely inappropriate. The order says that unless they reach out first, you shouldn't do that. So even that, I would be like, no, way over the line. Way over the line. But yes, I mean, goodness, no, that to me, that's not the primary question. Like, I don't want anybody raising questions like that. That it's not about her vote or how she felt. It's about the transparency of her disclosures, and certainly, no one should be going anywhere near her. Like, that's outrageous. So that's something that I can see. If someone said, I'm not saying she saw a comment on Twitter or something that said that, but if anyone even implied that, that's completely over the line.
But it's also not writing my life. I'm just living normal and having some posts here and there. I'm not even posts, answering people who's mentioning me. So I'm just answering them. And I'm not taking it lightly. I just people commenting about my hair, my accent, my body, my feet. I just learned a new word yesterday.
What?
And whatever. Really.
All right. So that's what I was talking about. I knew people were doing that. You may have watched this stream for 100 hours or whatever over the past week. Maybe with Karen once we talked about her taking out the trash. But with this juror, no, not allowed. We've never done it. It will never be allowed. I knew she probably had seen some stuff like that. That's grotesque. I don't know why people are doing that. It's wrong, first of all. It's not relevant to any of these discussions. And now you can see, she's rightfully saying, I'm seeing this stuff on Twitter where people are mocking me, and it's horrible. And that's right. But it instead of addressing, you saw how quickly she passed over, she was like, oh, he had some questions about my family. And then, not her kids, by the way, her father-in-law, who was arrested and sent to federal prison for stealing domestic missile secrets and for possessing child sexual abuse imagery. She just kind of moved on. But then with this, she's willing to say, oh, yeah, and she, rightfully so, they're mocking my hair, what I look like. That's wrong. Of course, people shouldn't be doing that on two levels. One, why would you ever do that on a moral level? Would you want someone to do that to you? That is inappropriate. Second of all, then she can stand up there and say, oh, yeah, let's not talk about the father-in-law. Let's focus on these other horrible things people are saying about me. Why would you do that? It's not relevant. First of all, it's wrong morally to attack her looks or her hair or her feet. Why would you do that? And second of all, it then opens this Pandora's box of, well, let's just talk about that a lot instead of what I think are the substantive questions about the disclosure of the father-in-law's federal prison term and the crimes and all that. So to me, I'm just, why, on two levels, morally and this way, why would you do that? Why would you, it's wrong, and then it's just wrong.
I really don't care about these people. Those who are referring to my family, I do care.
Well, hold on. So let's bifurcate this. Absolutely, in my opinion, people talking about her kids or whatever, that's wrong. But I don't think it's right to group that in with the questions about her father-in-law. Let's just pause right there and say that.
And I'm watching them closely. Don't worry.
Well, and I agree. Like, I think if she wants to just answer these questions, there's only really two questions. So I don't know what other people are asking her. She said she's watching these like other accounts. I don't know what they're doing. I can't speak for them. I don't want to. She should address these people individually. But in terms of myself, like, yeah, so if she's kind of looking about the question about her father-in-law, it's two simple questions. That's your father-in-law, obviously, right? That's what I would want to know. And then, did you disclose it on the initial questionnaire? So to me, I kind of get what she's saying. She's looking at the people saying this other stuff, which I don't understand why anyone's talking about her kids. But that's not like a reaction to my question about her father-in-law, because the question is just, did you disclose it? And is that your father-in-law? So,
good.
Going back to the question, Deliberation, Friday, we did nothing. Friday was pretty much a dead day because everybody just wanted to talk about it. We've been silent, over 8 weeks, I think, about this. So we all want to just express ourselves like, you saw the evidence, you saw the witness, you saw this, you saw that. So Friday was more like a...
What was the first thing you guys said when you went in that room? Who talked first, and what's the first thing you guys said?
I think it was the foreman. Like, he wants, we sit down, we talk a little bit. Like, we had, I think, 2 hours that day, but like at the first hour, we had to organize the chairs and the post-its and the thing we want to put around. It was a small room for 12 people, so there was way too many chairs for all the evidence.
Where were the alternates sitting? Were they
the
not
alternates
in the room?
went on the room next to us.
So they have to just sit in another room and do nothing.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
I think they're playing chess. That's it.
Oh,
They don't exist. They don't exist. Square.
Let's go home, okay?
Yeah, first day, nothing much happened. On Monday, I think everybody had a weekend to think through to, put their heads in the right place. So we started organizing posters. We displayed charges so we all can remember what we are discussing. And we went through witness by witness. We started going witness by witness to answer questions.
Witness. Okay.
Yeah. Because we want to answer questions. Some people had notes that I don't have, and I have notes that they don't have. So we wanted to confirm everything we have.
Was there a straw poll taken towards? Was there a straw poll taken at the beginning? Like, where do we all stand right now? Did anything like that happen? Nothing.
No, because the judge.
When did the first vote take place?
I think it was Wednesday morning.
Wednesday morning? Yeah. Nothing. Yeah.
Tuesday. I think Tuesday we vote one charge. One charge was voted on Tuesday.
Because you guys came back with a note on Tuesday that said that, what do we do if we are acquitting on 2 charges but hung on a 3rd? What do we do? So that kind of indicates that you must have voted on those already by then, or else why would you ask?
No, we didn't vote. We want the question to be answered first, and then when the question came back, and then we took a vote where we stand. I think maybe we decided about the first charge on Tuesday, end of the day, but Wednesday was when everything happened, because Monday we are really going through and digging evidence and witness, and like really we weren't thinking make a decision on Wednesday. On Monday, because Monday, let's assume Monday was our first day. We want to go through everything. We don't want to skip the process just to take a vote.
Yeah, so the chat is informing me that Bev did tell you guys not to take a straw vote.
Yes.
Mark, is that common? Is that common? The judge telling them not to do a straw? Shouldn't they be allowed to impanel however they want?
No, I mean, frankly, a judge shouldn't do that. I mean, all a judge should do is tell a jury the rules of the road. The foreperson is the one to communicate, send notes, that sort of thing, but has no other additional powers. Other than that, usually what a judge should just say is go in there, be open to everyone's views, obviously don't roll over. If you believe in something, stand on that, but be open to suggestion, just that sort of thing. But
no better. It's
for a judge. Obviously we're done. testing, everything.
Interesting. When there are other you guys do to persuade them to vote not guilty.
There was other jurors who come in with guilty for manslaughter at least.
How many would you estimate?
I would say there were like maybe 3 jurors who were set on the guilty verdict, but another 3 were, I don't know, maybe.
Either way, okay.
Yeah.
Open to, and there were about 6 that were leaning towards not guilty, and that includes you?
Yeah, and that's my impression, because again, we didn't have a vote in the beginning. So that's my impression by the comments people were making.
Okay.
Okay, so I really don't know what they think on the Monday morning, Friday, Tuesday morning even. I just, by my impression, the questions that they were asking, I estimate that.
So what persuaded some of these people to come around? What evidence was brought forward?
I watched the juror 12 talking. I think the problem is not what she believes or not, if she is really innocent or if she's just not guilty. And she saw with us that wasn't enough certain, how they say, beyond reasonable doubt to certain moral standard.
Yeah.
So yeah, we couldn't be certain that she did hit John, that the collision actually happened. We were pointing out the flaws in the investigation, the things that were missing, the holes and everything. And it wasn't like we're not trying to persuade them. We left clear that they should have their time and ask their questions. We wouldn't leave that room until they are sure of their answer. Mm-hmm. None of us pressure the jurors who were on the fence or thought she was guilty. We gave opportunities for them to talk and ask questions, and we discussed true and true and true.
Was there pressure to have some sort of conviction for the O'Keefe family? Because the last jury, that was the feedback that some of them had. They were hung on the second charge, and the feedback we got was that like a lot of them felt like seeing a grieving mother there, right? Like you want to make her, we have to give her something, right? Was there any pressure in that room did anybody vocalize anything like that? Like we need to do something for the O'Keefe family?
Absolutely not. Okay. No, not at all. We never brought that up. The moment we mentioned the O'Keefe family was when we come back after the verdict, saying, and I came out crying, other ladies start crying.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm breaking in news from the P. Diddy trial. Combs will present no defense witnesses today. No defense witnesses.
Thank you. That's why the moment's like, why are we crying? And we all said we're crying because we feel sorry for the family, because we feel for John O'Keefe and his family, and his mom, and his passion that was there every day. But we never mentioned like none of us felt pressure. I mean, that's again my impression. I can't talk for people, but didn't feel like we're being pressured.
You didn't. So nobody in the room ever said that. Come on, guys, we got to do something.
We got to do something. No, that was never said.
Because I believe that is a big reason why Karen Reed you might not have known this, but the DUI charge was not on the verdict form last trial. That did not.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Karen Reed voluntarily put that on the form in case the jury was inclined to do something for the O'Keefe family, because that was the charge that carried the least prison sentence, right? It was the least serious of all the charges because nobody died in that charge, right? And it seems as if it worked because she was convicted of that, which brings me to my next question. What the hell took you guys so long? Because like there was like 24 hours there where it seemed like you guys were solely stuck on the DUI charge. It seemed to be the only thing that you guys were debating.
No, it wasn't that. I said, I think Monday we just dig in everything, and Tuesday we decided the first charge, the second-degree murder, not guilty, unanimous, with no argument, and then that was Tuesday, right? And then on Wednesday we still discussing the manslaughter and the third charge.
The third
so
charge
we went.
too.
Say again.
The third charge too, leaving the scene of an accident.
Yes, because
guys-
if it was a collision and she knew, she left the scene. So the second and the third were kind of connected. So we got rid of the third first and worked through the second. But I think was from my memory, I might be wrong, other jurors can say with more certain, but from my memory was Wednesday morning, we really start to dig in the second charge and get to the not guilty for everything except for the drive under influence.
It's
Because
interesting.
we already have we already had evidence, we look into everything, we already get rid of the second degree murder. So we are ready. And then the process, like it took what, 1 day, 6-8 hours for us to go through pretty much the second charge, because we are confident from everything we saw during the other 2 days, Monday and Tuesday.
So the first charge is murder. Murder means she did it. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, but like murder, second degree murder, the difference between that and manslaughter is that you did it on purpose and like your goal was to kill.
Doesn't
Right.
have to be an intent to kill. It has to be an intent to do the act.
Hey, Bradl said something reasonable. He's still not allowed to talk. You are not a towel, Bradl. Bradl, you just like talking.
All 18 of you, not one person dropped. That's amazing. Okay. Nobody was eliminated the entire time, which was just crazy to think about. And you guys took notes the entire time. And some of this testimony is boring. Like, do you remember if I say the name Ashley Valaire, do you know who that is?
I do remember because
Okay, you do remember her. Okay,
yeah,
I'm
the
just
lady with the short hair, right?
yes. So that one backfired. But my point was that I'm trying to make here is some of that testimony she put.
He tried to be like, you don't even remember her, do you? And she's like, I remember her. She is funny. Listen. Part of the reason that I'm not like, how do I explain this? It's not suspect of her abilities because I'm more impressed. I think that's a better word. But it just, she doesn't, like, you can tell, I think as much as she like is pleased to be, working with him and doing this or whatever, like she is, I don't think she agrees with him ideologically, and so I think she's much smarter than Hayden. So she's kind of like trolling him a little bit because she knew to like really set him up there. She should have been like, "Oh, I don't remember her," but she look at her smirk. She's like, "I remember her," and he's like, "Oh, I guess my point didn't work." I kind of like analyzing this now. The more. Listen. There's a reason why she did an hour and 30 minutes of national TV interview. She thinks on her feet, like she was, even though a lawyer in Brazil is a little different, thinks on her feet. And the best part is like it's multi-layered. Like it's not just obsequious. Like I've seen people go up there who like are good in front of the camera, but are just obsequious to the interviewer. No. Like I know who's in charge in that interview, and it's her.
Put pieces together. Like that was her testimony. I took pieces and I put them together. Some of the testimony was a little like, what about Dr. Fowler? Do you remember Dr. Fowler?
No.
Okay, good. Because that guy.
You see, she got it the second time. She got the message. She was like, all right, I'll go along with this. You want to bet she might have remembered him?
Is a low talker and he's extremely quiet and extremely boring. How do you stay awake through some of this stuff?
Wait a minute. I mean, that's kind of not the answer. I don't know what she's going to say. The question is offensive. How do you stay awake in a trial about someone's life that was taken? Hayden, like, what? Like, what? Why? What do you mean? Like, it's not. Are you watching TV? Like, it's not TV. It's about someone's life. Every millisecond, no matter what is being discussed, every millisecond, your brain should have in the back of its mind, in my opinion, if you're watching a trial or participating in a trial in particular like that, this is about the loss of someone's life. No matter how you feel about the outcome or what you think about the evidence, every millisecond, if your brain ever wanders, you ever get nervous, you ever get distracted, you ever think about the butterflies, all you need is that check. This is about the loss of someone's life. So I don't understand the question, Hayden. I'm sorry.
Trying to take notes actually helped me to be awake and alert. A way for me to really understand something has always been writing down things. That's my way of studying since I'm a child. So just be writing, be taking notes, that helps me to maintain myself awake. And look, it was boring, some stuff. Yes, it was, but we need to pay attention to the details.
Mm-hmm.
The seriousness of this
Oh, see, I think her. Listen, I kind of do want to interview her. It's up to her. Like she said, I already heard her say in an interview, she'll approach who she wants to be interviewed by. I would interview her. Like I know what she's about to say. Like we have a very similar mind. I don't think we agree on this case, and I think I'm not saying she's ever going to just drop the guard and be like forthright with me, but I know what she's about to say. We have a very similar mind. I think she's a very compassionate human. But like we're looking at a level of intelligence that's on. I mean, I'm not fawning. I'm just saying you have to analyze the intelligence to watch it in action and watch what she's about to say. This is a very high level of intelligence.
This charge, me deciding someone's life, she's gonna go to jail for the rest of her life or not, is super serious. Like,
but she went. So I think she did both. She she talked about Karen, the stakes for Karen and John. I would have emphasized just the John's life having been lost. But you see how smart she is? Like that's incredible. Hey, that's a little weird. That's a little weird. 1 second. I don't know if you're going to be able to see this. And it's not like I'm not. It's not about what she looks like. I think she's, doing a great job on the interview. But there, do you see that? I don't want like that exact frame, but do you see her left eye? Why is her left pupil like basically taking up her entire eye, but her right pupil is not? I mean, it doesn't say anything about it. Not that it look. I don't forget about it. It doesn't matter how it looks. Like she's fine on camera, but like, why is that pupil so much? Okay, all right. That's not relevant to this in the sense that it's just like it's not about how she looks or anything like that. I just noticed it. I was like, wait a minute, and I needed to zoom in because my screen's kind of small over there. Isn't her pupil a little bigger? And it's not that both of them. It's just one eye is just a little is like kind of a like. Okay, anyway. We're analyzing. What do you want me to do? I'm analyzing a 2-hour interview, and I'm skipping over Mark Betterow because he's a Mark Betterow. So I got to sit here and listen to it, and I saw that on my screen. I'm like, that's a little weird.
I can't give myself a chance to sleep. I go to bed early, I wake up, I'm there, and I'm going to be alert. Coffee and whatever, energy drinks, and keep going.
That is great. That.
Oh, no, I'm not even, it's not about that. Listen. I have seen people wear a contact lens or something, or like one eye be like whatever. But I have my small little screen over there, and I was like, whoa. And now, all right, I'm looking at another screen. It might have just actually been the angle that she was like turning her head or something. Her eyes are fine. It's just as I'm looking at it on my screen over there. And anyway, we're analyzing a 2-hour video.
Mark, that this jury took their job so seriously. It gives me faith in the jury system.
As a lawyer, to hear this, this is actually.
No Mark Betterow. Mark Betterow, you are a Mark Betterow. Well, at least this isn't going to be 2 full hours.
This is like, have you heard about Trooper Paul? Do you know who Trooper Paul is?
I heard his name, but I don't know his role in the investigation now.
Oh, so Trooper Paul is.
Where'd you hear his name? Maybe wasn't he? Trooper Paul didn't testify in the second trial, did he?
Is the lead? He was before Judd Welcher. Judd Welcher wasn't in the last trial, and because of Trooper Paul, because he is a state police detective who he has trouble public speaking or something, and Alan Jackson cross-examined him, and he asked, "Have you seen any of this testimony since?"
No.
Okay, you got to sit down and watch it. So, because he had to explain how John O'Keefe got hit by a car, and Alan Jackson asked him, "So you're telling me that he stuck his arm out, he got hit, and then he did a pirouette in midair, and then he landed. He hit his head on the cement, and then landed 30 feet this way?" And he's like, "Yes." And then Alan asked him, "Well, how did the phone get underneath his body?" And he said, "It just did." So you didn't get he was the worst witness I've ever seen, and you missed it, which is why Hank Brennan called Judd Welcher. What did you think of Judd Welcher?
Look, I'm not going to criticize his decisions and his business and his whole career. He might be good in what he does, but in this case specifically, I think he did a very poor job, especially for the amount of money he was paid. The painting test didn't improve much, except for the fact that the arm could reach the car. I mean, I did the same thing when we went to visit the Fairview, the house. I did the same thing. I stopped in front of the Lex. I mean, on the back of the Lexus, I put my hand. I kind of like imagine how tall he was and see if he would hit. I did the same thing for free, and so didn't make a difference actually.
Wait, what did she say there?
Much, except for the fact that the arm could reach the car. I mean, I did the same thing when we went to visit the Fairview, the house. I did the same thing. I stopped in front of the Lex. I mean, on the back of the Lexus, I put my hand. I kind of like imagine how tall he was and see if he would hit. I did the same thing for free.
Okay, so that's not what his testing was. Okay.
And so didn't make a difference actually.
Did you think that he came across as cocky at all, like, or arrogant? Like, did his personality bother you at all? Because he seemed very combative and just not like, whereas the defense witnesses were very agreeable and likable. Did he bother you at all, his personality?
No, because I can put myself in his shoes. He's being like questioning, and then people are trying to take things out of him that's going to be uncomfortable to say. So he's reacting a little aggressive maybe, but didn't bother me. For example, Dr. Russell, I think the cross-examination was horrible. I mean, he, as a lawyer, I think he did good, but was hard to watch because she was offended the way he was talking to her, and she was trying to keep it up. Dr.
Laposado.
Dr. Laposado, her answers was like fire, straight, like she didn't let him put her down at all, and wasn't uncomfortable, was okay to watch. She didn't pass me the vibe of being arrogant or anything.
Laposado was very combative.
Just standing. Just like Dr. Welter did, but he was, in my opinion, he didn't have much of a baseline to be being so confident and proud.
So you like Dr. Laposado?
I loved her.
Oh, that's great, because I loved her too. I thought she was my favorite witness. What did you like about her?
That how she didn't bend for anybody. She was answering the questions straight, because that's the thing. When someone doesn't want to answer, they keep going on and on and on and don't say anything, right? No, she was answering straight and no fear and not bending for anyone, and extremely knowledgeable. Like, I didn't doubt the things she was saying. It did feel like she's on top of her game. She knows well. She's a doctor. She's research. She had the tangible knowledge.
Mm-hmm. Now, it's the last jury, when I spoke with one of the jurors afterwards, he said that the worst witness for either side was Lucky Loughran, the plow driver, which I thought was horrible. What did you think of Lucky Loughran, the plow driver?
I think he did great. I mean, what he had to say was what we want to confirm. If the guy had that huge truck, drove by the street, and he drives a little bit to the side because he needs to put the snow on the side of the street, and he didn't see a man in the size of John O'Keefe, I mean, I took his testimony very seriously. I don't know why people. I heard people are calling him Lucky or something.
That's his nickname. That's his nickname. Is Lucky.
Okay, yeah, that is. I feel like that is something that I don't know about him, that people are making fun of him before.
No, they're not making fun of him. He likes being called that.
Okay,
that's his nickname. Yeah.
But feel like, but in court, when he took the stand, I took him very seriously. I really like his testimony.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's funny because during his testimony, the cross-examination, Hank Brennan brought up and asked him, have you ever been threatened by an online blogger? Did you know who he was talking about?
Well, if you were asking me, that was you.
But at the time, did you guys know who he was talking about? Okay.
No.
Did that come up during the juror deliberate? I think I've read somewhere that you might have mentioned that, like, I was brought up somehow during juror deliberations. Was it about that?
No, we just want to know who you were. None of us knew your face.
None of you.
I think.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Well,
You're
I mean,
breaking us
I-
I'm
apart.
not. I'm not
I think-
insulted. I'm not insulted.
No. It's because
Come on.
we were chosen because we're not following social media. We're not following the local news, so we don't know who none of you are. We
No.
Well, okay. Let me interject. My commentary is you were chosen. They were all chosen because they said they weren't. They said they weren't.
That's
don't know
good.
Who can you read with?
Well, you said that Turtle Boy was an environmental issue. I saw you say. You thought.
I moved here last year, but see, I swear, my family is my witness. I moved here last year, and sometimes I drove through the courthouse and that, and like just taking my kids to a park or something, and I see some protesters, free Turtle Boy, and then free whatever, and then I thought it was like, wow, that's probably an environmental thing. Maybe they have some turtle issues in Massachusetts that I'm not aware.
I hate my life. I hate my life.
I'm talking about I just moved here. It was like March last year, April last year. I had no clue who you were. Why you chose his name though? You
That's
don't
so
tell
funny.
yourself. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I expect you to know I just thought it was funny. You thought it was an environmental issue.
I did. I told
You're
this
the
to
turtles.
people on the jury. You came up because you want to know your face. I think someone probably saw you before and knew and point.
Okay, now I'm listening.
It was an environmental issue.
I did.
thought that
I
was
told
funny.
I told
You're
this
the
to
turtles.
people on the jury. You came up because you want to know your face. I think someone probably saw you before and knew and point out the guy with the shirt X, Y, and I don't even remember. But I didn't know your face until I got home Wednesday afternoon.
Oh, interesting.
Can
What
I
did you
ask?
say, Mark?
No better. No better. Oh, hold on. Now let's see if she starts.
You know, jury. I've seen the jokes about the ham sandwich already. Irrelevant. You know, in my point of view, I know the lawyers are trying to make the witness nervous and make them lose it and try to get anything from them. So I don't give any weight to those type of comments and, you know, lawyers trying to poke them. I know they're training for that. I know how to do that. So I don't.
Wait, what? Okay, hold on. Oh. Then this is going all over the place. About her amount of legal training. Like, I'm almost wondering, like, how much was she like guiding the jury? She's very specifically trained. And I mean, she's saying it herself. She's very specifically trained.
Take in consideration.
Was that offensive that he kept doing that to witness after witness? I mean, Brennan.
I think he didn't have much option, right? He didn't have anything to cross him with. So let's try to break him.
What do you mean? Oh wow! So she didn't know about, but something tells me she did. She might not have known about how shady Arca had been, or at least she's fiending that. But yeah, of course that cross had a lot. I mean, there were hundreds of motions, not hundreds of pages of motions about Arca, multiple voir dire hearings, multiple Rule 14 sanctions. And you can see Bedero's not. That's why I think I don't know why, and maybe she doesn't want to do an interview with, I can't tell, with someone like me, because Bedero didn't then say there, oh yeah, but what about all this stuff that happened with Arca and the federal probe? No. Come on.
I think that was what he had in mind. And look, you probably know that maybe you would do the same as an attorney. Sometimes you don't have where to go, need to find something. I'm not going to criticize Brennan because I don't know his work prior to this. I don't know what he's involved with, but I try.
That's a weird hint, what he's involved with. Come on.
Try to understand as a professional, like where he was coming from.
Well, we do many things, but I can assure you the one thing that I would never do is cross-examine an engineer or PhD about the time it took him to eat a ham sandwich and whether that made him biased.
Did that work? Like, did anybody in the deliberation say, well, guys, I don't know if these doctors are credible. They might have been bought off with the ham sandwich.
No,
That
we
didn't-
joke that
okay.
we're just joking side. That's like we hope the ham sandwich was better than our lunch. That's pretty much our comment.
It probably was. None
None of us took those moments like seriously. Just gave the vibe, the impression that Brennan was kind of lost and he doesn't have anything to say, and let's just attack.
So I'm going to play you. This is Trooper Paul. You didn't get to meet him. This is a short 38-second clip that you missed.
As crime scene that was there, it says it's glass from the cup. When I did my initial inspection, that's what it was on from.
That's not what you just said. You said that's what was told to me.
Yeah, by crime. Yeah, I can see by crime scene. While I was at my inspection.
Wait, what?
It was told to me by the crime scene.
The crime scene talked to him.
At my inspection, at the initial inspection.
Yeah, I mean the crime scene team. Like, do you realize how weird it is to say the crime scene team or the crime scene tech? He just left out a word. You're making fun of him for that, Hayden? Like, he clearly has speech. He worked on a speech for a while. Come on.
Meant by that's what was told to me is the crime scene talk to you.
Yes.
Oh, he was saying he observed the crime scene and therefore he was able to see something. It's still pointless to make fun of him. I see dead people.
Crime scene say anything else?
I don't know what else you want me to say.
That's why he wasn't brought back. That's because that didn't go very well. It was like that the whole time. And let's talk about some other witnesses that you missed. So I don't know, Mark. I would say the top 3 that you missed were Colin Albert, Michael Proctor, and Brian Higgins. Like, those were good ones.
I mean, obviously Proctor is the boogeyman that everybody wants to hear from. I mean, I think that Colin Albert is more interesting, but in the grand scheme, certainly less significant.
Mm-hmm.
I would think Brian Albert and Brian Higgins too would be pretty big ones. If I'm a juror. I mean, no, if I'm right, correct me if I'm wrong. Nobody with the last name Albert testified at this entire trial.
Not one.
Not a single Albert. At the first trial, I mean, like all 19 of them, it felt like testified.
There were 19 of them.
No,
there's a lot.
There's a lot. There's not 19. And, by not having Brian, you certainly should do this, not me, Hayden, but by not having Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, there's so much of that other stuff that,
let's talk about that. So since this trial has ended, you've obviously been on X a lot. You've been reading up on this. Have you heard about the 222 phone call and the butt dials and butt answer while Brian Albert was having sex with his wife, Nicole Albert? Have you heard about that?
No.
Hayden, what the hell?
You guys and didn't want to call. Morning asked Albert, wife didn't know.
Also, I wonder if this juror knows that some of Hayden's fans have tormented children. And even Hayden, I think, himself, has sometimes bordered on it, just tormented the children of women. I don't know. I wonder what she thinks. I kind of wonder what Karen thinks, too, about that. He's different Hayden right now, but it does make me wonder.
About that. Bringing stuff. The 86, there was no trial. Do you think that simplified things for you?
I mean, they just had to prove the reasonable doubt, right? So I think it was a good strategy. Yes, just plant this doubt on our heads, show us the holes of the investigation, the things that didn't add up, didn't make sense much, rather than create another the person, rather than find out who did it, because our job is not find out who did it. That's something we actually talk a lot in Deliberation, because as we discuss, so this happened, we're we don't need to know what happened, we need to know if Karen did something, if she's responsible. So we really had to concentrate, because we all have opinions, of course, but we have to concentrate and not let our opinions out and just pay attention on the reasonable doubt.
So let me play devil's advocate here for a minute and come from the other side, right? They're obsessed with the text stream data, and they say, but the car went in reverse 87 feet at 12:31, and then the phone never moved again. Did you guys discuss that, and how did you get around that?
I'm really sorry I don't have my notes in here, because I made a timeline that perfect. First of all, the first problem with the text stream data was they changed the data during the trial, right? That was brought up.
So that was shady. You thought that was
Yes. So
Oh.
I think Shannon
They didn't change the data. It was adjusted for the clock sync.
Man,
Berger.
yeah, we call him. We just call him Man Shannon.
He's gonna know. He's gonna know. She's gonna know, Aiden, that you're being weird. Look at how look at her face as he says
That's his
that.
nickname.
You think she didn't find that funny? Look,
Shannon, with my
Yeah.
respect.
Yeah.
with my respect. Did you hear what she said? Okay, so let me say something like this. If you're a really tolerant person, like you really care about like other people and it's not a facade, like you're truly like a compassionate person, I get the sense she like really cares about vulnerable people. And like, so for example, I'm not Muslim, right? Now, some people, when they talk about the Quran, they might say the names of different prophets and then not do a respectful kind of thing where if you say Prophet Muhammad, you will say peace be upon him. A lot of people won't do that. Like I will, not because I am Muslim, but because it's very important to me that if it's important to people in that faith, that name be said with respect and with that phrase, then I'm going to do that. So what she kind of did there was like you could see like her facial expression was very much like she didn't laugh like some of the other stuff that was very mundane kind of jokes. She kind of like he said something silly, like kind of joked about it. But when he called Shannon Burgess whatever Man Shannon or whatever, you could tell like it's not necessarily like bigoted, but her reaction was kind of like she put on a good face, but she kind of like she was like. And then she was like, Man Shannon, with respect. It just shows, it's very subtle, but it shows someone who actually, no matter what she's saying in the moment, like internally, I think she actually very much cares about her principles. It's what makes her such a dynamic figure for media interviews, because it's a person who really believes what they believe, but is also very well trained and is also a skilled orator. That is what it is. It's a person who has very strong principled beliefs that they actually very much believe in. And then the container of it is a very skilled orator who is also trained in schematic thinking. That's it.
You can call him
So basically, she's like me.
Shannon Burgess if you want, or Berger,
Okay.
whatever you want. Yeah.
So Mr. Berger, he was Alan Jackson, I think, was brought up that he sent an email to Brennan in beginning of May, so the trial already started, and why that evidence was in the middle of the trial. I was confused by that. I didn't trust much what he has to say, just by the fact.
Okay, so just so people understand, she's talking about how the time sync data was figured out because of it wasn't even a change, it was just syncing the times because of clock drift. Like and she didn't even talk about the clock drift, so it wasn't new data, it was a sync of the clocks because clocks keep time differently. So that part, the presentation of it, like the way she's presenting it is not right. Like it's a talking point, it's not right in my opinion.
The thing were brought up in the mid-trial. I just discredit right there.
So someone asked if she's like what's called a narc. It's not narking. Like it's not. This is a narc is like someone who gets caught up like with drugs and then to get out of a heavier sentence gives up a bigger fish. No, she's not a narc. She's a power player. Like she's so the hardest thing in the world to be is someone who's in the room making decisions, like literally, like these are rooms most people do not get in, like in the room making decisions, like with like states, like big decisions. And they don't normally get to be public facing. You can't, like, unless you're in the government, you really can't, because that's very sensitive stuff. You have to be so good at what you do. And then to go out in public, it's like an FBI agent talking in public. To go out in public and then to have all that information, to go out in public and then not to just present a certain sort of like overview of the information, but to do it knowing what you can't talk about, knowing what you need to talk about, knowing how it needs to be presented in a conversation. She's not even Karen. See, Karen's smart, but she needs a lot of support. This human being, this juror, now you're talking like, I mean, very intelligent. It's a level of intelligence that's, and listen, I'm not saying this gratuitously. We're analyzing this interview. I've watched how much? 40 minutes of her talking. I'm learning more and more. This is her longest interview she's done. I'm in awe. In the skill required to do this, to do that, especially even though it's just a blog. You're not on. It's some small little local YouTube channel with some guy who thinks he's a turtle. But just. She could do this on CourtTV. She did. She could do this on ABC National. She did. She could do this on the Today Show. She did. She could do this on like her front lawn and for the local news. She's so versatile. She's so intelligent. She knows so much. She's so good at not saying what she knows and saying things that need to be said. I don't mean this gratuitously. Listen, I've analyzed Hank Brennan. I've analyzed Alan Jackson. I've analyzed Adam Lally. I've analyzed Laura McLaughlin. I've analyzed Elizabeth Little, Bob Alessi, the witnesses. And it's so deceptive. What I think is so impressive is it's so deceptive. It's so unassuming. Oh, like, you know, like, look at me. Like, I'm just sitting here talking. No, you are really, you are. That's not diamond in the rough. That's like 1 in a billion intelligence. Now, I'm not saying, obviously, 1 in a billion. There are 7 people in the world. She is the Dr. Russell of intelligence. She's the only one. No. I'd say, like, to operate at that level, first of all, the amount of resources that had to go in to that human being. You're talking decades of schooling. And then sensing some formal training too. I don't exactly know where. It's not my business. I don't care. I'm just commenting on like how good this person is at giving interviews. And I don't mean giving interviews. Anyone can give an interview. John Jackson gave a great interview. But even like that's not this. This is an art form. This is a priceless amount of training and knowledge and skill. And I mean, the more I watch, and I don't really like how this juror deployed it. I mean, I'm not necessarily, I think there's something weird here about the narrative, of course. But the more I watch, the more I realize, like, she's very intelligent. Like, I know a lot of people are like, how could she believe this or not know this? No. I think some of the surface level stuff was just kind of her kind of talking in interviews. This brain, oh my word. And she's not showing it. She's not flexing it. Like if she wanted to just like list the geopolitical like alignment of Latin America, I bet she probably could. Like from like 1890 until now. Very interesting. This was worthwhile. I'm glad we watched this. We have more to go, but part of my interest in this was I wanted to see how she was engaging with Turtle Boy because I thought she was going to be smarter than him. Just purely from an analytical perspective. And it's more than that. It's better. She's more emotionally intelligent. She's more analytically intelligent. She has a very broad knowledge base. She's not really flexing it, I think, because she knows her audience. That's the other thing. She knows her audience. And what I'm interested in to see is, okay, so she would probably, here's how I would think about it. His base is really, really right wing. I can't believe he's going to like be nice to me and let me go on his show. I know he's doing it because I'm putting myself in the mind of this potential juror. This juror potentially doing this. I know he's being nice to me because I have a narrative that's really helpful to him, but he's going to let me go on this show. So I know that people like are on that show are going to have questions, and I know this is the first time they're going to really be exposed to a liberal, like I think she's very liberal, like a liberal getting softballs from Turtle Boy. So what do I got to do? Like first I got to endear myself to them. So I got to do a really good job, really burrowing in on this. I got to do this narrative. I got to say everything they want to hear about the deliberation deliberations and Karen and all that. But then what I'm interested to see is, does she at tactical points use the opportunity to, one, humanize immigrants, humanize people who are Muslim, which is totally fine. I am very big about that, but I want to see if she does it on his interview, because I'd be like, okay, if you're going to let me go up there and just because I'm going to say something you agree with, then I'm also going to use this opportunity to tell your base, which I know is mostly right wing. And by the way, I'm not judging about that. I love some of those Turtle Boy fans. I don't agree with them. Some of them said terrible things, but a lot of them are salt of the earth people who genuinely care about me, and I genuinely care about them. We don't talk, but like if they see me, they will give me a hug. Like they'll pick me up off the stairs. Like those people are genuinely salt of the earth people. Some of them. So, like, I think she would probably profile the audience and know, like, okay, so they're, like, they're pretty right. Like, the culture in America, especially in the areas of Massachusetts where Turtle Boy has fans, they're very anti-immigrant. They're very, like, I wouldn't say they're anti-Muslim, but there's suspicion of Islam that lingers in those circles from back in the day, 9/11 in particular. So, how is she going to sell that? That's my brain would immediately be like, all right, I'm going to do this, but I'm going to use the fact that I know he has to be nice to me to drop some of this stuff in. So I'm going to be watching for that as we keep watching.
Maybe because I understand a little bit of the trial, the legal system or something. I don't know. I'm not going to accept this. I couldn't imagine that was acceptable. And
that's music to my ears. I just want to say that because that is we were all hoping that you guys took that you would say that that's weird and strange that they're changing their story mid-trial. I'm glad to hear that.
Never
happens. Yeah,
never happens. So and that a change brought a space in time. Like there was a 12 second, I think 10 seconds where something could happen. It's not like a certain number. She back up at 12:33:57 and then his phone stopped 12:33:58. It wasn't like this.
Wait, she got the time wrong, and it was like that. It was her phone, the backup window of the backup event was 12:32:04 to 12:32:09 a.m. John's phone never moved again at 12:32:16 a.m. Okay? And she didn't know the times. Come on, you got to know the times, right? Like those are the very specific times. 12:32:04 to 12:32:09 a.m. was the window of the backup event. The phone never moved again at 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds. It all, like, that was the whole point of the clock drift analysis, to sync up those times so that they would get it. I got it. Everyone got it. It was very clear. And she thought it was at 12:33. It was at 12:32. Oh, come on.
There was like a period of time where the car came back, considering the variation of the clock of his phone, the clock of the car, and was something around 10 seconds.
No, the clock drift was a little bit more than 10 seconds. The window... So she's mixing facts a little bit. The clock drift was more than 10 seconds. I think it was like 24 or something. But that's not the relevant part. The relevant part is that the backup event window was 10 seconds. And it happened roughly at 12:32:04 to 12:32:09. Okay, that was like plus or minus 10 seconds. The backup window started versus ended, because the backup event itself only captures a certain amount of time. So it's tough to tell when it started, when it ended, but the backup event is recorded, and the center of it is 12:32:04 to 12:32:09, even considering that window. So 12:32:04 to 12:32:09. And then the phone stops moving at 12:32 and 16 seconds a.m. on 1/29/2022. That's the timeline. To the millisecond, that is the timeline. I have it memorized.
So something happened on those 10 seconds. But it's not like sharp data that his phone stopped moving right after the car ending.
Okay, so that's the one thing that is right, but it's misleading in how it's being presented. The backup event didn't end when he got hit. The backup event only captures a window of the car going forward and then backing. You have to trigger a backup event, you have to get to more than 25% pressure on the accelerator. She got to 75. And I think you have to reach a certain speed or something. You have to go to a certain speed in a certain amount of time. So she triggers the backup event by going forward, going into neutral, and then backing up. By triggering the backup event, that doesn't mean that the end of the backup window at 12:32:04 to 12:32:09 is the end of her backup. If you think about it, if you are backing up in a car, you have to continue going backwards after you hit the person to come to a stop, which is probably exactly what Karen did. That isn't captured in the backup event. So in fact, Karen was still backing up when John's phone moved for the last time at 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds. It's just she had already hit him, allegedly, according to the state's theory, before she stopped her backup event. So the juror, like, this is why it's so dangerous to have someone this skilled, because you have to present this exactly as the data shows it. And in my opinion, she's not. Like, she doesn't, even where she gets a little bit of it, either she's not presenting the full picture or she's missing very key components of the data and those key components happen to be the part that's most relevant to the state's case. But that, you see the analysis, like, that's why, and I think a lot of people would be like, okay, so, you know, you can't interview, like, imagine interviewing with Grant, like, he knows all of this, and he doesn't need notes, and he doesn't have anyone around him, he's just sitting there with it in his brain, closing his eyes and reading it and telling you it. How are you going to, like, respond? And, you know, what do you do if you're a juror? You say, oh, okay, I didn't know that. But how many times can you say, oh, I didn't know that, oh, I didn't know that, oh, I didn't know that? Whereas Turtle Boy's just like, oh, okay, say whatever you want.
Right? No, let me rephrase that. It's not like specific data and time, one specific date and time that states that the car backing up and at the same time his phone stopped moving. I made that clear.
Right. No, I get it. There's no
one single time. It was like a period of time.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay.
A period of time who leave John O'Keefe may be walking after she took off.
Interesting. Okay. Do you?
Well, hold on. So, listen, I totally hear what you all are saying in the chat. PK, I am equally concerned by both the surface level content of what she's saying because of how I feel it doesn't really reflect what the evidence, how the evidence was presented, and obviously I know the timeline very well and the data very well. But then on another level, someone said, and Glamis Girl, it's a point. It's a good point. It sounds like this isn't very, like, it sounds like she didn't really process it. I'm not really sure. I think it's actually a higher level of cognitive ability to understand something and tactically present it a certain way. So please don't take the, do you understand? I don't mean to say do you understand, but one of the things that I've said before is that if you underestimate me, that is, not me, but the general human. If you underestimate someone, a smart person will not see that as an insult. It is a tactical opening. So if you look at her as just, oh, you know, a little doughy-eyed, doesn't really know what she's doing, of course, that to her, if I were her, I would be like, oh, that's perfect. They're not going to see what I'm really doing. And then you have all these openings. So to me, like, don't misinterpret her delivery for what she's actually thinking about. She's smart enough. She uses humor. So people who use humor understand, if they're doing it intentionally, the difference between what they mean and what they say. That's where humor exists, between what we mean and what we say. So there's a filter. It's a real-time filter. I hit my funny bone between what she says, what she's thinking, and what she says. It's an excellent filter, but that's where intelligence is the ability to process raw thought and translate it into oration or writing, and she's got it.
No, about, I think you mentioned
that doesn't mean, by the way, that I'm agreeing with what she's saying. You have to parse the substance from the form if you want to understand, in my opinion, how this is working, how she is delivering this, because most people are just baffled at why it doesn't align with how they know the factual record. But that, it's more than that. It's way more than that. This is an art form. It's not, and I'm not being obsequious. I do not agree with her interpretation, but to do it this way, to present it this way, is more than just, it's not coincidental misunderstanding everything in a certain way. It's tactical, in my opinion. and it requires a level of intelligence that is very rare. You're talking like there's a form of eidactic, EIDATIC or something, eidactic intelligence. They study these people. I don't know what it's like HSVFC or something. It's this very specific type of human. And they definitely know, maybe I'm one of them, they know about us. Like there's this like medical literature that classifies these type of people. But it's unlike me, and I'm not saying this in a negative way about her, but unlike me, she's not just going out there and being like, here's how the tactics work, here's what's going on. She's not pouring her soul out. She's deploying the tactics, in my opinion. And that is what raised my whole alarm about this. How could someone be that intelligent? This doesn't just happen. No one just, even if you trained for 20 years in state politics, in state like lobbying, in whatever, you would never get that good. Never. Even Bedero's probably impressed. He can't bring himself to admit it, I bet.
Machado's interview.
But I'll say, ladies and gentlemen, there's just something about how the juror is going about answering the questions, in particular with the narrative.
English is not your first language.
Oh,
right?
okay. Hold on. What do you got?
Touch with stuff and saying stuff like that about your accent. But did having, obviously English is not your first language, right? Which, by the way, isn't a problem when Yuri Buchanan says that English is his third language. That's not a problem with that.
Wait a minute. I don't know. I didn't listen to John say this, but like personally, I know some people were saying she needed a translator. I have listened to this juror talk now for about, I'd say like 2 hours and 10 minutes. And to be fair, she's done now like 3 hours of media interviews. So I've listened to 75% of them. There has never been a point in time where I thought she had processing abilities with the questions she was hearing. I never thought she was unable to communicate fluently. Like, if anything, like she is more skilled of a rhetorician than I am. I want you to understand this. I talk a lot. I talk in public a lot, and I had the opposite impression. And I've said before, I thought her English was exceptional, as was her syntax. English isn't just how you pronounce words. It's the word choice. A lot of language, Spanish, different languages, it's not just what are you saying. Like if I wanted to say to you, like, okay, I speak Spanish, hablo español, but like, okay, there are other ways to say that. Like a Spanish person might say, I just said that to you in Spanish, and you would use decir for that instead of hablar. There are just ways contextually to deploy verbs and nouns and structure sentences that betray a latent ability to speak the language that have nothing to do with your pronunciation. And this person, the juror, Paula, is an exceptionally skilled English rhetorician. Don't listen to the pronunciation of the words. Listen to the structure of the sentence, the word choice, and then how she is delivering the intonation of the sentence. It's perfect. It's perfect. Every single delivery is perfect.
Married to all of Jackson.
You didn't need, yeah, it's right. You didn't ask Alan Jackson for a dictionary. That's true. Was it an issue in the deliberating room? Did the language, did you have tough time communicating with other jurors because of that? Could they understand everything you were saying and vice versa?
No, I didn't. I'm self-conscious about my accent and how clear I sound. I message you that, like, I apologize in advance if you guys have to rephrase me, especially when I'm on camera or something. Like, of course, for me, it's a new experience. I don't have public speaking talking, so I was able to stand up and say what I think and explain everything with calm. Nobody was recording me at the moment, so I could come back and try to be clear. I had no problem. The only thing for me, specifically at the end, as we are discussing the last charge we need to decide, which was, of course, the driving under influence, I wrote something because I'm much better expressing myself writing than speaking, in my opinion. So I made like a little chart or something to show what I meant. So it was to be sure that everybody got it and I was being understood.
Well, I understand.
But there was just
perfectly.
one moment that happened.
Yeah.
I didn't feel people weren't understanding me. I didn't feel I shouldn't talk because I was ashamed or something, embarrassed. No.
Yeah, no, of course not. I'm glad that the other jurors didn't have or say anything, whether they agreed with her or not, because she speaks very well. The other thing is she seemed very proud of that chart. Do you know he wouldn't let her talk more about it? He kind of was thinking about other stuff. You could see Turtle Boy, he was jumping in, but she was proud of that chart. It was almost like that's what really convinced him. Like she wanted to say that, but didn't almost. That's my read of it. Very interesting.
No, there was the only moment that we were already overwhelmed. We want to finish. We are on just one last trial. Everybody's talking over one another. And then I make a note so people could understand me.
Okay. And that brings me to the next question. So you guys passed in the verdict and then you asked for it back. What is the story behind that?
No story. We have to discuss something else, and the paper, the verdict that the judge have sealed in the paper is exactly the same one we had.
So why did you ask for it back?
We didn't ask back. We had the verdict with us in the room. Yes.
So let me get this straight. You came up with the verdict. You were all done. You gave it to the court officer, and then, but then you knocked again. Somebody knocked again and said, hold on.
No, we didn't give. That's not how it works. We don't give to the court officer. The judge advises not to talk what happened in deliberation. So I'm gonna be a little evasive, okay? But in general.
Whoa. Okay. Hold on. So, do you know how I was saying earlier? Do you know I was saying earlier that when you're really, 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 really good at this, you're thinking about how what you're saying is being received? Do you see what she was saying there? She was prepping them. She was saying, okay, I'm going to be a little different in this answer because she's so smart. It's incredible.
We didn't give anything to the court officer because the envelope needs to stay with us. And we had the envelope with us all the time. And as we continue discussing, other questions were raised and we wanted to talk about those questions. And we called the officer and said, look, I think we need a little bit more time to discuss something, without telling him what it was or anything. So he left and told the judge, look, they had the verdict and they don't anymore. And then she asked to bring the paper to her and give us a new one. And then we signed exactly the same thing there was on the first one.
Now, see, I don't know if he's going to say this, but I would have asked, did you know it was that delay put the verdict coming out right around 2:27, but I don't know if he will.
So, Mark, it sounds like Auntie Bev. What
my verdict, and there was change, and there was
the
notification that there was no verdict.
But I think it is part of the process, from what I understood. At first, the envelope stayed with us because we need to bring to court and read it, right? But since we didn't use that envelope, then we gave it to her and then sealed it and put it away.
I see. Okay.
I mean, it was unique. It's something that, so many lawyers watch this case, and in hundreds and hundreds, thousands of years of combined experience, I have not talked to a single lawyer who has ever seen anything like.
Oh, wait. Sunny Spirit, are you here? I don't know if you can hear me in the chat. I'm about to get lunch, but would you have an interest in potentially doing a 1 p.m. Eastern interview today? You watched this whole interview last night. I saw your live tweets. You are a ferociously erudite commentator, my dear friend. Would you like to be on a panel, or at least do a solo interview, me and you, around 1, and then if you want to stay for a panel afterwards, I would love to discuss with you. That would mean a lot to me. I am also a towel. So, with that said, ladies and gentlemen, if Sunny Spirit hears this, I will keep an eye on the chat. There's going to be about a 20-second delay before they hear this, so then I have to wait. But I did send you a DM on Twitter. Let me know what you think about a potential... what is it? Oops, sorry about that. I do have a disability. Sometimes my airway and esophagus penetrate into each other and I burp. Let me know about what you think about a potential 1 p.m. Eastern interview. Sunny Spirit, I think that would be a lot of fun. And let's continue analyzing this juror interview.
The judge bringing the parties back, saying we had a verdict, but not really, and that's going to be sealed, and they're going to go back because we didn't publish it. They're going to go back and deliberate, and people watching were just couldn't
we
believe.
didn't leave. We did not go to the court to give that piece of paper. It was just the court officer who gave. We had more things to discuss. Basically, that was it.
Interesting. Have you seen?
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is wonderful news. Okay, Sunny Spirit. I'm actually calm today because we're just doing a long analysis and I'm not covering breaking documents that I'm finding on the Mass Courts website that deeply concern me about the state of our justice system. If you want to, if 1 p.m. is going to happen, this is amazing, ladies and gentlemen. I've looked forward to talking to Sunny Spirit for a while. What we'll do is I would love to make a post about this. So as this juror interview plays a little bit more, I'm going to post on my Twitter something like, I heard a rumor that Sunny Spirit is going to be joining Towel for a special 1 p.m. Eastern interview. And by the way, Sunny Spirit, you are my towel hero. So if we're both each other's towel heroes, does that mean we're all superheroes? I think the answer is yes. We're all super towels. That's why we stay committed, regardless of how this all plays out, to the cause of justice and the integrity of our representative form of governance. Why? Because Towel loves America, ladies and gentlemen. I am a towel. I love America. You put those two things together, you got an American flag, which should never be used as a towel, but which technically, because it flies in the rain and might absorb some liquid when it's flying in the rain, is a towel. Just don't use it as a towel. If you use the American flag as a towel, Towel is going to come up to you and say, why are you using the American flag as a towel? Don't you know the flag code? Even when I see people wearing little like pictures of the flag, like in ways that the flag code doesn't permit, I'm like, why are you doing that? I don't say anything, but I'm like, why are you doing that? I'm like, don't you understand? You know, and my brain is like, I don't understand why. When I see like little little things of meatballs with little sticks in them with an American flag on them, I'm like, oh, like, no, please, no. Why? Like, people are just going to throw those sticks out and the flag is on them. My soul hurts. I think you don't understand. I have a weird relationship to the American flag. I don't know why the flag code means so much to me. I think I did a project on it in high school one time. And ever since then, I've been very, very respectful of the flag. And I don't like people who put the flag on little meatballs so then people throw the flags out. It makes me very upset. Towel loves America.
Since this trial ended, my juror rankings by any chance? Okay.
Oh, yes. I'm number one.
You are number one.
My cousin sent to me.
Okay, so she said earlier her cousin was talking to her after the trial, and now she said her cousin clearly follows Turtle Boy because her cousin sent to her that she was the number one on Turtle Boy's list. Now, by the way, I was in the courtroom. I didn't rank jurors based on what I thought. All right, hold on. I'm checking. Thank you so much, Selma. You are a super towel.
Afterwards, I assume, not during, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, like, I'll tell you what, I loved this jury, and the reason that you were my top ranked juror was because of the amount you took notes. You were very attentive, and it was just the way that you reacted to stuff. Like, you took, I forget what it was, but it was something Dr. Lapasato said that you just wrote it down, and it was just like,
pause. Oh, wait a minute. I was like, Hayden, what's going on? So Hayden took the jurors off the screen, and what you're seeing, I can't zoom in anymore because I'm already on full screen. What you're seeing is Hayden's juror preferences in order of who he liked. 11, 10, 5, 13, 15, 18, 2, 9, 8, 12, 1, 16, 14, 17, 4, 7, 3, 6.
And during the closing, I don't know if you noticed this, but during the closing, you were... when Hank was doing his closing, you looked at your lap a couple times, but when Alan gave his closing, your eyes were on him the whole time. Did you realize that you were looking at your lap when Hank Brennan was giving? A couple times you did it during Hank Brennan's closing.
No, it was automatic. I didn't note because I didn't take notes. We cannot take notes, right? So I think maybe if I'm not taking notes, I need some another distraction and looking down, something like that.
Yeah. And so the other, like when I looked at this jury, when I saw that the 12 of you that were left over, there was 5 women on that jury how old are you? Can I ask? You got to be young 30s, tops.
I love it. The people think we are so young. No, I'm 39.
Oh wow. Okay, so let me see what I pegged. Let me see what I guessed her as. I guess mid 30s for her. Okay, not bad. So yeah, mid 30s. I was wrong, but mid 30s.
Okay. Well, you look much younger. I'm gonna be very honest with
Thank you.
That I agree with.
And like it just looked like a lot of the women on the jury were younger women. At least 5 of them were.
At least
and
5.
2 of the males were definitely under 30. Jury number
Oh yeah, one of them was like 20, and then the other juror was like 28 to 30. The males, two of the males.
4 and jury number 14.
Yeah.
And let me ask you, what were those 2 jurors like? The young men, were they vocal? Did they have to be like convinced to come around? Were they leaders? What was it like
No,
with the younger
I think
people?
you mentioned some of your posts that you thought that those jurors were maybe the 14 one was easy to manipulate, maybe because he
Yeah,
gives you that vibe.
I got that vibe from him. It's completely unknown. He could be the strongest person in the room. I don't know. What was he like, that kid? He was very young.
No, he was active and present and stayed his peace of mind and
I love how she subtly is like, oh, you got that read wrong.
letting us know what he thinks. None of the jurors were just sit back and listen to. The other jury, who is the 4 who already spoke out, Jason, he also young but present, and he didn't sit back.
He had his seat moved during the trial. He was the juror that had his seat moved because he was sitting 2 seats away from you and he was talking a lot, it seemed, and he had his seat moved over that. But
It wasn't because of that. Wasn't because of that.
Oh, that's not why. Why did he have a seat moved? Can you say?
No, I love you. Are
Because he couldn't see.
asking questions that nobody asked. No, it's not. No
Yes.
conspiracy there.
Why?
It's because the lady who was behind, who has to switch with him, she wasn't able to hear well. So
That was what people reported weeks ago.
why?
That's interesting. See, we learned something.
Yeah.
I apologize to juror number 4. I thought I assumed it was because he was talking. Because he
No,
seemed,
because that happened, that meeting that she called everyone individually to explain something, that happened a day after, I think, me, the lady next to me, the 10, so he was 9, right? Yeah,
he was
11.
9. He was 9, yeah. And 10
Yeah,
was the
so the
pregnant
3
woman,
of us start laughing at some point, and some people comment that and why they were laughing, and then like a day later, 2 days later, they switch seats. The judge had to call us. What happened that day? We are laughing. I think it was Buchanan. Alan Jackson gave him like this size piece of evidence or text messages for him to read or something. And then the judge asked, you don't want him to read everything, right? And I'm like, I do, yes. He's going to read the whole thing. That's when we cracked that, because it was a lot. That's all what happened. There's nothing extra.
Wow. Okay. All right. Let me ask you about Paul O'Keefe. So he, during the trial, had his seat moved. He was not allowed to sit in that position anymore. And I've been told through very reliable sources that one of the jurors complained about the way that he was looking at her. Do you know anything about that?
No, I am a doubt, to be honest.
Were you uncomfortable at all?
Right, like that. This has been like very clear. No one ever said anything about Paul O'Keefe on the jury. And she's going to tell him now, I'm going to guess, that no, of course not.
O'Keefe or anything like that, Darren? Did you have any thoughts on him?
No, I like to observe people a lot, so I look at him a lot, his family, his friends, and same thing with the Karen Reed's family and the press too. I assume Sue was the one taking notes on us because she would look at us and take notes. I was like sharp observing people.
Oh, she definitely noticed them because I didn't write any descriptions of them, but when I was there for Kaylee's testimony or KF's testimony, I certainly was observing how they were reacting. One guy was trolling me on the jury. He was like, but you could tell that's because he knew we were monitoring him.
Behavior, anything negative or uncomfortable, but nobody ever mentioned anything negative or uncomfortable about his family at all. If anything, we would comment about the people who would come. I think, how we call them? The Karen Reed supporters sometimes come and sit on the back, right, next to her family. And then I think John Keefe's family also has different people coming every other day.
Right.
Yeah.
The reason they did that is because each side only got 10 people, so they had to pick each day.
So those guests, I would say those guests, we sometimes we comment on those guests, like, wow, these people are here every day. Why? These people, are they family? Are they lawyers? Those things like that.
But you guys didn't talk about that during the trial. You waited till after, during delivery.
Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Why does he coach her there? Why does he lead, not coach, why does he lead her there to be like, that was until after, right?
To talk about that. You weren't allowed to talk about stuff like that, were you?
No, we just, that was like what impressions of the courtroom. That's what we mentioned.
Okay, so you were allowed to talk about stuff like that during.
Yeah,
okay.
we just like.
You see Bradl jump, you can't see, but Bradl jumps back on and starts shaking his head. We may actually want to watch Bradl, because Bradl, I wonder if he like is using signals or anything. Let's watch that again with Bradl. Let's see if Bradl like quickly turns on his camera. or something. No, he was on camera.
Right.
Yeah, so I think comments about the people who would come. I think how we call them, the Qatari reading supporters sometimes come and sit on the back, right, next to her family. And then I think Donkey's family also has different people coming every other day.
Right.
Yeah, so those guests, I would say those guests, we sometimes we comment on those guests, like, wow, these people are here every day. Why? These people, are they family? Are they lawyers? Those things like that.
But you guys didn't talk about that during the trial. You waited till after, during deliberations to talk about that. You weren't allowed to talk about stuff like that, were you?
No, we just, that was like what impressions of the courtroom. That's what we mentioned.
Okay, so you were allowed to talk about stuff like that during.
Yeah,
okay.
we just like,
Yeah.
it's too hot, it's too loud, it's too cold, this type of thing.
What'd you guys talk about? I mean, if you can't talk about the trial, what the hell do you talk about? Your family life?
Our families, yeah, we are
Okay.
giving all our secrets on that room.
Was there a lot of other moms like you in the room that were like had kids at home and stuff? Or
Yeah,
family?
there was one specific lady. I think I don't know if she works outside. She just a stay-home mom like me. I think most of the ladies had kids, except the younger ones.
Yeah. So I'm gonna ask. I have so many questions. So juror number 5 in the back, we call him the smirker. I don't know if you remember who he was. He had like glasses
This is the guy who didn't smirk. He would go like,
and kind of, he was like a middle-aged man. You probably couldn't see him because you were sitting in front, but
But I couldn't hear him.
he loved Alan Jackson. He would look at him.
no, that's not right. He would react, that juror would react to some of the Karen clips like he was horrified.
The big smirk on his face every time. What was he? We predicted he was one of my top ranked jurors for the defense. Was he solid? Like when you got in there, was he?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Why did he just say, was he solid? That's something you say to someone who you're like, yeah, is he, That's something you say, like, is he solid? Like, you mean, was he with us? You know what I mean? You may as well have said, was he with us? You know?
Or did he have to be convinced that Karen was not guilty?
No, he was very inclined to not guilty.
Okay, so we were right. Okay, cool. Now let's talk about the foreman, who I think is the most interesting man in America. The foreman did not take any notes the entire trial, not once. But he paid attention to everything. And he was just a really interesting kind of guy. Even when he was asked even the verdict, he's like, sure. Sure. Like he seems like what was the foreman like? Was he a leader? Would you describe him as like the leader of the group, or what was he like?
Yes, he was the leader. And I also was surprised when she picked him for the foreman. Someone told me that she always picked the first juror.
She does. She did that in the last trial too. She did pick that. So there's
So and then I was like, oh, okay, because at first I thought like, why someone would choose the only person who didn't have any note. But then they said she likes to choose the number 1, and he have an incredible memory. He was better than us with our 3 notebooks. He remembered data. Yeah, he's great. He remembered numbers. It's amazing. We all praise him for that.
Really? That's fascinating. That's so cool. Mark, that's award-winning journalism. Nobody else got that scoop right there about the foreman. Yeah. That's what we all kind of wanted to know. Because the guy took no notes, but he remembers everything. That's wild.
He was really good.
That's interesting.
Well, not every trial.
Everybody were good. We are all we are a really good group. I think everybody with your opinions and expertise and life stories that we could account, or life experience we could account to choose if she was guilty or not, because the judge said we can base your own experiences and common sense. But we are very respectful, bright, intelligent group. I mean, I'm glad I was part of this group, and I don't want to try again and not be that lucky.
Was there anyone in the group that really was resistant to not guilty? Who was the last person to come around?
I don't think I can say that.
Oh, you can't say that. Okay.
Yeah,
What can you say it was a man, right? It had to be a man.
Why?
Because I just think
Oh, he offended her. He offended her. I knew he was going to walk into a few of these. She's going to not really hold him to account. But did you hear her reaction there? She offended him. He offended her.
I don't think I can say that.
Oh, you can't say that. Okay.
Yeah,
What can you say it was a man, right? It had to be a man.
Why?
Because I think I know which one it was. I think it was your number 3. He just
Okay.
seemed like, okay, that's just my guess. But again, I could be completely off. I could be reading these people all wrong.
You think it was your number 3?
Yeah, he just seemed like I couldn't get a read on him the whole trial. I didn't know what to think of him.
Well, I'm gonna give you this. I'm gonna keep you the question mark for you.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, you're gonna keep us wondering. I'm trying to reach some of these jurors. Do you talk to any of them? I've sent.
You know what? The one thing I want to say is Hayden, when he acted, I think Hayden. I don't know why he has this like mode about him, and I can't tell like if it's 2 parts of his soul or 3 parts, but like if he just did this all the time, if this is how he talked to everyone all the time, he could have his views on like the case and the witnesses, and I don't think people would dislike him as much. Like the shock jock thing, I think actually undermines his points. Whether I disagree with his points or not is irrelevant. I think the shock jock thing hurts more than it helps. He actually is more effective like this. It's weird to say, but like when he's like forced to be with someone and like coddle or be nice to them like this, even though I'm sure he disagrees with this juror on a lot of political stuff, this is him he's actually more effective like this. Say what you will, but like this is better than the shock jock stuff.
a couple of them emails, and you are the only one I've heard back from.
Yeah, I think people tend to be very reserved.
Oh, do we lose her? Oh, hope she comes right back. She'll be
Epic. And listen, I want to be the first person to say we have had 2 interview interruptions just due to technology, but to see it happen with like 30,000 people watching, we didn't have it happen on our 50,000 person day. That would have been a lot, but he knows how many people are watching.
right back, I'm sure.
This is
I'll send.
we're gonna go watch the first trial.
Yeah, are you gonna watch the first trial?
Yes, I want to watch the first trial, and especially I want to watch the 3 people that didn't come this time: Michael Proctor, Brian.
Oh, there's like 30 people. Like there's a lot more. Wait, there's a guy named Tristan Morris that you've probably never heard. Do you know who Tristan Morris is? Yeah, you're gonna like his testimony. But go ahead. What are you saying?
Yeah, I don't know why calling is important in this trial. Calling Albert, I didn't hear about him yet.
He's not that important. He's just ridiculous. Like he
has much time to dig in everything. And look, my connection is losing right now because I'm receiving a lot of unknown calls, and since yesterday. And I don't know.
So you want to know what's weird? For the first time ever, and I think a lot of people know that, like, I don't know. I report things as needed. So, like, clearly I have cooperated with different investigations, federally, whatever. I think I've said that before, but I think people know. But for the first time ever yesterday, and I knew the number did come up, but somebody called me, and it was weird. Like, it was threatening. It was weird. I didn't like it. And it had never happened before. I'm talking when I investigated Curaleaf and the Russian oligarchs, when I investigated the state treasurer with regards to my investigative reporting about the CCC, the Shannon O'Brien case. I have never in my life experienced that kind of call. So when she says that, I can empathize with her, because never in my life until yesterday or the day before did I get that kind of call. And people who would make that kind of call would know, like, all right, clearly he's cooperated before. He has, spoken to the feds directly. He is, so if you make that kind of call, like, what do you think I'm going to do if you make a threatening call to me? I'm immediately going to think you're trying to intimidate me to prevent me from cooperating with an ongoing federal investigation. Only one person has ever done that in my entire career, and it happened 2 days ago. So, yeah, when she says that, I totally empathize with her because I think this is a weird situation. I've never had that happen before. Never.
Know what it is, but it didn't happen before.
And she said the same thing that I've never in my career faced that kind of thing. It's horrifying, and I'm sorry she went through it.
Unbelievable, huh, Mark? I mean, this is obviously related.
Oh, it's going
Before
yeah, I mean, that's hard to believe.
yeah, it started yesterday, and then today before I come to your show, I got 3.
So hold on before she answers. No, so Murder by Maestro, it wasn't. No, I mean, if you call me and don't, first of all, I screen my calls, but if you call me and don't say anything, you're never going to get through. It was the fact that they left their number very clear, and they called a few times. And then when I did eventually screen it and was able to answer it, they were speaking in a very, very threatening, very obfuscated way. But it was too late because they left the call on and the number popped up and they weren't using a number masker. And anyway, I'm not going to look into that. But if you are... I don't know how you can either watch my reporting or listen to anything I do and not hear that I've clearly cooperated with federal investigators. I've said it, I've announced it, I've made it very clear. So if you call me and threaten me, I didn't say about this case, but just in general. So if you call me and threaten me and you don't mention what you are talking about, I'm immediately going to assume you are threatening me because I cooperated with a federal investigation. So it's just even if you don't know that and you call me and do that, that's why no one has ever done it. And it happened for the first time 48 hours ago. It was not okay. And I haven't talked about it till now because so much has been going on. It was dizzying. She's probably experiencing it too. And it's horrifying. I don't know exactly what's going on. I think she's probably better trained to deal with it than I am. Whereas me, I'm no one has had the gall to do that. Local, state, whatever, no one has ever had the gall to do that in the context of any series of reporting that I've been doing in my life. Murder by Maestro, we can talk later, my dear friend.
The blue after, you go public and what's going on. Yeah, I mean, that's hard to believe.
Yeah, it started yesterday, and the day before I come to your show, I got 3 of them.
That's exactly when it started with me. Hold on, let me get you the exact timestamp. So she said it started the day before. And again, it only happened once because I didn't I answered the phone by being you called me. I never record calls and unless I'm doing an interview, and they'll be okay, let's set up a recorder. But I don't record calls, but I was I know where you're calling from because they called me. And then it was yesterday. Yeah. So right around when the call started coming to her, I'm not going to read the number out, but I have it. I have that number. And, that timing can't be coincidental. Both of us getting very threatening, ominous calls. She didn't describe what it was, but I'll tell you, the call I got immediately made me think that I was being threatened for cooperating with a federal investigation. So... no, it wasn't about, that was the weird part. Because it didn't, I'm not going to mention what was said, but because the call was so ominous that I got and so threatening, and it didn't mention anything specific, immediately, you have to understand, my brain is going to be okay, so first of all, this person might not know who I've cooperated with, who I've spoken to, so they could just be opening up this Pandora's box because they don't know. But then also I have to take it from the perspective of they do know, because I don't know what their intent was. They do know they are doing this because they want me to not cooperate, and so my brain immediately has to address both possibilities, and I have to do what I have to report what I have to report. It's not pleasant. I don't understand why people do it. It has never happened in my career. I have looked into Russian oligarchs. I have looked into state level corruption. I have looked into local corruption. I have looked into national level corruption. I have looked into money that went to places that I didn't want to look into anymore. No one has ever shown up to my home. No, other than Steve Cody, who I'm pretty sure is in jail now, but that wasn't due to me. He just was a little bit overboard. I think he turned around in some sense, but he still wasn't doing well before he went to jail. I don't know where he is. I hope he got the help that he needed. Steve, wherever you are, no matter what you did, we still say a prayer. I say a prayer for you. No one has ever shown up to my home. No one has ever called like that. Ever, ever, ever. During the worst of every single story, when the government was smearing me about the CCC stuff, during the Turtle Boy stuff, no one has ever called my phone like that. Ever in a million. No one has ever done it. I'm telling you from my heart, no one has ever done it. So, that part. Yeah, and it's weird, the timing. Like, she got the calls, like, starting 2 days ago or 1 day ago, and then for me it was 1 or 2 days ago. I don't like it. I'm very, for myself, I'm concerned. And I'm concerned to hear this, that it was happening to her, too.
I answer one, nobody say anything, and now it's coming again.
Wow, okay. What did you think of Jess Machado? She's the first person.
So it just scares me, ladies and gentlemen. It just really scares me that it wasn't just me. I didn't know she got the calls as well. I'm so sorry to hear that happen to her. It breaks my heart. And let me just tell you, I didn't even have time to react emotionally in the moment to the call. Like, obviously, I needed to understand what it was, and I was immediately under the impression that someone knew that I was cooperating and then was targeting me, which horrified me, because if you know that and do it anyway, that means you don't fear the feds. And then it's like, oh, okay, now I'm actually scared. And that's the intent of someone making that kind of call. You know what I'm saying? That can be very scary. So let's see what this juror asks.
But didn't change the fact that his opinion is, I know yeah, he's definitely his testimony was credible. He was sound.
About the tail light being planted and all that other stuff. I mean, that's got to be a double whammy, I would think, for the prosecution with the whole Dever fiasco.
Yeah. And speaking of the tail light, what did you think of Officer Barros? Because we love Officer Barros around here.
Yeah, he's definitely his testimony was credible. He was sound and calm and straight in the answers. I know Brennan trying to get him in a lie in the end, like the last few questions, but didn't change the fact that his opinion is similar to my opinion and to other jurors' opinion. When he said that he saw, that phrase was horrible, I'm so sorry. When he mentioned that the taillight was cracked and has missing a piece of the size of a dollar bill, for example, that made sense, because when she leaves the house at 5:07 and we see her car lights going on, you see too much red for you to have a huge piece missing. And
the diffusers, there you go.
The diffusers, yes.
There you go.
And you know what's awesome about that is Hank Brennan entered that into evidence in his closing. He's the one that put that 507 video up there. And what you're saying is, yeah, we looked at it and we determined that it was not completely broken at that point.
Yeah, and the other witness that actually was a Commonwealth witness but helped us was the lady who did the biopsy, Dr. Bello.
Scorty Bello. Oh, she was
Yes.
wonderful. Yeah.
I love it. At the end, she come and say, so he was hit by a car? No, there's no sign he was hit. We can prove he was hit by a car. It's like, she's the Commonwealth witness and she can't say he was hit by a car. So.
Yeah, that was a problem. Man, I love this.
That's
story.
a big reasonable doubt right there.
Do you understand how refreshing it is to hear the things that you're saying right now from this jury? Because the last jury we spoke to, I did an interview with a really nice guy by the name of Ronnie.
Oh, he's going to down talk Ronnie now because he wouldn't go along with everything. Interesting.
And you got to watch that interview because nothing he said made sense. All they cared about was that she was the last one. She dropped him off, that she was drinking, that they were both kind of in the same place, and she had a broken taillight, so it had to be her. That was the totality of their deliberations, it sounded like.
None of us know.
Marcy, welcome to the channel. Thank you very much for being here. Listen, as I said, to me, okay, every single thing I've ever looked into, every report I've ever made, and by the way, just so you understand, if you actually read my reporting on patreon.com/Grant Smith Ellis, you will see it goes back like 4 years, and it covers everything you can imagine about like regulatory agencies, like the state level, federal level investigations. Do you really think that, like, not just this case, but other cases, do you really think that you know what I'm saying, that I haven't come across very serious things, and then pursuant to my duty, I clearly love this country. You don't think like I immediately, started trying to do what I could to facilitate proper oversight? Do you not think that might require like cooperating, filing reports? Like, come on, it doesn't mean I'm doing anything formally, but that's my duty to report things, especially if it involves very serious issues. I have never in my life, and we're talking some brazen people that I have looked into, who have like gone to people's homes and threatened them, but not me, never called me. So that's why I was really taken aback. It didn't really hit me until I started thinking about it now. I'm glad I'm talking about the call, I will continue. It will go where it needs to go in terms of the way I felt about that call and what it was intending to do to me. But yeah, I just think that for me, it being unprecedented is the scariest part, because it shows me that it's something that's very, serious. It's scary to get that kind of call when you do this work for years and years and years and years, covering every topic under the sun. You never get a call like that. The first time you ever get a call like that, what was it, 24, 48 hours ago, is when you're looking into something like this. I know the father-in-law clearly. It was Egyptian intelligence. Some kind of deal was brokered. Like, I know what I'm dealing with, but I am on U.S. soil. This is America. This is the United States of America.
Know exactly what happened. Maybe the people involved know, but we don't know who they are. But there was so many possibilities. Why his phone stopped? You can get out of the car after have a bunch of drinks because he was intoxicated, and you can drop your phone. You can get off of the car, and even cross our mind there could be a terrible, tragic accident and nobody was involved. There's so many possibilities that raise the reasonable doubt for us. So many things could happen. People are like mocking me because of my theory and everything. It's just a theory because it's a wide.
Oh, so that part, she was like, oh, people were mocking me because of my theory. That if people like question her interpretation of the evidence, that part, and you can see she's not like as concerned about that as apparently what some other people were saying, which, by the way, I share similar concerns about anyone who talks about anybody's like children or whatever it is. That's very different than talking about a father-in-law getting arrested for stealing missile defense secrets and child sexual abuse images, by the way. That's very different. But yeah, I can. Sorry, let me play that last part again.
A terrible, tragic accident and nobody was involved.
Oh, but so her theory, like if you critique her theory, you can see she's saying like, people make fun of my theory, but she doesn't go on kind of a spiel about how that's like, morally contemptible. And it's because, and I think she's, I would share this sentiment, if she puts out a theory and people think she's not right, that's subject to all sorts of criticism, whatever. She knows that.
There's so many possibilities that raise the reasonable doubt for us. So many things could happen. People are like mocking me because of my theory and everything. It's just a theory because it's a wide range of possibilities.
I didn't see your tear. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I didn't look at any of your reactions. That was the most emotional experience of my life. It was the most,
Well, in my opinion, it's because you had a lot riding on it, and it wasn't just like because you wanted to see. In my opinion, it wasn't just because Hayden wanted to see her not guilty. Like, he had a lot riding on this, and who knows? There's still a lot riding on this.
Tense I've ever felt in a courtroom, ever. Did you feel the same way? You were in the same room as me. Did you feel the same way in there? Was that like so tense?
It was tense. During the trial, other moments were tense, but yeah, that moment, not guilty, not guilty, and people screaming outside, that was tense. That's when I broke down.
Yeah, like so you guys go in there and you are about to deliver news that the O'Keefe family is not going to like, right? And you're looking right at them. What's that like?
Awful. I know they probably hate all of us right now and the system and everybody else, but I really hope they can see for themselves what we saw. I don't know how family, if they can have access to this case, if the public information, they can dig in, whatever. I don't know what's going to give them peace, but I assure you and them that
you know what would, maybe jurors not going on TV and spewing defense talking points. I mean, that might, because if that didn't happen, and maybe then the family wouldn't know that or have an idea that something was weird. And it's one thing for Karen to be found guilty of OUI and not guilty of the other charges. That's at least, it's weird because it's weird. It's not an outcome I'm sure anyone wanted from the family side. But at the same time, it at least would have been, if there were no question about the process, it would have just been part of the process. They would have moved on to the civil suits. It would have been a lot of agony. But now it's like even worse because of these interviews, not because of the content, but because it opens this Pandora's box of was something up here.
we could not prove that was her. There were people who got inside the deliberation that want to guilt her, and we couldn't. There wasn't a. We can't prove a collision. That's the bottom line. Even there was.
So there are people that wanted to prove guilty, and I wonder why they changed their mind.
A collision. It's not her fault.
Yeah. So a lot of people, like you just said that you want to let them know, like you feel bad, but like it's not your fault. Like you guys did the best that you could. You came up with the verdict based on the evidence. Would you say to the O'Keefe family that if it's Michael Proctor's fault, it's the state police's fault, like don't blame us, blame them?
Yeah, I think I already said that when Jessica first asked me those questions, like the Commonwealth did too. But I'm not going to even mention the Brennan and the lawyers involved because, again, I don't know them and their story and how they're involved in all this. But they worked with the evidence was given to them, right? The case was presented by the police for them to prosecute and find the who did it. And the case, the investigation was sloppy. The investigation was full of questions. It was for so many police officers involved and people with a lot of experience, and you not gonna do write reports on time. You're not gonna secure the place. You're not gonna put a GPS measurement where your evidence were found. You're not gonna freaking go inside the house the person died.
So you thought that was a red flag?
Of course, there's bias right there. Just because the guy is a cop, and probably everybody know he was a cop, so we're not gonna go bother them. I've talked too much.
No, you're talking excellent, and I love the words that are coming out of your mouth right now, because that's what we're all saying is why didn't they go in the house? And Detective Gallagher, or I don't even know the detective, Lieutenant Gallagher, and one other cop witness, I forget, maybe it was Buchanan.
Gallagher's the guy who got the cops, the red cops.
Yes, he's got the red cops, and he's the one that said that, like, no, like I was not going to apply for a warrant. Like he was like, absolutely not. I did the right thing by not applying. We had no probable cause to go inside the house. That's what he said.
Imagine, no, seriously. I think the foreman said the same thing. If something happened in his law, no.
Yes.
You're not gonna go inside. In my house, do you think they're not gonna come inside? I'm a Latina woman married to an Arab man. Do you think they're not gonna come inside?
Amen, sister. So the last jury there was no.
Amen, sister. Oh. Hayden. Hayden. Come on. This is literally like theater. It's come on. Okay, what are we gonna see? Hayden on WWF with Logan Paul next? Is this is Paula gonna be the referee? Is Bradl gonna reprise the role of the ring announcer, Howard Finkel? They'll call him the Bradl, and he'll be like, and now coming to the ring, we have Hayden Kearney. And in the other corner, it is Logan Paul. And the referee is Paula. Okay, now what are we doing today? Then Hayden will be like, well, I'm defending Paula's honor. And Logan Paul will be like, no, I represent justice for John O'Keefe. And then they will have a cosmic wrestling match. That's what it feels like watching this. The last great theater in the round, ladies and gentlemen. God bless 12th night.
There was no black. Like not a single person on the jury was like that. I don't know if that fact did that get mentioned at all, like that. Like
no, nobody mentioned that, but I mentioned to myself there was the diversity the bar was low because there was just me as a Latina and there were 3 black people and just one black and one Latina in the deliberation.
That's more diversity than there was in the last trial, believe it or not. Somehow in
that's true.
2025 that's a situation. But
are you saying that you wanted more diversity, or I'm not sure, Hayden. I can't tell what you believe anymore. You seem to be some kind of method actor, in my opinion.
So you guys, let's see, what else do I have? I have some other things written down here. The Albert Rock. So when you guys went and visited the home, you did the home visit that day, there was a rock there for some reason, and it said Albert on it. Did you see that?
Yeah, we all saw, and the judge told us that rock wasn't there on the day of the incident, the crime.
Okay. Did you wonder how that got there? Because that's not supposed to be there.
No clue. And the house, they said that the house doesn't belong to the Albert, so we don't want to bother the
Which
people.
Makes it even weirder, don't you think?
Yeah, so I didn't understand.
That I don't think anyone understands. That seems to be the oddest thing. Mark, what do you think of the Albert Rock? I still can't believe.
Oh, hold on. Someone was like, why are you analyzing this interview with Bradl, the juror, and Turtle Boy? I'm not playing it. The reason I'm not, the Turtle Boy, people get a little traumatized by Turtle Boy. I am playing the interview of Turtle Boy asking questions, and Bradl does ask some questions, but I'm not showing Turtle Boy's face because people get very traumatized by it, and I'm not going to subject them to it. I am not asking her questions. You can't pause someone as you interview them and analyze it. She's answering questions from Turtle Boy. Bradl's there as well, and then I'm listening to her answers and analyzing them. I couldn't ask her questions if I wanted to. It is a video. I'm analyzing it, and I'm not torturing people who ask specifically that we not show Turtle Boy because it traumatizes them. So we're listening to him and looking at Bradl and the juror, number 11, Paula, answering questions. It's actually insightful about Paula, and I'm sorry that for those of you who would like to look at Turtle Boy, but I'm not going to disrespect the people who specifically asked to not have to look at his face. It's traumatizing for some people. We have to respect that.
I believe that happened.
I don't know how that can happen. It makes no sense. If it wasn't there on January 29th of 2022, it obviously has no relevance. It can mislead people thinking, maybe that's where John O'Keefe banged his head, which would potentially make people more likely to believe that he must have been struck by a car right here and landed there. So the prejudice to the defense could be off the charts with something like that. As far as having their name Albert on it, I don't know what the hell to make of that, good or bad for either side. That's just weird to me. The thing that struck out to me about the crime scene visit that I'm curious about is, did you think it was too early to view the house and the area without knowing enough about the case, or that wasn't a problem?
Can you ask that again? Because you clicked a little bit, sorry.
So you went to the crime scene very early in the case. I don't remember how many witnesses have already testified. Do you think that visit was too early in the case before you had enough evidence about what allegedly happened, where, and what the significance of the fire hydrant was, to the flagpole, to bedroom windows here, and all this other stuff? Would that have been more beneficial to have gone later, rather, when you heard more evidence, that you could have processed?
Yeah, honestly, I didn't think about that, but now that you're saying, yeah, it would make more sense because when we got there, there was a bunch of details that we don't know why we need to take note of. Why the window? Why the garage door? Why this and that?
Yes, Murray Maestro, this is Hayden's lawyer. He was allowed pro hoc vice for Hayden's case, the felony case in Norfolk Superior Court, the 14 open felonies, or I believe it's around there now, but not for Karen's case because Bradl had a non-waivable conflict, according to Judge Cannoni.
At the measurement, we could walk close to the house, so I count the steps. I measured my height with the car, all those things. But we need to go back to the room to court and take notes of what we saw because we couldn't bring our notebooks. There was a lot of details gave to us that at the time didn't make sense, but I understood after.
Yeah, I always thought they did in both trials. It was too early and a major advantage for the prosecution, given the defense theory and everything else, if they didn't have a chance to, look at the windows where they relate.
Right. Like, do you think you could sleep through something like that?
I'll tell you a story quickly.
Hey, social media blast.
One time, my garbage can in my house got on fire. I was pregnant with twins, and then I didn't woke up. And the fireman came, and everything was on the back of my house, and I didn't woke up. But I was pregnant. However, over there, the distance was shorter, and the dog. What bothers me is not that they.
They came lights only, no sirens, right? Lights only, no sirens. That to specifically not wake people up. That's why they do it. Lights only, no sirens.
Didn't wake up because they were drunk. I assumed they were drinking a lot. So people can sleep through. I had this experience of sleeping through fire department putting down fire in my backyard.
So that if they're actually putting out a fire, they might have come with sirens and she still slept through it. She doesn't realize how much of a point she's making here, which is the fire department could come and be lights and sirens. And by the way, it's probably not a fire in the snow, although it could be possible. So I doubt it was a blizzard when this woman had a fire truck in the back of her yard putting out a fire, and she still slept through it, this juror. So ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if this juror realizes, but she's making a very good point about how, of course, the Alberts didn't wake up. The cars, the response came lights only, no sirens, and it was a blizzard, and it was between 6 and 7 in the morning, and they had been drinking the night before. So this juror just made a very good argument for why the Alberts didn't wake up. Thank you, juror.
But the dog would bark. And
okay, so there's a few things. One, it is a blizzard. Two, yes, maybe the dog woke up when eventually, or the dog saw something eventually, but the dog, I believe someone came into the house eventually to wake the Alberts up, so there was only a short window, whatever it was, because remember, Jen and Carrie and Karen are at the scene. There's only a short window. It only takes after, remember, Jen's the first one to call 911, or Carrie's the first one to call 911, then Jen calls. From the time they're at the scene and they call 911, it takes like 3 minutes for the fire department to get there. Carrie, Jen, and Karen are already there. There's only a few minutes. There's only a short window before Jen or whatever goes in and somebody wakes up the Alberts. The dog probably did wake up, like right between, like right in that window. Her whole theory or understanding of how this all happened makes no sense.
Have a dog in the house, you can hear it, you can see it.
Do you have a dog in the house? Do you own a dog?
Not at the moment, but I already had dog. And I know any movement, anything, my dog is going to bark as hell until it's over.
Yeah, but it's okay. So first of all, it depends on what what type of breed the dog is, of course. Like some dogs, like what if the dog is like deaf? It depends on how attentive the dog is. This was a German Shepherd. What's it trained to alert to? Is it trained to alert to like the doorbell, the door getting knocked on, someone coming in? Like people, if anything, you don't want your dog barking when people walk by on the street. You want your dog barking when there's an alert related to your house. Now, yes, obviously when someone came in, I think it was one of the Alberts' sister, it was Nicole Albert's sister-in-law, Jen McCabe. or sister-in-law or sister, Nicole Albert, they eventually get woken up. So I'm sure the dog alerted when the family member came in to wake them up. But if I recall, like even then, the dog isn't going to alert on someone it knows. Like if it knows Jen, it's going to just be like, okay, Jen, what are you doing here? Jen went up and woke them up. I'm sure they didn't even need the dog to wake them up because the dog was with Jen being like, Jen, why are you here? And then it wasn't concerned. It was like, this is someone I know. And then Jen McCabe went and woke them up. This juror just doesn't understand what happened, or she's trying to come up with some theory because what actually happened doesn't play well for her.
It's a sort of protection, unless it's the type of dog they have. It's like a protection dog. It's like a big dog, right? So the fact that they didn't wake up, not surprised. They're drunk, but
It's not, oh my God, it's not just that they had been drinking. It was a blizzard. It was dark, and the cruisers came lights, no sirens.
Didn't wake up to the dog.
Was that brought up during deliberations? Did you guys talk about that?
We didn't talk about the dog because the dog was
About them not waking up.
Oh yeah.
That did come up, and others thought that was suspect too.
Yeah, we all want to go to. We all question why the Alberts didn't came out and why the police didn't go in.
Because you might.
They did go interview them. That's just wrong. They did go interview them.
Might have seen since then these people that you didn't get to.
Didn't Lank go into the kitchen and interview them? Multiple people interviewed them.
Meet the McAlberts. You met one of them. You met Jen McCabe, but the others have gone on 2020 or Dateline. I forget which one, and they're crying that they are being scapegoated for not waking up.
I have not seen whatever it is that Rachel Rollins posted. I'm almost afraid to look. I have questions about whether she launched a pretextual probe into Kevin Hayden to punish Hayden for beating Ricardo Arroyo. That's somebody could link Rachel Rollins' post. I'll have to take a look.
That's like one of the things that they're crying about. Like, it's not fair. Why are people saying that? But you don't really believe that. It sounds like you think that it's not really believable that they wouldn't wake up during something like that.
No, especially because he's a policeman. Like, men usually has this alert to be.
She's changing her tone. She said she understood how he could have not woken up.
Paying attention on things around the house, I think is a natural thing that most men have. I mentioned my incident with the fire truck because I was pregnant and hormonal and exhausted. I had twins in my belly, and I slept through. It wasn't the case for them, but I did give them the benefit of doubt. Maybe they drank too much and they passed out. I understand, but the fact that they have a dog, a huge dog that usually protects people, and the dog doesn't bark. And then also, not just that, why the hell, when people got there, they didn't knock on their door? There is this person there in your lawn, please come out, whatever. Even if it's just for comfort. Isn't that a family house? Isn't it Jane McCabe's sister's house, right?
Jen went in.
Yes, that's a big thing.
Even for comfort, you know?
Yes. If you came to your sister, like, I don't know if you have a sister or brother or whatever, if you came to their house and you find a dead friend on the front lawn.
How weird was it? He was like, if you came to your sister, I mean, I don't know if you have a sister or brother.
How long would it take you to run in the house?
Less than a second.
Less than a second.
Because I want to know if something happened to them.
Jen called 911. Karen never even called 911. Oh my God. Jen should have, if Jen didn't focus on John, they'd criticize her for that. Oh, this is ridiculous.
There's a person died here who's inside.
Right. Would you mind watching this little clip together have you seen this clip, Winnie? All
right?
Thoughts on it.
Every turn. And yesterday was the final letdown. And that's why we're here, because there's nobody left to stand up for us.
Think real long and hard before you're a witness in a case, because no one protects you. And it's very, very sad.
For the first time, some of the key players and his wife, Nicole, and his brother, Chris Albert.
Oh, hello, pause. I'm joining in. I know, I unmuted. Pause. So I'm going to jump in here. The reason why I'm jumping in is So Hayden didn't play the whole interview. He was jumping around. And what I'd like to do is I am going to go ahead and I'm going to pull up the actual full interview that they did, the family, the witnesses. I'm going to pull that up in full, and we're going to watch that. And then I'm going to have the juror play the juror's response to the part that just Hayden showed. But I don't feel that is enough of a contextual overview of that interview. So let me just see if I can find that interview. Hold on, I have it saved. I know I have it saved. I am it out. Hold on. I'm going to find it. I think I had it embedded in one of the compilations, actually. So hold on. I got to actually do some scrolling. Got to be a little towel, ladies and gentlemen. I got to be a little towel. But I had it embedded. I know I have it in one of the compilation interviews that I did. It's just I'm waiting for my lunch, and they picked up my lunch, and then they went the other direction, and I'm so hungry I just want to get my food, but they drove away from me. Oh, please come back, I'm so hungry. Okay, so let's look, ladies and gentlemen. Someone sent a towel a donation for lunch, so I immediately, of course, ordered lunch. But hold on, let me get this. That's only the 2-minute and 26 clip. Hold on, I have the full clip of the witness interviews. Hold on. Let me see if it might be just in the middle of this one. Hold on. I do that sometimes. Like, I'll just throw it in the middle of a larger compilation because I'm like just collecting every interview that I could find. No, it's not that one. Hold on, I'm not done. I'm not giving up that easy, ladies and gentlemen. I remember, though, I included it in one of my compilations. The reason why is I remember watching the whole interview with you all on this stream. So hold on, little towels. Hold on, I'm going to look for it. No, that was the Proctor Day. So when did I actually put this together? I might just have to bring it up in. I wonder if I can play the video just natively in the browser. Hold on, I got a plan. I am a towel. I have a plan. I think I have it saved, like just as a standalone towel file. All right, hold on. I know which one it is because they'll be the first people in it. That's the John Jackson one. That's the Nightline one. Come on. I know I have it. Come on, I'm a towel. Come on, where is it? It was, if you have the link, by the way, I'm looking for the interview on 2020 with the family, with the Albert and McCabe's family. It's about 7 minutes. I might have to actually just pull it up on YouTube for us to watch it, but I was hoping I have it saved. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like I do. Oh, you know what it is? I think Sunny Spirit, maybe someone else actually posted it, so we can just watch it that way. And we might actually be, I think we are doing an interview with Sunny Spirit today, ladies and gentlemen, at around 1 p.m. So stay with me. My name is Towel, and I'm just going to pull up the actual interview. So give me 1 second. I think Sunny Spirit had it posted at a certain point. I remember actually someone posted it because when I played it, it had music at a certain point, and I had to stop the music. But I just want to find the full interview here. Hold on 1 second. Who posted it? It might not have been Sunny Spirit. I forget who compiled it, but maybe it was. Oh, it was on their YouTube, actually. It was on their YouTube. Hold on, I got a plan. See, I have a really good eidetic memory. It's on Sunny Spirit's YouTube. Hold on. I have a plan. You don't understand. I am a plan. I just want my towel lunch. Please bring me my towel lunch. I'm so hungry. You don't understand. I'm going to collapse. I just want my chicken and rice. I love chicken and rice. I am a towel. But you're so far away. Oh, why did you do this to me? You thought you'd be effective by going to a different place, Uber courier, and adding 2 routes. But I'm a hungry towel. You don't understand. I'm a hungry towel. All right, hold on. I got it. Thank you so much for this. Sunny Spirit. You are a super towel.
The criminal justice system has let us down.
You can already hear it playing, ladies and gentlemen, even though my towel lunch isn't here. You can already hear it playing. I'm going to bring it up for you on the screen. if this juror is actually going to comment on an interview that was like cut and whatever, I'd rather play for you the full interview. I think that's the best way to do it. I also ordered chicken and rice. You don't understand. I'm so excited and so hungry, and we're going to be interviewing Sunny Spirit at the top of the hour. I believe we can be a little bit around the top of the hour depending on when Towel Lunch arrives. So as we're waiting for this to continue, let us actually watch the full interview, because that's what I think is the best way to do this. You don't understand. Thank you to Sunny Spirit. You are a super towel. So we're going to do this, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to keep your comments there. We're going to do this. All right. And then let's watch the interview in full.
The criminal justice system has let us down at every turn. And yesterday was the final letdown. And that's why we're here, because there's nobody left to stand up for us.
Think real long and hard before you're a witness in a case, because no one protects you. And it's very, very sad.
For the first time, some of the key players in the Karen Reed trial sitting down for an exclusive interview. His friend, Jennifer McCabe, and her husband, Matt. Former Boston police sergeant Brian Albert and his wife Nicole and his brother Chris Albert. All five of them pulled into the center of this high-profile case and now speaking out.
And I think the reason we all stayed quiet is because we were just witnesses. This is a thing that we had nothing to do with.
We did the civic duty, came and told the truth, and that's it.
It's the case that has captivated the country and divided a town. Karen Reed, accused of killing her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe, hitting him with her SUV and leaving him to die in a blizzard.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Now, after a second trial, a jury acquitting her of the most serious charges, second-degree murder and manslaughter. And hundreds of supporters in pink, Karen Reed's favorite color, cheering as the verdict came down yesterday.
I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters.
People turned this thing into a tailgate party, it looked like some days. Board games, cornhole, cookouts. This is a guy that was murdered. And it's atrocious for that family.
While the prosecutors blamed Reed for O'Keefe's death, the defense said this group of family members framed Reed to cover up what really happened that night. Ever since, their lives becoming open season for endless conspiracy theories.
What they've done is they've dehumanized us to the sense where we're not real people. We're almost like caricatures. We're pawns.
Have each of you been called murderers? Like actual murderers?
Oh, yeah, on a daily basis.
Anybody who's touched this case has been called a murderer at some point.
And anyone who's friends with us support cop killers.
Yeah.
After 3+ years, the saga wrapped up yesterday. Reed captured celebrating at dinner with her father, and today seen walking with her attorney, Alan Jackson.
I didn't even know I'd be here today, so I had no plans.
Meanwhile, O'Keefe's family and friends struggling with the verdict.
I'm just sad for John's family and what happened yesterday, and I feel like they didn't get justice for him, and our lives just changed forever.
Why speak out now after the verdict?
We took what we thought was the high road. Right. Let the court do its job.
After a night of hanging out at a local bar in a brutal 2022 blizzard, Brian and his wife Nicole hosted a late-night gathering at their home. An invitation had been extended to Reed and O'Keefe, but Brian Albert says neither of them ever entered his home that night. O'Keefe was found lying unconscious in the snow of Albert's front lawn. He was pronounced dead at the hospital hours later. The defense's theory? A violent altercation at the Alberts' home, possibly involving other members of law enforcement. Did John ever come in the house?
Never. No.
You never saw John O'Keefe in the house, right?
Never.
Never.
These are people in your own community who believe the conspiracy theories, who believe that there were other law enforcement officials and agents involved in this. Why is it people in your own community who believe these conspiracy theories?
You do realize for this conspiracy to be true, it would take 30 to 50 people. You'd have to have multiple cops on 2 different police departments, multiple civilians, the medical examiner, firemen, EMTs, you name it. That's how preposterous and silly this is. And great question. I don't understand how people bought this.
Brian Albert says he and Nicole only found out about John's death when Jen McCabe, who is Nicole's sister, barged into their bedroom.
She was just upset, and I immediately thought something had happened to one of her children or one of my children, because why else is she in my bedroom at 6:30 in the morning right now?
And what did she tell you?
She said, John's out front. I think John's dead out front. I said, what the are you talking about, Jen? And I'm like, who? I didn't know.
You still didn't piece it
I
together.
didn't understand what she was talking about, because why would John be out front of my house?
So massively confusing. There are police officers, EMTs on your front lawn. You're an officer. Why don't you just go outside and investigate or take a look?
I'm not a Canton police officer. I'm a Boston police officer. I was just woken up out of a cold sleep from hanging out the night before. By the time I came downstairs, the police were already in my house. John was already gone. There was nobody to save. I would have taken a bullet for John O'Keefe because he was a fellow cop. That's the most ridiculous question that people always ask. It makes zero sense. What am I supposed to do? Run out front in my underwear and start running yellow tape around the fire hydrant?
Over the course of the night, Reed called and texted John 52 times. She then called Jen asking for help to find John. Karen previously telling me she and John had gotten into an argument that night. Would you say that you were angry with John that night?
Yes.
Could you have been angry enough and slightly drunk because he had annoyed you that in the fit of rage you just backed up and
Never.
tried to tap him?
Would
Not
never
to try to kill him, but try to...
to tap him with my 6,000-pound full-size SUV, to hit John's body with my car. No.
I spoke with a juror tonight who told me she believes a collision did not occur.
Overall, a lot of the evidence had caused reasonable doubt, and that was enough for us not to convict.
A little after 6 a.m., Karen found John's body in the snow. Jen called 911.
911, what's your emergency?
There's a man passed out in the snow.
Hello?
But what raised eyebrows at Reed's trial was a defense theory about a Google search Jen had made about how long it takes to die in the cold. The defense claiming she searched it before O'Keefe's body was found. So much has been made about that Google search that morning. Was it at 6 a.m. or was it at 6:27 a.m.? How long to die in the cold? What's your answer?
She asked me to do it at outside of Fairview at 6:20, whatever it was. Doesn't matter how much I say about it, people will not believe it.
The group also hoping to clear up rumors regarding the Albert's dog, Chloe, who had been rehomed after the incident. The defense claimed the dog was involved in O'Keefe's death.
Those wounds were inflicted as the result of a dog attack. Those marks are from teeth.
They've known for 2 years where Chloe is. The state shared it with them.
So if they wanted to take DNA evidence from Chloe the dog and match it to possible DNA evidence on John O'Keefe, they could have matched it.
Absolutely.
But now with the trial behind them, they say they're still faced with threats against them and their families, but hope to continue calling this community their home.
You get down, you get depressed, and it's like, but this is the town we grew up in. We didn't do anything wrong. We all contributed to our town. We love our town. Why should we have to go anywhere?
Incredible man. Just incredible man.
John Jackson is remembering his friend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe.
This whole process is not something he deserved. It's just, it's unfortunate.
We'll listen to John here.
He deserved much better than this.
O'Keefe's mother leaving the VFW in Dedham, where family and friends gathered after the verdict. Several wearing blue shirts with O'Keefe's police badge number 2490. Jackson says he and the family respect the jury's decision, but it is not what they wanted.
Prosecution did an excellent job. Everything the jury needed to convict was in front of that jury.
The eruption of cheers from Karen Reed supporters outside the courthouse when the verdict was read, adding to the family's pain.
It was disgusting. The family heard it. It was disgusting.
Jackson says they also watched Reed make comments after the verdict.
No one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have. And my team.
12:30, 2 a.m. She wasn't fighting very hard, was she?
Ultimately, he says he and the family will move on and keep John's memory alive.
Johnny deserved much more than this. He just deserved much more than this. The fanfare and all this. The domestic violence, hit and run. And that's it. This circus, it's unacceptable. But you respect the jury's decision. It's what it is.
Thank you so much to Sunny Spirit for having compiled that. Now let's watch how Turtle Boy clips out that interview and then how the juror responds.
All 5 of them pulled into the center of this high-profile case and now speaking out.
And I think the reason we all stayed quiet is because we were just witnesses. This is a thing that we had nothing to do with.
We did the civic duty, came and told the truth, and that's it.
Free Karen Reed! It's the case that has captivated the country and divided a town. Karen Reed, accused of killing her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe, hitting him with her SUV and leaving him to die in a blizzard.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Now, after a second trial, a jury acquitting her of the most serious charges, second-degree murder and manslaughter.
That's you. That's you.
And hundreds of supporters in pink, Karen Reed's favorite color.
Pause it right there. Did you have any idea how many people were outside?
No. People are questioning me online. Oh, I saw someone in pink here and there. Yes, sometimes the bus drives by and then we see 2 people walking in pink. And then I learned through mid-trial that pink was her color and everything. But we had no access to the front of the courthouse. The windows were tinted or had a paper on it. And we could not hear any movement outside.
Mm-hmm.
Just the sirens, just ambulance and stuff like that. Other than
So
that,
when you heard the crowd explode, were you surprised? Were you?
I was surprised. I was surprised.
Okay, interesting. Let me play some more here.
Cheering as the verdict came down yesterday.
I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters.
People turned this thing into a tailgate party, it looked like, some days. Board games, cornhole, cookouts.
To be clear, there was no cornhole, but
the guy that was
How do you know, Hayden? How do you know?
Murdered. It's atrocious for that family.
While the prosecutors blamed Reed for O'Keefe's death, the defense said this group of family members framed Reed to cover up what really happened that night. Ever since, their lives becoming open season for endless conspiracy theories.
What they've done is they've dehumanized us to the sense where we're not real people. We're almost like caricatures. We're pawns.
Have each of you been called murderers? Like actual murderers?
Yeah, on a daily basis.
Anybody who's touched this case has been called a murderer at some point.
And anyone who's friends with us support cop killers.
After 3+ years,
the guy you just saw there, Matt McCabe, it was brought into evidence that they were in a group text, and he said in the group text that just tell them the guy never came in the house. What did you think of that message?
Could go both ways, Hayden. It could be like, just say the truth, remind them that we never saw him. Or it could be like, remember to say he never came in the house for another reason. I don't know. People say and do different things when they're under stress.
Was there any significance to the fact that he called him the guy as opposed to John? In that private family text message chain, they were always talking about the guy, or the 911 call was the man, that they never called him John when speaking privately amongst each other.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the man in the law was the Jenny McCabe call, because she was actually friends with him. But from what I understood, he wasn't friend with the Alberts, right? Like they know each other, but they're not close friends. So he never been in their house before. He was asking for the address and where to go and everything. So I assume they were just acquaintances or didn't know each other because they're policemen, officers.
Yeah. Let's talk about Auntie Bev, because this is what everybody wants to know about. Like, she's the most wild person in this whole thing. I've read your
Judge Canoni
thoughts about her in the other interviews, and you've said that she came across to you, as she has come across to a lot of us, as somebody who was just giving Hank Brennan everything he wanted and not giving the defense anything they wanted. Is that an accurate reflection of how you viewed her?
Half accurate. At the end, only with defense witnesses, I did feel like it was a lot of I allowed for everything that Jackson would object. There was a lot of I allowed, and the opposite didn't happen when it was Brennan object to stand. But that was towards the end, I would say the last week of witnesses, the defense witnesses, I didn't feel she was biased. I said biased. I didn't think she was favoring anyone until
like with Dr. La Posada and Dr. Renfro.
yeah,
You thought
yeah,
that okay.
yeah. With the Commonwealth witness, I think she was normal. She was, I didn't feel anything different. Just towards the end.
Okay. And so what did you and other jurors think, when you asked about on those questions, right? About like, can you acquit on 2 and hang on 1? And she said back, her answer was figure it out yourself. What if it was me, and I think a lot of people said this too, we would have been like, okay, fine, not guilty on everything out of spite. Like, did that piss you off that she didn't even give you guys an answer?
No, none of us, I think, had that reaction. We thought maybe if she answered that question, she would interfere in our decision, and that's something she was trying to avoid. That was our thought.
Okay. Have you seen any of Jen McCabe's testimony from the first trial by any chance?
I haven't seen anything from the first trial. I just saw like some memes and news about Proctor and the Alberts.
Okay. So it's what most of us who have watched the first trial take away from this is that she was a completely different person during the second trial. I think she was on drugs. That's just me. Valiant.
What the hell is wrong with you, Aiden? Like, I get people thought Karen, like to stay calm, but like, why are you saying that? Like, about, like, that's a horrible thing to say. Like, I hope the juror's uncomfortable with I'm looking at her. Maybe she doesn't like Jen. But, like, I wouldn't exactly say that, like, I've been critical. I don't know Jen McCabe. I've been critical of Jen McCabe. But that is a terrible thing to say, Aiden. Completely gratuitous, in my opinion.
What did you think of Jen McCabe?
She seemed coached. She seems like prepped. Too much prepped. And she look at us a lot, the jury. Some juries look at us, but she look at us in a different way, kind of like it's like a joke about like we're just a mom type of thing.
I was just going to say that a couple of your tweets have thrown in a little thing about how you're just a normal mom. So that is a little pun there you're doing.
Yeah, because look, I can't say these people did anything, but they did lie, and some of their behaviors were fishy. So I'm sorry, but I have suspicions. I think other citizens do too.
Do you think you're a normal mom, right? You have 4 kids. Okay. Have you ever lied to the FBI?
No, I've never had any contact with the FBI.
Wait a minute, bro. Really? Your father was investigated, your father-in-law was investigated by the FBI, right? This woman's father-in-law was investigated by the FBI. I read the indictment. It was like a NCIS and a bunch of other agencies. What you talking about? Are you telling me the FBI didn't interview this guy's daughter-in-law? Are you serious? I'm going to file a formal complaint, I guess. The FBI didn't interview the guy's daughter-in-law? I don't believe it. Nope, I don't believe it. I do not believe that the FBI
I have
didn't interview.
suspicions. I think other citizens do too.
Do you think you're a normal mom, right? You have 4 kids. Okay. Have you ever lied to the FBI?
No, I've never had any contact with the FBI.
Okay. Well, I was told, I don't know, it's just normal mom stuff. I guess that's what I was told. So you didn't think that was normal behavior. You were like, this is not, she's infamous. She did that during the first trial a lot. She would constantly look at the jury like, you guys believe me, right? Did you get that vibe from her?
Yeah, that's the vibe. Yeah. We didn't know what to do. It's hard for me to come out and just point fingers. I'm not familiar with everything. I didn't see the first trial, and I tend to give people the benefit of doubt. But I think their behavior were unnatural. during the event, and her behavior was sometimes unnatural during trial, and the lie about the FBI thing also stands out to me.
Yeah.
Ma'am, ma'am, I'm sorry. There is no way that you did not get interviewed by the FBI. I just don't understand. Your father got investigated for stealing missile secrets. Why wouldn't they interview your father-in-law? Why wouldn't they interview you? This can't be serious. I feel like I don't know what to do. Do we have to, what do you mean the FBI just didn't know about you? I don't believe that. They are so thorough. What do you mean they didn't interview you? This is impossible. It's not possible. It's impossible. It's impossible. It's impossible. In my opinion, it's fundamentally impossible that you have never talked to the FBI. The FBI investigated your father-in-law. The FBI is the most thorough, comprehensive investigatory agency on the planet. If all of this came out, there's no way they didn't know about you. And his son wrote a letter in the sentencing memo, which is your husband. There is no chance you have not been interviewed by the FBI. In my opinion, that's impossible. It would be dereliction of duty. Every single agent on that case should be called into headquarters. If it's the case that you, ma'am, have never been interviewed by the FBI, it's actually impossible. It's impossible. It's impossible. It's impossible. There's no way they would have done that. There's just no way in a million years they would have done that. I can't believe she just said that. I can't believe she said that. First of all, he was just trying to make a point about Jen McCabe, but he incidentally walked her into a situation where now I can tell you from my analysis of those case documents, it's my opinion that there's no way someone like in her position, the daughter-in-law of someone who went down for that type of stuff with the missile secrets and the other serious crimes. It's not possible. 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 I know this stuff like the back of my hand. I know, I'm telling you that they would never do that. They would never do that. They would never do that. Every single one of them would get fired. It would be a national security catastrophe. I'm telling you they wouldn't do that. I'm telling you they wouldn't do that. It's not an oversight. They would not, in my opinion, the FBI and NCIS and Air Force Intelligence and the DOJ would never in a million years not talk to someone's daughter-in-law in the context of investigating a man who was stealing missile secrets and then also in possession of child sexual abuse imagery. You don't understand. This is ridiculous. Why did she even say that? Why did he lead her there? I need to get my chicken.
What, Mark, do you have any questions for real quick before I got a couple more, but go ahead.
I mean, similar to Jen McCabe, when you learned about lying to the FBI, what did you think about when Kerry Roberts told the truth to the FBI, but in doing so acknowledged that she testified falsely under oath in the grand jury about the Google search that's so famously in dispute?
My personal opinion about Kerry Roberts, she seems believable and she seems sad for real. She seems sincere in court. So if she made a mistake saying anything that's not supposed to, or if lie or whatever, in her case specifically, I think she was under stress and I don't know, she could be manipulated, she could be just forgetful, so many things. But I think she comes from a good place. I think her feelings for John and her desire for justice is true, and maybe she went beyond she should to make this justice happen.
Yeah, you got it. Like, you are what you're saying right now has to be music to the defense's ears, because I think that their goal is, they wanted you to take away from the Kerry Roberts testimony, is that she is you said the word manipulated, that she is an easily that she's not a bad person, that she was an easily manipulated person, and that who do you think was manipulating her? Who did you take away from that?
Well, the assumptions, of course, Jen McCabe, because of the timeline thing.
There you go.
Because you have your family, your brother-in-law is a police officer. Two of your brother-in-laws, right, are police officers. So you kind of know how the system is. You don't get together to make a timeline after a crime, or you keep talking about the crime in your house in the morning. I know that, and she should know that, because her family, she's from an officer family.
Yes. I thought that was really interesting. So did you know that, and this did not come out in this trial, and I wonder that there was a text message sent from Julie Albert. Do you know who Julie Albert is?
She's someone's wife, but I have no clue.
She's Chris Albert's wife. Did you know that Julie Albert sent a text message to Michael Proctor's sister, in which on the day that Karen Reed was arrested, February 2nd, 2022, offering Michael Proctor a gift, also known as a bribe, as a thank you for arresting Karen Reed? Did you know that?
No.
Would that have been surprising to you and affected how you felt about this?
Well, if we're shown in court, maybe it would come to a conclusion earlier.
Yeah.
It's odd, yes.
That's one of many examples of things that you did, messages that you didn't hear about. And Mark, can you think of any other texts that didn't come in that were like, oh, wow.
There were a few other text messages that were part of that family chain where
the kill yourself one, did that come in?
I thought that one did.
Okay.
No,
okay.
I'm
sorry.
talking about
Bruh, why are you talking about that? Like, come on. It's messed up.
everyone in the house. There were discussions when the cops were out searching or day after day in the Albert yard that they would keep each other apprised. Like, oh, they're digging or searching at the Asian house.
Yeah, that's the neighbors. The neighbors are Asian.
Neighbors are of Asian descent. And the cops were out searching, and that's, I guess, right around where that flagpole and fire hydrant is, kind of going into their property. And they were talking about, oh, they're searching, but they're searching over there. And there seemed to be a lot of interest in, you know, what they're doing.
No, Bradl, stop talking. I want to hear the juror talk, please. Bradl, please stop.
It's too many coincidences. Things. If you like, maybe you miss one phone because your phone broke, fell in the toilet, you need to exchange. It's like, you know, it's one thing, but then you have two people who were in the house that lose the phone at the same time, who also butt dialed themselves during the night, yes. As you said. Yeah.
Too many coincidences, you're saying.
Yeah.
That just something's shady or something's going on. You know what the last jury called that? They called that a distraction, distractors. They were like, the defense is just trying to trick us. The defense is just trying to distract us from the fact that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with their car. That's what last jurors thought, which is crazy. That's why I like you so much more.
Well, if they were inside the house or something, it would be a distraction, yes. But come on, it's the phone of two people in the house.
So you think John went in the house?
I do.
What are your strongest reasons for believing that John went in the house?
Because the Dr. Whiffen report has, at one moment, his phone is pointing to the house. It happened. And then the phone lose accuracy, like go from 14 meters accuracy and go to 60 accuracy, something like that. And it's common when you go inside a building or under the bad weather that you lose accuracy. So he could be inside and the location just starts spinning in the area.
That's also, that's without hearing from Higgins, who would have said, no, to Hayden.
Right. That's a good point. You don't know about this. Mark's going to tell you. I'll let Mark tell you what happened.
Higgins, I think it was also told the FBI, because again, when a lot of these people talk to the FBI, they at least tell some of the truth. He told the FBI that a man did, in fact, come in the house. And
too much better out. All right, hold on. I'm getting bored. We are going to finish this interview. All right, fine, we'll finish it, but I'm getting bored of Bradl. Bradl, you're very annoying, and I think I could out-debate you. Bradl, I challenge you to a Lincoln Douglas debate, sir, about towels.
And that a first trial
action. Here, you're here. And Todd.
Let her talk.
Brian Higgins, defense.
A guy in a hoodie. I don't have a picture of him. I just saw a guy in a hoodie walking inside the Canada Police Department at 1 a.m. or something.
You think you look shady?
No, going to police department in the middle of a blizzard is shady. Yeah.
It's okay. Hold on. Did he? That's why. All right. So that's why they should have had Higgins testify. He had to go there because he was an undercover ATF agent who operated clearly out of that freaking building, and because he parked his work vehicles there, they had a policy with the ATF clearly in the Canton Police that if there was a snowstorm, Higgins and the other ATF agents, who knows if it was just him or who was on the task force, they could keep their cars there, but they had to move them in the snowstorm. Oh my goodness. So listen, if there's a lot here, okay? But that in particular, I wonder what this juror would think if she found out he was an undercover ATF agent who only had a parking spot there because he was part of a task force probably.
Yes, about we couldn't see his face or anything. I don't know how he looks like, to be honest.
What about the waterfall video of him being held back? What'd you think of that?
Oh, that was a red flag because he does like this, right? And then they show John doing like this. This for me says, come here. And then John says, let's talk later. Mm-hmm. And then there was a text message of him saying, are you coming or are you there or something? So he was expecting to talk. He was expecting John to talk to him about something, right? That's another theory I have, that he went inside the house and he talked to someone in there.
And he text messaged his girlfriend, Karen, at the bar while he's with John.
Yes, and she didn't answer, yes.
No, well, what'd you think of well? What did you think that meant? How did you take that?
Embarrassment, maybe, or you kind of, I mean, the exchange.
If a guy said that to you, I know you're married, right? But like, if you weren't, like, if you were some guy that, whatever, it was like you had flirted with before, and he sends you a text and he says, well, how do you take that? How do you interpret that?
I think he wants to know what was going on with her, like the type of thing, like what you're doing here with John. Why?
Ooh, with John.
Yeah, because she mentioned that the relationship was kind of rocky, the kids' involvement and blah, blah, blah. And that text message exchange between them was hard to go through. Well, it was embarrassing.
Yeah.
It was weird.
You should, and that wasn't anything. The first trial was worse because Brian Higgins himself read those in the first trial, and he was almost, you think I'm hot? Yes, the defendant says I'm hot. Like, it was so uncomfortable. He was so proud when he read that one about, you think I'm hot? Defendant, yes.
We didn't have to say anything about those text messages. We can't talk about the cases, but I mean, I felt there were looks between us because we all felt uncomfortable and tense. But
yeah,
witness that text messages.
You mentioned in your
do you realize like Karen started that affair? The one I would tell this juror, do you know Karen started that affair on the day that John's niece and nephew, the anniversary of their father's death? You wonder if Karen started the affair to hurt John?
In your interview with Jess about Buchanan, or what I would use to describe him, thing.
Saw him making fists, like some questions would make him so uncomfortable that he would do like this in the table, like almost he was holding himself. Crossed my mind at some point, few times, that this guy's gonna jump out of here and I'm gonna get hit because I'm right in front of him.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, but that's my impression.
Did you see him on the day of closing arguments? Buchanan showed up for some reason, and he was standing in the hallway in like a black suit. Did you see him?
No, and why he was there?
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know. He showed up on the final day and just stood in the hallway downstairs, and Karen Reed's team was very upset about this because it seemed like they took that as he's trying to intimidate the jury.
He wasn't invited by John's family or anything?
No, he just showed up.
He can be admitted in court being a witness?
He wasn't inside the courtroom. He just stood down in the hallway, and Karen Reed's team was very worried that he was there to kind of get a look at you guys, because in the last trial there was some shenanigans on the last day. A juror who I have interviewed who believed that Karen Reed was innocent was eliminated as a juror on the final day
He's not being fully forthright. What happened was, hold on. What happened was, the juror, and this came out in the federal appeal, the juror in question during the first trial was reported to have, first of all, that juror in question tried to report other jurors, okay, before this day. Tried to report other jurors who she thought apparently were pro-prosecution. Then, the juror in question got caught apparently like at a bar or something talking about the case during the trial and got reported, and the court let her stay on, but definitely her credibility was at issue.
Of deliberations, because another state trooper by the name of John Fanning reported that she had been at a bar.
It was reported to Fanning, and Fanning didn't report it. Fanning did the right thing by telling the court officers whose job it is to report it, who then reported it.
6 weeks before that, and had been talking about the case or something like that. And so
no, it was a bar in Dedham during the period of the case. It was a very big deal.
She was dismissed. And so we were very on edge about messing with the jury, especially with the state police. And
that's the weirdest thing in the world. That's the weirdest thing in the world. Why would you say that?
So to see Buchanan there on the final day of closing statements, the first day of the...
No, she didn't stay on Murder by Maestro. She stayed on for that time and then didn't get selected as a deliberating juror. And she might have been the one who cried when she didn't get selected and then wore a pink dress.
Deliberations. That was very troubling. But you didn't see him.
I would feel intimidated if I saw him, to be honest.
That was the answer he wanted.
Okay, so I think that's the whole point. I mean, I think that's why he was there. I don't know that it's a fact, but Mark, don't you think that's odd that Buchanan was there on the final day?
There's a lot of odd things on.
No, Betterow. You are an odd thing, in my opinion, Betterow.
Which happened at the first trial.
Really?
Oh, you didn't? Oh, yeah, that's crazy. You got to see this.
I need to stop giving.
O'Keefe's. The prosecution showed up for summation day and sat with the O'Keefe's.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, people support the O'Keefe's.
I mean, if Buchanan is intimidating, how about Brian Albert sitting right across?
How about Mr. Reed? Oh, you know what they never asked? Why did Mr. Reed get a court officer assigned to him?
Yeah, all were and a couple on that day.
Didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah.
So I was too intimidated too. No, didn't know that. And to be honest, and none of the
pause. I learned, and this isn't necessarily anything more than an analysis, of course, but I learned a while ago, people who say to be honest are in the habit of not always being fully forthright, either because they have to or because they, can't be.
People in Karen side box or the family box were actually like looking directly at us. I didn't feel that.
Yeah, you guys didn't. There wasn't much eye contact.
Okay, so what's up with Bill Reed getting a court officer?
I didn't look at any jurors.
Yeah, I was looking a lot to all of them to observe the reaction. For me, this is important. But they would turn the eye and they wouldn't like look straight at my face. I think that was good, nice.
Yeah, like when you went in there knowing that it was not guilty, was it hard to keep a poker face? Like, didn't part of you, like, I don't know, I guess I would want to look at the defendant and kind of smile and like let her know you're about to like what's going to happen. Because like if you're Karen Reed, imagine going into that room, right? You have no idea what this jury's going to do. The last jury let you down big time. You go in there and you're like, these 12 strangers have my life in their hands. And you go in there and you're like, you should have seen her before you guys came in. They were so scared. Mr. Allen,
I don't know about
Jackson, they were hugging you.
I was shaking and I was looking down. I choose to looking down. I didn't want to look to anybody. She didn't look at us much. I mean, I don't think I ever look her in the eyes, for example.
Mm-hmm.
I choose to just look now, and then when I heard the noise outside, I start crying, and then I continue. I keep my face down, anyways, because it's weird. I don't know. I'm seeing some side happy and another side crying, sad. I don't know what to feel, to be honest. I feel confident that I did justice for her. Okay, I'm happy for her. I want her to live her life and never, be involved in anything again. I don't know if there's some sort of lawsuit, civil.
Yeah, civil lawsuit.
Yeah,
Well-
that could happen. But I mean, I really hope that she can.
Hold on, here comes the end of the pitch. It's always the same. Reopen the investigation.
Do you feel
I would
like
say forgive. I even want to say forgive herself. I don't know if she feels any sort of guilt. I mean, because she dropped him off on that party and then never saw him again, and she left those voice messages and she never could say goodbye. She didn't go to his funeral, right? I assume.
no, she wasn't allowed. They had a restraining order on her.
Yeah, so I assume so she couldn't say goodbye to a life she had for, I don't know, 2 years. And I hope she gets therapy and can get through this trauma, honestly, and live her life.
Yeah, I mean, she probably needs it. The shit that I don't know how she does it. I mean, I
I don't know how she does it. Yeah, I
stronger
agree.
person than me. Like you feel like you said justice for Karen Reed? Justice for Karen Reed? Do you feel like acquitting Karen Reed is justice for John O'Keefe?
Not at all, because we need to find who did this to him. And even if it was an accident, someone need to come out and say what happened over there, instead of
Yeah, Karen. I agree. Yeah, Karen should do that.
trying to, blame on someone else.
Interesting, and that's why they don't like you, by the way, is because what you just said there. That you.
No, I think the concern is more that, there's more than meets the eye.
You think somebody, like, you don't think Karen did it, therefore someone did it, and you think that they need to be honest, which implies that they're not being honest right now, and that's why they don't like you.
It's okay.
Yeah, who cares?
Get in line. Let's say it was an accident. Look, best case scenario, everybody's innocent. It was an accident. Okay, he fell outside, he was drunk, he hit his head, he died. It's still, I think leaving him outside was staged to leave him outside, and sorry.
Oh, sorry. I don't. I'll keep you. I'll let you go. I'll let you.
Whoa. No. Hold on. That was not an accident. That was cut off. Oh. Whoa. Did you hear that? Let's watch that again. As she's starting talking. Whoa.
Was staged to leave him outside, and sorry.
No, it's fine. That was a signal.
Oh, sorry. I don't. I'll keep you. I'll let you go. I'll let you go in a minute. Sorry. I've had you for almost 2 hours. You got a family.
I do.
Tell her I'm so sorry.
No,
Is she going to change topics?
it's okay. I think
Real life right there.
I just lost my thought. Okay.
Oh, you conveniently lost your train of thought.
Okay, so even if it was an accident that happens, okay, and they saw, oh my God, this person just died on our front lawn. Let's just put him outside, and maybe people will think it was an accident. And nobody's going to be blamed for this. Halas, it's over. However, why they would do that, and that's from my experience as a Brazilian citizen who has seen so much corruption and bad police. Police usually don't want their lives being investigated for any reason. They just don't want to be in a spotlight. Okay, this is my personal experience from things I saw in my own country and from things I'm maybe seeing here right now. They don't want things to be investigated. They don't want people inside their house for any reason, even for security reason. It could be, I don't know.
It was a guy murdered by Maestro who said, don't worry. It sounded like a guy.
So even if it was an accident, nobody's to blame. They left the guy outside because they want to refrain themselves from the situation.
Yeah, so like that's very cool that you just said that, because you are from Brazil, and it's, I guess the stereotype would be that they're
It's dangerous. Yeah, it's dangerous.
Yeah, it's a little more dangerous, and like the police are a little bit more corruptible. The police aren't paid as much; they're more susceptible to being bribed. They could be corrupt. Everybody knows, like in Mexico, if you get pulled over, you just bribe the cop. You're also, you know what I mean? So like, has this changed your view of policing in America? And did you think it was like this before the trial?
No, I didn't think before the trial, I didn't think could be so obvious, like a small town. Maybe Boston police, like things that happen in Boston, it's a big city, you might find corruption here and there. But I didn't think like in a small town, suburbs, like kind of like rich middle class or high class people living. You don't expect to see crime or this type of issue in those neighborhoods. So I didn't think the police in these small towns, people are just living their life. That's what they sell us in movies, you know? The
Right.
police are nice. The guy buy a donut, sits behind the chair in a small town setting type of thing. But, you know, I'm old enough to know that, of course, there is bad people everywhere. I know that already. But I was surprised to see that was happening so close to me. And then I saw there was another case going on too about the girl who was killed by a police from Stoughton.
Oh yes, Sandra Birchmore. I was in Canton, yeah. But
Yeah. So I want to dig into that too. I heard her name before. I wanted to watch a podcast way before trial. I wanted to listen to something in her, but I didn't have a chance. And I'm definitely gonna.
Aiden, by the way, went on Kirk Minahan and said there was no cover up there at one point.
Yeah, it's very interesting, very sad too. What did you think? Have you seen this picture?
Yeah, I saw it, but I didn't read it. What does that mean?
I don't know. This is just a picture from the garage in July of 2023. I don't know what to make of it entirely. A lot of people are. I'm not going to sit here and be like, "Well, this is blood." I don't know what this is, but it is a picture from inside the garage, and it appears to be some maroon-colored paint or something right here.
Wait, so the new homeowners like had a paint spill and took a picture of it? Like, were they FKR too?
And what a lot of people think is that this thing right here, that John could have hit his head on one of these things, and that could have caused the laceration.
This is the most ridiculous propaganda I've ever seen.
Back of the head. We will never know because they didn't go into the house. They didn't lumen all this. They didn't DNA test or anything like that. But if you had seen something like this, because I believe the defense wanted to present this into evidence, and Beverly Canoni said, not my courtroom. Would that have affected your testimony, you think? I mean, your opinion.
Would be just one more question mark for us to raise the reasonable doubt and not guilty Karen Reed. In the end of the day, our job was just that. If we have doubts, that's it. It's over. We don't have to find out what happened.
God, fucking beautiful. Music to my ears. The thing. This is the way it's supposed to be.
That's really, no, that's scary. That's scary.
This is the way that you are a Brazilian immigrant and you get our justice system better than a lot of Americans do. And I thank you for that. And I thank you for your service. You are a wonderful guest and a wonderful juror. And I'm just so happy that I cried being in that courtroom because you 12 strangers just delivered. You guys, when I was interviewed by Fox News, I said, the first people I want to thank are those 12 jurors, because without them seeing through this, we wouldn't be out here right now. There wouldn't be justice. So you guys are, whether or not you want to hear this, you're heroes for what you guys did.
Thank you. For me, honestly, it wasn't a burden. Like I said in other times, I like being there. I enjoy the experience of leaving the house every morning, like if I was working again, especially in a courtroom. That was a place I was familiar with back in the day in Brazil. So it was a nice experience overall, and I'm glad that I got out of this feeling confident that I did the right thing. It was not like I'm walking out and think, oh my God, how about if she's guilty? I'm not wondering, none of those things. I'm just keep it going with my life, and I hope she goes with her life. And I really, really, really hope that, I don't know how the system works like properly. I don't know the details of everything, but can we reopen the case? Can we continue investigation?
Called it.
Can we go into these people who weren't investigated before?
Called it.
I don't know how.
What do you think, Mark? What do you think? Do you think?
Sorry, Bradl, you don't get to speak. Oh, Mark, I'm so sorry. Mark, it's skipping, Mark. Mark, it's skipping. Mark, I can't hear you. Mark, oh no, I can't hear you, Bradl. Mark Bradl, your microphone or something. There's there's a disturbance in the forest. It must be the electromagnetic pulse. It is the aurora borealis centralized in my kitchen, Mark Bradl. I can't make the feed work.
How do you deal with that? That's fucking horrible.
I'm a woman of faith, okay? I have a strong faith that I follow, and I'm confident in my God, and I don't... Those type of comments are just so degrading that I don't even feel scared by. I just feel sorry for the type of human being this person is. And, he's going to get his karma for saying those things. I protect my children and my family as a lion, as they...
I think it was a question about, like, I don't know if it was immigration or something. Let's go back and hear the question.
I'm disturbed reading it as a parent myself. I am so sorry you had to read that. How do you deal with that? Hold on. Something happens to one of your kids, and we can all have some fun. Deal with that.
That just sounds like a troll planting a comment.
I protect my children and my family as a lion, as they mothers are, right? And I will be here. You're not going to threaten me. None of you are going to threaten me. You can talk about my appearance, my accent, my immigration status as much as you want it, and you're not going to touch my kid. None of them, and none of my husband. You can bring my whole life out, and I'm still not going to feel intimidated because I'm not doing anything wrong. I was called to be a juror. I didn't ask to. I didn't want to be sick 8 weeks out of my life. I had...
What? Irene, I don't understand. What are you talking? Irene, I wish you... Sorry. Just let me know what I missed. Like, are you talking about... I didn't miss really much of it at all. Like, I just want to know what you're talking about. Like, was it when Bradl was talking? When did her immigration status come up? Yes. Oh, yeah, I heard that. Thank you, Diana. But yeah, we talked about that earlier.
To one of your kids.
But when did her immigration status come up?
Would never say.
All right, hold on. We're pausing. Nope, we're putting this all on hold. Apparently, I missed some stuff, so hold on. I have to go to the... I'm just going to go to the transcript. I'm sorry, we're going to have to pause the interview now. And I have to go to the transcript because if something came up that I missed, especially about I listened to the beginning. Wait, I started the interview right when she came on.
With us, we're gonna bring them on right now. Look,
oh wait, was she on before Bradl came on? All right, hold on. Can you please just give me, if you have any timestamps you want to listen to, let me know. I don't understand. We watched the interview from the beginning. Is there something that we missed? Oh. Yeah, sorry, I don't really follow exactly what you were saying. I think I got the whole interview. I think I got from literally the minute she was on screen. So, no, I don't think I missed anything, but maybe, there was... Yeah, I got the literal second that she came on screen. So I think if there was something in there about her immigration status that I missed or something, just let me know. I don't know which part we might have missed about that, but hold on, I'm going to bring up the transcript because I know she did mention it, and I heard there was something in there about whether she was a Brazilian citizen, U.S. citizen, so let's do that. I'm just going to search the transcript. I appreciate you all letting me know, but yeah, thank you for that, and God bless you ESDEE, which is not ST, it's SD. We are grateful to have you. So hold on, let's see, naturalized citizen. I'm just gonna. Okay, I got you. So hold on one second. I got the part of it. Thank you all very much. I don't know. I don't see anything about her status. Naturalized. Oh, here we go. Someone mentioned it in a comment. That was in the super chat part. No, yeah, murder by maestro. I just want to know if there's a section where she talks about her naturalization status, not the question about me. Oh, I don't know. Maybe, and we have to delay our Sunny Spirit interview now because I have to find this part. Let's see. Nope, I don't see anything in there about. Folks, remember, the only part I'm looking for is is if there's something about her naturalization status. And the only time she said the word status was at the very end there. She doesn't talk about whether she's in the process of naturalizing. Wait, what? No, I don't know what you're talking about, Murder by Maestro. I'm pausing it because I'm looking for if she talks about whether she's a citizen now or still being naturalized. So... Oh, yeah, no, I appreciate that. That's not what I heard that part. I'm just looking for if there's anything in there about whether she's going through the naturalization process or that, because I heard she might have mentioned it. Yeah, I don't see anything. Maybe I missed it. No, okay, so all that Murder by Maestro, maybe I did because I did skip some parts. All I'm wondering is if at any point in this interview, for people who watched it, maybe I'll ask Sunny Spirit, she talked about her immigration status. I didn't hear her say anything about that. But anyway, let me get ready to do this interview with Sunny Spirit if they're around. Hold on, let me just see what's going on with this, and sorry for the delay. And that's what I'm saying. I don't know if I was looking through if she talked about her citizenship status. Let's see if it comes up at the end. I think she was leaving there, but hold on.
It's my attorney, Mark Bradl, is also going to join us tonight.
All right, so hold on. Let's go to the end.
The only thing is
that I'm glad you think.
And you don't. Those type of comments are just so degrading that I don't even feel scared by. I just feel sorry for the type of human being this person is. And, he's going to get his karma for saying those things. I protect my children and my family as a lion, as they mothers are, right? And I will be here. You're not going to threaten me. None of you are going to threaten me. You can talk about my appearance, my accent, my immigration status, as much as you want it, and you're not going to touch my kid. None of them, none of my husband. You can bring my whole life out, and I'm still not gonna feel intimidated because I'm not doing anything wrong. I was called to be a juror. I didn't ask to. I didn't want to be sick 8 weeks out of my life. I had like a system going. I was fine. I'm not work at Target, guys, by the way. I work at Target part-time before. I have clients in Brazil and I make money in Brazilian currency, which doesn't worth any dollars. So I got a gig at Target on the weekend, and what? That's no shame on that. Shame is being at home, like threatening people and saying no sense to people that you don't even know, and their children, their family.
You have clients in Brazil? Now you got the Brazilian dollars, Brazilian currency isn't worth as much as U.S. dollars. I mean, but why did you move here then? Why didn't you just stay in Brazil and work for your clients? Why did you come here to work part-time at a Target if you had clients in Brazil? This is making less and less sense the more I listen.
I had a life before. I didn't want to be there. And all I did was be a decent juror who had a reasonable doubt. So it's not my fault that she was not guilty. If she is guilty, God knows. And I'm not going to feel intimidated by anyone or anything. And I'm going to continue talking and having fun as much as I can. I will stop when I want it, not when you guys tell me to.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Paula, for coming on. You were a wonderful guest. And thank you, Mark, as well for joining us. And this is great. And first, family.
Our children's summer vacation.
Yes, that's right. Coming on. That was so.
All right. Nothing there. I heard someone say she might be a dual national, but nothing there. Now, listen, I got a post for you I want to read. So everyone saw this Rachel Rollins post that was making the rounds today. I can't believe Rachel Rollins actually owned up to knowing Turtle Boy. She said, without Turtle Boy, but does anyone know or care about the KR trial? His relentless reporting in the face of repeatedly being told by Ellie that he was wrong and there was nothing to see or crack the case wide open. This should not be lost in all of the reporting. And then this is the post I left for Rachel Rollins because I'd like some answers to these questions. And let me zoom in on it for you here. Hold on. Hold on, little towels. Hold on. And also I reached out to Sunny Spirit. So this is the Sunny Spirit alarm. Sorry for burping. But yes, okay, so I'm going to zoom in. Look at this. So I said, hi, former U.S. Attorney Rollins. Can you confirm you spoke to Turtle Boy directly during the Senate primary between Senator Markey and Joe Kennedy for the purposes of sending Rayla Campbell to Kennedy events to help Senator Markey? Also, did you get forced out for launching a pretextual federal probe into Kevin Hayden after Hayden beat your ally, Ricardo Arroyo, in the Suffolk DA primary? Read that OIG report from May of 2023 here. Now, you want to read this OIG report? Let's read it. Rachel Rollins, I've always wanted to read this OIG report literally live for an audience while we're waiting for Sunny Spirit. If they want to join us, you don't understand, ladies and gentlemen. This is like my dream come true. If you know me, you know I love nothing more than reading 87-page PDFs, but let's just read the table of contents here. Does everyone see what this says? I just want to make sure we're all on the same page, okay, about Rachel Rollins, because, Rachel Rollins really wanted to talk about this, it was important to her. She wanted to talk about Turtle Boy. So, I just thought maybe we should talk about this DOJ OIG report, and I want to ask some questions like, here's the summary of the findings. Rachel Rollins, this was in May of 2023. Rachel Rollins assisted a candidate in a partisan political election and sought to influence the election by, among other things, disclosing non-public sensitive DOJ information to the press. Rollins made false statements under oath and lacked candor about the disclosure during her OIG interview. 2. Rollins attended a partisan political fundraiser without required department approval and contrary to ethics advice she received. 3. Findings regarding additional allegations of ethics and policy violations. Subheading 2. Rollins assisted a candidate in the Democratic primary election for Suffolk DA and seeks to influence the election by disclosing information to the press critical of the candidate's opponent, including sensitive, non-public DOJ information. Rollins makes let me give you this PDF in the chat here if you want to follow along. Here you go. No hard star. I don't think I want to do that. Thank you though. But it's great to see you, Heart Star, Super Towel Hugs. Leaking by disclosing information to the press critical of the candidate's opponent, including sensitive non-public DOJ information. Rollins makes false statements under oath and lacks candor during her OIG interview regarding the disclosures. A. The Suffolk DA primary election between Kevin Hayden and Ricardo Arroyo and Rollins' efforts to help Arroyo. This is an executive summary. B. Rollins provides information critical of Hayden to the Boston Globe shortly before the Globe publishes 3 negative articles about Hayden, and Rollins continues discussions with Arroyo about the DA election. Number B1. July 25th. Rollins calls the Boston Globe about the Suffolk DA's office. July 29th through August 3rd, Rollins communicates with Arroyo about upcoming Globe article and provides information to Globe reporter about Hayden. August 3rd to 4th, Globe reporter contacts the Massachusetts U.S. Attorney's Office for comment about the upcoming Hayden story, and Rollins does not tell the Massachusetts U.S. Attorney's Office staff that she has been communicating with Globe reporters about Hayden. August 5th, Rollins posts a tweet that is included in the Globe article. August 6th to 8th, the Boston Globe publishes the Hayden story, and Rollins advises Arroyo to send it to every single one of his endorsers. August 8th, Rollins praises Arroyo's August 6th story to Globe reporters, and the Globe publishes a follow-up story about Hayden. The Boston Globe publishes a third story about Hayden, and Rollins sends the Globe reporter text messages about where to find information relevant to his Hayden's article. C. Oh, wait a minute. Was this in the lead up to the election? This was before she was trying to influence the actual election. Oh my God. I forgot about this part. You know what? Wait till you see what happens when Hayden beats a royal. She goes nuts. Oh, goodness. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, no. Nancy from the 508 says Iran has launched retaliatory strikes. Hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to Al Jazeera English. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to Al Jazeera English. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to Al Jazeera English. Stay with me. I am hearing that there may have been formal retaliatory strikes against U.S. air bases in Qatar. Oh, no, not Qatar. Oh, no. That's Al Jazeera, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, hold on. Everybody pause. We're going to get back to Rachel Rollins in a second. I repeat, everybody pause. We are going to Al Jazeera English, ladies and gentlemen. This is a breaking towel news alert. I just want to get up to date to find out what is happening. If our men and women in uniform are being attacked, we must all rally. We must all pause. All of the towels around the world, I understand.
Security Council.
Ladies and gentlemen, oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we are breaking in right now. I'm turning on Al Jazeera English. My fellow towels, we may need to come together as Americans right now. To the towels around the world, please forgive us, ladies and gentlemen. We need to come together as Americans right now. Would my American towels please report to the chat? This could be a deeply concerning situation. We are pausing our Rachel Rollins segment, ladies and gentlemen. We are pausing our Rachel Rollins segment. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, we are breaking in. Take it away, please. This is Ali Hashim. I'm going to run it back to the beginning of the segment. This is live, ladies and gentlemen. Qatar has shut its airspace. The retaliation against American bases in Qatar and Iraq has begun. I'm going to begin with this segment, ladies and gentlemen, so I can get us a live update. I'm going to find out if any U.S. military personnel have been injured. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for having to do this. I knew this was coming. Give me 1 second. Let me turn on this volume for you here. All right, give me 1 second. I will be back with you for more Rachel Rollins analysis. If this is indeed going on, this might not be kind of like a light attack, and I am hoping that this was like the U.S. got it telegraphed ahead of time so we could move our people. That's normally how drawdowns happen. If this was surprise and people were hurt, this could be very bad.
Soldiers.
Hold on.
Category. Not allow.
Country
we're going to wait until they break in. Hold on.
In capital at the past. Okay, we're going to bring you more now on our breaking news. The loud explosions that have been heard over the Qatari capital, Doha, in the past 30 minutes. Let's go to Ali Hashim. He's in the Iranian capital, Tehran, because we're seeing, Ali, Tasnim news agency saying that an operation called Annunciation of Victory has begun against U.S. air bases in Qatar and indeed in Iraq. What more can you tell us?
Well, it seems that this is the beginning of an Iranian retaliation towards American bases in the Gulf. We've heard and saw pictures from Qatar. Also, there are reports from Iraq. Now there are reports of sirens in Bahrain. So it seems these missile launches are targeting several bases around the Gulf. The Iranians say that this is in retaliation to the United States attack on the 3 nuclear sites on Sunday morning. And for now, we are not sure what's the scope and what's the timing. I mean, how much will this continue, or it's going to be a one hit and that's it? And of course, whether this is also going to be a pretext for the United States to retaliate or to enter the war, this is something no one knows. It's just part of the analysis. Now, many analysts think that this could be a kind of a choreographed attack. That is being, I mean, the Americans are informed in advance, just like in 2020 when Iran retaliated to the killing of General Soleimani, and the Iranian knowing in advance of the attack on Fordo. But these are just speculations. Whatever is going to happen is going to happen just after these attacks. and then we will know what's the posture, what's the status quo. But this is unprecedented, of course.
Of course, it is unprecedented. There was talk of Iran retaliating, as you say, against the U.S. strikes on its 3 nuclear sites in Iran. However, the U.S. warned that if it did, there would be severe retaliation in response. So many people believed that Iran might actually do an alternative retaliation, something covert, something cyber, something like closing the Strait of Hormuz. The region was on alert. The US bases in the region were on alert. But it's hard to believe that actually this was going to happen, that Iran was going to go through with escalating this conflict in the way it has.
Well, the fact is that the whole situation is escalated. It's been escalated since yesterday dawn when the nuclear facilities were attacked. And we thought that the Iranians were taking their time to consider, to calculate before retaliating. They've retaliated against Israel by hitting, by launching several barrages towards different Israeli cities yesterday and today. And now it's clear that the Iranians want to make a clear statement that they will not allow any breach to their sovereignty. But what is the cost of this, and what is going to be the ceiling for such an escalation? This is something that no one knows. We are still also waiting a political retaliation from the Iranians, the NPT exit that the parliament was discussing. And actually, this is going to be another major escalation in retaliation to the attacks. So the whole region is now on the verge of an explosion, probably, just in case the United States is going to deal with these attacks without practicing restraint as expected. Because in the last time when something similar happened in 2020, the Americans, the United States assassinated General Soleimani. Then the Iranians retaliated by hitting the American base in Iraq, Ain al-Assad, and then things went to calm. Now, are things going to calm this time? This is a big question, especially in the middle of a war, a wide-range war that we are witnessing, probably the first in the history of this region in years. This is maybe the first major war in this region after the 2003 invasion of Iraq. And today, earlier today, we heard from President Trump hinting towards regime change, hinting without saying it clearly. But it's obvious now that things are escalating, things are getting in a way or another to the verge of out of control category. We need to see.
Okay, Ali, just stay with us, if you will. I'm just going to bring our viewers up to speed. It's just gone 17 GMT. If you're just joining us, I'm Laura Kyle. You're watching Al Jazeera. We are coming to you from Qatar, where just in the past half an hour, there have been sounds of loud explosions over Doha. Indeed, the explosions that we could hear in the studio. We understand that Iran has fired missiles towards the US base in Qatar. Now, that is situated outside of the capital, Doha, an Al Udeid air base, where there are normally some 10,000 soldiers stationed there and plenty of aircraft, but they have been evacuated in recent days. And we understand that there are very few soldiers also on that air base. All of this follows Tehran's threat to retaliate against the US strikes on the Iranian nuclear sites. That was on Saturday night. We've just been hearing from the Iranian state news agency that this was an operation that they called Annunciation of Victory, and it has been launched against US bases here in Qatar and indeed in Iraq. We're also seeing Bahrain saying that sirens there have been sounded. Citizens are being asked to remain calm. Qatar did temporarily close its airspace, which remains closed now. Some 2.5 hours ago, they did that, so they were expecting some sort of attack to be launched. I want to take you back to Ali now, because obviously he's in Tehran, and this is a country that launched these attacks, these unprecedented attacks towards US air bases in the Middle East, in the region. Do we know what exactly was fired and what was intercepted?
Well, for the moment, there's no clear picture what was fired, but probably what was fired were ballistic missiles, just the same like the ones, or most of the ones that were launched previously towards Israel. We've seen several interceptions, at least in Doha, from the air defenses. However, now we know more of attacks also in Iraq, in Bahrain. At least there are sirens that were reported in Bahrain. So it seems that most of the American bases in the region are currently under attack or have been under attack in the past minutes, because I'm not sure whether the attack is still ongoing till this moment. And the moment this is going to come to an end is the moment we're going to hear more from the other side, from the American side, whether it's going to be the end of this whole episode, an American strike in Iran, and then a major strike on Iranian nuclear facilities, and an Iranian retaliation, or it's going to go towards a new episode, and President Trump might seize the moment, seize the pretext to get involved more and more in this war. Also, most importantly, we'll have to hear also from the countries in the region that were under this attack.
Ali, just talk us through the timeline today, because you were talking to us earlier about, we were hearing some news about a possible Iranian retaliation in the coming hours. I mean, clearly that was leaked news. You were getting a heads up of what was to come.
Indeed, just like a few hours ago, we got a leak that there's going to be something tonight, probably a political retaliation. And then we understood that there might be retaliation, military retaliation. So it's clear that the Iranians were considering their options over the past 24 hours, and they kept silent on what they are going to do. Of course, this day started with a mid...
Hold on. So just so folks understand I'm here with you. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. If you're just tuning in, this is in real-time developing situation. There are bases, American bases across the Middle East being shelled. This is not a drill, and the person we are listening to is my colleague, murdered by Maestro Ali Hashim. I have known Ali for 3 years. We've never worked together directly, but I have supported a lot of Ali's work. We've worked actually together. Like, I'll clip his Al Jazeera analysis. I've done it for years, and then he'll retweet it. And he really likes my summations of his reporting. This is the foremost expert on this region, Ali Hashim, Alisham. You can find him on X if you don't believe me. He is the foremost geopolitical expert. He is literally in Tehran. He's one of the few Western reporters it's kind of like how Trey Yanks can go to Israel with the IDF. He is one of the few reporters who is going to tell us what's actually going on. If he's telling you whether they landed or not, he's giving you reports. Remember, this is 12 minutes ago. We're going to try to catch up live. Stay with me.
Huge explosions in Tehran after Israeli airstrikes. The Iranian foreign minister was in Moscow meeting the Russian president. So it was clear there were several paths or parallel paths that are going on. Iranian retaliation to Israel also. So we were seeing all these coming, but still there was an ambiguity surrounding Iran's retaliation. Part of this ambiguity was related to the decision-making process, but it seems that there was a decision, because the moment we are seeing now this attack, then there is a decision that was taken and was given, and we are still anticipating another retaliation, which is the diplomatic retaliation, which could be Iran's exit from the non-proliferation treaty.
We're just seeing news coming from Iran's armed forces saying that the U.S. regional bases are, quote, a major weakness. and a thorn in the side of the US warmongering regime, not a strength. That's a statement that's coming from the armed forces. I mean, these are clearly aligned with the supreme leader. As we know, in Iran, in Tehran, we've got the leadership at the top speaks more or less with one voice, and we earlier heard the supreme leader give his first response to the US strikes, promising to punish the Zionist enemy. I mean, really, the signs were there, weren't they, that Iran was not going to back down after the US struck its nuclear sites?
Well, now we are seeing another statement from Iran, one from the IRGC saying that the Dhufra base in the Emirates was also, the United Arab Emirates was attacked with Khaybar 3 missiles. Also, the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council will issue a statement on Iran's missile response to the U.S. aggression in a few weeks, in a few minutes, not weeks. So we have now the statement in response to America's aggressive and brazen action against Iran's nuclear sites and facilities. A few hours ago, the powerful armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran destroyed the American air base in Udeid, Qatar. The number of missiles used in this successful operation was the same as the number of bombs used by the United States in its attack on Iran's nuclear facilities, and the base targeted in the attack by Iranian forces was far from the urban facilities and residential areas in Qatar. This action does not pose any threat to our friendly and brotherly country Qatar and its noble people, and the Islamic Republic of Iran remains committed to maintaining and continuing warm and historic relations with Qatar. Then there's another, I'm sorry, I'm just updating the statements that are arriving one after one. That the last one is that from the armed forces, this of our forces will turn any repetition of aggression into accelerating the collapse of U.S. military infrastructure in the region. So the moment the attack happened, the American attack happened on the nuclear facilities in Iran on Sunday morning, we saw the IRGC statement mentioning the issue about the American bases, saying that they're all under observation.
Okay, that is Ali Hashim joining us there from Tehran. Ali, for the moment, many thanks indeed. We'll, of course, be coming back to you, I believe, pretty shortly. First of all, now we're going to go to Osama bin Javed. He is joining us from North Qatar. Osama, you must have heard those explosions. We heard them here in the studio. What's the situation where you are?
Well, it was extraordinary scenes here in the skies of Qatar, where multiple projectiles were launched, incoming and outgoing, where a majority of them were intercepted. So far, we did not see any explosions take place apart from the ones that we saw in the sky. It appears that these were ballistic missiles that were fired from Iran towards Qatari airspace, and specifically towards the Udeid airbase, as Ali was just reading you the statement from the IRGC. So it appears that the Udeid airbase, which is the largest in the region, has now come under attack. And this was the first time that its air defense systems, the Patriot missile batteries that have been stationed here, did come into test. There were multiple explosions that were heard here. And in the lead up to this happening, in the few hours here in Qatar, multiple embassies, including the US and the UK embassy, advised its residents to take shelter. Also, the Qataris...
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. If you are just tuning in, Iran has attacked the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, Iran has attacked the United States in multiple countries across the Middle East. These were ballistic missiles. The statement from the Iranian military is that they used the same number of bombs as America used on the nuclear installations. We used, I believe, 20 to 30 bunker buster bombs, ladies and gentlemen, along with a number of other missiles in a second wave. I don't know if our troops were given advance notice of this. There were rumors that something like this could happen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We are watching the Qatari. This is the best source of information we can get, ladies and gentlemen, because the attacks occurred in Qatar. It is unclear if any servicemen or women of the United States Armed Forces have been injured. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm going to stay with you. I'm not going to abandon you. I'm going to cover this. I've switched the title of the stream. If you're just tuning in, we've never been confronted with a situation like this before. That you are watching my Towel News Network. Please feel free to chat with the friends here. This is normally coverage of the criminal process in the state of Massachusetts in the criminal courts. We are now covering the Iranian attack on the United States. We do not have information on casualties. All we know is that Iran is claiming that the base was destroyed. We do not know, however, please remember in the fog of war that Iran claiming that the base was hit doesn't mean the base was hit. Please wait for confirmation, and we're going to continue monitoring on-the-ground reports from Doha, Qatar. Iran has struck bases in sovereign countries, including their own allies in the region, in order to attack America. And you can keep an eye on the top of your screen. You'll see the bases that are reportedly hit.
Close its airspace, so giving an indication that perhaps there was forewarning of what is to come. But it appears that because the tensions had been heightened to a level, because because the Iranians had come under attack, that the Iranians have now hit these places. So it appears that it's not just Qatar, but other areas in the Middle East that have also been targeted. And that's what we've been talking about after the U.S. attack, because it is not just the presence of U.S. military personnel and hardware in places like Qatar, but it's also in Iraq and in Syria, where they're exposed from multiple sides as well. But so far, here in Qatar, there have been no reports of casualties or damage, but it is extraordinary scenes that a lot of people come out of their homes and stopped in their cars and saw it, and it appears that now life is returning back to normal.
Yeah, I mean, that's extraordinary. We just saw some people walking behind you, Osama. Are people worried? Are people shocked? I mean, it was certainly shocking to hear the explosions. It is not something that anyone here in this country is used to.
Well, absolutely. Apart from those fireworks that the country sees some few times a year, people do not hear explosions here, unlike other parts here in the Middle East. So it was a shock to a lot of people here. But it appears that the traffic is normal in the streets. It appears that people are going out about their business. There was a lot of concern by people, because you have to realize that a majority of the population of this country comprises of expatriates, people who come from other parts of the world to this country, and especially the news of airspace closure was concerning. But it appears that this was a temporary suspension. So far, the airspace remains closed, but we're expecting that it will be open soon. And also, because there was so much warning ahead of time, it appears that either the Iranians hinted or gave some sort of warning to the Qataris or the Americans. And this is something that we saw in the lead up to the attack on the American base, the first American base in the region, Ain al-Assad. I was in Baghdad. We were looking at all the warnings that were coming towards it, and then finally it was hit by pinpointed missiles. So it appears an exercise more sort of that in nature, but no damage or no real panic in the streets, because life here did not stop. Restaurants here are operating. I've just saw people going about their business. As these explosions were happening, there were people walking across because there was a call to prayer, and people were going for their evening prayer. So yes, it is extraordinary for people in Qatar, but it's not extraordinary in the Middle East, and it appears that the worst might be over.
You say that people were going about their normal lives as it was happening. I mean, we were seeing warnings by the US Embassy, by the UK Embassy to shelter in place, but I wonder how many of those warnings got through to other people. And were there any air raid sirens? Was there any actual warning that this was going to happen to the majority of the people in Qatar?
Well, there were no air raid sirens that we heard here in the northern part of Qatar, but there were some earlier warning, because this had been going on for the last 5 to 6 hours, that the advisories were being issued. We were hearing from not just the embassies, but here the local media and all of the various social media groups were active. People were talking to each other. People were asking each other for advice what to do. So it appears that people knew that there was something which was imminent, that something was coming. But it appears that a lot of people did not really think much about it, and life continued as normal. Because I, before doing this live shot, went to a close-by mall. It wasn't as crowded as weekdays, but there were people there. So it appears that these warnings did get through to people, but there was no early warning system that was put into place. And it also appears that this might be an indication of the threat was not directly at either the population centers here in Qatar or towards the civilian areas, because the Al Udeid base is away from the population centers. It is secluded. It also has a Qatari military base adjoining it, and also an airstrip adjacent to it as well. So these warnings seem to have worked so far, because none of these missiles, as far as we are concerned, we haven't seen any reports yet of landing in places where they would have caused any damage to people or property.
Yeah, I was going to ask you where Al Udeid is, because, of course, when people look at Qatar on the map, they see a very tiny peninsula, and it really is difficult to imagine how the whole country is not affected by a missile strike like this. But perhaps you can explain to us a little more about how long it takes to get down to Al Udeid, how far away from Doha, from Wakra, from the main population centres it actually is, and indeed what we know to be there right now.
Well, in the lead up to this, as the U.S. decided to attack Iran, we saw reports that a lot of military assets, including bombers and fighter jets, were moved from Udeid. And it is also worth noting that the Americans were cognizant of what could happen to their allies and their assets in the region.
We're jumping forward to get more real-time updates.
Would not opt for negotiations, because the U.S.
Jumping
and
forward.
They have been here for decades, some of them, and some others for years and years. So they would not allow Iran to target different U.S. bases simultaneously without paying for it. I don't see them keeping silent. But my assessment, and I don't have any information really, because it's just happened. I think the Iranians, most probably, they would just restrict their response to the bases in Iraq and Qatar. If not, it means the Iranians have reached a conclusion that the current conflict is a zero-sum conflict, and that the Americans and the Israelis are coming to topple the regime. If this is the conclusion that has been drawn by the Iranian government, then yes, we will see more attacks on different bases in the region.
Okay, Mohamed Saloom, great to get your calm analysis at this time here in Qatar. Many thanks indeed for joining us. Well, Iran's Revolutionary Guards Corps has released a statement following the attacks in Doha. It says it launched a powerful and devastating missile attack on the Al Udeid air base in Qatar. Now, this base serves as the command center of the U.S. Air Force and is the largest strategic asset of the American terrorist army in West Asia. Well, Qatar's Ministry of Defense has released a statement following the Iranian strike on that U.S. base. Qatar is saying that its air defenses intercepted a salvo of missiles targeting the Al Udeid air base. It continued saying the incident did not result in any deaths nor in any injuries. The ministry says Qatar's airspace and territory are safe. Well, joining us now from northern Doha is our correspondent, Dorsa Jabari. Dorsa, you are also out on the streets.
She's really
of
good,
Doha.
Dorsa.
Tell us what the situation is there, some hour now after we heard those explosions.
Well, Laura, things are returning back to normal. It was quite a shock for the local population here when they heard those sounds of explosions over the Doha skies. Suddenly, just around 16:45 GMT, many people were initially shocked and scared and quite panicked. But then once they realized what had happened, things quieted down very rapidly. And now it appears, for now, the situation is very calm. Most people are going about their daily routine. This is, of course, very much a surprise to the local population, not something many people here were expecting. But there were signs from the hours leading up to this attack. First, the warnings issued by the U.S. Embassy here in Qatar, as well as the British Embassy, urging their nationals to stay indoors, basically, as well as then the Qatar International Airport, the Hamad International Airport, announcing the closure of its airspace temporarily. And then it was pretty much evident that there was an attack looming. What we have also heard from the Qatari Foreign Ministry spokesperson, Majid Al-Ansari, is that the Qataris have condemned this action, and they say this is an attack on their sovereignty, and it is within their right to respond accordingly. And they also called for an urgency to de-escalate the situation. They urged the parties involved, specifically Israel, to refrain from continuing their attacks and escalating the tension that is going to clearly, most likely, drag the regional countries into this conflict if it doesn't get resolved very soon. The interesting thing we have to note is that this airbase has been here since 1996. It has a very long history in Qatar. It was at that time when the Qataris spent $1 billion building it, and it is home to around over 10,000 U.S. personnel at the last figure that we have. So it is the biggest, one of the biggest airspace fields and military bases belonging to the U.S., but it is not the only one. There are over 40,000 U.S. troops in the Middle East. There are 19 bases across the region. So really, most of them have been put on high alert since the United States carried out those attacks on the Iranian nuclear facilities, Natanz, Fordow, and Esfahan early Sunday morning.
Now, Dorsa, I'm just going to inform our viewers that in the top corner of our screens now, we're seeing debris that has fallen from one of those interceptions. Now, we're not quite sure whereabouts in Qatar that is. We'll try and get a location for you, or for our viewers. But we have talked a lot, haven't we, about missiles being fired over Israel, people having to go to shelters, not necessarily only because of the impact they might have if they're not intercepted, but from falling shrapnel. And here we are seeing exactly that in Qatar.
Yes, I think initially people did not know what to do, and then there were guidances provided. The first thing people were told was to take shelter in the metro stations here or underground parking facilities, which there is no shortage of. So people did get instructions, and that has been the guidance from the local government, is to ensure people receive the information that they need when they need it. But of course, these were very traumatic scenes for the majority of people. Qatar is home to about 2.5 million people, and in Doha, about 700,000 people call it home. So it is a significant number, and this seriously disrupted the quiet that has been part of the daily life of most people in this country. But many here are now hoping that this was it, that there is no continuation of these missiles launched towards Al Udeid Air Base here in Qatar.
Doha, Dorsa, sorry, I just wanted to get an idea from you as to what you felt when those explosions happened about an hour ago, because we certainly felt them here in the newsroom. There was a successive wave of explosions. You could feel the shaking on the ground here in the studio. Where were you, and what was your experience?
Well, I was at one of the local malls getting a coffee, and I was waiting for a taxi. And then I heard, so I was outside, and I heard the sounds first, and then I felt the ground shake under me, and I knew that the attack had happened and it had started. And I heard at least 4 explosions in the skies. And then it was very difficult for people to understand what was happening. People around me were asking me what's going on, what should we do? Given that we have had some experience in this kind of situation in the past, I was a bit more calm than most people, but I urged them to basically stay indoors, not to be outside in open spaces. But really, it didn't last very long, and then we got we started getting news and information from official sources here about what people should do and what had just happened. The main question now is whether or not this is the end. And most likely, many analysts believe that this is what Iran intended to do. And it was more of a show of force, not only to the Americans that are based in the region and the officials in the White House and U.S. President Donald Trump, but also to the regional countries that are now in the firing line. Of course, the Iranians, the last thing they want to do is to drag a country like Qatar into this conflict. But it is certainly a reminder that these U.S. bases in the region are now legitimate targets for Iran. And what it says is its sovereign right to defend itself against the Israeli and American aggression on its own soil.
I mean, this may well be the end of the attack. We don't know that yet. We do know that Bahrain has closed its airspace and Syria has its main airbase there in Syria is on high alert, as are air bases in Iraq. We don't know what the next step is going to be. What we do know, though, is that the sense of security that Qatar enjoyed, its 2.5 million people, the 700,000 people in Doha, many of them expats from around the world, the sense of security that they enjoyed here has been shattered.
That's right, Laura. This is the first time this country has ever come under this kind of an attack. And certainly, people here had never experienced this kind of environment. You know, some have, though. I have spoken to some people who are living here from Lebanon, for example, and they say this was a reminder of what their home country endures on a regular basis. Again, Israel continuing violating that ceasefire that it signed with Lebanon in November of last year, following 3 months of violence. But most people who are here have never witnessed anything like this. And certainly it was a very traumatic experience. I have had a lot of messages from people around the world wondering what has happened here and how could this country even be targeted. So it's important to understand that this was not intended to really harm the civilian population or directly the U.S. military personnel. It was more clearly a message to the U.S. government and U.S. military that Iran has the capability to launch direct attacks on U.S. military personnel in the Middle East. And it really is now up to the United States how this conflict moves forward, whether or not we're going to see the basically a trajectory of war engulf this region, or whether they would choose this as an opportunity to see it as an off-ramp to de-escalate the situation and provide an opportunity for Iran to really be able to recover from this constant bombardment that it has been under by Israel over the past 11 days or so.
What do you think are the conversations now between the Qataris and the Iranians? Because they have good diplomatic relations, these two countries. And as you say, Tehran did warn Doha in advance of these attacks. And we were seeing warnings by the various embassies here telling their citizens to shelter in place. So they did know that this was going to happen.
Yes, clearly, this was a coordinated attack meant to deliver a message. And I think the Qataris, who have had very close diplomatic relationship with Iran, were the obvious choice for the Iranians. They have had close relations, and even during negotiations in the past between Iran and the United States, it is usually either the state of Qatar or Oman that delivers the messages from Tehran to Washington. So clearly, they trust the Qataris. And this was seen as an effort to really minimize the damage and impact of this attack. So Qatar was the chosen place for one of these attacks that have happened. And of course, the largest, we have to remember, this Al Udeid airspace is the largest airbase rather, for the U.S. military in the Middle East. And, you know, the Iranian Air Force has taken some hits by the Israelis. So, again, the Iranians using every opportunity to deliver a message of defiance and strength and clearly relying on their friends and allies in the region to do that. And Qatar, of course, being one of the main allies of Iran.
Okay, that's Dorsa Jabari joining us there from northern Doha. Dorsa, many thanks indeed. Well, Qatar's Ministry of Defense has released a statement following the Iranian strike on the US base. Qatar says its air defenses intercepted a salvo of missiles targeting the Al Udeid airbase. It continued saying the incident did not result in any deaths or injuries. Now, the ministry says Qatar's airspace and territory are safe. Well, just a short while ago, Qatar's Foreign Ministry spokesman Majid Al-Ansari put out a statement, and he said the state of Qatar strongly condemns the attack that targeted Al Udeid Air Base by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. We consider this a flagrant violation of the sovereignty of the state of Qatar, its airspace, international law and the United Nations Charter. We affirm that Qatar reserves the right to respond directly in a manner equivalent with the nature and scale of this brazen aggression in line with international law. Now, Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps has also released a statement following these attacks in Doha. It says it launched a powerful and devastating missile attack on the Al Udeid airbase in Qatar. This base serves as the command center of the U.S. Air Force and is the largest strategic asset of the American terrorist army in West Asia. Let's go to the White House now, where we can join our correspondent Kimberly Halkett. And Kimberly, as far as we know, Trump is currently in the Situation Room. What more can you tell us?
That's right. The U.S. president in the Situation Room of the White House. Initially, his national security briefing had been slated for the Oval Office, but that has since been moved, given the fact that there is this developing situation with the attacks on U.S. bases, namely Qatar and Al Udeid. Now, what we know is that the U.S. president is monitoring the attacks and is accompanied by not only his Secretary of Defense, but also his chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Kane. We also know that the United States was aware and was informed in advance that this would be taking place, and as a result was able to, just as the Qatari Foreign Ministry did, was able to alert civilians and the personnel at Al Udeid so that it could, in fact, as well as the airspace, begin diverting flights and minimizing the casualties that are there. Now, it is important to note that, as you've mentioned, that the Al Udeid is, for the United States, the headquarters for the Central Command. It is the largest installation in the region. There are in excess of 10,000 troops there. And we also know that it was expected as a target. The United States, even before there was this coordination by Iran, had expected. So we know in advance that there had been movement of most of the aircraft that was located at Al Udeid. It was moved in advance, given the fact that the United States expected that it was possible there could be a target. Now, the reason for this is because we know that any sort of firing from Iran, according to military officials here, of cruise missiles or ballistic missiles would only take minutes to get to Qatar from Iran. And so out of an abundance of caution, that is what was done. As well, we know that there's the possibility of swarming drones. But so far, we've not had reports of that. Instead, what reports we are getting here at the White House is that the attack by the Iranians on the airbase seemed to be designed to match similar to what the United States did in its attack in the number of missiles that were used. In other words, what's already being observed here in Washington is that this may be looking more like a symbolic attack than by one designed to inflict harm. And the reason for this, again, is because not only was it expected, it was coordinated and seemed to have the markings of being very similar in nature. Now, we should point out as well that the United States president has said that he said just one day ago in a social media post, any retaliation by Iran against the United States will be met with force far greater than the initial U.S. strike. So
that's what I'm worried about.
This is definitely an escalation. The U.S. president had cautioned against Iran taking this action, and now it has occurred. So we're watching carefully to see what next steps might be taken by the U.S. administration. But again, this was not unexpected. We also have to remember, looking and putting this into context, when the U.S. president launched his strike back in 2020 on Qasem Soleimani, the Iranian general, which the United States says was fomenting and coordinating many of the proxy groups in the region, that Iran vowed harsh revenge, but at the same time also did retaliate for that assassination. So again, the United States was expecting, based on the past precedent, that there would be a response from Iran, one that we now know has been unfolding.
Indeed, we do. We obviously don't know whether that attack has finished or not. We are seeing Bahrain and just in the last few minutes, Kuwait shutting down their airspaces temporarily until further notice amid the regional escalation. I mean, as you say, Kimberly, the US was made aware in advance of this attack, as was Qatar. So given that you are saying that it could be considered a symbolic attack, a contained attack, as Iran responded after the assassination of Qasem Soleimani, should we expect Trump to further escalate again?
We have to take the president's words at face value, but we also know that the U.S. president is heavily influenced by whomever he has just spoken to, and can make sometimes rash or, sudden decisions. So it's really hard to gauge how the United States will respond. If the president goes with his word, and he has reiterated this on multiple occasions, there will be another response by the United States that will be even greater in force than the initial strikes that the United States took on those 3 nuclear sites in Iran just a couple of days ago. Having said that, there are reports already that as part of a precaution in terms of trying to defend the bases that are currently being considered vulnerable, in addition to the one in Qatar, we know that there have been reports of U.S. jets being scrambled in Saudi Arabia, mobilizing for possible attacks in locations like Syria, in Kuwait, as well as we have been reporting the concerns in Iraq. So this is certainly something that is unfolding. We're still working to get more information from the White House. It says it has no updates at this time, but we do know right now that the highest security officials in the United States are all huddled in the Situation Room of the White House, not far from where I'm sitting, watching this unfold and deciding what steps to take next.
OK, Kimberly, we'll be keeping a very close eye on anything coming out of the White House and indeed from Washington, D.C. For the moment, many thanks indeed. Let's now bring in Marwan Bashar. He's Al Jazeera's senior political analyst. He joins us from Paris. So Marwan, chosen as Iran's target of out of all the US air bases in the region.
We don't know if they're going to be attacking other bases, but certainly Al-Udeid is where the central command is for the Middle East, and I suspect it's just one of many. But clearly, it is a message to the Trump administration that we will hit you at your center of nerve, as it were, because this is supposed to be the command and control, if you will.
Marwan, you're normally based here in Qatar, in Doha, with us. You've lived here for a very long time. Would you ever have expected something like this?
Certainly a first. Certainly a first. This war that started 2 years ago, almost, it's setting a lot of precedents. A lot of precedents in the region, a lot of precedents in international relations, a lot of precedents in as far as American Israeli, Middle Eastern relations and conflict. Some of it is very reminiscent of things that happened in the past. We spoke a lot about how the war on Iran reminds us of the war on Iraq 20 years earlier, 22 years earlier. But this is the first where Iran hits an American target outside Iraq. That's certainly new. But also, it's new the way, of course, America attacked Iran and the way Israel preemptively or preventively attacked Iran in a war of choice. This is really all taking us back to really a simple, annoying fact, is that one indicted criminal is taking the entire region.
He's talking about Netanyahu.
To the unknown. The way Netanyahu has been manipulating the American administration, the way he chose to attack Iran when it was basically defenseless after an earlier attack on its air defenses, the way he wants to, put the region on notice. He wants a regime change. He wants to terrorize a number of other regimes if need be. All of these are precedents, and all of these have started with Netanyahu, and we really don't know that the war he started will ever end or when it will ever end.
So that's the big question, isn't it? What happens next once we've come to terms with where we're at right now? And we've just heard from Kimberly that there are thoughts within the White House already that this could be a symbolic attack, that it was pre-warned, that it was contained, that it was very much directed only at an airbase. Would you agree with that?
You know, this is what I said earlier about when we heard that Trump making that press conference and saying, okay, that's it. We've hit, we left, it's all clean, 6 hours. Now Iran comes back to the negotiations table. Really? Really? Does the American president believe that he could just hit and run and that will be the end of that? Does he really believe that the Israelis can win in Iran and that will be the end of that? It's like America won in Iraq and announced mission accomplished. This is the thing about this misunderstanding, this selective memory, this ahistorical view of Middle East and Middle East conflicts and wars, is that everyone seems to think that, you know, they are, and they will be the first to do this and that and the other. We've seen it before, and we've seen how it has a ramification, and we see one war leading to another war, to another war. And so this continues, and it will probably expand. And now Trump has no choice. I mean, what is he going to do? Either he will do what he did with Soleimani and say, okay, fine, now we are Keat, as they say, we're equal. We've killed Soleimani, you've bombed our base in Iraq, and that's the end of that. But if the Iranians are putting all the American bases on notice, he has no choice but to respond. If he responds, what does that say about his agenda? What does that say about his legacy? What does that say about his base? What does that say about his beliefs about other American presidents that preceded him that started or got involved or were manipulated into wars in the Middle East? So it makes him, you know, one of many that all basically ended up in failure. You and I were speaking earlier about regime change. America has tried regime change. We've seen even American officials in their, you know, in one Phil Gordon's book about losing the long game, how it was all regretful. You know, there was no point. It just, America lost a lot in it and lost credibility and money. It didn't lead to the intended change and so on and so forth. And here we have Netanyahu, once again, manipulating an American president into yet another regional confrontation.
And we're talking a lot about the US response, Marwan. But what about Qatar's response? It has put out a statement saying it reserves the right to respond, and it is within its rights under the UN Charter and under international law. What do we think they are going to do about this?
Well, they certainly established a principle that, you know, you shouldn't be attacking another sovereign country, in this case, Qatar. But I think there were so many apologies in just 2 hours by the Iranians towards Qatar that we didn't mean, it's not about you, we don't want, we understand you, we appreciate you, and so on and so forth. I think it's probably important that they reserve the right, but whether they will act, I doubt it, but it remains to be seen.
Okay. Marwan, many thanks indeed for joining us there from Paris. It's just gone 18 GMT. If you're just joining us here on Al Jazeera, let's bring you up to speed with the very latest. Iran has fired a salvo of missiles at Qatar, targeting the US airbase situated in the country. Tehran says the attack is in retaliation for the U.S. bombing of 3 of its nuclear sites on Sunday morning. Now, these are some of the interceptions that were seen over the skies of the Qatari capital in Doha. The Al Udeid base in Qatar, which was the target, is the largest U.S. airbase in the Middle East. Well, Qatar's Ministry of Defense has released a statement following the Iranian strike on the U.S. base. Qatar says its air defenses intercepted missiles targeting the Al Udeid airbase. It continued saying the incident did not result in any deaths nor in any injuries. The ministry says Qatar's airspace and territory are safe. Well, Qatar's Foreign Ministry spokesman Majid Al-Ansari put out a statement saying the state of Qatar strongly condemns the attack that targeted Al Udeid airbase by the Iran Revolutionary Guard. We consider, he said, this a flagrant violation of the sovereignty of the state of Qatar, of its airspace, of international law and the United Nations Charter. We affirm that Qatar reserves the right to respond directly in a manner equivalent with the nature and scale of this brazen aggression, in line with international law.
Towels here, ladies and gentlemen. We'll wait for the news to pick back up.
So that was the statement there from the Qatari Foreign Ministry. Let's now go to Ali Hashim. He's joining us from Tehran. Ali, this attack, it happened now, I think about an hour and a half ago. What do we know from the Iranian side about what was fired, how long it took to arrive here, and all the details that you know from there?
Well, for now, what we know is that there's a number of missiles that was launched from Iran, from the western coast of Iran towards the Al Udeid base in Qatar, the United States Army base. And
I'm here, Towels. I'm here.
Some of the rockets or the missiles were intercepted by the air defenses. This was within the news context, whereas the United States attacked the Iranian nuclear facilities on Sunday morning, and Iran vowed to retaliate, and it has started its retaliation. Now, we don't know if the retaliation is going to continue, or this is the ceiling of it. Now, given the fact we have just come after this moment that everybody was anticipating, the big question now is has this come to an end? And would President Trump decide to end this episode or continue with retaliating to the Iranian attack? These are big questions because this is a turning point. These are crossroads, whereas many things could happen if this attack will end this episode and the United States is again outside this war, because there is another war already going on, because this is not the real confrontation. The original confrontation is between Israel and Iran. This is a side confrontation, and the United States, though it launched its attacks yesterday, but it's not part of this war till the moment. So it's either the United States is going to decide to be part of this war, and then things are going to take a new dimension, or the United States is going to end its involvement, and then we are back into another crisis, another conflict, the first Iranian-Israeli war. Actually, this war is historic. It's the first time we see Iran and Israel exchanging fire, exchanging missiles, launching missiles to each other's geography, and it's a war without geography because they do not share borders together. However, what happened today in Qatar, the condemnation from the Qatari government, the United States, of course, we're waiting the United States' position on this, and the Iranian National Security Council, Supreme National Security Council, ensuring in its own words in a statement that this was not meant at the state of Qatar.
This is the most informed because the attack took place in Qatar. So you want to, these are the people in Qatar, but let's listen to the BBC.
Lewis, thanks very much indeed. Yes, reports coming through that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is going to convene his security cabinet in Jerusalem tonight at 10 p.m. local time. That is coming through in the Israeli media to discuss the ongoing campaign against Iran. That, of course, coming as Iran retaliates against U.S. bases against the base in Qatar, and the war escalates seemingly into a wider conflict. And yet, the way in which this Iranian escalation, this Iranian retaliation has happened, seemingly choreographed in advance, with reports coming through that the Iranians had warned Qatar about the attack in advance in order to avoid any kind of Qatari casualties. Suggestion too that Iran used the same number of missiles on that US airbase as the number of bombs that were dropped by America on Iranian nuclear facilities over
strikes that took place earlier today, going after a variety of targets in and around the capital of Tehran. Smoke could be seen rising from the Iranian capital, and the IDF saying those earlier strikes went after underground military infrastructure, missile storage sites, and UAV storage sites. We do expect these Israeli strikes to continue. Again, at this hour, we can report there are jets over Iranian territory striking different targets at this moment. But these will likely continue as the Israelis come under more ballistic missile fire from Iran. Early this morning, 2 different waves of missile strikes targeted this country, going after infrastructure in the south and residential areas in the north. Israeli officials say they'd like this war to be over in a matter of days, but they are preparing for the possibility that this drags out for weeks. John, Sandra?
So, Trey, let's go to the politics of Iran itself. Via the sources that you've talked to into the region, I'm wondering what you're picking up that's going inside the country, because when a regime is at the tipping point, you usually get some pretty good indications that that's about to happen. Syria, for example, I mean, there were pretty obvious signs that things were not going well for Assad, and then suddenly it tipped over into a regime change. We saw the same thing in Afghanistan when the Taliban swept out the Afghanistan government. Do you get a sense that Iran is anywhere near a tipping point here? Or do the authorities in charge now, led, I guess, by the IRGC, still have a pretty good handle on all the levers of power there?
Look, Israeli officials say they still have a pretty good handle on the situation in Tehran. But it's important to note the Israelis have gone after much of the military leadership, trying to decimate top commanders from the IRGC. And the strike today on the American base outside of Doha, Al-Udeid, is a significant development, but it's also a coordinated development. The Americans knew there would be some response from the Iranians following these strikes that were ordered by President Trump over the weekend against Iran's key nuclear facilities. And this is in part because the Iranians are looking to save face domestically. They're under immense domestic political pressure. We have seen the images of Iranian civilians, millions of them evacuating the capital of Tehran, lines of traffic as people try to get out of the way. Earlier today, the Israelis released an infographic showing an IRGC command center in the heart of Tehran, urging Iranian civilians to stay away from these facilities. It's hard to get a real sense of the feelings from the civilian population, given the fact that the regime has cracked down on internet access there, and people have very limited ability to speak to the outside world. But as this moves forward, there is still a political chain of command that exists. You have the Ayatollah Khamenei, who has reportedly appointed successors if needed, but you also have President Masoud Pezeshkian and his deputies who have not been killed in the Israeli strikes. The Israeli strikes have gone after military leadership so far, and they've been precise in a way that they have used their intelligence apparatus here in Tel Aviv to track down these military commanders in an effort to weaken Iran's ability to fire back at Israel. And while we certainly have seen that there are fewer missiles flying through the skies of Israel in recent days, they still have the ability to coordinate these counterattacks. And so we saw the ballistic missile attack this morning that targeted those installations in the south of Israel and also residential areas in the north. And then just last hour, this attack against a U.S. base in Qatar. The key here is the missile supply and the ability to launch these missiles. It is not surprising that they used short and medium range missiles in the attack today on the U.S. base in Qatar. because the Israelis have been going after their long-range missile supply. They have tried to take out as many of the launching positions as possible, and the Iranians have had to systematically start moving where they're firing the missiles from because the Israelis have control over the skies of Tehran and the surrounding areas. And again, as we can report at this hour, Israel is currently striking targets in and around Tehran, an indication that they will keep up this air campaign in the hours and days ahead. And I'm checking with sources here in the region to try to get an understanding about the current security alert in the Gulf right now, because there is concern that this event retaliating against the United States, directly targeting a U.S. base that normally houses around 10,000 American soldiers, may not be over. And so everyone here is in a high state of alert. The Israelis as well, certainly coordinating intelligence behind the scenes with the Americans as this operation continues. But remember, we learned from Israeli sources over the past 2 days that ahead of the American strikes that took out, in part, these nuclear facilities in Iran, there was an effort by the Israelis to take out the air defense systems of the Iranian regime, not only to clear the path for American bombers, but also to make it easier to put this pressure on the regime, the political leadership that's left in Tehran, understanding that once you take out the majority of their nuclear program and once their ballistic missile program is decimated, all they have left is turning to their proxies in the region. And over the past year and a half, amid the Israeli campaign against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, the American and Israeli campaign against the Houthis in Yemen, Israeli strikes against Hamas and Islamic Jihad inside Gaza, and ongoing limited attacks against Iranian proxies, these Shia militias in Iraq and Syria, their proxy ability has also been decimated. And so they're running out of buttons to push. And so they can still launch these counterattacks as they have done today, but they don't have an unlimited supply of missiles, and both the Israelis and the Americans know that.
Okay, Trey Yanks, as our reporters stand by with us and the news breaks, let's get back to the White House because, Rich, we're getting a brand new Truth Social statement from President Trump right now.
Here we go.
Yeah, we do, and it has to do, Sandra, on the state of the Iranian nuclear program. It says, quote, the sites that we hit in Iran were totally destroyed, and everyone knows it. Only the fake news would say anything different in order to try and demean as much as possible, and even say they were, quote, pretty well destroyed. If you look at that statement and you look at that as an assessment from the president as to what the nuclear program is, that's what the achievement was supposed to be, to destroy Iran's nuclear program. The question is, what's the next step here for this administration? Does President Trump view that as sufficient, that those bunker-busting bombs that the U.S. military dropped over the weekend, do they finish the job that negotiations failed to do a couple of months ago or leading up to those attacks? You know, the question here is, what exactly is the Trump administration comfortable with Iran having? There were some questions earlier on in the negotiations with the Iranians whether Iran would be able to enrich any uranium on their territory, whether that had to occur outside. Eventually, the Trump administration firmly stated that no, Iran could not enrich any uranium on its territory. That was a red line for the Iranians, and that's been a red line for the Iranians for more than a decade. Remember, it was the Obama administration that entered into that nuclear agreement back in 2015. It took years in the making. The Iranians refused to give up their enrichment, so their enrichment was monitored by the United Nations. It had to be below a certain level, and they were subjected to a number of different inspections. President Trump walked away from that agreement, and the criticism of that Obama-era deal was that, hey, you're letting them enrich uranium and they could break out to a bomb very quickly, even as they continued to enrich under certain levels. Also, that agreement didn't deal with anything else that Iran was doing. It didn't deal with their support of proxies across the region. It didn't deal with their ballistic missile program. It didn't deal with some of the behavior they'd done. Remember, after the Obama administration reached that deal, an American vessel had wandered into Iranian waters, and the Iranians captured them. Eventually, they were released, but made a big show of it. And it was a way for opponents to say, look, their behavior isn't changing. In other words, it's just emboldening them. What does Iran want? Iran wants to be able to enrich uranium, but it also wants sanctions relief from the United States. The U.S. has major sanctions on the Iranian economy. It has for some time. The Obama administration deal lifted some of those sanctions and made it possible for the Iranian economy to breathe. Opponents said that gave them the money to pump right back into its ballistic missile program, right back into its proxies across the region. So if the U.S. is looking for a deal beyond this, Those are very sticky issues. Will the Iranians give up enriching anything on their territory? Do they even have the capability of doing so? It's something that the president is suggesting they no longer do, but the question is for how long? So that's the approach the administration is mulling over right now, is what it wants its next steps exactly to be, what the Iranian nuclear program's state is, and how long it could possibly take them to get back to a place where they're enriching a massive amount of uranium, just like they were doing about a week ago.
All right, Rich Edson for us at the White House. Stand by with us, Rich. Just want to point out that you're seeing on the lower right-hand side of the screen the Dow bug. It's up 300 points. And Sandra, I don't know if I've ever seen a time when the United States has been attacked and the Dow goes up. So obviously, I think the markets are reading into this that this is probably much more symbolic on the part of Iran than it is actually destructive. And the New York Times is reporting that.
No, that's not necessarily right. War production is good for the economy.
Than anything. But of course, the threat does remain across the region. We want to go to Jillian Turner live at the State Department for us. We're getting word out of Kuwait that the airspace there has been closed. U.S. military who are at either Camp Arif Jan, Camp Buring, Ali al-Salam Air Base, and Camp Patriot are being told to comply with temporary restrictions. I mean, I don't think it would go over too well with the Kuwaitis if Iran were to fire a few missiles into Kuwait. It's a small place. You can easily hit a populated area. Plus, the symbolism of that doesn't go over too well either. I mean, Iran is a country that has found itself increasingly isolated because of its malign activities. Are they basically alone in this, Jillian?
John, it would certainly appear that they are without major military allies in the Middle East. It would certainly appear that they have now slammed the door shut in the face of the Trump administration here in the United States, who has, as you know, in the last 5 months in office, engaged in 5 rounds of failed nuclear talks directly with Iranian officials, all spearheaded by Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. It is not as if the Trump administration has not given diplomacy a good old-fashioned college try here. The strikes on Iran that came over the weekend were a policy decision of last resort. We have learned from sources inside the administration. They did not want to have to go down this route. But the reality remains that for decades, this is a nation state that has been behaving badly, that has been threatening America and its adversaries, not only in the Middle East, but around the world.
Adversaries, you mean allies?
This is also a regime that has been sponsoring terrorist proxies for decades across the Middle East, that launched its nuclear weapons program way back in the 1950s, really only started to ramp it up in a major way during the 80s and 90s after the Shah was overthrown. There is a long and sort of grisly history behind what we are seeing.
So just to break in, folks, while we figure out what exactly is happening, we don't know. With these reporters, the reason why we're going to so many different channels, they are on the ground. So we don't know if this is what's happening, what the U.S. response is going to be. It's perfectly okay to share links, but normally YouTube doesn't allow links in chat. Moderators have the privilege. So if you are able to share links, please describe why you're sharing it. Like, for example, LA Connection and Diana and Natalia have been doing great. LA Connection wanted to share a documentary for me, which I saved for later. But if you share links, just say, hey, Grant, you know, this is News 9 Australia. Do you want to put this up on the stream? Can we have some international coverage? Or this is from, like, Peru. Can we show this? Any live streams you want to watch, if your country if it has a stream you want me to put on, I'll put it up. What we're doing right now is, a lot of you have probably seen, every perspective we're hearing is different. The British perspective is different than the British perspective is different than the Qatari perspective. The British perspective on BBC is different than the Qatari perspective on Al Jazeera, is different than the American perspective on Fox News, which is different than the American perspective on CNN, which is different than the CNN international perspective. So our best approach here, in my opinion, until we know what's going on and hear from the president. The statement you just heard there from the president was about the attack the other night on the enrichment facilities. It wasn't on what just happened. So there has been some analysis that could, and I think this is interesting, that this could be And my name is Grant Smith Ellis, by the way, if you're just tuning in. There was an attack on American bases throughout the Middle East by Iran. We're monitoring right now to determine whether the attack is ongoing, whether it has ended, whether President Trump will follow through with his initial statement the other day that if an attack occurs on an American airbase, there will be a follow-up attack. We had to completely change our care and read coverage because this occurred in real time. Every single channel is covering it. And I'm talking about the news. It doesn't matter if you go to ABC, CNN, it doesn't matter. This will be on. So I'm amalgamating every coverage, but I don't just do domestic. I'm going to grab the international feeds for you. Now, here's the President Trump's statement on Sky News. I'm going to bring that up
the
for you.
sites, we don't know whether they have been totally destroyed because we have not had independent...
I'm going to rewind the Sky News feed here for like a few seconds, and then I'm going to bring that up on your screen as well, and you're going to hear the statement from President Trump again right now.
An overwhelming success, that Iran's nuclear capabilities had been completely obliterated. But then by the morning, his own staff, his top general, was saying it was far too early to tell what the battle damage assessment had been, and so he wasn't prepared to be drawn on the extent to which Iran's...
Yes, MBM, if you can get me a feed with subtitles, sure, or we can get an Iranian English feed. Let me look for one. Hold on.
Yesterday and said that it would take quite some time to dismantle Iran's nuclear capability. So Donald Trump firing back at the fake news, firing his criticism at all of us indirectly, and individuals as well. Alison Cooper, that's Anderson Cooper of Fake News CNN. Dumb Brian Roberts, chairman of Comcast, incidentally the parent company of Sky News. Johnny Carl, that's Jonathan Carl from fake ABC News. And the losers, again, of Comcast's fake NBC fake news. I mean, what's remarkable, I don't know if we've got it, but if we have, someone can tell me. Let's listen to a grab from J.D. Vance speaking just yesterday on, guess what, NBC News, where he counters what his own boss, Donald Trump, is saying. And well, we don't have that at the moment. We'll get it in a moment. But, you know, even those within his own administration have been saying that they have not dismantled the whole of Iran's nuclear capability. The sites, we don't know whether they have been totally destroyed because we have not had independent analysis yet done. Damage, without question. A destruction, maybe, but the destruction of the nuclear capabilities of Iran, whether those capabilities be civil, as Iran says they are, or military, as most people believe them, or at least the aspiration of them to be, we just don't know. And what is crucial is that the uranium that was enriched to more than 60%, no one seems to know where that is at the moment. It was perfectly possible, perhaps even probable, that the Iranians over the course of the past week could have moved that. They may well have done that, and experts who have watched Iran very, very closely simply don't know where that is at the moment. So interesting fight back there from Donald Trump.
Mark, thank you so much for your analysis there. And of course, we will be coming back to you. I just want to bring you an update here, response to what's developed in the last hour or so from the French President Macron. He has issued a statement saying, I express France's solidarity with Qatar, which has been struck by Iran on its soil. I'm in close contact with the country's authorities and our partners in the region. I call on all parties to exercise the utmost restraint, de-escalate the situation, and return to the negotiating table. This spiral of chaos must end. So that's from President Macron. We're starting to get reaction from global leaders to what has transpired in the last couple of hours. I'm just going to cross now to Sophie Ridge. And Sophie, as I said, there's been reaction now coming in from global leaders. There's also been reaction from Westminster.
There has been, Yalda. And look, to be frank with you, the UK government have been keen to stay as far away from this as possible for them. Yes, they know that inevitably they are seen as a key ally of the US. They don't want to say that they disagree with the actions, which is why, for example, that they've been saying that they agree with Donald Trump that Iran needs to stop developing a nuclear weapon. But they are very, very cautious, and they want to if at all possible, not get dragged into what they see as a conflict that is escalating. We have had some reaction to the attacks from the Defence Minister, Luke Pollard.
The MOD's #1 priority has been the protection of our people and our bases in the region. Working alongside the Chief of Defence Staff, ministers have directed commanders to take all necessary measures to protect our servicemen and women. Force protection now is at its highest state across all deployed units in the Middle East. The additional RAF Typhoon jets announced by the Prime Minister have now arrived in the region to reinforce our posture, deter threats and reassure our partners.
Luke Pollard speaking with there. Well, let's get a bit more analysis on where this all leaves the UK. We've got Sky's Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, with us. Sam, what do you make of how Keir Starmer and the Cabinet have been reacting?
So you can see them walking this tightrope. It's a tightrope that sees the Prime Minister and ministers back the ends. They agree with the US that Iran should not get nuclear weapons, but does not explicitly back the means, leaving open much conjecture that actually the UK private legal advice to the government is that this is not a legal conflict, and therefore the UK cannot join in and cannot allow its assets to be used, particularly Diego Garcia, as part of this military effort by the US. And so you have this sort of slightly weird messaging. When David Lammy appeared in the Commons earlier, he was at pains to say that the UK is not involved in this conflict. But at the same time, ministers do not want to look like they're going to be caught short-footed. So I just want to play you, first of all, a little bit of that Defence Minister Luke Pollard, who was talking a little bit later about what would happen if, for instance, UK interests were threatened.
And I want to be clear, we will not rule out sending further capabilities if they are required. And we will take all steps necessary to protect our people and our assets.
And I think the point of that is to sound like they are kind of on the front foot, but I'm not expecting the UK to actively participate in anything. In fact, you know, when messaging where the UK stands, the idea that Britain is not involved is quite high up, and we heard that time and again from David Lammy. Where the UK is heavily involved is trying to protect UK citizens, particularly those who are in Israel. You have some in Iran, for instance, who are very hard to find, but there is a big effort underway to start to evacuate initially the most vulnerable. Here's David Lammy.
I can confirm to the House that a Royal Air Force A400 has flown in to Tel Aviv and taken 63 British nationals and their dependents to Cyprus, from where they will be brought home this evening. Further flights will follow in the coming days, security allowing. There are just over 4,000 British nationals that have registered their interests following our appeal last week. And we would estimate that somewhere between 15 to 25% of them indicate, this is following the pattern in previous crises in Israel and in the region, take up the offer of British assistance to leave.
Well, let's discuss this a bit further. We can bring in Sky Security and Defence Analyst, Professor Michael Clark, joining myself and Sam Coates as well. Just firstly, before we talk a bit more about the UK involvement, how serious is the situation now?
None of this helps, but from a military perspective, there's a lot of sound and fury indicating not very much, because Al Udeid, the base in Doha that was attacked, or base just west of Doha, is symbolically very important. It's America's biggest base in the Middle East, 8,000 American personnel. There used to be 10,000, it's about 8,000 now. It houses the biggest air wing in the world, the 379th, the Expeditionary Air Wing, a lot of aircraft. It's called a CAOC Centre, which is a communication and airborne control centre. And it is America's main base for CENTCOM, Central Command. So it ticks lots of boxes as being the centre of American power in the Middle East. It's also extremely well defended for that reason. The Qataris can take some credit for helping the defence, but of course the defence is mainly American. And to give advance warning means that, indeed, but of course symbolically you're making the move. And there's also reports, but we can't get any other details on yet, of the Ansar al-Assad base, American troop base in Iraq, also being targeted, and also no casualties. So it looks as if the Iranians have chosen a couple of targets, made sure that no damage was really caused. It's very ritualistic. And that's typical of the IRGC. The indications are that Ayatollah Khamenei is, they say, sheltering or in hiding, to you and me, and that he may have devolved decision-making to the IRGC, to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. They certainly won't be passive. They're not pragmatic in the way that he tends to be pragmatic. And they will certainly want to do something. So this has got the hallmarks of the IRGC all over it, but it offers plenty of ways out, depending on how the Americans now respond.
This
Puts the ball back in Trump's court.
If you say that this is quite carefully done by the Iranians, it's a response, so they save face. But is Donald Trump going to respond again?
I mean, that's the challenge to him now.
Yeah.
Is it, okay, so what are you going to do? We've made our gesture, and we reserve the right to do other things down the road because they are absolutely incandescent by what has happened over the weekend. Incandescent, but nevertheless, their first move allows for a way out, and they're challenging him to see if he takes it.
It's interesting to see the UK's involvement in all of this, or lack of involvement, I should say, because, look, all of us remember the many, many times when the UK has been so keen to show it is an absolute lockstep with the Americans, it backs everything that they do. We are willing to show support or send troops or whatever it is. This is different.
There are three big things, I think. Last Tuesday, he was saying, no, Trump isn't about to escalate and fire missiles at Iran. He is wrong. The German Chancellor got it right. He was giving interviews at the same time, but Keir Starmer got it wrong. How did that failure of intelligence? They were sitting next to each other. Well, how did he get that wrong? The second...
U.S. soldiers, each of those. So they were very effective tonight in protecting Al-Udeid. There are no reports of any American casualties or deaths as a result of these missiles. None of them landed at the base, so no damage to report. But very dramatic video, as you just showed us over the skies of Qatar just now. It seems as though this initial strike on Qatar and the Al-Udeid base is over for now. It's not clear whether Iran will strike again in a second wave, but this wave is over for now, we're told. What we also can report is that U.S. defense officials have not seen, the Pentagon has not seen any attacks by Iran on any other U.S. bases across the Middle East, despite the high alert warnings, the air defense sirens that have gone off from Iraq to Kuwait to Bahrain and UAE. The airspace has been closed over Bahrain, UAE, and other countries protectively to commercial traffic because of the strike tonight on Qatar. But again, no injuries, no Americans killed or injured. And my suspicion at this point, Sandra, if there are not more waves of attacks and if no U.S. Service members or American citizens are killed, I think all sides in this, whether it's Iran, the United States, or looking for a way.
Nation has a different perspective too.
Around this region. So I wonder at this point, what is the communication, as we understand it, between the U.S. and Qatar at this point? Certainly, the U.S. president has said he wants to see no further military action in the region. So what's the state of play here, and how might this impact, if at all, relations between Washington and a key U.S. ally?
Well, as you say, the U.S.-Qatar alliance is strong, and it has only grown stronger over the last 5 years or so, particularly after you saw the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. Qatar was critical to helping the United States do that. But this is a country that not only is close to the United States when it comes to its military presence there. The U.S. military presence there is crucial, with 10,000 U.S. soldiers based there when they are fully staffed up, of course, but also when it comes to diplomacy. And it is Hamas that has conversations with Qataris, but it is also Iranians who have conversations with Qataris, and they send those messages to the United States. We have been told that that channel of communication, using the Qataris as a key intermediary over the course of the last few weeks, has been critical and has really only ramped up in the last week or so, particularly after that Israeli strike.
All right, and hold on. I'm going to cut in.
And to that point, I
have the Iranian English broadcaster for us. We're going to take a look at what they're saying. Murder by Maestro requested this. It took a little bit for me to fix this. This is called Press TV. They don't actually have access to most U.S. systems, but they have a website I was able to find. Listen, the reason why we have to check into this is we have to see what this other side is thinking here. We saw some reports from Tehran, Iran, from Ali Hashim. But what we're going to look at right now, you're going to see it above my head, is Press TV from Iran. And this is, I think, one of the Iranian English broadcasters. So we're going to take a look at that right now. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Press TV. Where is it? It just says live. All right, so it's this one. All right, so here you go. This is the Iranian national broadcaster in English.
Cause for the people of Gaza, and they are actually they're healing the wounds of the Palestinians from all over Palestine, and all the free people that have been watching all these crimes against humanity in front of our eyes on social media. It's not something that is very easy to deal with, to be honest with you, when you watch all these videos of burning human beings and people coming out of coffins that are starving, that look like just skeleton bones, and do nothing about it. And now the Iranian government and Imam Khamenei and the IRGC and the Iranian forces, they really truly brought justice to every wounded heart in the world, every free person, and especially the Palestinians. This tyrannical system and all its bases in the region. Okay. And it's a lesson, I think, it's a lesson for those countries that are hosting the bases to withdraw, to kick these Americans out and kick out these bases, because there will be a battle and they will not deter from this battle.
Right. Well, thank you so much for that, Feraz. I mean, Feraz was talking about the mainstream media, corporate media over there and what's being said. I want to read something, Mariam, that CNN has a special Why Iran Hates America. And I mean, I want to look at this mainly because of how all of this has always been framed as the U.S. has committed aggression after aggression, terrorist act after terrorist act against the Islamic Republic of Iran, along with so many other countries, of course. And then it is always framed that Iran is the problem. Iran is the one that hates. Just today, Mariam, I know that in Tehran, a park was hit. I know that I think at least 3 or 4 hospitals have been hit.
Ambulances as well.
Ambulances. We have lost a lot of kids, unfortunately. And I mean, then it is framed why Iran hates America. It is absolutely mind-boggling how this is framed. But I do believe, like Feraz also said, is that there has been a transition, and we can see now what is happening on social media. I know from various sites, for example, the site of the Khamenei.ir, the leader of the revolution, people always thought perhaps he was a tyrant, and all of a sudden now they've been introduced to the reality. I mean, your thoughts about this?
I mean, what they don't tell the people of the world is that love for the oppressed includes hatred for oppression and for the oppressors. And we do hate America for the oppression it has committed. I mean, out of how many years? It has the 90%, over 90% of its life, the U.S. regime has invaded different countries, has created coups in different countries, has pulled down the leaders that people had popularly voted for and elected, and had committed heinous crimes against defenseless people. So this is why we hate the American regime. And of course, Iranians, anybody who has traveled to Iran from the US, from Europe, they always talk about how loving Iranians are, how hospitable they are. And this is despite them taking to the streets week after week, chanting down with the USA, down with Israel, because again, for the love of the oppressed, we have to fight the oppressors. And so this is what they don't want the people of the world to understand. The ideology that they try to actually expand in the world what the part of Christianity that they try to advocate, and actually, of course, we know that they advocate they want to take away Abrahamic religions from people in general, because then when the people who don't obey Allah, the people who don't obey God, then they obey these powers with their major, billion-dollar media. And so this is what they have been trying to tell the people, even if they're Christians, that if you're oppressed, you have to turn the other cheek, that basically you don't retaliate, that you allow for oppression to happen. And we know that was not Prophet Jesus, peace be upon him, and that he was a revolutionary, as was every other prophet that we had, because they always stood in the face of oppression. What the Iranian armed forces talked about, they talked about Muharram, with the, that they, when they talked about the retaliatory attack they had on the American military base tonight, they talked about Muharram, and this is significance for Muslims, for this whole call for death with dignity is better than a life of humiliation, and that Muslims will always stand against oppression. They will fight, and they will fight if every last person is killed almost. They will continue fighting, and that has been what has kept our legacy strong. This willingness to sacrifice for the right path, this willingness to sacrifice, to destroy the oppressors in order to end oppression. So yes, we do hate American oppression. We do hate Israeli oppression. We do hate genocides. We do hate massacres. We hate, nuclear bombs that they have stored to drop on people. But what we love, what we stand for, is standing up to all forms of oppression, which means retaliating against the oppressors.
Whoa. So, okay, first of all, this is like a religious war. They really hate us. I didn't know. Okay, Murder by Maestro. I'm a little bit disturbed after watching that, my friend. Geopolitically, I needed to understand a little bit. But that's some serious stuff. They really hate us. I mean, yeah, that was very much propaganda. But first of all, they really hate us. I mean, and that is like a very serious, religious form of hatred. They hate us because they hate everything about us. And I get it. I mean, listen, I'm not necessarily a fan of the Bush doctrine, but they hate, if that is the representation of the view of the average Iranian, they absolutely hate us, and they will fight us to the death. There is no doubt in my mind, based on what I just listened to, that if that is the view of the average Iranian, just dropping their mask and saying what they actually feel, they hate us, they don't care, they will fight us until they're all dead. And their women will do it too. Nobody cared. They'll just fight us until they're all dead. It's not a war for territory, it's a religious war for them. They think we're depriving them of their right to be Abrahamic. That the Dr. Thiel yesterday, I mean, he's a biblical prophet scholar, a scholar of biblical prophecies, and he was right on. That is uncompromising. That is, yeah, Murder by Maestro. I hope that is not the view of the average Iranian. You don't understand. If that's what their populace feels, I am very concerned. She just said 17 times that she hates everything about me and America. I mean, that was just straight up. No, well, Murder by Maestro, I'm not saying that is the only perspective in Iran. I said if that is the perspective of people in Iran, what am I supposed to do with that? There's no room for compromise there. If that woman represents even 1/5, 1/2 of the Iranian electorate, they are going to fight us until they're all dead. They don't care. It's not about, it's about way more than just America versus Iran. They see us as at least if that viewpoint, even if different parts of that viewpoint are popular, there were 40 things in there, all of them were very bad. If any of those viewpoints are just popular sentiment in Iran, then it's not their government. I mean, their government is very hardline. It's not that their government is hardline. It's that they see this as a fundamental war for the soul of their religion, versus our Western religions. They are gonna. This is so. Ali was explaining this as a religious war the other day on Al Jazeera English, and I didn't really get it. Now I get it. I mean, to them, this is like, it's more than, if that viewpoint is popular, this is very, very concerning. I mean, I'm glad we watched this Murder by Maestro. I mean, it was propaganda, but that was some stuff. I've never heard anyone say anything like that. No one has ever said anything like that to me, ever. I've known some Iranian people who were graduate students like 10 years ago at BC. Nicest people in the world. We ate rice together. They invited me over for dinner. I thought they were just absolutely wonderful and the smartest guy I've ever met in my life, and just loved studying politics. You don't understand. Like, I've never, ever, 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 ever heard this before. Now, also, I also want to be clear. People have different views. If someone says a view in the chat, it's okay if you want to debate, but don't, like, if they insult someone you like or whatever, just don't hide them. But you have the ability to not see their comments just personally, and you just don't have to look at them for today or whatever. Yes, murder by Maestro, but let me just. Yes, no, yeah. Don't let politics get us apart. We're analyzing this, and those were some harsh words. I mean, listen, I'm sure some people here will be like, "Oh yeah, I've heard that view expressed, Grant." Like, don't your towel. Maybe I'm Grant today. Don't you? We're all Americans today. We're all towels today. Grant, don't you understand? Like, that is, it's a view people express. It's fundamentalist, but it's a view. Don't you understand? That's like why this is an issue. Okay, yes, but that was very analytical, uncompromising, ideologically, like, horrifying, in the sense that she was like, I hate America because of all these reasons, and all of them were very uncompromising. You cannot negotiate with that. It's okay. It's a zero. Ali was right. It's a zero-sum game if your goals are that. There is no room for negotiation. I imagine Murder by Maestro, the Iranian state, is more hardline under Khomeini than that. That was probably like an transliterated English version. I bet it's way worse. Well, Christina Towell, we don't want anyone to give up the fight. We are monitoring developments around the world right now, ladies and gentlemen. We need. What station would you like to watch? I have CNN International. I have Sky News. I have Al Jazeera. The Iranian media is reporting that this has only just begun. They're using the words "begun." So we're monitoring. Let's go over to the BBC, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to check in with the BBC right now. We'll see if the BBC has an update for us. You are watching. You're Flying Air Towel. My name is Pilot Towel. I'm at the bridge. I'm trying to help you understand what's going on. We don't have a response from President Trump yet. The only thing President Trump tweeted, and by the way, you don't understand, I am an American until the day I die. You will never get me to compromise on this until I hear from President Trump what the response to this is going to be, and until I get confirmation from more than just initial reports that our forces are okay. I am concerned. President Trump initially said a few days ago that if Iran struck back after we attacked the Fedor nuclear facility outside of Qom, which is QOM, which is a city 15 miles to the south, 15 kilometers to the southwest of Tehran, which has a nuclear facility called the Fedor nuclear facility under a mountain. President Trump said that if Iran attacked us in retaliation for that he would escalate. We have nothing from President Trump except a post on Truth Social saying that President Trump feels that we're moving in the direction where the Iranian nuclear capability is destroyed. But that was not a response to what we just heard. So we're going to check over in the BBC. I'm going to keep an eye on this. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I have transitioned, ladies and gentlemen, out of Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial coverage for just a moment until we find out everything is okay in the world. I am now Reporter Towel. I have different views of different news outlets around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, and hello, H Towel. We just checked in on Sky News. We just checked in on Sky News. We got the perspective as best we could. If there are any news channels from around the world, if you're in Australia, if you're in New Zealand, if there are broadcasters you'd like me to tune into, let me know. I'll add them to the Towel feed. My goal here is not for us to believe any one view we listen to, but to hear as many views as we can. And then amongst all, like, did you hear the Iranian coverage compared to the American coverage, compared to the British coverage, compared to the Qatari coverage, compared to the other British coverage? They're all talking about it differently. And hopefully amongst all the disparate perspectives, we can find kernels of truth and parse out what is going on and if everything is okay. That's my goal. This is a public information service. Unlike other streams, this is a very unique opportunity for us to hopefully provide a service to the wider world. If you feel like supporting this stream, feel free to give it a like, etc. But this is more about Tao trying to figure out if America is okay, and in particular if our troops are okay, and that's what we're going to do. Turning it to the BBC now. Hold tight. The BBC has frozen.
In Iran, and that doesn't seem to be changing despite these other escalations in other parts of the region.
Aoyo, thank you very much.
Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. We have a Pentagon statement breaking just now on Al Jazeera. I'm going to allow the host to read it out. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a Pentagon statement breaking just now on Al Jazeera.
From Tehran. Well, a U.S. official from the Defense Department has sent out a statement to the media. Now, in that message, the duty officer said, "I can confirm that the Al Udeid air base was attacked by short-range and medium-range ballistic missiles originating from Iran today. At this time, there are no reports of U.S. casualties, and we are monitoring this situation closely. And we will provide," said, "more information as it becomes available." Let's bring in our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. So, Kimberly, are we getting any more information at this stage?
Yeah, well, we have gotten more information in addition to that statement from the Pentagon that the U.S. military now saying that only the base in Qatar has been attacked, according to initial reports, that the other bases in the Middle East, and we have been reporting that they are extensive in a variety of countries, have so far not been affected, despite the fact that there has been heightened alerts at all of them. Now, in addition to the fact of the statement that you've just read from the Pentagon, the initial reports showing that there have been no casualties, that is because what we understand is that the advance coordination between Iran and the United States through diplomatic channels allowed for that base to be evacuated essentially in advance to minimize the casualties. We also know that in advance of the attack on Al Udeid Air Base, which is the headquarters for the Central Command and the largest installation in the region, is that there was an evacuation of the major infrastructure there in terms of the aircraft and the warships. So rather the fighter jets. So we know that there has been an evacuation there, and the U.S. is telling Al Jazeera as well that it has made preparations in the region in anticipation of further Iranian strikes, and as a result, U.S. forces are on high alert at all of the remaining bases. Now, what we know is that the Pentagon says right now, even as there is a high alert, it is not tracking any other potential attacks at any other bases, that this was localized to Qatar. But in the midst of all of this, as we've been reporting, that the U.S. president was aware of what was going to happen, was watching this unfold from the Situation Room after the meetings with his high officials was moved from the Oval Office. He has tweeted out on Truth Social that the Iranian sites hit were totally destroyed and everyone knows it. So in other words, not giving any reaction to the U.S. attack, or rather the attack on the U.S. base, but instead still talking about the U.S. strike that was launched over the weekend.
That is Kimberly Halkett joining us from Washington, D.C., outside the White House. Many thanks indeed, Kimberly. Well, if you're just joining us, it is approaching 19 GMT, and let's bring you the very latest developments over the past few hours. Iran has fired a salvo of missiles at Qatar, targeting the U.S. airbase situated in the country. Tehran says the attack is in retaliation for the U.S. bombing of 3 of its nuclear sites on Sunday morning. Now, these are some of the interceptions that were seen over the skies of the Qatari capital in Doha. The Al Udeid base in Qatar is the largest U.S. air base in the Middle East. Well, our correspondent has more now from northern Doha.
Multiple Iranian missiles intercepted over the skies of Doha. The residents in the city were...
Hello, Meredith. Yes, if you check on my Twitter feed, the top post will be about Rachel Rollins. I did give a response. I had some questions for her about her relationship with Turtle Boy, and we are just keeping an eye right now to find out if there are more waves of attack coming. Towel also has to go get water in a few minutes, and it's 93 degrees, and so anyway. But yes, Meredith, check out my Twitter, and I'll get you the link. But let's keep it. We are monitoring. The fact that did you all notice that last news anchor said, you know, it's really weird that President Trump didn't address the attacks that just happened. Yeah, because I would imagine that they're thinking about how they're going to do that, which is why he didn't address it. It was very ominous that he didn't address it, and that reporter picked up on it. We're going to go over to Sky News, actually, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go over to Sky. Actually, the attack happened in Doha, so we are going to go back to Doha.
American and British embassy issued warnings to their citizens to take cover in the country, as well as the government announcing the temporary closure of its airspace over
MBM. Yes, that it was stock footage of an Iranian missile launch. Now what you're seeing on the screen right now is not stock footage. Those are the actual missile intercepts over Doha.
House,
and
US
then,
military.
hold on, this is one of the few channels that's going to have that coverage over Doha, because we are, I mean, you can see Sky News is playing it as well, as is the BBC, but Al Jazeera is going to have the best because they are in Doha. Their news studio got shook when the missiles hit.
As symbolic, because there has been no casualties reported and no injuries. And the Iranians have said that their target was the U.S. military base and not the state of Qatar. The Qatari government, for their part, have condemned the attack and also called for a de-escalation of the current crisis that is ongoing between Iran and Israel. Dorsa Jabari, Al Jazeera, Doha.
Well, I'm going to hand you over now to Cyril Varnier. I'm Laura Kyle. Thank you for being with Al Jazeera.
All right, so Al Jazeera is going to jump in. We're going to jump over to Sky News.
Is just a sense of theatrics. We are following all of the developments. We will be monitoring the situation here across the region this evening, so do stay with us for our live and continuous coverage.
All right, we're going to jump over to the BBC.
Attack, and we reserve the right to retaliate. What do you make of that?
Well, Qatar has to look as if it's defending its sovereignty.
We have some BBC.
Let's remember
BBC
that every state has an international audience, but more important,
I would say a lot of people are trying to watch the BBC right now.
It has a domestic audience, a domestic political constituency that is going
Stay with me, little towels. We'll switch,
to demand
we'll switch away if we
answers.
have
And
to.
so I think in that light, the Qatari statement is perfectly
Yes, the Qatari statement is perfectly
understandable.
And given,
also,
just given that, then, what warnings, what has been...
It says for the recent American bombing of its nuclear sites ordered by President Trump.
Switching back to Al Jazeera.
And says it has successfully intercepted the ballistic missiles. And the Pentagon says there are no reports of U.S. casualties after Iran launched short and medium-range ballistic missiles. So Iran has fired a salvo of missiles at the Al Udeid air base that's in Qatar. Tehran says the attack is in retaliation for the U.S. bombing of 3 of its nuclear sites on Sunday morning. These are some of the interceptions seen over the skies of the Qatari capital, Doha. The Al Udeid base in Qatar is the largest U.S. air base in the Middle East. The U.S. says no casualties have been reported in that attack. Now, some of the shrapnel and debris, on the other hand, did land in several locations. In a private yard and on the road. Qatar has condemned the attack but says that it successfully intercepted the missiles. Qatar's Ministry of Defense has released a statement following the Iranian strike on a U.S.
Wait, hold on. Who was dancing outside the street of the O'Keefe's house? That's disturbing. Why would anyone do that? That's extremely disturbing. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, by the way. I am keeping an eye on a number of different channels. We're just going to wait. I do think Amber Am is likely right that the president will say this was a strong warning. This was no casualties, thank God. But I don't want to get ahead of anything because who knows what's going to happen. But I want to see if the president will be making a statement. Hold on.
Iran's nuclear sites were totally destroyed, and suggestions otherwise are fake news. And the UK warns Iran that retaliation...
No, nothing yet. Nothing yet from the president. And all I would like to hear... And now there are 2 things. One, we're going to monitor to see if there's whether this is a wave or because Iran used the word begun. And then the other thing I'm looking for is a statement from the president. I tend to agree with Amber Am that the president will say that if this is confirmed, there were no casualties, and then hopefully. This will lead to the U.S. Not doing anything for a little bit, and then there's another attack and etc. I don't want to say that, but hopefully that's instead of just another attack right now by either side, which is the last thing that I want to have happen. But that's why I'm monitoring, because I'm not going to turn away from this, and then something happens, and then I don't see it, and it's very important to me that if it happens, I see it. That's horrifying, LA connection. That is horrifying. That the people were dancing outside the O'Keefe's house. That's disturbing. Truly disturbing, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know who would do that, just like a troll or otherwise, but it's disturbing. All right, so we're going to switch over to CNN International here for a second, ladies and gentlemen, and see what they are saying.
As they put it, a robust and successful attack. In fact, we were watching Iranian state media as all of this was unfolding, and the latest information that they were putting out is they were claiming that 6 of those missiles had actually hit their targets. Of course, it's very difficult to independently verify all of that from our vantage point right here, but that's the message that Iranian state TV IRIB is putting out. There's also a semi-official news agency called Tasnim, Becky, that is claiming that a base in Iraq was also targeted, a U.S. base in Iraq was also targeted by Iranian missiles as well. Of course, we know that U.S. officials are saying that apparently intermediate range and short range missiles were used for this strike on the Al Udeid air base. Of course, being in that region, Becky, we all know that Qatar and Iran very close to one another. The Persian Gulf not very wide at that point. There's even a major gas field that the 2 countries share. So certainly even those shorter range Iranian missiles would be able to reach that U.S. base. And at the same time, Becky, what we've been seeing here on the ground in Tehran over the past, I would say, hour and a half or so, is an increase in Iranian anti-aircraft outgoing fire here over Tehran. It's unclear whether or not they might have been firing at drones or possible Israeli aircraft. We did also hear some thuds that could be from airstrikes, but that's also impossible to verify here. But it's certainly something that we noticed, is that there was more outgoing anti-aircraft fire over the Iranian capital tonight, especially in the past couple of hours since the Iranians announced those attacks on that U.S. base in Qatar, Becky.
Yeah. And that is interesting because clearly if that is the case, they still have the capacity to repel. They also clearly have the capacity to launch missile attacks. This is capacity that the Israelis have been trying to degrade. And I just want to show our viewers some video that is purportedly, according to the Iranians, video of these short and medium range ballistic missiles being fired. This is the launch, according to the Iranians, the launch
There you go, murder by
of
Maestro.
these missiles. What do we know about what Iran still has in its arsenal, Fred?
Well, the Iranians are saying that they still have a lot in their arsenal. It's actually quite an interesting question, because I was speaking to a senior Iranian official just yesterday, and they were saying that the Iranians still have the capacity to produce a lot of missiles, and they also say that they still have the capacity to introduce new missile-based building sites as well.
Hold on, we have a statement.
Launching and missile-producing
statement
sites
from
and
Iran.
storage sites. So they clearly say that in their arsenal, there still are a lot of missiles left. They also claim that they are...
We're jumping over to a statement from Iran and also murder by Maestro. There you go. You got your wish. No more stock footage. They released footage shooting the missiles. I'm not pleased. All right, here we go. Statement from Iran.
Address following those strikes. Let's take a listen.
Get prepared.
Okay, Osama bin Javed, thank you very much. We'll speak to you again. Now, Iran's military spokesman has issued a televised address following those strikes. Let's take a listen.
The Islamic Revolutionary Guard, in a heroic mission, has struck the Al Udeid base in Qatar. This base is the largest terrorist base belonging to the United States in the region. This is a message for the White House. The Islamic Republic of Iran will not, under any circumstances, forget its nation's security and let threats against it go unanswered.
Let's go to Tawhid Asadi, who's in the Iranian capital, Tehran. So, Tawhid, look, we knew, everyone knew, that because Iran had said so, that Iran was going to respond to the U.S. bombing of its nuclear facilities. Is this the response, and is this the end of the response?
It is the response, but it remains to be seen whether it is the end of the response. First of all, we have to keep in mind that the Iranians, according to the official statements that we hear from different people like the president, prime minister, or other military officials, they're saying that they consider the United States as an accomplice. And they're saying that the Israelis couldn't have started this round of strikes to the Iranian territories without the green lights of the United States. So under this context, they consider United States, whether directly or indirectly, a part of this already deteriorated situation. But this time something critically important happened, and that was the direct intervention by the United States. Previously, as you said, Iran said that it's going to respond if the United States decides to get into this already escalated situation. We have to keep in mind that it was the supreme leader of the country a couple of days ago who came out to say that in case U.S. intervention is out there, there is going to be irreparable damages for the Americans, and that's just happening. That just happened. So Iranians are saying that assets of the United States in the region are going to be retaliatory targets. But whether or not this is going to be the last or there are going to be other attacks down the road remains to be seen.
All right, we're going over to CNN.
Jets flying overhead over our location. We then heard very, very heavy detonations that really shook the walls of the building that we were in. We then took cover in the basement of the building, and once we emerged from there, after we had sort of seen that things seemed to be clear, we did see a thick plume of smoke over the sort of northwestern part of Tehran. But those impacts were very close to our location. They were very powerful, and there was a series of them. So definitely there was a marked increase today of Israeli attacks on central Tehran. And there are also a lot of people, quite frankly, that we spoke to afterwards and that we have been speaking to over the past couple of days who are extremely angry that the Israelis are doing this, and who are saying that, if anything, this really solidifies the support given to Iran's leadership, given to Iran's supreme leader, and of course given to Iran's military as well. We were at a demonstration yesterday against these strikes. There was one Iranian parliamentarian who said, look, of course they understand that there are people here who are against the Islamic Republic, but they say even those people are now going to these demonstrations, condemning the Trump administration and also condemning the Israelis as well. Becky.
Good to have you, Fred. I'm going to let you go. I want to bring in Jeremy Diamond in Tel Aviv. Before you and I speak, I just want our viewers to get a sense of the oil price here, because we have seen a significant decline in the past couple of hours, Jeremy, and this is important to note. The price on Brent down some 7% at one point, down about 6.75% now. 5%, 6% now, and WTI crude off about 6.25% as well. And there does seem to be some real relief in the market since these strikes by Iran on the U.S. airbase hosted in Qatar, that this may be, or this is the one and done, as it were. Horrible
That's
phrase,
good
but
sign.
the sort of one and done by the U.S., by the Iranians. That this is perhaps as limited as anybody might have imagined. This is not on oil installations. This is not the closing of the Strait of Hormuz. So if this is the extent of the response at this point, certainly some relief in the markets, and Brent and WTI down significantly. Let's talk to you about
Iran
what
is
Israeli officials are telling you
1.6 million
about
kilometers. Iran is 1.6 million kilometers. So let me give you comparison of size, U.S. and Iran. So Iran is, let me see, in terms of a direct size comparison in our units, Iran is, the U.S. is 6 times bigger. So Iran is, the U.S. is 9.8 million square kilometers, and I got it right, Iran is 1.6 million. So it's, Iran is about the size from the north of Vermont into maybe like Louisiana and then up to Michigan, and not including Florida. So it covers about a third of the continental U.S.
Hours ahead of this attack. All of that intended to kind of minimize the possibility of regional escalation. And in turn, what it may very well do is put the region on the path to de-escalation, with a potential off-ramp now presenting itself depending on what the next diplomatic steps are. Now, in terms of what I'm hearing from Israeli officials here, and this very much lines up with that as well, is not only that, as of now, they haven't seen Israel included in this kind of Iranian retaliation for those U.S. strikes in Iran, which we should note would not have happened without the week of Israeli strikes that preceded it, without the Israelis laying the groundwork for the United States to take that action. That doesn't mean that we won't see further Iranian ballistic missile attacks in Israel, in the same way that we are continuing, as of just a few hours ago, I'm told by an Israeli military official, to see Israeli strikes happening in Iran. But nonetheless, Israeli officials now telling me that they feel like they may be able to reach their objectives, their military objectives in Iran in the coming days, and that will provide the possibility for a pathway for some kind of a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. I'm told that the bank of targets that Israel had set out to achieve over the course of this conflict right now, that bank of targets may very well be exhausted in the coming days, and therefore you may have a diplomatic off-ramp. We will see how that actually pans out, as there is still uncertainty about how President Trump will react to this Iranian attack, whether or not the Iranians decide to carry out additional actions in the region. But if the United States shows a similar restraint moving forward, and if the Iranians are done now with this retaliation, then again, it does seem like we could be on a path towards de-escalation.
Those strikes on Qatar happening just 2.5 hours ago, and if this is the sort of conversation, the discussion that we are having at this point, well sourced around the region, if this is escalation to de-escalate, which for many people may feel sort of counterintuitive, but it's not the first time that you and I will have witnessed this, then perhaps, just perhaps, we might expect some optimism in region going forward, and we need that at this point. Jeremy, it's good to have you. Thank you very much indeed. Well, as we reported earlier, the Trump administration was anticipating Iran would retaliate after their strikes. President Trump was due to talk to national security officials today. CNN's chief U.S. national affairs correspondent Jeff Zeleny is at the White House. Jeff, what do we know at this point?
Well, Becky, we do know, as you and Jeremy were just discussing there, it is too early to say if it is a de-escalation, but it is clear there has been no, at least verbal response from the president to the attack on the Al Udeid base. And we are more than 2 hours on here. Of course, we do expect some type of a comment at some point, but certainly there is a sense that while all eyes were on that, defense officials are telling us that there were no casualties, perhaps even no injuries there. So there is a sense of a pause, at least for the moment, but there's also a sense of a defensiveness, a continued defensiveness from the American president at the actual strike from the weekend and the degree of damage it did to the nuclear program. The president just a short time ago is being defensive in a post on Truth Social. He's saying the sites that were hit in Iran were totally destroyed and everyone knows it. Well, the reality is that is not yet clear. In fact, far from it. The bomb damage assessment is not yet in. Of course, that will take some time to go through all of this. He used the word obliterated over the weekend. His own Defense Department officials said severely damaged, at least it's a Fordo. So the White House clearly on the defensive posture on that. But Becky, you just get the sense that there is a deep divide among the president's own supporters about the wisdom of a wider war. That would lead me to certainly believe the potential of no response to this. Of course, we will see. Retaliation is something that often does not happen immediately, but you're just getting the sense by no immediate retort from the president that there is a sense of de-escalation here as well.
Yeah, you could argue that this retaliation then on the U.S. base, coming as it did, you rightly point out, just 2.5 hours ago, could or should or might be taken as a win by Donald Trump and his administration. That's certainly what one analyst, one expert in the region suggested tonight. Your thought on that?
It certainly could be. And look, Becky, this is a base that the president was actually just on last month when you and I were both in Doha for the president's trip to the Middle East. He went to Al Udeid and he visited with forces there and troops there and stood, in fact, in front of a stealth bomber and gave his remarks there. So that certainly was on the mind of the White House officials who were watching these come in. But the fact that the missiles were intercepted and the fact that it looks like there was no, at least loss of life or injuries because much of the base had been dispersed, you just have a wonder if there will be a sense of de-escalation. Certainly that is what some of his supporters and officials believe. There's also deep questions now, again, about the urgency of the attack in the first place. A House Democratic leader here is saying, look, there's still been no briefings, no congressional briefings, so we are expecting them tomorrow, a classified briefing. But that is still the central question here when you sort of sort out all the other discussions. How successful was the operation on early Sunday morning in Iran? And what is the state of the nuclear program? And that is something that this White House has not talked much about today, Becky.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Jeff, it's always good to have you. Thank you very much indeed. Iran says it is still committed to warm relations with Qatar and its people, even as it targets a U.S. military base in the country. We are following breaking news for you. Natasha Bertrand is at the Pentagon. What are your sources there telling you, Natasha?
Well, look, I mean, this is not the first time that Iran has hit a U.S. base in the Middle East with ballistic missiles. They did so as well in 2020 in retaliation for the United States assassination of Qasem Soleimani, the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And at the time, the Department of Defense was saying that there were no injuries, there were no casualties of any kind in the immediate aftermath of that attack. Very similar to what they're saying now. But in fact, over 100 U.S. service members at the time did sustain traumatic brain injuries, and there were pretty significant injuries as a result of that attack. And so I think it's important now to look at this Iranian attack on Al Udeid in Qatar in much the same way. It's unclear at this point whether U.S. troops were evacuated from that base prior to this Iranian strike. But of course, U.S. officials were very much expecting that Iran would be doing this. And so they did, in fact, move aircraft out of that base. That base was essentially emptied of all air assets over the last week because they were anticipating that Iran, either in retaliation for U.S. strikes that we did not yet know about, of course, or in retaliation for the Israeli strikes on Iran, that they were going to hit an American base, or at least try to. And so not only at Al Udeid were assets evacuated, but also ships were evacuated from ports in Bahrain, where the U.S. Navy has a presence. And so the U.S. was clearly ready for this. They were positioning for it, and we have heard that all the missiles were actually intercepted. But still, you know, preliminary assessments from the Department of Defense about no casualties, no injuries at all, I think that we need to be a little bit careful of that, given DoD's history of not either knowing immediately whether there have been injuries or anything serious, or choosing to downplay in the immediate aftermath, because of course the Department of Defense does not want things to escalate any further either. And so we're waiting for more concrete readouts from the region about just where U.S. troops were, if they were not evacuated, whether they were sheltering, and of course if there were any other attempted attacks anywhere else in the region. We did hear of one ballistic missile that was headed towards the U.S. base in Iraq, the same base that was hit by Iranian missiles back in 2020. So still awaiting word on whether any U.S. service members were hurt or whether that missile actually struck the base, Becky.
Good to have you, Natasha. Thank you. Natasha Bertrand is at the Pentagon. Well, Colin Clark is the Director of Policy and Research at the Soufan Group. Colin, it's good to have you. First, let's get your assessment, your analysis of what we've seen just in the past, nearly 3 hours since Iran launched 10 missiles at the U.S. air base in Qatar.
Thanks for having me. Well, we're hearing a lot of the same terminology used by experts and pundits, escalate to de-escalate, that this attack was a face-saving mechanism for the Iranians, that it was highly choreographed. But I think there's a couple of wild cards here that we need to take into account. One is President Trump. He's notoriously unpredictable. He says so himself, and his decision-making process is unorthodox, to say the least. So we're not exactly sure how he's going to want to react to this. The other wild card is the Israelis. Clearly, they have not taken their foot off the gas. They were relentless in attacking targets all over Tehran today. And so that's still very much an open-ended question. Are they pushing for a regime change in Iran?
So I just wonder, there's two things here. The use of short to medium-range ballistic missiles. Clearly, Iran still has the capability to launch those, despite the efforts to degrade that capability by Israel. So that's one thing. We've been talking tonight about what its arsenal still looks like, and I wonder if you can give us some insight on that, Colin. And then secondly, where does this go next?
Well, look, in terms of the missiles, I think Iran is probably keeping a very close eye on its stockpile, right? And potentially maybe even hoarding some missiles. There's been a lot of threats. There's been a lot of kind of boasting. We haven't seen major follow through on those. In terms of what could happen next, I mean, I had an op-ed in the New York Times just yesterday, which I think was titled, What Iran Does Next. The first thing I laid out was attacking U.S. bases in the region. We've seen that happen. A couple of other possibilities are, interfering with the Strait of Hormuz, although there's real drawbacks there with Iran's ally China and what that would do to global energy markets. And then there's the most extreme and probably the most unlikely scenario, which are some kind of attacks outside of the region by Iran-backed groups. Again, I think the probability is low, but the impact would be high if we see something like that. There's been numerous Hezbollah operatives arrested in the United States over the years for surveilling targets. I think that's a nightmare scenario that the FBI and other Homeland Security officials are concerned about right now.
It's good to have you, sir. Thank you. Colin Clark with you tonight. All coming up as Iran fires a retaliatory strike against the U.S. base in Qatar. How are Gulf states reacting? I'm going to talk to an expert who's said They've been caught between a rock and a hard place. More on our breaking news after this quick break.
Hello, Towel here. Towel here, ladies and gentlemen. No quick breaks on Towel Stream. However, I am going to actually put on something for the next 30 minutes, so you take your pick. I think we'll go to Sky News, and the reason why is because a lot of you like the British news, and I have to go get some water. It's 93 degrees. I ran out of water. Someone's working on the lawn system right now, so our water pressure doesn't work, so I have to go get some water. I hope you don't mind. I'm going to put on Sky News. I think Sky News is one of the more interesting stations to watch. Also, Dr. Bew, I'm very interested in having a discussion with you because I do think that the reason why we don't see a lot of sleeper cells is the government catches them. Like, we have Project Echelon, data upstream. I'm not saying we as in we, the royal we, the United States has backbone infrastructure that stops sleeper cells, but they're for sure real. You just don't hear about them, I think. LA Connection, I love it. All I know is that LA Connection, the spirituality is very important on an individual level, and any story that involves cats and coming to understand the divine, however one interprets it, makes my heart warm and fluffy. I don't know if I'm going to be able to read it while I'm getting water, but LA Connection, you tell that story to Towel anytime. You can come on Towel Stream someday, ideally not when we're waiting to find out how the U.S. is going to respond to this situation, and I agree with Amber Am's analysis that and I agree with that last analyst on CNN International. I agree with his analysis. What we're looking at here is the wild card that is President Trump. Trump is as I was saying, and Amber Am, God bless you. Listen, I think you all have listened to me for a few months now. Like, you may be saying, but Grant, I heard you say some things that would make you not like politically at odds with the president, but I wouldn't exactly see you as like, a GOP like standard bearer. Okay, obviously, but I think you'd probably agree, I'm not like a Democratic Party standard bearer, I'm just Towel. So for me, it's like, do you respect the military? Do you love America? Like, safety, country, God, family, in that order, with academics thrown in there for good measure. So, like, do you love America? Like, do you protect our troops? Do you care about firefighters in particular? That's why President Trump, I think, loved my grampy so much, because my grandfather was a fire chief at Newton for like 30 years. So when my mom used to go down to Mar-a-Lago with President Trump once a year for this thing that there was some like event, and it had to do with Bill O'Reilly, who wrote my mom forward to my mom's book, and my mom used to but she still does. All of her friends are like in that TV world. So anyway, they knew President Trump, and they used to go down there. I forget what it was. It was always like around the fall, because I would always miss it because I couldn't miss it was when I had college, so I couldn't miss my finals. But every year they would, and I think I might have gone once. I don't remember. I think I did actually go once, because I remember there distinctly like it being like in a magazine. I wasn't in the magazine, but like there was some magazine where like they covered the event, and my mom was like, that was like that event. And so anyway, when my mom used to go down to Mar-a-Lago, my grandfather was, I think he was just retiring. I think he retired in the 90s or early 2000s. He worked for a long time for the fire department, like since like the 50s or 60s. Worked his way up he was a bricklayer, and then he became just a worker in the fire department, and then he was chief of the Newton Fire Department by the end of his career. And there's mandatory retirement when you're a firefighter. But anyway, so my mom and my grandpa used to go down there all the time, because my grandpa he doesn't fly. He's afraid of planes. He doesn't trust them to stay in the air. Grampy, I totally get you. But anyway, he drives down to Florida once a year, and so my mom used to time it so that they could like go down together, and then like my mom would stay for a little bit. President Trump wasn't the president then, but she would hang out at Mar-a-Lago with my grandfather, and they would sit around, and my grandfather would go golfing, and then they would go to dinner with President Trump, and then they would have this event, and my grandfather would sit at the table with President Trump, and they would just sit there and belly laugh. And so to this day, my grandfather, who is a Republican, so he would have voted for President Trump no matter what, but he loves President Trump. Oh my goodness! You say my grandfather is getting up in age now. He's very, very old. God bless his heart. But you say President Trump, his eyes light up. Now let me say, I don't agree with the president on every single policy. If we went to war, I will just become a straight American. I don't care who's the president. But when the fact that President Trump makes my grandfather so happy, it means he has a special place in my heart. Doesn't mean I'm always going to agree with him on everything. But if you can just saying your name makes my grandfather happy, God bless you. Grampy, President Trump. And oh yeah, I love President Trump. Oh goodness. The Enforcer is on YouTube is with live coverage. I'll do that. No, Murder by Maestro. It's actually the opposite. My mom does. So I think my mom there's this faction within the aristocracy that really doesn't like that Epstein stuff. I'm serious. That really doesn't like human trafficking or any of that stuff. But they're kind of marginalized. My mom is definitely a marginalized voice because of her advocacy for vulnerable women and children. But as much as people want to say oh, President Trump was in that world, no, I don't really believe it. I think he influence peddled with everyone, but I don't really believe that he was in that world intensely because he wouldn't have supported the organizations that my mom was involved with, which make people very upset, who are in the Epstein world. He wouldn't have supported her if he was really down with those people. So I know people will be oh, but he flew with them. Okay, but that doesn't mean that he actually went to the island or any of that, or that he was more than just another target of Epstein, and President Trump used to go to Moscow. Okay, President Trump has been around the world. He knows what an intelligence operation looks like. There's no doubt in my mind that he probably picked up that Epstein was an intelligence operation. I've never asked him. I don't plan on it. Anyway. God bless you, LA Connection. We love the American flag on Towel Channel. I think that's one thing, even though not all towels are American, one thing that unites so many of us is our appreciation. So I'm going to check out the Enforcer on YouTube. Apparently we've had a request for that. And I'm just going to see how the Enforcer is, and then we'll check out the live stream. And then also, if I can't find anything, we'll do Sky News because I have to go get some water. What's Eureka? Manny, I don't think you're going to last very long here on a day like today, dear friend. Although, if you like President Trump, this is a good time to come in, I guess. Maybe Manny doesn't like President Trump. You know what, Manny? That's okay. You can have your different opinion somewhere else. We are American towels until we know everything is okay. And also, I have to go get water soon. And the other thing is I heard a request earlier for a Rachel Rollins overview. So we have two options. Well, Towel is going to get his water and etc. Would you prefer one, play the Rachel Rollins overview that explains, because Rachel Rollins went on Twitter and was saying something about her praising Turtle Boy and things like that. But would you like me to play the video where I explain the history of Rachel Rollins and Turtle Boy connection that makes things a little more insidious than they seem? Or would you like to watch coverage to see if President Trump or any actions get developed? Because if something happens in the 30 minutes while I'm getting my water and you're watching the Rachel Rollins video, I'm not going to be able to cut into the news. However, if you watch the news for the next 30 minutes, it may just be analysis of the news. So we have to make a decision. I voted for Ozzy Osbourne Jr. Okay, I'm voting for LA Connection. You got it? We're put LA Connection. You are now officially designated as some type of diplomatic position within the world of towels. I don't know what you will be entitled to do as a result of this position. Wield your powers responsibly. You are a towel. Anyway, so let me know. I'll keep an eye on what you all think. I guess we could do a poll, right? We have towel polls. I'll check out what the Enforcer is covering. But worst comes to worst, we'll go to Sky News. Murder by Maestro votes Rollins. All right, you got it. So Murder by Maestro, it is your job. When people come in and say, I thought we were watching war coverage, you have to say we're pausing war coverage because Grana's getting water, and we're watching an overview of the Rachel Rollins situation because she tweeted about Turtle Boy, and it made Gran upset.
And it's
All right, we're going to take a look at the enforcer when I get back from my water. I would vote for Hank Brennan. I would love to watch Hank Brennan, but we can't just watch 40 minutes of Hank Brennan crossing someone. It would be a little out of context. The Rachel Rollins thing, at least someone can say, well, Rachel Rollins tweeted and Grant, my Murder by Maestro, who's a super towel, asked Grant to play a video. You see what I'm saying? Like, that has some kind of like tie-in. All right, unless there's any objections on the floor, unless there's any objection on the floor to Murder by Maestro's request, I'm going to leave it open for about 45 seconds. I'm not seeing any objection. No one would object to Murder by Maestro. He is a super towel. Murder by Maestro, you are a super towel. All right, give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. I must find for you the video that I shall play for Murder by Maestro, who is a super towel. All right, hold on. Okay, hold on. Best DOJ. All right, so Rollins. This is what is the video? I got to make sure I get the right video. Yeah, I would say Aaron Reed's out of the news now, especially depending on how President Trump responds. And remember, Amber Am is our erudite. Amber Am, you can be our erudite resident. We're designating Amber Am our erudite expert in all things President Trump. And I think Amber Am's expert analysis is right, which is that the reason why I can't go anywhere and I have to go get my water and come back is that it's very important for me to see how President Trump responds. The fact that he didn't say anything, like tactical drawdown, what are you talking about, analyst? The analyst on CNN was definitely more right. President Trump is not just going to be like, oh, yeah, and especially because I promise you, like, it's military blackout. I bet, just like last time, we might have had injuries, and President Trump needs to know what actually happened, and then I bet he will make a decision. I do not know President Trump, but that's my analysis. It's a wild card. All right, so let me see if we've got a video for you of the Rollins case. My mom wrote, hold on, I'll send you the one that Bill O'Reilly wrote the foreword to. Hold on, let me get it for you. Hold on. Wendy Murphy, and then she just wrote a new book too about women and men who took women credit for women's inventions throughout history. Okay, so if you want to see Towel's mom's book, I could probably ask her if she it for you. But if you want to see Towel's mom's book, just go ahead, give me 1 second while I bring it up in the chat for you. I have a lot of things going on Towel Stream. But I will be able to accommodate your request in 1 second. Hold on, where is it? There it is. Here it is. Hold on. Towel Mom's book with Bill O'Reilly forward. And I'm sure if you buy it, I can't guarantee it. You'll have to reach out to me on Twitter, but if you can get it to me, I bet you'll sign it. Oh, by the way, all your shirts will start coming out in the next week or two, ladies and gentlemen. I'm thrilled to announce all your shirts will start coming out in the next week or two. And then let me show you Towel Mom's new book, Wendy Murphy. Oh, no, he didn't. And then here's her newest book. If you want to support my mom, it's a book about men who took for women's inventions, and that you are more than welcome. Yes, I will be, Vicky. We're getting ready for Koberger in August. Towel Mom's newest book about men in history who took credit for women's inventions. And we could consider having Towel Mom on. We're a little bit different people, though. Towel Mom's very interesting. Towel Mom wants to send women to war to make a point about equality. I'm sorry to hear that, FBI, DOJ. I wish I could do more about that, but the world of economic patents is very complex, and it's way beyond my ability to understand. And I will admit that to you. I'll sit here and say, if I didn't have my towel editor Chris, there is no way that I would understand half of this. It is very, very complicated. But I'm trying to get a video for you all of the DOJ that I can put on while I go get my lunch. So, yes, Sun-Eyed Girl, that's in my mom's book. Sun-Eyed Girl, you are going to love my mom's book. It's called, what's it called? It's called, what is it? Oh no, he didn't. I really like it. I really, really like it. I'm trying to find this video about the federal probe, by the way. I thought I had a bunch of them saved. Oh, yes, Amber. She is a super towel. My mom is a super towel. She does a lot of different work. Equal Rights Amendment for Women. I got the video. Murder by Maestro. I got the video. You don't understand, and it's 30 minutes. So that means I have to be back here by 4:10. Ooh, that's going to be cutting it a little bit close. I wish I had one that was just a little bit longer, because that one might not actually give me enough time. It's going to be cutting it awfully close. Hold on. Let me see. I feel like I have one more video that's a little longer. Hold on. I remember doing one that had like a decent amount of background. Oh, this is really good too, Murder by Maestro. I feel like I'd be a little bit pressed for time if I did this, you know, but I guess I could. Let me see if I have one more. Hold on. I'm fulfilling Murder by Maestro's request to understand the Rachel Rollins situation. So I'm trying to decide if I should play. There's two videos I can play. One of them's a little longer. The only thing with this second one is I don't know if I can do the whole DOJ. I wish I had my longer video. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Yep, and obviously we're keeping an eye on the situation in the Middle East. I don't mean to take anyone's attention away from that. It just, if Murder by Maestro has a request, well, you know, I'm not going to deny that. All right, so hold on. Let me see. I'm going to search for this little towels. All right. Let me see here. I remember doing... I looked it up this morning. Board of Bar Overseers Bradl was on the stand today. Oh, let's watch that. Forget that. Let's see if we can see that. Do we have the clip of it? Board of Bar Overseers Vimeo. Do we have a clip of it? Hold on. I'm checking right now, LA Connection. Let me know if you have video. If not, we'll play the Rollins video, and I'll just try to get back within 30 minutes, though I might not be able to, so. Get out of here. We don't need any of that. That is extremely offensive. Goodbye. You didn't last very long. Probably going to get timed out, too. And you were timed out. All right, so we're looking for the Board of Bar Overseers. Let's see if they had anything on their Vimeo. Oh, we got it. We got it from, this is what we're going to watch, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to watch this. We got it from LA Connection Towel. I'm going to play it on my phone while I'm doing my errands. Let's hope it's a decently long proceeding. We're going to watch Tim Bradl, Hayden Turtleboy Kearney's lawyer, on the stand. We're also going to keep an eye on the developments in the Middle East, and if anything happens with President Trump or further attacks, we will cut right over to that after I get back from getting my water. Remember, this is a one-man operation. I'm covering a number of different developments for you. There are still a couple of different hours, a couple of different things to go. It seems like this might be live. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. The Tim Bradl hearing might be live. Oh, it is live. All right, hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, the Tim Bradl Board of Bar Overseers hearing is live, and we're going to go over to this now.
After Lynn and Brennan.
We're going to go to where Tim Bradl is on the stand, so hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Hold on. All right, so this is where Bradl is on the stand. Hold on. Wow, Hayden Kearney's lawyer was on the stand in a Board Bar Overseers hearing, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to watch it right now.
Probably.
Let me see if he was on the stand the whole day.
Yeah.
that you turned over any evidence to the
Okay, hold on. So it looks like Bradl was on for a decent amount of the day. Let me just see how much time I have here. 3:59 to how long do they go before their first break? It looks like they go for at least an hour. All right, we're going to watch this until I get back. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're following the Hayden Turtleboy Kearney case, I have coverage. Hayden Turtleboy Kearney's lawyer was on the stand in a Board of Bar Overseers case. Ladies and gentlemen, Hayden Turtleboy Kearney's lawyer was on the stand in a Board of Bar Overseers case. We are going to watch this while keeping an eye on our other coverage in the background. As you notice, I have it up for you right now, ladies and gentlemen. That is the actual coverage of the hearing. It looks like it's just a document. You're going to hear audio in 1 second. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am a one-man towel show. Yes, I don't know how I'm able to do all this. I appreciate every single one of you joining in. Thank you to LA Connection, who managed to get this for us while it's still live, and I was able to jump back in the feed, ladies and gentlemen. So God bless you for that, Super Towel. You deserve a lot of accolades. Now, as you can see, I'm taking some time to center this feed for you. We're going to play this video of the Tim Bradl testimony in the Board of Bar Overseers hearing today involving a case where Bradl is alleged, while he was a prosecutor, to have done a number of very serious things related to withholding evidence in the case in a way that prejudiced the defendant. And I believe the defendant judge, actually, a Superior Court judge, referred Mr. Bradl to the BBO and along with Bradl's colleague, whose last name is ironically Brennan, but it is not that Brennan. It is a woman by the name of Brennan who, as I mentioned, was Bradl's colleague. So that we are going to keep an eye on everything. LS, you have a great night, my dear friend. God bless you. Thank you for watching with us today, and know that you are loved, appreciated, and a super towel. All right, here we go. I'm going to begin this now. I'll be back with you in just over half an hour.
That are still outstanding. I'm not writing down things that have been taken care of.
Because it was already in a trial posture when you received the case.
That's how it appeared to me, yes. And that doesn't mean that you don't have a continuing obligation, which I'm well aware of and which is always my practice to take care of.
But it wasn't in your practice to prepare a notice of discovery.
Objection. Oh. They were not obligatory at the time.
That was not my question. Was it in your practice to prepare a notice of discovery?
I can't recall at that exact time in my career, but I would comply with what was required.
I'm trying to, if you could, it's a very specific question. In 2004 to 2005, did you prepare a notice of discovery in this case?
I don't know.
If you prepared a notice of discovery, would it have been filed with the court?
Probably.
And if it is not on the docket, isn't that a fair inference that you did not provide it to the court?
That's an inference that it wasn't given to the court, but it may have been a discovery letter that saved the same purpose. It may have been an email. It may have been a note in my file. There's all kinds of ways to memorialize what you did in a case.
And here we have no such notices, notes in file, or letters, right?
Pertaining to what? I told you that.
Information that you turned over to the defense. Where is anything that says, never mind, withdrawn, moving on.
It's the two meetings.
There's no question before you. Thank you. Turning to exhibit 70. I'm sorry. Is it 70? It's 70. Yes, Bates 795. All right, so this is an email. Go to the bottom of the page. It might be cut off. But I believe your counsel will stipulate that this is an email dated April 12th, 2005.
Yes.
Thank you. That's 3 days before trial start, or 2 days before motions in limine, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in this document, this is an email from you to McGoldrick, Keeler, and Harris, correct?
Correct.
And you are still trying to get information from them regarding Mark Gaines and Mike White, right?
Yes, I'm staying on the issue, yes.
And in this point, we don't see, I'm sorry, you're asking if there was any testing done on the beer bottle. Do you see that? If we can scroll down. Sorry. Second item there, beer bottle from across street, testing done on it? Question mark. So you hadn't received any reports on that yet, right?
That was not going to be done. It wasn't done. It was not going to be done. And there's no obligation to do it.
Move to strike.
Strike.
And then continuing down to the bottom of the page. Again, we see need to meet with Karen Heinen, the 911 caller, George Hooker, Mark Gaines, and Dia and Doreen. Did you ever meet with Mark Gaines?
No.
To your knowledge, did anyone ever interview Mark Gaines?
I don't believe they ever found Mark Gaines.
Exhibit 71, Bates 797. If we can scroll down a bit to the caption, we'll see that this is your motion in limine requesting exclusion of certain references at trial, correct?
Correct.
Is this something you routinely filed in your homicide cases?
Yes.
And does that routine include on the following page paragraph 3? Following page, I'm sorry, page 798. Any references and any assertion by the defense suggesting that a third party culprit committed the crime charged herein without first establishing through an offer of proof or voir dire that such alleged evidence has, quote, substantial connecting links to the crime charged is relevant, will not tend to prejudice or confuse the jury, and is more than simply the proffered witness's opinion of another's involvement.
What's your question about it?
Well, first, did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And is that something that you include in every homicide case?
I don't think I can say every case, but it's a very common request for a voir dire hearing before any such evidence is admitted.
Okay. And you were concerned that a third party culprit defense could be asserted in this case, right?
Concern might be a little strong because there was no basis for it, but it was something to address.
Well, no basis for it, and yet 2 days before trial, you're asking the police department to get you more evidence that there isn't one, right?
Yes, that was the diligent thing to do.
Right.
Both of those propositions can exist together.
And you did have substantial links in your file, right?
No, I did not.
You didn't have the phone records. You said you weren't sure whether we had those or not, right?
The phone records are not substantial connecting links to the crime.
They're substantial they're evidence that the victim called his drug dealer 5 times prior to his murder, right?
Doesn't matter who he called before the murder. There's no motive. There's no substantial.
Did I just finish? No, actually,
There's
no.
no
You cannot
substantial
finish.
connecting links to the crime. You're asking me if there are. I'm disagreeing with you. I'm saying there are no substantial connecting links to the crime.
Let's strike the answer, ask a new question, and move on from it.
Did you review the phone records in 2005?
If I had them, I did.
Okay. And you didn't think that those provided any potential exculpatory information?
The phone records were not exculpatory. The phone records were cumulative of the situation that the Commonwealth presented to the jury, that he was going to meet with his drug dealer. The phone calls setting up the meeting, presumably, were corroborative and cumulative of that.
Move to strike. There's no evidence of the substance of the phone calls.
I object to moving to strike. It suggests that the answer is totally responsive.
I'll overrule that request.
And it's true, every time Attorney Weymouth tried to raise a third-party culprit defense, you objected, right?
Correct.
And at that point, when you were trying the Jenkins case, you were a very experienced criminal prosecutor, right?
I don't know how experienced I was, but I was trying to do my best.
Well, you'd been a prosecutor for 11 years at that point, right?
Yes.
And you had been prosecuting homicides for at least a couple of years at that point.
Yes.
And you were prosecuting homicides one a month in 2004, 2005, right?
For a time period, yes.
And the district attorney's office only lets experienced prosecutors prosecute homicides, right?
I guess so. I don't know what you mean by experienced.
Do they allow what Brennan called baby prosecutors on the homicide squad team?
I don't know. I don't know what you mean by baby prosecutors.
Okay.
You have to be, if you want, I don't want to go round and round with you. If you want me to agree that experienced prosecutors do homicides, I agree with that statement.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you. So as an experienced criminal prosecutor, and now as an experienced defense counsel, how do you define the phrase potentially exculpatory evidence?
Evidence that has any tendency to negate the guilt of the accused.
You know that under Rule 3.8D, the prosecutor must make timely disclosure of all defense or all evidence to the defense of all evidence or information that tends to negate the guilt of the accused.
Objection. That's not what the rule says.
Let me rephrase. Let me try again. Quote, make timely disclosure to the defense of all evidence or information known to the prosecutor that tends to negate the guilt of the accused.
Yeah, that's the right one.
Okay, if you could really answer the question, are you aware of that rule?
Yes, I'm aware of that rule.
And you were aware of that rule in 2004 and 2005?
Yes.
And if you take that phrase, all evidence or information that tends to negate the guilt of the accused, that's another way of saying potentially exculpatory evidence, right?
Correct.
Okay, in your answer to the petition for discipline, you state that the prosecution only has to produce information if it was, exculpatory information was subject to disclosure if it, 1, would provide significant aid to the defendant's case, 2, was in the possession of the prosecution team, and 3, was known to be exculpatory by the prosecutor. That's not the correct standard, is it?
Objection. 1, that was produced by his lawyer. 2, it's case law. And so I object to the question.
I'm happy to answer the question if you like, Mr. Chairman.
Your attorney has objected to it. How about rephrasing it without reference to the pleading? I'm simply asking him that proposition.
Is exculpatory information only subject to disclosure if it would provide significant aid to the defendant's case?
I don't really want to get into hypotheticals with you, but the standard for exculpatory evidence is described in a few different ways throughout many cases. I think the most concise way to say it is what I said about negating tends to negate the guilt of the accused. Anything to that in that direction. But there are other incarnations of what it is.
All right. Now, could you, do you remember my question?
Could you say it again, please?
Sure. Is it true that exculpatory information was subject to disclosure only if it would provide significant aid to the defendant's case?
Objection. This is right from the case law. It's from Commonwealth versus Ellison, I believe.
I don't know. I don't know. That sounds narrow to me.
Are you familiar with Brady versus Maryland?
Yes.
Brady versus, I'm sorry.
Maryland. And that requirement is not in the Brady case, is it?
I don't know. It's probably a 75-page Supreme Court case, so I can't say as I sit here what's in it and not in it and what's not in it.
And isn't it true that the information doesn't have to be known to be exculpatory to the prosecutor? It just has to be known to the prosecutor, right?
Information that is known to the prosecution, well, that's the ethical requirement, is that it obviously has to be known to the prosecutor before you can accuse them of anything. But the rules of evidence at the time, strike that, the rules of criminal procedure at the time always required exculpatory evidence to be produced. I always produced more than...
Move to strike, non-responsive. I'm asking about the ethical rule.
I'll strike the last part that he was just starting to say.
Thank you. In your answer, you also stated that prosecutors are not subject to the ethical rules requiring competence and diligence. That's not true, is it?
Objection. This is the legal position by the attorneys.
It's his answer.
Can you rephrase it without reference to the answer?
Can the hearing committee take judicial notice of the answer that was filed in this case?
We'll take judicial notice of the answer. I'm not certain the answers and the complaint are statements of parties, that such that they'd be crossed with it. But I think you can ask the same question. Simply, does he agree with it?
Okay. Do you think prosecutors have an ethical duty to be competent?
Yes.
Do you think prosecutors have an ethical role, an ethical duty to be diligent?
I believe so.
Do you agree with me that prosecutors have an ongoing obligation to disclose potentially exculpatory evidence at all stages of the prosecution?
Yes.
So just because you thought the case was in a trial-ready posture doesn't remove your obligation to be diligent and review it, does it?
That's exactly right.
And it doesn't remove your obligation to turn over potentially exculpatory evidence, does it? If it hadn't been turned over already.
You're correct. I agree with the statement.
And would you say that it's extremely important for prosecutors to ensure that all exculpatory evidence is produced to defense counsel?
Yes.
You agree that in Massachusetts, homicide cases carry a severe penalty, potential penalty, the most severe of any criminal charge?
Yes.
And in this case, do you recall what the potential penalty was for Sean Jenkins?
Yes.
And what was that?
Life without parole.
And that was what was imposed, correct?
Correct.
Right. And we've already established, I believe, that you had a custom or habit of writing notes inside the file folders, right?
I don't know if I said it was a custom or habit, but I did it.
Files that you already looked at was the remaining to do, which is written in your handwriting.
Yes.
Post-its, correct?
Correct.
They're all in your handwriting.
Yes.
Bar counsel's disputed exhibit. Please confirm that this is your writing.
Yes.
Post-it.
Okay.
Everything above the line, please.
Morrison, I think Munson or Munson, it looks like. Ford Van, Kenitra Newton.
You know what that was referring to?
Kenitra Newton was a witness. I don't know. I don't recall the Munson or the Ford Van or the K.
You were prosecuting Kenitra Newton for perjury?
I don't recall. I think her case was finished before I took over the case. I don't recall doing anything with Attorney Carrigan, who was her attorney. I think it was resolved.
You look at underneath the line that
Yes.
says, look at phone recs.
Yes.
Okay. Can one infer from that you had phone records to review?
Yes.
And then it says, look at defendant statement cases.
Look at defendant statement cases. Yes.
And do you recall what that refers to?
It might be something relative to admissibility of admissions. And it might be that the completeness doctrine is a doctrine that allows the defense to add to an admission to complete the topic that the prosecution introduced. And I was probably looking at something relative to that.
And then the last thing it says, look at docket.
Yes.
Now, with respect to the look at phone records, you didn't request any phone records in this case, right? So the only phone records that you would have been looking at were phone records that were requested by Lynn Brennan, right?
Or the ones that were given by the mom of Steve Jenkins.
Okay. I'd like to move that, have that be entered into evidence.
You say no objection?
Yes.
No objection, I take it. It will be entered as
148. Thank you. You were aware that Stephen Jenkins had a cell phone with him when he died, right?
Yes.
And that was found in his vehicle.
Yes.
But you have no knowledge about whether it subsequently disappeared or not.
No knowledge of that.
He also had a beeper.
I don't recall a beeper.
In 2001, lots of drug dealers used cell phones, right?
I don't know if it was still the beeper phase or whether they had shifted to cell phones, but there was a time period when it was just beepers, and I don't know exactly when cell phones became more prevalent, but probably around that time.
And it was important, wasn't it, to find out who the victim was calling and who was calling him before he died?
Everything's important in a murder case, and you need to do your best to follow up on everything and look at everything you can.
And isn't that especially true in a drug case?
I don't know about especially true, but yeah, I agree with you that it's an important thing to do.
Now everybody communicates via text, but in 2001, that wasn't really the practice, was it?
Correct. I don't know if there was texting back then.
Instead, drug dealers were making actual phone calls on their phones or using their beepers, which would then result in phone call, right?
Correct.
And you would want to know who the victim was speaking to right around the time of his death, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And that would be important information for the defense to know too, wouldn't it?
Certainly.
So all phone records, whether it be landline or cell phone, were important in a homicide investigation, right?
Yes.
And were you ever, did you ever become aware that the last call prior to Stephen Jenkins' murder was a 3-minute call to Mike White?
Yes.
And when did you become aware of that?
I don't recall.
Was it prior to trial?
I don't know.
But you'll agree with me that that would have been important information for the defense to have?
Certainly.
And just so that we're clear for the hearing committee, do you admit that the phone records constituted potentially exculpatory evidence or information that should have been produced to defense counsel in Sean Jenkins' murder case?
Objection as to the legal conclusion.
Overruled. Well, first of all, that's a compound question. Which part do you want me to answer?
Do you admit that the phone records constituted potentially exculpatory information?
No, I disagree. They're not exculpatory. They're cumulative and corroborative of the Commonwealth's case. The second part of your question, should the defense have them, regardless of what the discovery rules said at the time, my view is that they should have had them, and I believe that they did have them. If I had them, they had them.
Today, if you were defending a person accused of murder and you learned that the prosecution had phone records showing that the victim called his drug dealer numerous times before he was shot to death, you would expect the prosecutor in that case to turn phone records over to you, right?
Yes.
So it's your testimony that the phone records were disclosed to defense counsel prior to trial in Sean Jenkins' case?
Objection as to which set of phone records, that stack or the one with the note from mom.
phone records?
Overruled.
So it's been 20 years. My practice was to have an open file discovery meeting, which I had 2 of in this case.
Right, as unresponsive. I want to rephrase my question to make it a little more specific, if I may.
Well, just because you don't like my answer doesn't mean that you get to rephrase your question.
You let it rephrase, please.
I was confusing my roles there. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Do you have any specific memory today that phone records were ever disclosed to defense counsel at any time prior to Sean Jenkins' conviction?
Today, I don't have a specific memory of what I did 20 years ago.
Correct?
Sure. Mr. Bradl, when you were asked questions just now about phone records, which phone records did you have in mind? The big stack or the ones with the note from mom?
So I don't recall ever seeing the big stack. I do know that I had interactions with the ones from the mother as we approached trial.
You know, or you suspect from the note about victim's mom phone records?
I remember the victim's mother's records. I don't remember.
I object to this because point to a specific exhibit, if that's what we're talking about, because I don't believe that there are any records other than the records. I don't know what mom's phone records are. I don't know what they're referring to.
Are the Stephen Jenkins' mother's records in evidence?
I could have a moment to, I'm referring to the files. I think the answer is yes to your question, but I'd like to get the
Yeah, if you can find them, but I mean, I'm going to allow questions. There was discussion about the mother's phone records being provided later, but take your time.
Can I approach the witness?
All right, let's,
Sure.
we'll do it later.
Mr. Bradl, I'm approaching with a approximately 1 to 2 inch stack of papers in the middle of folder marked phone records.
Yes.
All right, in preparation for this hearing of this that you're testifying in right now, did you review them in preparation for your testimony?
Just in the sense of at some point I looked through them and saw that they were a fat stack of phone records in a folder.
And based on your memory, after looking at that folder, do you believe that you had that folder back in 2004 and 2005?
I don't believe I had it.
Why not?
Because it's a fat, unwieldy folder that I think I would have remembered having.
Who's Brian Casey?
Brian was an investigator in the homicide unit at the time. One of his jobs was to look through phone records.
Do you remember interfacing with Brian Dacey about the Sean Jenkins prosecution?
I don't recall ever talking to Brian about the case or knowing that he was on the case.
Okay. At the end of the case, whenever the trial was over, are cases put away?
Yes.
And can you explain the process for putting away a case?
Sure.
Once the prosecution is concluded.
I believe there was a form that you filled out. You would, after a trial, the folder is probably all over the place and a mess. So you would return everything to where it needed to be, fill out the form. Other people would add their stuff to the box and it would get archived.
And other people adding stuff to the box, who do you mean?
An investigator, an advocate, other people on the case. They probably maintain their own files. They would maintain their own files, and all of those people contribute to putting the case back together into the box for the archives.
You were asking questions about you as a defense attorney in the 19 years that you've been doing defense work since leaving the Suffolk County DA's office. And you were asked, I believe, about if you were representing a client and the government had phone records, if you'd expect to get the phone records, right?
Correct.
It's predicated on the prosecutor knowing that there's phone records, right?
Right. You can't expect someone to give you something they don't know about.
And if you were representing a client who you knew had been on the phone with the victim of the shooting and was accused of the shooting, would you want to focus on the phone records?
Objection. I'm lost.
What was I don't understand the question either. Sure. I wasn't sure I heard the objection, but sure. I don't mind rephrasing.
Into my question is there's phone calls that in 2025, we acknowledged that there were phone calls with Mike White on the victim's cell phone records, right?
Correct.
All right. But there's also phone calls associated with a phone number of the defendant on those same phone records, right?
Correct.
And if you were representing that defendant who is on the phone log of the victim, would you want to bring up the phone records?
Objection. Are you talking about defense counsel?
Yes, as a defense attorney.
I move to strike. Object to that question.
Let me think about it for a second.
He was asked a similar question on direct.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection.
So if my client was on the phone with the deceased shortly before the murder, I probably wouldn't want to highlight the phone records.
Why not?
Because it links him to the deceased.
I'd like to circulate and show the witness copies of Mass Rule 14 in effect as through September 7th, 2004.
Objection. Relevance.
Mr. Bradl was asked a question about the phrase "some significant aid to the defense" and whether or not that was what is required to be exculpatory evidence. And I want to put the rule and the comments before the witness and this hearing committee that says those words.
And Rule 14 is what?
So Rule 14 is the discovery rule in effect for criminal cases. And I want to show the version in effect for cases initiated prior to September 7, 2004. I printed this from Lexis. I copied and pasted it so I wouldn't have the whole rule, just this part of the rule. But it is the applicable rule at the time, and it contains definitions of exculpatory evidence that are slightly different than negates the guilt of the accused, like provide significant aid to the defendant's case, which is what it says.
And then you can ask them questions about the rule after you put it before him?
I object because, first of all, you sustained his objection to the questions that I was asking about that mention in his answer. So they're not part of the record now. And I don't see where the criminal rule 14 applies in this case, since we're not talking about the standard laid out in criminal rule 14, but we're talking about the standard of 3.8D.
That is partly true, but the 3.8D is not the only rule violation that's been alleged here. As Attorney Converson asked Mr. Bradl, do prosecutors have an obligation to be diligent? Do they have an obligation to be competent? and there's also an allegation of a rule violation of conduct I may have the word wrong, detrimental to the administration of justice. Whether or not he's conforming his conduct to Rule 14 as it existed at the time matters.
I'll let you ask the questions. You can put it before him and ask the questions if you won't follow up on recross without reference to the answer, but the rules. That would be fair.
Thank you. I have copies for everybody. Everybody wants them. Should I pass our copies?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I'm going to be focusing on page 11. Mr. Bradl, to yourself, could you just read the first full paragraph on this page, which is page 11? Thank you.
All set, thank you.
Okay. The first full paragraph on page 11 begins, the term exculpatory within the division of A1C is not intended to be technically construed as encompassing alibi or other complete proof of innocence, but as meaning evidence which tends to negate the guilt of the defendant or stated affirmatively supporting his innocence. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And when you testified, you had testified that to the phrase negate the guilt of the defendant, right?
Yes.
Further down.
I said the accused, but yes, same thing.
Sure. Further down in the same paragraph after the citations, it goes on to say, quote, the term thus comprehends evidence which provides some significant aid to the defendant's case, which, if furnishes corroboration of the defendant's version of the facts, calls into question a material, although not indispensable element of the Commonwealth's version, or challenges the credibility of a key Commonwealth witness. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's from Commonwealth versus Ellison, at least according to the citation, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you mind flipping to the front, the first page of what I've just put before you?
Yes.
Under A, it identifies the procedures for discovery, right?
Yes.
And it goes on to say that there's mandatory discovery for the defendant. And it goes on to say, upon motion of a defendant made pursuant to Rule 13, the judge shall issue a discovery order, right?
Yes.
And then there's 3 categories of mandatory discovery, right?
Yes.
A, written or recorded statements made by the defendant within the possession, custody, control of the prosecutor, right?
Yes.
The written or recorded statement of a person who's testified before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
So it's a grand jury minutes, right?
Correct.
And then the third is any facts of an exculpatory nature within the possession, custody, or control of the prosecutor, right?
Correct.
And then it goes on to say that there is a method for discretionary discovery, right?
Yes, section 2.
Okay. And I'll get into them in more detail in a little bit, but Mr. Weymouth filed a bunch of discovery-related motions, right?
He did.
Okay. And in order for those motions to become an obligation of the Commonwealth, those motions need to be allowed, right?
Correct.
Okay. As far as your review now in 2025 in preparation for this hearing, were most of those motions allowed or not?
No, they were never acted on.
Why not?
Well, I think in part because Lynn was meeting with him and in the process of complying with them or agreeing to some or part or all of them, as evidenced by her handwriting on the memo, on the motions.
And what about once you had the case? What did you do to make sure that Mr. Weymouth was satisfied, even though his motions had not been ruled on?
Well, I had the 11-16 meeting and the 12-14 meeting. And of course, there would have been conversations surrounding setting those up, and I probably saw him 3 days a week in court at least. So there would have been discussions and conversations with him.
And under still on the first page where it reads discretionary discovery, 3 lines down, it says that the defendant be permitted to discover, inspect, and copy, right?
Yes.
And in these discovery meetings that were part of your practice, would you provide an opportunity to discover, inspect, and copy in those meetings?
That's exactly the purpose of the meeting.
Where would you hold these meetings?
At the DA's office in a conference room.
Why would you hold them at the DA's office instead of the courthouse or the defense attorney's office?
Well, because you have a box of stuff, you have the files, so they can, I've never had a defense lawyer not want to come and see the entire box, minus work product and such, but it's something that's always done at the DA's office.
Can that be marked as the next exhibit?
This?
Yes.
Well,
Objection.
Or can the hearing committee take notice of it?
Well, we'll take judicial notice of the rule, but why don't we mark this for identification?
Okay. Retrieve from the Bradl.
Sure.
Excuse
All right,
me,
I'm back.
off the record for a moment.
Wow, good timing, ladies and gentlemen. Right as they went off the record, Little Towel was able to come back. So give me a second here as I wait to see how long this sidebar goes here. Hold on. Jumping forward. Hold on.
You had been under the impression.
Going backwards a little bit. Going forward a little bit. All right, here we go. It's a hot one out there. Stay cool, folks. Stay cool. We're keeping an eye on President Trump's response as well.
It would be possible to go down to where it begins, Mr. Bradl. Could you read that to yourself, sir?
Yes.
Okay. You're asking questions about Mr. Jenkins's custody status in relation to a hearing on your motion for continuance that occurred on January 5th, 2005. Do you remember being asked some questions about that on direct?
Yes.
Okay. And here, you had been under the impression that Mr. Jenkins would be on the street, so to speak, and available to come and testify without any process to get him to do that, and then his custody status changed. Is that right?
That's what that says. I can't say I have a present memory of that, but I agree that's the transcript at the time that I had a belief that he would be out of jail and there wouldn't be process required.
And you disclosed this to both Mr. Weymouth and to the court at that time, right?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you a bit more about your experience at the Suffolk County DA's office. You indicated that you worked in the district courts, and then you had this role where you also were assigned to a police station, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in addition to that, did you also work on homicide response?
Yes.
And what is homicide response?
Homicide response is a duty where you are on call for a week at a time, where whenever there's a homicide in Suffolk County, you're part of the people that are called to be at the scene, and you're the eyes and ears of the district attorney to be at the scene. It's a reflection of a statute that exists that requires that the district attorney's office has jurisdiction over homicides and controls homicides, whereas all other crimes are controlled by the Boston police in terms of investigation of them. And it's an offshoot of that statute, I believe. And you would go to the scene, work with the police about sort of legal issues, forensic legal issues about, do we need a search warrant to do this or that? You know, is there probable cause to arrest this guy? You would advise the officers in that respect, right on the scene, 24/7.
And about how long were you on homicide response?
Most people did it. There was like a 2-year term. I did it for 5 years.
And you know, if you could estimate how many homicides did you respond to in those 5 years?
Probably hundreds.
And as a result, did you build a rapport with some of the police officers in the homicide unit?
Yes.
And did you become familiar with all of Suffolk County?
Yes, very familiar with the different streets and the towns, and you were driving up and down all sorts of streets at all hours of the day and night.
And you mentioned that you know, you'd assist the squad that's on the street, but ultimately, were you making, as a homicide response prosecutor, were you making decisions on whether to arrest or not arrest? Or were they being made by the chief of homicide?
Not typically at the scene, but you would communicate with the chief of homicide, like you would page, David Meyer was the chief at the time, and you would page him and have a conversation with him, and you would sort of provide the information, and with him, you would jointly say that, you know, get a search warrant for that, or no, we don't need a search warrant for that, or this guy needs to be let go, or this guy needs to be arrested, things like that.
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. It is irrelevant. He wasn't on the homicide response team to Jenkins. We're not retrying the Jenkins murder, and I don't understand what the relevance of any of this is.
I think his familiarity with the city is relevant. His familiarity with homicides is relevant. And I don't plan to ask, I don't think anything else about homicide response. I plan to go next to his caseload.
I think it added to my diligence and competence as a homicide prosecutor.
We should not be arguing anything.
I agree with that, and I was going to allow it for background.
Okay.
Since his background and experience was discussed in cross, but you can proceed.
Sure.
There's just no audio. I don't know if they cut the mic off for this part. There's just no audio. I'm here monitoring. I'll wait for it to come back. Hold on.
What I'm going to be going to is disputed LLL, triple L for identification, which is some homicide case lists. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Bradl, are you familiar with the set of documents I just put before you that is LLL in this proceeding?
Yes.
What are these?
These are the printouts from the homicide unit, keeping track of cases and what's going on with the general caseload of the whole homicide unit.
And am I right that the first half of this document is what is case activity in terms of trials and pleas? And the second half of this document are people that were murdered or suspected to have been murdered within the city of Boston in 2004 and 2005.
Correct.
Okay. I'd offer this as the next exhibit.
Objection. There's no relevance.
He was asked on direct about his caseload, and I'd suggest it is relevant to the caseload. It also is just more reliable in terms of dates and times. I also have a chalk that I'd offer, which has just the cases that relate to Mr. Bradl in terms of the disposition, so the court activity, and the cases assigned, which is the street activity, I'll call it. And I'd suggest this is relevant to how busy this prosecutor was at that time, and how diligent he was.
He's already testified, and there's been on direct that he was very busy, and there's no dispute that he was very busy.
Yeah, I don't know if we really need this. it's all been in. If you're just going to, he was extremely busy at the time. I think there's been evidence and it's not being disputed.
Well, I'd suggest that the details of it would be useful in terms of just the sheer numbers. And I have it broken down just to Bradl, that I could just offer that would be more acceptable.
I'm going to sustain the objection to admitting triple L, disputed exhibit triple L. If you want to offer something else, we'll take a look at it.
Sure. I would offer the version that is just Bradl's activity.
I'm here, Willie.
Instead.
And this is...
That's something I've seen.
I beg your pardon?
That's not something I've seen yet.
Right, and what I would say as an offer of proof is that this is drawn directly from triple L, and it's just not as thick. It's just a couple pages long.
I just paused the camera to save memory.
Said Bradl's activity, and obviously I'll show it to. May I approach?
You may approach the witness.
I'm
going to mark this.
And Whittick, I'm sorry you didn't get a wonderful moment today. It will happen again, my friend. It will. We're listening to the Tim Bradl bar complaint hearing. It's apparently scheduled over the next few days. Thank you to Missy over on Twitter for finding it, and then I think LA Connection gave us the heads up. We're monitoring, we're watching. We can jump ahead a little bit in the hearing from time to time, but this is just a witness. I think Bradl's on the stand getting handed a document. And then we're watching to see what I think President Trump said that he is pleased that Iran gave advance heads up, but still there was an attack on America. But yes, the Bradl hearing is still playing, ladies and gentlemen. We're just waiting for it to resume. Hold on one second. The lawyer's standing away from the microphone, I believe. Hold on, little towels.
What's going on with the general caseload?
Okay, I'm going to look for when the audio comes back. It's actually on the stream itself where the audio goes out for a second.
What's going on with the general caseload of the whole homicide unit?
And am I right that the first half of this document is what?
Not you, folks. Not you.
People that were murdered or suspected to have been murdered within the city of Boston in 2004 and 2005.
Correct.
Okay. I'd offer this as the next exhibit.
Objection. There's no relevance.
He was asked on direct about his caseload, and I'd suggest it is relevant to the caseload. It also is just more reliable in terms of dates and times. I also have a chart that I'd offer, which has just the cases that relate to Mr. Bradl in terms of the disposition, so the court activity, and the cases assigned, which is the street activity, I'll call it. And I'd suggest this is relevant to how busy this prosecutor was at that time, and how diligent he was.
He's already testified, and there's been on direct that he was very busy, and there's no dispute that he was very busy.
Yeah, I don't know if we really need this. It's all been in. If you're just going to, he was extremely busy at the time. I think there's been evidence and it's not being disputed.
Well, I'd suggest that the details of it would be useful in terms of just the sheer numbers. And I have it broken down just to Bradl, that I could just offer that would be more acceptable.
I'm going to sustain the objection to admitting triple L, disputed exhibit triple L. If you want to offer something else, we'll take a look at it.
Sure. I would offer the version that is just Bradl's activity instead.
And this is.
That's something I've seen.
I beg pardon?
That's not something I've seen yet.
Right, and what I would say as an offer of proof is that this is drawn directly from L, and it's just not as thick. It's just a couple pages long. It just has Bradl's activity, and obviously I'll show it to. May I approach?
You may approach the witness. We're going to mark this.
Well, this is some pretty disturbing news. The woman who was dancing in front of the O'Keefe's family, if you home. Oh, well, we haven't seen a formal referral, truth over bias, but we'll see certainly. This is some interesting news that there was a woman dancing in front of the O'Keefe family home. Apparently she works for like Coldwell Banker. Why would you go to the family of a dead police officer and dance in front of their home in celebration? That's the most serious thing I've ever heard of. And by the way, we're just waiting for the audio to come back here in the Bradl case. It goes in and out because the lawyers walk away from the mic. The mics aren't great. I don't know if they go to sidebar. It's just hard to, you have to sit here and kind of pick up when the audio comes back because it just goes out for like 10 minutes at a time. I mean, they're talking, but the audio isn't there. Hold on. I'm a little bit baffled. The audio is working just fine. Hold on. We're listening to the Tim Bradl hearing, but right at that, maybe it's because the hearing is coming to a close, so it starts a new video. But it became difficult there for a second to, the audio was going in and out. So I'm going to check if I can get the video to reload. Hold on. And Bradl, I think, was... Oh, yep, there you go. Oh, that's ridiculous, ladies and gentlemen. So even though it is still technically loaded in my browser, it won't actually play once the hearing is no longer live. Oh, that's ridiculous. I wonder if I can save it as... No. Wow, are you kidding me? So as soon as the hearing stops, it just stops your ability to keep playing it, and then they don't retain a record? How ridiculous is that? And obviously it started because we were just watching it, but you can only watch it live. Wow, how interested in that. Yeah, and I'll show the pic of the woman running in front of the O'Keefe's house. But I just can't believe that we have a system where you can't play the file once they stop the live. Like, clearly it was live, you know, and then as soon as they stopped going live, it just stops. You can't get the recording. You can't watch it back. That's outrageous. Why would you ever have a system like that? I hate this system. LA Connection, I'll take a look. But why? Can I just point out how ridiculous it is that we have a system in Massachusetts where they have the Board of Bar Council hearing, but unless you actually watch it live, you can't rewatch the hearing on their site? Why would anyone ever do that? Also, I heard the O'Keefes the O'Keefe family may be making their first appearance tonight on CourtTV. Do we know what time? And also, is there anything else you would like to watch today? We can take a look at the news, but it seems that things are calming down. The Gulf nations are opening their airspace. President Trump has said that this seems to be the end of the. Hopefully, will be the end for now, and there won't be a retaliation. We're going to keep an eye on it, obviously, but as of now, things seem to be calming down, ladies and gentlemen. Not CourtTV. Sorry, Truth Over Bias. Do we know where the O'Keefes will be speaking out for the first time? Just let me know if you do know, and I will try to find it, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, I have a lot of one image on my screen, so I'm going to get rid of a bunch of those. And I appreciate everyone's patience. That was a whirlwind of a day. We went from juror analysis to an attack in the, on American bases in the Middle East to the Tim Bradl hearing that is now difficult to watch because they don't allow a backup to be put on. So now I'm back with you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. There you go. I'm back. Hold on. I know you want to see my beautiful smiling face. Oh, Truth Over Bias is like, no, it's not that they're not going on CourtTV. Let's tune in and check a little bit, actually, of what the president said. Let's check in.
Perspective, it doesn't seem so, according to the U.S. president. Now, the Pentagon, regardless of the administration, they always let the president take the lead. And so I think you can see from his statements that he is very clearly signaling that it's time for peace. Let's not forget, you just mentioned that social media post, congratulations, world, time for peace. Now let's take a step back. This is a president who wants to get the Nobel Peace Prize. He has talked about it often. He bemoans the fact that former President Barack Obama received that and he has not. So it seems as if he is signaling that what Iran has done is enough. It was weak. We can move forward. Time to try and start the peace process again. From the Pentagon perspective, they were prepared for this. They knew the Al-Udeid base was the target of the Iranians. Likely, we saw them in the weeks leading up to this move more than 40 U.S. planes off that base. Some total of about 8,000 personnel, but we believe many of the personnel were moved before this. So this really was where the U.S., from its perspective, if Iran was going to hit back, this was perhaps the better location because there were so few assets there at the time. So the president, the Pentagon signaling that they have struck Iran and seeming to indicate that they're ready to move forward to more talks.
Patty Culhane reporting from the Pentagon. Thank you very much, Patty. Let's bring in Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. You're joining us from Washington, D.C. Also with us is Abbas Aslani, Senior Research Fellow at the Center for Middle East.
Hold on, I'm breaking in. Chastity saying that we're hearing this might be a replay of John Jackson's interview with Vinny, unless it's Julie Grant. Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. I would think if the O'Keefe family were going to break their silence, it would be on Julie Grant. However, I have not been monitoring what CourtTV has for their programming tonight because it was just chaos all day. And I was thrilled to be with you all day, but it was chaos. And since also we have to start a little bit late tomorrow, although at this point, I don't know what is going on. Though, like, I can't predict where things are going to go. There used to be some semblance of rhythm and rush to the coverage each day. Now it's just like 96 degrees. I have no idea what's going to happen day to day, and the best option is to simply come up with a general plan and then approach it. I'm sorry we didn't get to do our interview with Sunny Spirit today. Obviously, the attack on American bases took precedent. I did send Sunny Spirit a DM, and we'll try to reschedule that for another day. But yes, that was the news came in literally right at around 1 p.m. as we intended to talk with Sunny Spirit. We'll circle back, and I am interested to see what. I am not a communist. I am a towel. That's very true. LA connection. That is very true. I am not a communist. I am a towel. Oh, I think the temperature's finally starting to break. By the way, do you know it is about 32 degrees Celsius here right now for our European friends. It's about 91 degrees. I'd say it's closer to 97 though. So I think we're pushing 35 like Celsius here. It is really, really hot in Boston. Unusually hot. I was walking outside LA Connection and I was thinking about you when I was getting my water and getting some gas for the car because my air conditioner could barely run because I had no gas in the car. And it was 97 degrees. And that was after I started dreaming. After I started driving. It was still not running, so I got gas and it was a little better. I would like to trade the cold. I'll take some cold, Leafy. I would take some cold right now because it is very hot where Towel lives. I'm pretending like I'm in an episode of Recess where I'm just trying to cool down. Right, that's what I'm saying. So can we get some sense? I know someone saw it earlier. Something about the family on CourtTV tonight. Now remember, Hank did give his statement to CourtTV, so. Sophie Collins, welcome to the Super Towel Fold. It is really hot, and we have certainly been trying to stay cool. Towel Computer's doing all right, surprisingly. Normally, computers don't run that well in the heat. Yes, Ange Wittick, you were taking a nap. You didn't come back to me saying, I am a towel. Oh, you know what we can watch now? We can finally watch this Rachel Rollins video. So you know how earlier someone was saying, Grant, why is there all this flurry about the Rachel Rollins situation? I have a video for you. I have a post for you on Twitter, and I am a towel. So all of those things are true simultaneously. I just want to let you know. Murder by Maestro is going to be excited if they're still here because I put together a video that expands on my analyses, my erudite, cogent commentary, and Towel Computer is so pleased that it doesn't have to run like 17 video streams anymore. And yes, I agree. Hank Brennan put out a very poignant statement today. I echo the sentiments of Sophie Collins. All right, so let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, and then the video of the woman running outside the O'Keefe home, which was outrageous. So let me see if I can bring that video up. Oh, yeah, these are the pictures. There's actually a video of her doing it. All right, so let me check, ladies and gentlemen. Let me check. I think I liked it. Maybe I liked it. No, I did not. Hold on. Someone has it posted. Hold on. Someone has the actual video posted. If anyone has the video of the woman running around, thank you for the pictures. I want to get the actual video, though, because the video is ridiculous, the woman running outside the O'Keefe's home. But we'll show the pictures, absolutely, if we have to. But the video, I mean, oh, my dear goodness, it is horrifying, ladies and gentlemen. It is a very strange thing. All right, so I'm looking for the video of the woman running outside the O'Keefe home, which is, I mean, just the strangest thing in the entire world. I've never seen anything like it. She literally was dancing. Yeah, and I got the pictures. Thank you. I actually got them. I found them on Twitter again. Hold on. It's the O'Keefe home. Let's just search the word O'Keefe home and maybe someone posted the video. All right, let's see. So I don't actually have the video of her dancing. Oh, I got it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Jen Coffindaffer. So 1 second. All right, hold on. Watch this, ladies and gentlemen. I have the video for you. I mean, it's just a disturbing thing, especially with all this stuff going on with the juror and the forms. Who knows what's going on? And that's just such a disturbing thing. So let's see. Let me make a post about it. Actually, can Coldwell Banker, I think, is it right? Coldwell Banker. Please explain why this person is dancing outside the home of a deceased Boston police officer? This seems like deeply concerning and disturbing behavior. Ladies and gentlemen, I am disturbed. I am perturbed. I've never seen anything like it. How is this? How would this isn't? I mean, the other thing was just like outrageous to my sense of like patriotism, but this thing, oh goodness, who would do such a thing? Like, who would do such a thing, little towels? Who would think to themselves, oh yes, I am just going to go dance around? Like, what a ridiculous thing to do. And I have the video for you here. Hold on. Hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, this video is one of the most disturbing things I've ever seen in my entire life. I don't understand why this is happening. Why would anyone ever do this? And I want to make sure this is Coldwell Banker indeed. Like, why would a company, why would anyone ever do this? I'm going to bring it up on your screen right now. I don't know if you're going to believe this. I don't know if you're, what? Yes, I can. How dare you? What? Nope. There is no error. How dare you? This is outrageous. Ladies and gentlemen, this is outrageous. I have a plan. Continue. All right. Well, then discard it. All right. Hold on. Hold on, little ladies and gentlemen. Why is this video being so difficult? Maybe it doesn't want me. Well, I mean, literally, the woman is dancing outside of the home. And even if it won't let me upload it in this form, sometimes Twitter gets a little weird about certain videos. I can just reformat it, and then normally it will let me upload it. No, it's good. All right, I got it. All right, so someone want to explain this to me? I mean, listen, I've seen some weird stuff in my day, all right, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, I've seen some weird stuff. Like, you know, and I'm not judging. I've seen people who are towels. I'm a towel. But I've never seen anything like this. Hold on. What is this? Someone explain to me why this is happening. Why is a woman dancing outside of the O'Keefe's home this morning? I mean, that's a little weird. Hold on a second. Might have to reload the video. Hold on. But this is just a little weird. I mean, am I the only one who thinks this is a little weird? Do other people think this is weird? I mean, that's the O'Keefe home. This is the video. Jen Coffindaffer posted it. And that's a woman dancing outside their home. I'm a little baffled. Twitter's having some video issues, but hold on. We can also just watch it inline if we really have to. I don't really want to play it from... Oh, here we go. I think it's working now. I don't want to have to play it from within the app. Why are you being so annoying? I don't think it's the browser. I think it's I think Twitter's being a little annoying. Hold on, little towels. There we go. All right, nope. Why are you refusing to play? Are you having issues? Twitter. All right, hold on. I have a backup plan. You ready for this genius backup plan? It doesn't want to play for me like that? Okay, fine. I will be a little towel, and I'll do this. Hold on a second. I think Twitter is actually having issues because to get that video uploaded, it took a second. All right, look at this. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. That's disturbing. That is a woman dancing outside the home of the O'Keefe family. Why are you doing that? especially she works for Coldwell Banker. Like, why are you doing that? Am I the only one who thinks this is a little bit strange? That is weird, LOL Bird. But also, like, you know, I just want to be clear, like, I'll replay the video. I want to replay it a few times. I don't understand why this is happening. So this is incredibly strange. Like, what is going on? Why is she doing that? I mean, she's like outside the home of a deceased Boston police officer too. I mean, like, there are some weird things to do in life. Okay, Twitter's working again, so hold on. Let me get rid of this video. I mean, there are some weird things to do in life, ladies and gentlemen. But first of all, so this woman who, I mean, she's the one who put herself on security camera in public. And this is outside the O'Keefe home, and she was just dancing. I don't think I'm ever going to understand this, ladies and gentlemen. She was just dancing. I mean, I just played the video for you. There it is again. So she's just dancing. I'm utterly baffled. I don't know what to tell you about this. I don't know why she's doing this. I mean, you can see it. No matter how many times I play it, it doesn't get any better. This is outside the family's home. Like, it takes you really have to be disturbed to do that. Like, why would you do that? Like, I don't see a phone or anything that she's holding. It seems like she's literally just dancing in the road, which is just, I mean, it makes it even weirder. Like, is that the Free Karen Reed movement? Is that what it's down to? A woman dancing in the road? That's exceptionally disturbing. Right. I mean, you know, listen, it's never going to make me feel I'm never going to just be able to watch that. But anyway, I don't know if anyone saw this tweet from Rachel Rollins. Let's take a look at this. I heard something about, well, I mean, it was basically akin to dancing on John's grave, like dancing in front of his parents' home. Like, how sick of an individual do you have to be for that? No, Leafy, because think about it. The imagery looks bad if she wears pink, but like, oh, blue, like, who's she supporting? When really she's probably FKR. I mean, no person who supports justice for John O'Keefe would go there and dance in front of the O'Keefe family home. Also, I saw something about an O'Keefe family statement on CourtTV, but I just want to double check that this wasn't a replay of the interview with John Jackson, because obviously John Jackson gave an interview on CourtTV the other day, and if they're just replaying that, I mean, I guess that's technically John's family and friends giving a statement. But if it is, if it's not just John Jackson giving if it's not a replay of that interview, then I'd like to actually stay live or do another live to make sure we can watch it. But if anyone has any information, I only put in the title because I saw a blurb about it, and John Jackson did go on CourtTV, and Hank Brennan did give a statement to CourtTV this morning. So it's reasonable that maybe CourtTV will either rerun John Jackson's interview or do a new interview. So if we get information about what's going on with CourtTV tonight, I will try to stay live. For now, though, I made a promise to Murder by Maestro earlier. I bet they are in the garden. I don't know if they're still with us. It's hot out there, folks. Coming up on just after 5 p.m. today. It was a wild whirlwind day, as it tends to be every day these days. But I'm glad to be hanging out with you. I think this is where I want to be to escape the heat. Now, Rachel Rollins, if you missed this, on June 18th, tweeted, "Without Turtle Boy, does anyone know or care about the KR trial? His relentless reporting in the face of repeatedly being told by law enforcement that he was wrong and there was nothing to see here cracked this case wide open. That should not be lost in all of the reporting." And I said, "Hi, former U.S. Attorney Rollins. Can you confirm you spoke to Turtle Boy directly during the Senate primary between Senator Mackey and Joe Kennedy for the purposes of sending Rayla Campbell to Kennedy events to help Senator Mackey?" Also, did you get forced out for launching a pretextual federal probe into Kevin Hayden after Hayden beat your ally Ricardo Arroyo in the Suffolk DA primary? Read that OIG report from May of 2023 here. Furthermore, is it true you had a grudge going back years against the Norfolk DA because he commented publicly on your soft-on-crime approach as Suffolk DA and your quest to take life sentences without parole off the table for offenders under 25, not under 2? Although, to be fair, the SJC did vindicate you on that point recently. Yeah, thankfully, I hope there's no murder defendants under 2. Also, is it true Dustin Chow, who worked for you in the public integrity section during that time in question, had a grudge against the Norfolk DA dating back to 2015 because Chow's wife was passed over for a promotion in the Norfolk DA's office? Also, was the real result of the federal probe into John O'Keefe's death the discovery that, although the investigation of John's death was clean, the same MSP unit who investigated Karen may have also covered up Sandra Birchmore's murder? Were you aware of any pink slips or voucher payments made to Hayden Kearney after you left office in 2023 or 2024? Is that why Karen Reed and her lawyers were able to walk into the offices of then First Assistant U.S. Attorney Josh Levy in November of 2022 and get Levy to run the playbook by opening a pretextual federal probe into the Norfolk DA in the context of the Reed case due to existing probes into the state police on matters unrelated to the Reed case? Is that what I really stumbled onto during my reporting that, due to my own extensive network of connections, has somewhat shaken the political and civil service establishment? Image 1, the history of tension between the Norfolk DA and the U.S. Attorney's Office dating to at least 2015, but actually going all the way back to the 1990s when Whitey Bulger was trying to target troopers via John Conley, who worked for then Norfolk DA William Bill Delahunt, recently deceased, may he rest in peace. Image 2, the Rachel Rollins playbook to launch pretextual federal probes and then leak them to target political enemies. Image 3, overview of connections between Hayden Kearney and Karen Reed's lawyers, Alan Jackson and David Yannetti, that explain why DY and AJ wanted to use Hayden to plant fake stories in the press for the purpose of lying to the court in Reed's case about their own leaks, such as to poison the jury pool ahead of trial. Read the search warrant for Karen Reed's cell phone that led to those discoveries here. Image 4, the text messages leaked by Hayden Kearney confirming Karen Reed has a direct relationship with acting U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts, Josh Levy, and that Levy asked Reed in the fall of 2023 to keep that relationship hidden from the press. I don't think Rachel Rollins is going to get back to me. And then someone said I was Delulu, which I take as a compliment. But yeah, let's read this OIG report about Rollins before I actually show you my video. Because let me just say this. If you look at this report, right, the OIG report into Rollins, we read a little bit of it earlier. We'll just read the executive summary. Do you read a lot of OIG reports, ladies and gentlemen? It's one of my favorite pastimes. If you don't spend your days reading 160-page DOJ OIG reports, let me just tell you, you're really missing out. I mean, are you really living up to your eudaimonia or summum bonum as an American if you're not reading this stuff? So here you can see Rachel Rollins from August till 2019, I think, maybe 2020. Let's figure out when this starts. I think it was 2021 or so, 2020-21. Let's get the exact dates. Hold on. It's not helpful when you don't actually start with the dates. Oh my goodness, it was the Biden White House. It was the Biden White House. It was the Biden White House. Rachel Rollins had direct connections to Joe Biden. It was the Biden White House. This report describes an investigation by the Department of Justice, DOJ, Office of the Inspector General, that began with allegations concerning the presence of U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts, Rachel Rollins, at a Democratic Party fundraiser featuring First Lady Dr. Jill Biden on July 14, 2022. Available information indicated that Rollins arrived at a private home in Andover where the fundraiser was being held, driven in a government vehicle by a subordinate employee of the Massachusetts U.S. Attorney's Office. After news stories reported Rollins' presence at the fundraiser and questioned whether Rollins violated the Hatch Act, the federal statute that limits the political activities of federal employees of the executive branch, Rollins posted a tweet suggesting that she had approval to be there. Footnote 1. See Boston Herald and Rachel Rollins on Twitter, which is... Is this still up? I wasn't asked for comment before this ran. It's almost as if the Herald didn't want to know I had approval to meet Dr. Biden and left early to speak at 2 community events last night. Alas, back to keep in Boston and MA Part 1 crime. So what's weird, though, is if we go here, the DOJ OIG cites to that tweet. The OIG opened this investigation to determine whether Rollins complied with departmental... And how many views did that get? It only got... Oh, you can't see the views because it was from 2022. The OIG opened this investigation to determine whether Rollins complied with department policies and procedures governing attendance or appearance at partisan political events. During the course of our investigation, the OIG received multiple additional allegations concerning Rollins, some relating to other alleged political activities, and some related to possible violations of the federal gift rules, the government's travel regulations, misuse of position, non-compliance with recusal decisions, and non-compliance with other department policies. The most concerning was an allegation that Rollins secretly disclosed sensitive, non-public DOJ information to the Boston Herald about a potential DOJ investigation she and her office were recused from, and that she may have done so for political purposes in relation to an upcoming local election. That was the Suffolk DA primary between Aoyo and Hayden. Specifically, the OIG received information that Rollins may have used her position as U.S. Attorney to disclose non-public, sensitive DOJ information to a Herald reporter about a potential DOJ investigation of then interim Suffolk County DA Kevin Hayden before the September 6, 2022 Democratic primary election for Suffolk DA, in which Hayden was a candidate, and that Rollins may have done so to ensure that her desired candidate, Ricardo Arroyo, defeated Hayden in the primary. Before becoming the U.S. Attorney on January 10, 2022, Rollins was serving the last year of her 4-year term as Suffolk DA. Therefore, the outcome of the September 6, 2022 primary election and November 8, 2022 general election would choose her successor as Suffolk DA. On September 11, 2022, shortly after Hayden won the primary election and before the general election, the Herald published a story that cited a federal law enforcement source and quoted from a DOJ recusal memorandum in reporting that Rollins and the entire MAUSAO were recused from a potential DOJ investigation of Hayden and his first assistant DA. We received information that Rollins may have been the anonymous federal law enforcement source cited in the story, and that she may have provided the Herald with a copy of the internal DOJ recusal memorandum quoted in the story. In addition, we received information that in May of 2022, Rollins secretly disclosed a non-public DOJ letter about an ongoing DOJ civil rights matter to the same Herald reporter noted above, and in June of 2022, secretly disclosed another non-public DOJ letter about a different ongoing civil rights matter to a Boston Globe associate editor. We also received information alleging that, one, as U.S. Attorney, Rollins solicited 30 free tickets from the Boston Celtics for local youth basketball players to attend a Celtics game, accepted 2 tickets for herself, and used a subordinate employee to help coordinate the event, contrary to ethics advice. 2, accepted non-federal payment of travel expenses on 2 separate occasions without advance authorization and without using her office, advising her office of both the true purpose of her travel or her intention to accept non-federal payment of certain expenses. 3, called a live local radio show and discussed an MAUSAO criminal case from which she was recused. 4, participated with federal, state, and local elected officials from one political party in a press conference in response to the public reporting of a draft opinion in the U.S. Supreme Court case of Dobbs v. Jackson's Women's Health Organization, the Politico leak. 5, routinely used her personal cell phone to send text messages to her staff, including on matters relating to official DOJ business. And 6, continued to accept donations to her Suffolk DA campaign account after she was sworn in as U.S. Attorney. Okay. Now, we're going to go to the thing about Hayden. We're going to go, the Biden fundraiser was bad, but now let's look at the Hayden thing. Not the Celtics tickets, the Hayden thing. It starts on like, here we go. In the sections that follow, we describe evidence of Rollins' efforts while serving as U.S. Attorney to help Ricardo Arroyo with his Democratic primary campaign for Suffolk County DA, and the circumstances leading up to Rollins' unauthorized disclosure to the Boston Herald regarding a potential DOJ criminal investigation of Arroyo's opponent, then interim Suffolk DA Kevin Hayden, Rollins' successor as DA. Hold on, let me bring this microphone. I want to lean back a little bit. We begin with background information on the Democratic primary race for Suffolk DA and Rollins' communications with Arroyo in the 2 months before the primary election on September 6, 2022. We describe Rollins' efforts to help Arroyo, ranging from offering words of encouragement to providing campaign advice and coordinating with Arroyo on activities to help his campaign. In particular, in the weeks prior to the primary election, Rollins and Arroyo communicated about derogatory information they were providing to the Boston Globe about Hayden before the Globe published 3 articles on August 6th, 8th, and 10th, 2022, critical of Hayden's handling of a police misconduct case that began under Rollins' tenure as DA, and the understaffing of a special unit in the Suffolk DA's office responsible for handling police misconduct cases. We describe how the derogatory information in these Globe articles, at least some of which Rollins had provided to the Globe, led to internal discussions within the USAO about whether the office should open a criminal investigation into Hayden and his first assistant DA for possible public corruption in their handling of the police misconduct cases, and a separate civil rights investigation of the underlying police misconduct allegations against certain local transit police officers. We describe Rollins' discussion with the Executive Office of the U.S. Attorney that eventually resulted in the department, just days before the primary election, recusing Rollins and the USAO from a possible DOJ investigation of Hayden and his first assistant DA. We also detail how, despite this recusal, and contrary to DOJ policy prohibiting the timing of any action in any matter for the purposes of affecting an election and protecting the confidentiality of non-public sensitive DOJ information, Rollins disclosed to a Herald reporter days before the September 6 primary election that DOJ was taking steps towards investigating Hayden. The Herald ultimately did not publish the story before the primary election. As we describe below, the evidence we obtained indicated that when we asked for comment on September 3rd, spokespeople from the Suffolk DA's office and MAUSAO separately raised questions with the Herald about the accuracy of the information and the motives of the Herald's unidentified source. We describe how 3 days after the primary elections, fully aware that doing so was improper, Rollins disclosed to the Herald the internal DOJ memorandum recusing Rollins and the MAUSAO from any investigation of Hayden as evidence that DOJ was taking steps towards investigating Hayden and his first assistant DA. 2 days later, on September 11th, the Herald published a story that Rollins and the MAUSAO were recused from a potential DOJ investigation of Hayden and his first assistant DA concerning information that appeared in the Globe. We also detail Rollins' explanations to the OIG for her actions in connections with the Suffolk DA primary and her disclosures to the press and her initial denial to the OIG of being a source for the Herald article. Finally, we describe our analysis and findings. A, the Suffolk DA primary election between Kevin Hayden and Ricardo Arroyo and Rollins' efforts to help Arroyo. In 2018, Rachel Rollins was elected Suffolk DA and began a 4-year term on January 2, 2019. In 2021, President Joseph R. Biden Jr. nominated Rollins to be the U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts. And on January 10, 2022, after being confirmed by the U.S. Senate, Rollins was sworn in as U.S. Attorney. Upon Rollins becoming U.S. Attorney, then Massachusetts Governor Charles D. Baker appointed Kevin Hayden, then chair of the Massachusetts Sex Offender Registry Board and a former ADA, to finish the remainder of Rollins' term. The appointment meant that Hayden would serve as interim DA until the swearing in of a newly elected DA in January 2023. On February 6, 2022, Hayden stated that he would seek a full term as DA, and he announced his candidacy. In 2019, Ricardo Arroyo, a former public defender in Boston, was elected to the Boston City Council. On February 8, 2022, Arroyo announced his candidacy for Suffolk DA. As registered Democrats, Arroyo and Hayden faced each other in the Democratic primary election on September 6, 2022. Hayden defeated Arroyo in the primary election and won the uncontested general election on November 8, 2022. Before the primary election, news articles compared Arroyo's and Hayden's approaches to criminal justice, with some describing Arroyo as the candidate who vowed to continue the criminal justice reforms of former DA Rollins, and describing Hayden as a more moderate candidate who would strike a middle ground between public safety and systemic changes. One news article reported, Rachel Rollins' name won't be on the ballot this year, but her approach to prosecution in Suffolk County may end up being front and center. Other news outlets reported the concerns of certain criminal justice reform advocates that Hayden, as interim DA, was scaling back some of Rollins' policies and programs. On a local radio show, for example, a local law professor and professional acquaintance of Rollins described the race between Arroyo and Hayden as a fascinating referendum on whether the progressive prosecutorial movement is here to stay in Boston or whether it's just a short-term blip on our political radar. We did not find evidence indicating that Rollins publicly supported one candidate over the other in the DA race. However, our investigation determined that Arroyo and Rollins were in frequent communication with each other as the primary election approached, and that then their communications reflect that Rollins strongly favored Arroyo over Hayden in the race and tried to help him win in the primary. Oh, I love it. Oh, wow. This is why you don't want to become U.S. attorney. I want to work for the OIG. Oh, this is intense. Call detail records of Rollins' personal cell phone. Oh, the OIG can get your personal cell phone? Oh, you don't want to mess with the OIG. No wonder why people are worried about the OIG. You hear about the DOJ OIG, you run people get really worried. And the DOJ OIG only has jurisdiction over very specific things. And the fact that they can just get your personal cell phone, that's horrifying. I mean, I didn't know that. I don't know if many people who become U.S. attorney realize the scope of the power of the DOJ OIG. Yeah, but this is way worse, Murder by Maestro. Listen to this. Call detail records of Rollins' personal cell phone obtained by the OIG indicate that in the 2 months before the September 6th primary, Rollins had at least 3 phone conversations with Arroyo. On July 20th for 26 minutes, July 29th for 1 hour and 51 minutes, and August 17th for 35 minutes. In addition, Arroyo made calls to Rollins on August 17th and 30th, and Arroyo's brother made a call to Rollins on July 31st, but call detail records indicate these calls were transferred to her voicemail. Oh, they can get everything. I love this. I love this. I found my calling. At our request, Rollins provided the OIG with text and encrypted messages when she was using encrypted apps from her personal cell phone with Arroyo in the 2 months before the primary election and in the days immediately following the primary. All told, Rollins and Arroyo exchanged over 380 texts and encrypted messages during this time period, some during regular business hours, and the vast majority of which concerned issues related to Arroyo's campaign or Hayden's or both. On August 19, 2022, Arroyo began communicating with Rollins through an encrypted messaging service. The messaging service's promotional materials state that the messages and calls on its platform are end-to-end encrypted such that no one can read or listen to them, including the messaging service. The encrypted messaging between Rollins and Arroyo stored in her personal cell phone were among the communications she turned over. I bet it's Signal. How much you want to bet it's Signal? In some of these messages, Rollins criticized the work of Hayden or the DA's office under his interim appointment, including responding to a text chain with Arroyo and others, including a member of Congress and 3 state representatives. Oh my God, this goes right to the top. Ladies and gentlemen, it goes right to the top. I told you it was the Biden White House. I told you. On July 7th, concerning the recent parole from prison of an individual Rollins had taken an interest in while DA, in which Rollins stated, who your DA is matters. This type of work is no longer being done in Suffolk. We all need it to continue. In other messages, let's see. The text chain was the only text chain Rollins produced to the OIG that included others besides Arroyo. All other text messages with Arroyo and all encrypted messages produced to the OIG were private conversations with Rollins and Arroyo. In other messages, Rollins offered encouragement to Arroyo, stating on July 21, outstanding job, fantastic, keep it up. On July 12th, no mercy, finish him. And on July 23rd, you are doing a great job, keep it up. In many of her messages to Arroyo, Rollins went beyond the expression of opinion or encouragement to providing him specific campaign advice. Examples of this advice include, remember, she's U.S. attorney at the time. On July 6th, in reference to a Globe report that black drivers are pulled over in Boston at 2.4 times the rate of white drivers, Rollins told Aoyo, do not let him slide on this. He needs to be asked in the next forum. Did you read this report yet? What are you doing about it? All options on the table is political BS. This job needs a leader. He offered absolutely nothing yesterday. Nothing. He's a buffoon. Offered no irrelevant info. You saw him try to run up next to me at a public event. Get away from me, scrub. This is Rollins talking to Aoyo about Hayden. On July 20th, Rollins sent Aoyo a joint statement from elected prosecutors published in June 2019 on abortion laws stating, I signed this letter as DA back in 2019 when Roe was still law of the land. Get it to someone else to get out there. And the acting DA didn't sign on. Aoyo responded later to the same day. We are doing a press release on it. On July 20th, Rollins told Aoyo about her role while DA in helping to bring about an extension on the ban on mandatory life sentences to young adults as well as juveniles, stating, not for public consumption, just for you, but you can use those facts. On July 24th, Rollins advised Aoyo, call Hayden out on the fact that he ended my investigation into the Boston subway system, and my call for a former Boston PD detective to be charged with perjury. Rollins added that Hayden was a, quote, liar. Rollins sent Aoyo a link to a news article about the recent election loss of two progressive prosecutors with the message, we have to have talking points about this. She then gave Aoyo points he could use to explain that the recent election losses were not signs of a trend. On July 23rd, 2 days before communications began between Rollins and Globe reporters regarding Hayden, as described below, Rollins told Aoyo to hit Hayden on the MBTA investigation and said, the next time he says he is aligned with me, mention list of 15, you already do that, and the former Boston police detective just did. Keep that up. Oh, Rollins has beef with the Boston PD too. That's why she was happy to go after Brian Albert and those guys too. And I get it now. Oh, folks are going to be really happy with me that I figured this out. And add the MBTA. The list of 15 was a reference to a policy Rollins implemented as DA in which she presumptively declined to prosecute a list of 15 misdemeanor crimes. That's exactly what pissed Morrissey off and made Rollins hate Morrissey. On August 19th, Rollins advised Aoyo to have individuals write letters to various publications supporting his candidacy. So the U.S. attorney was basically running Arroyo's campaign for Suffolk DA while she was in office. And in that context, added, maybe point out that Hayden does not actually support much that I stand for. As part of this discussion, Rollins also advised Aoyo, start going to black churches, 2 every Sunday. Go to Hayden's church. I'm serious. On August 21st, is that how she thinks about it? Like, they're just communities you go into for votes? That's disgusting. That makes me not want to be in politics at all. On August 21st, Rollins asked Aoyo if he could go obtain an endorsement from El Mundo and also told him to get on Haitian radio. On August 22nd, Rollins asked Aoyo, do you have someone doing opposition research on Hayden? At Hayden's secondary school, at Hayden's university? Any domestic calls to his house? A research service? What is wrong with you, Rachel Rollins? You're the reason politics sucks. No wonder you like Turtle Boy. I'm sorry. If this is American politics, we got to fix it. That's why politics is dirty. Make it about the issues. You cowards. You cowards. Some of Rollins' messages with Aoyo indicate that they discussed coordinating certain actions to help Arroyo's campaign. For example, on July 10th, Rollins sent a text message to Aoyo stating, in part, make sure you let me know about stuff that I can show up at, and we can happen to be there together. This is what she was doing with Turtle Boy and Rayla Campbell in the Kennedy and Markey primary. No wonder the Biden White House loved her. This woman was a political fixer. This is crazy. We are 11 pages in. This is just no wonder why people don't read this a lot. If you read this and act like I can actually interpret it, if you read this, oh my God, no wonder why that probe of John's death opened. Rollins hated the freaking Boston PD and the Norfolk DA. Hey, who's the name of that detective that's redacted from this report? Anybody know? I wonder if he's friends with... Who is the name of the detective? The OIG redacted it. I wonder who it is. And we can happen to be there together. We asked her, so do you know why she's saying we can happen to be there together? Because then it's not a Hatch Act violation. She's not campaigning if she just runs into him. She's sly. This is politics. It's dirty. We asked Rollins about this text message. Rollins stated, I am seen in public all the time with Kevin Hayden, and there is an assumption, I think an overwhelming assumption, that I am endorsing Kevin Hayden. I had several missed calls, not just from Arroyo, but from a state senator, and, lots of other Boston city councilors about this event. I'm saying that it is more equal if I'm always going to be seen with Kevin Hayden, I occasionally could be seen with you, was the point that I was making. Ooh, she got busted by the OIG. Later, on July 31st, Rollins and Arroyo exchanged text messages about their attendance at the Puerto Rican Festival Parade, and text messages indicate they met at the parade. In late August, Rollins provided advice to Arroyo concerning a story published in the Globe on August 23rd, 2022, and about allegations against Arroyo of sexual assault dating back to, oh dear God. In late August, Rollins provided advice to Arroyo concerning a story published in the Globe on August 23rd, 2022, about allegations against Arroyo of sexual assault dating back to 2005 and 2007. See, Suffolk County DA candidate Ricardo Arroyo was twice investigated in possible sex assaults. He says he was never informed. That definitely cost him the election. I knew it was something like that. On August 22nd, the day before the story broke, Rollins gave Arroyo feedback on his draft answer to the Globe reporter's question and told Arroyo, this was the acting U.S. attorney, and told Arroyo in a text message, it was actually the confirmed U.S. attorney, asked the reporter to call me about the sexual assault suspect question. I will answer off the record. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! She was going to try to cover up that for him, too. Oh, the U.S. attorney said there's nothing there. That's freaking shocking. This is way worse than I think anybody knows. Wow. This is like Massachusetts politics laid bare. There are some people who are going to hate my soul for this, but you know what? I'm a Democratic Republican. Call me Thomas Jefferson Towel. There's nothing you can do about it. Arroyo replied to Rollins that he would tell the reporter to contact Rollins, and then Rollins suggested that Arroyo tell the reporter to contact some previous DAs as well. The next day, August 23rd, Arroyo sent Rollins a draft public statement about the sexual assault allegations and asked for Rollins' feedback. Rollins responded the same day with significant edits and additions to Arroyo's statements and told him to proofread and spell check. Rollins then advised Arroyo, just make sure what you say is accurate and take a page out of his book. Keep working and knocking on doors. And have a few quick talking points, emphasis and original. 2 days later, Arroyo updated Rollins on where things stood, and Rollins responded, excellent. And if we can expose that Hayden did this with zero regard for actual victims, it shows how selfish and heartless he is. Wow. All narrative, huh? The text and encrypted messages described above were not the only instances in which Rollins and Arroyo communicated with each other about information they were providing to the Globe. As described in the next section, Rollins provided information to the Globe before it published 3 articles on August 6th, 8th, and 10th, 2022, critical of Hayden's handling of a police misconduct case that began under Rollins' tenure as DA, and the understaffing of a special unit in the Suffolk DA's office responsible for handling police misconduct cases. text messages between Rollins and Aoyo in the days preceding these Globe stories reflect that they were updating each other on their separate communications with one of the Globe reporters who authored the story. Wow, the Globe got played by these two. Wow. That's even more disturbing, Vicky Moore. I'm obviously not going to share her address, but she went to her neighbor's house. She lives near the Fairview Roadhouse. That's disturbing. Because John lives in Canton. It's not right near Fairview, but that's still disturbing. When we asked Rollins why she was communicating with Aoyo about his campaign, Rollins stated, "Ricardo was a friend. And when he was asking me questions about an office I led and had a lot of information about, I was truthful and responsive. There was definitely more communication with Aoyo than there were with Hayden. I just didn't know Kevin Hayden. And for me, there was a lot of media attention, stating that Kevin was 100% aligned with my policies and practices and was doing everything that I was doing when I had the role of DA, and that was not accurate. And so I was, in my mind, speaking with a friend, and the overwhelming majority of the time on my own personal time, and giving factual information to a friend. So that is my answer with respect to Ricardo Aoyo, and he had been incredibly helpful when I was running for office regarding putting me in touch with people and criminal defense attorneys and returning citizens to help me come up with some of my policies. Oh, so that's why David Yannetti knows Rachel Rollins. So in my time, I answered his questions, and when Kevin Hayden asked me questions, which he did, often not on text, and certainly not nearly, I'm not in any way trying to make it seem as if there is the same amount with Ricardo as Kevin. I was always truthful with Kevin. I was giving information about an office that I had a lot of knowledge about, and it was public information that could have been found out, but would have taken a lot of time, and asking me truncated that quite a bit. We asked Rollins specifically, I love this, we asked Rollins specifically about text messages where she appeared to be giving Aoyo campaign advice. Rollins denied providing Aoyo campaign advice, stating, "I didn't know about Ricardo's campaign. Like, I was saying what I had done to run. This wasn't me speaking to his campaign staff or anything. This was me telling him what I essentially did when I did it, and I think some of those texts, he said, already doing that, all over it, whatever. But I was simply giving information about what I did when I was running for the first time, and he had more experience than me." Rollins stated that she was speaking to a friend who was trying to achieve a goal, and she wasn't putting her finger on a scale. Rollins told the OIG that she was not trying to get Aoyo elected. Really? Rollins stated, "Like anyone who is interested in running for office, I will speak with. I did it way more often with Ricardo because he is a friend." When we asked Rollins if she had any concerns at the time that her communications with Aoyo might violate her legal and ethical obligations under the Hatch Act and DOJ policy, Rollins stated, "I didn't, because I believed I was having them in my individual capacity. They were not public, and I did, in fact, not nearly as much, but also speak to Kevin Hayden about this, and I was speaking openly about my office every single day with the press, right? They are not secrets that I'm telling. I didn't give any confidential, private, top secret, privileged information. I was talking with a friend after hours about questions he had regarding the office that I used to lead and policies that I had implemented, etc." I'm going to guess President Biden read this report and fired her. So this is what it's like to be president. You just sit there, you sit in your towel chair, and you're like, what has my DOJ OIG found today? Oh goodness. Oh no. What is this that has come across my desk? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you may call me Thomas Jefferson Towel. I am sitting on my veranda with my hemp, reading an 161-page DOJ OIG report because clearly this is what regular humans do. They find 161-page OIG reports and then they're like, let's just read this. Why was there never a congressional hearing about this? Someone call the Congress. What am I, Congressman Towel, Thomas Jefferson Towel, Weatherman Towel, War Reporter Towel, Court Reporter Towel, horse racing announcer towel, and auctioneering announcer towel? How many towels do you want me to be? And Monty Python towel, and the BBC towel, and ladies and gentlemen, what do you want me to literally be everything? Give me a gavel of some kind if I'm literally going to just be everything, okay? I need some kind of gavel if I'm going to be a congressman. Yes, Congressman Towel here. Yes, it's very nice to see you all. I've always wanted to be a Congressman Towel, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yes. I'm sitting in my very fine chair being a congressman or some kind of Thomas Jefferson towel as I sit here and I read 161-page OIG reports and contemplate the fate of my country. This is some shit. I'll tell you what. This is some shit. I want to be in the OIG now. Just sit down very powerful people. I know why the White House suppressed this. I know why the Globe didn't cover this, at least in depth. This is incredibly embarrassing to the White House and to the Boston Globe and to Rachel Rollins. And to the Herald. What are the Herald and the Globe? Everybody works for the same people? What about me? I don't work for anybody. I'm just a towel. Oh no. This whole establishment's going to be like, he has become far too influential. He is a towel. Yes, call me OIG towel, ladies and gentlemen. This is, you know what I bet? I bet the OIG who wrote this was so proud of it. It's 161 pages. They clearly put a lot of effort into it. And then they just didn't get to present it anywhere because the White House made it go away. That's why I can't work for the OIG. They put this up. They are never going to take this off the internet. Mark my words. The DOJ will keep this on, the OIG will keep this on the internet forever. They were so pissed, I would get. If I were in that OIG office, can I interview this guy or girl or towel? Who wrote this? You want to come on my stream? You spent a lot of time. I will pretend I'm not a congressman towel. I'll pretend we'll do a mock congressional hearing. I'll be like, okay, I'm mock Congressman Towel. You, OIG, shall answer my questions, and I shall be a Congressman Towel in our mock exercise. I've always wanted a gavel. We are in session. You are out of order. You are not a towel. You are out of order. Someone get me a parliamentarian. Who gave me a microphone and allowed me to do this? I'm not sure this is healthy for America. However, Rollins also stated, I'm not saying these communications are appropriate. She added that when she read through all of her communications with Aoyo for the continuation of her OIG interview on January 24, 2023, it was a very sobering moment. She told us that, nevertheless, the fact that her support for Aoyo was done privately and not during the regular workday, the vast majority of the time was, in her view, mitigating. I don't think they bought it. Rollins provides information critical of Hayden to the Globe shortly before the Globe publishes 3 negative articles about Hayden, and Rollins continues discussion with Aoyo about the DA election. Let's see if I can get this. I want to see if I can get this to be read out by AI. Hold on. Not AI, like a voice to text. Stay with me, Towels. I think Towels, I want to read this whole thing with you, but I think little Towel's voice needs a break. So let me get a voice to text. Yes, give Towel a gavel. Allow me to gavel things. Text reader. All right, you ready, ladies and gentlemen? All right. I'm going to use an audio generator. I don't think it's going to be able to use my voice. Hold on. No, I want to turn text into speech. Text to speech reader. What kind of voice would we like? A pleasant British woman? All right, let's do it. I'm excited. I'll save my towel voice, and we still got a couple hours left on the stream, and I'll just restart the stream if we're really interested, or we can just start again tomorrow, but I have to get my car fixed first. Not fixed, I have to get an oil change. Towel Mom was insistent. You should all go on Towel Mom's Twitter and say, Towel Mom, Towel is proud that he made his oil change appointment, and he's doing it first thing. Well, I actually made it last week, but it's for tomorrow. So, I'm excited. All right, Murder by Maestro. I'm very excited. I don't know if you're still here. I'm going to be able to stop reading this now, and I am excited. All right, here we go. All right, so hold on. Let me get the PDF ready. All right. My starting voice, let's see. Do we like Gwyneth Paltrow?
Welcome to Speechify. Speechify can read to you in the highest quality digital voice.
I don't like it.
Hi, my name is Sophia.
I like it.
I am an English voice.
Thanks, Sophia. I've always wanted Sophia. 2.1
Hi,
million.
my name is Sophia. I am an English voice from the United Kingdom.
I like it. I like it, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we're gonna use Sophia. All right, we're gonna get this all ready. Give me a second here. I just got to get the PDF uploaded. I have a plan. I am a towel. I have a plan. And you might be saying, I'm well aware, Towel, that you have a plan. Your voice is getting tired. This document is 161 pages. It seems like this woman, the lovely woman in the AI voice, is going to be able to do this easily. Yes, and I agree. Let me see. So, no, I don't like the idea of paying yearly. That's outrageous, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not doing it. Let me see. Text to speech reader free. Now that one would have been really nice, but it was too expensive. I absolutely I object in principle, ladies and gentlemen, to paying for a text to speech reader, but I found a free one. All right, give me 1 second. All right. Now, let me see. I have to put a decent amount of text in here. Hold on. I got a plan. I have a plan. I am a towel. And then what I'm going to do is, as the text gets read, I'm going to scroll the document. All right? It's not the most efficient thing, but it's free. You don't understand. I'm trying not to pay any money. That is not that easy. You may say, oh, that sounds pretty easy, towel. Well, no, it's not that easy at all. Because all the ones that are really good and will just read the PDF cost money, and I refuse to pay any money because I am a towel. All right, here we go. So I got through that whole section, and now we're going to listen to it, and Towel does not have to read anything. I can't tell you how pleased I am. I am a little towel. All right, so let's begin. Thank you for your patience. We're going to start with the line that says, in this section.
In this section, we describe the information Rollins provided to a Boston Globe. Reporter before the Globe published 3 articles in early August 2022 critical of Hayden and his office and her communications with Aoyo before and after the articles. The first article, entitled, "It Was You! Traffic Spat Turned Police Cover-Up Leads to Questions for DA." Hayden was published online on August 6, 2022.13. The article described a police misconduct case involving allegations that a former MBTA transit police officer had, while off duty, pulled out a gun during a traffic dispute with another driver and then conspired with a fellow transit police officer to cover up the incident. The article stated that Rollins had launched an investigation into the incident in the spring of 2021 while she was the Suffolk DA, but that once Hayden became interim DA in January 2022, the office seemed far less eager to pursue the case. According to the article, Hayden disputed this characterization, stating that no charges had been filed by the Rollins administration and that the case remained open in his office. 13. It was you! Traffic spat turned police cover-up. The article contrasted Rollins's and Hayden's handling of allegations of misconduct against law enforcement officers. It stated that when Rollins became DA in 2019, her administration began to routinely cast a critical eye on the actions of law enforcement, while noting that Hayden suggested little would change on that score when appointed DA in 2022. The article stated that, behind the scenes, Hayden began to make significant personnel changes in the Special Prosecutions Unit, which typically handled investigations of law enforcement officials. The article also stated that Hayden's office had other law enforcement cases that were still pending from Rollins's tenure. In the article, Hayden's office stated that it had not ended any investigations of police misconduct cases inherited from the prior administration. With respect to the investigation of the 2 former transit officers, the article stated that attorneys for the transit officers say they were told explicitly in April 2022 by Hayden's top deputy that the case was over and done with, and that the former transit officer's attorney filed a sworn affidavit in Boston Municipal Court saying as much. According to the article, shortly after these assurances from the DA's office, the former transit officer and his attorney donated $225 collectively to Hayden's re-election campaign. The article stated that Hayden's office denied that the donations were part of a quid pro quo and emphasized the fact that there was still an open and active investigation into the transit police misconduct matter. Lastly, the article contained the following statement from Rollins. A spokeswoman for the U.S. Attorney's Office said that Rollins declined to comment, but Rollins, in a Twitter post Friday in response to news of federal charges filed against Louisville officers in the Breonna Taylor case, said that when district attorneys fail to prosecute police accused of wrongdoing, it erodes the public trust. On August 8, the Globe ran a follow-up to the August 6 story entitled Suffolk Da faces criticism for handling of police misconduct case 14. The article stated that Hayden faced questions, criticism, and calls for an outside probe after the Globe's reporting on August 6. The article also stated that Aoyo called for Hayden to resign his position, a demand echoed by several elected officials who supported Aoyo. 2 days later, on August 10, the Globe ran a third story entitled Following Globe Report, MBTA, Transit Police calls for special prosecutor as Suffolk Da Hayden announces grand jury investigation into cover-up. 15. The article stated that in a rebuke to Hayden, the MBTA Transit Police leadership called Wednesday for the appointment of a special prosecutor to investigate 2 of their own officers involved in a cover-up, signaling a lack of confidence in Hayden's handling of the case. Based on call detail records and text messages from Rollins's personal cell phone, Rollins's communications with one of the 2 Globe reporters who authored these 3 articles began on July 25, 2022, and her text messages with the reporter and separately with Aoyo indicate that Rollins provided information to the reporter for the articles.
All right. I get that we don't like the big bird, okay? I get it that we don't like the big bird. I will find a better option than Big Bird. Hold on.
I'm thrilled to be your host for tonight's award ceremony.
This is Tessa Vaughn report.
Okay, I like this one. I love it. Okay, I have a plan. All right, let me see if I can. Let's see if this one is free. I changed the voice. I realized that was a lot. It was a little bit Big Birdish. I didn't look at your comments. Straight up Roadrunner voice. Oh, goodness. That was actually kind of funny. I enjoyed that very much. I enjoyed that a lot. But what I'm doing is just preparing this. Alright. Let's do it. I hope it's free. Please be free. I don't want to pay. It's supposed to be free. I don't mind giving you my email as long as it's free. Nice, it's free. I love it, ladies and gentlemen. I love it. All right, I have a new voice for you all. I hope this will help a little bit. I apologize. I apologize again for the fact that Big Bird tormented some of you. I'm so sorry. I feel so bad. I will live with that. I will live with the shame, the Big Bird shame forever. Oh no. Nobody tell Big Bird, by the way, that his voice is annoying. He's very self-conscious. You don't understand. You're gonna upset Big Bird. You know what I'm saying? So let's just, I understand you all feel that way. Just don't tell Big Bird about that. All right. We're all going to agree to just not tell Big Bird. And then Big Bird won't be concerned. And then I'll be like, see, Big Bird, everybody loves you. Don't worry about it. And I think we can just do this all in one here so I don't have to do multiple stops. But yes, nobody tell Big Bird that his voice is annoying or Roadrunner. They both are very, self-conscious about their voices. And I'm going to tell them, Murder by Maestro, that you don't like the Roadrunner voice. And then they're going to get upset. And, well, you know, you deal with it. Have you ever been chased by an angry Roadrunner? Do you know what that can lead to, ladies and gentlemen? What if Murder by Maestro gets stuck in a tunnel and then I have to come save him because he angered a Roadrunner? You know what I'm saying? Has anyone ever actually thought about that? I've thought about that a lot. And I just want to let you know, I will continue to copy and paste all this into a big chat, into a big paragraph, so that I don't have to read it, because you don't understand. It's incredibly difficult to read 161 pages. I don't know how John Dean did it that time in front of the Watergate Committee. I have a lot more respect for him now, and I'm someone who likes to talk a lot. But to literally read 161 pages would drain me to the point where I don't think I would exist anymore, especially when it's written by the DOJ OIG, who I have now learned do not mess around and really like to find things out, which makes me want to become a member of the Department of Justice OIG. Do you accept non-lawyers who have JDs? I'm not there yet, but if I get a JD, will you hire me to investigate people you don't understand? That would make me a happy little towel, although I think it would scare the political establishment. Just let towel loose in the federal government and let me find things you don't understand. It will be glorious. And yes, I'm grabbing literally as much of this PDF as I can. I know it could be a lot more efficient, but I want you to let you know I do things by hand, and I'm going to make this legible, and I'm going to make it readable for the bot. And the only way to do that is to do it by hand. And yes, the government doesn't exactly make this very easy. I don't really care. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so we're going to go till page 21 in this one, and let's begin. So it starts, hold on, when do we start here? We have to go back to July 25th. All right, so let's go up here, and now this should be easy. And I changed the voice. Please tell me if you don't like this one either. I have a plan, though you don't understand. The woman's voice should be a little bit nicer. Let's try it.
That's why I ran for DA.
No, sorry about that. I got to start at
That's why I ran for DA.
Yeah, no, I know that.
Calls. The Boston Globe about Suffolk DA's office. Rollins's call detail records show that 2 weeks before the Globe published its first story on August 6 about Hayden's handling of the transit police misconduct investigation.
I'll try it now, Murder by Maestro. After this one, we'll switch to Google Docs.
1. July 25. Rollins calls. The Boston Globe about Suffolk DA's office. Rollins's call detail records show that 2 weeks before the Globe published its first story on August 6 about Hayden's handling of the transit police misconduct investigation. Rollins contacted a Globe editor who put her in touch with a reporter who would later co-author the August 6 story. Specifically, on July 25, Rollins called a Globe associate editor. Globe associate editor at 2:49 p.m. The call lasted for 17 seconds, indicating that they likely did not connect at that time. At 2:51 p.m., the Globe associate editor called Rollins, and the call lasted for 1 minute and 45 seconds. At 4:33 p.m. the same day, a Globe reporter called Rollins and the call went to voicemail. The Globe reporter followed up shortly thereafter with a text message introducing himself and stating, "I tried to give you a call a bit ago. Was hoping to chat off record about Suffolk DA office and changes in special prosecution, SIC unit." Rollins called the Globe reporter at 6:22 p.m. and the call lasted for almost 4 minutes. Rollins then called the Globe reporter again at 6:46 p.m. and they spoke for over 43 minutes. Rollins told the OIG that the Globe associate editor reached out to her and asked if she would speak to the Globe reporter about like nuts and bolts things that she had put into place in the DA's office. Rollins stated that she agreed to do so. We noted for Rollins that the call detail records of her personal cell phone, DOJ-issued cell phone, and DOJ desk phone show that Rollins called the Globe associate editor first, and we asked her why she reached out to the Globe associate editor. Rollins replied, "I don't know, and as I sit here, I'm not sure. I see the Globe associate editor a lot of places, like, so I don't know whether I saw him that day and he said, 'Give me a call,' but I don't remember. But my recollection is that he asked me if I would feel comfortable speaking to the Globe reporter. Because I didn't know who the Globe reporter was." Rollins stated that she then exchanged communications with the Globe reporter. According to Rollins, the Globe reporter had a lot of questions about historical things about the DA's office, such as the structure of the office and the composition and responsibilities of the Special Prosecutions Unit, referring to the transit police misconduct matter. Rollins also stated, "I did not have a clear memory about the allegedly unconstitutional stop. That happened while I was DA, but didn't really percolate up to me. And I think the Globe reporter was giving me information about that." We asked Rollins if she and the Globe reporter discussed a potential federal investigation into the possible quid pro quo involving Hayden, i.e., that Hayden and his first assistant DA chose not to pursue the transit police misconduct matter in exchange for $225 in donations from the former transit officer and his attorney. Rollins replied, "Not that I don't recall as I sit here today talking to the Globe reporter about that." According to Rollins, she did not learn about a possible quid pro quo involving Hayden until she read about it in the August 2, July 29 through August 3. Rollins communicates with Aoyo about upcoming Globe article and provides information to Globe reporter about Hayden. 6 Globe story. Over the next several days after her initial calls with the Globe associate editor.
Hold on, I have a plan. I have a plan, ladies and gentlemen. I repeat, I have a plan. Hold on, I'm not guaranteeing this is going to work, but I have a plan. So apparently I can activate this and potentially read it this way. I'm not guaranteeing this is going to work, but it might be able to work. So let me see if I can do this over here, ladies and gentlemen. We have to start. We are on page 23 of 161, and I might be able to read it on Google Chrome. I had to get an extension for Google Chrome, but let's see if it works.
Skip to main content. Keyboard shortcuts. Accessibility feedback. Drive. New. Folder.
Nope, hold on. I have an idea. Let's see if it works like this. Hold on. I have an idea. I'm not guaranteeing this is going to work, but it might work. All right, hold on.
Skip to main content.
Nope, that's not going to work. Oh, that's so frustrating.
1. Possible quid pro quo.
We have to go back to the other
upcoming
voice.
article from his own conversations with the Globe. Rollins also provided additional information to the Globe reporter that Rollins called Hayden's failures, and Rollins advised Aoyo as to when she planned to talk to the Globe reporter again. Specifically, on July 29 at 6:21 p.m., Rollins texted Aoyo a link to a Boston Herald article about the Federal Transit Authority ordering the MBTA to address runaway trains, and stated, in part, "Remember when I said I was opening a criminal investigation into the WTF? The acting DA shut it down." 16. At 6:54 p.m., Aoyo liked Rollins's text message, and Aoyo immediately sent follow-up text messages stating, "I do. P.S. call me," and "have news." Rollins called Aoyo at 6:56 p.m., and they spoke for 1 hour and 51 minutes. Rollins told us that she did not remember talking to Aoyo about the forthcoming Globe story.
Oh, that's wonderful news, ladies and gentlemen. There might be a ceasefire reached. President Trump has apparently announced it on Twitter. It seems like, and that is a very, very good thing, ladies and gentlemen. I do want to continue. You know what? I can always just keep reading. I guess my voice is okay. I can't find a single voice-to-text system that Google has one, but it's a little bit hard to get it to jump around. I can't find a single one that's free that actually sounds okay.
Hey, gossip lovers. Mia's podcast.
Oh, this one's not bad. Let's try this. That's why I'm saying I want this to keep being read because I think it's actually very important. So let's just let's try this voice. We're trying Zoe.
Rollins is called.
So we're gonna jump down to hold on one second. Specifically, all right. So on July 29th. Hold on. All right, at 6:20. So we're gonna start here. Let's try this voice.
Specifically, on July 29 at 6:21 p.m., Rollins texted Aoyo a link to a Boston Herald article about the Federal Transit Authority ordering the MBTA to address runaway trains, and stated, in part, "Remember when I said I was opening a criminal investigation into the WTF? The acting DA shut it down." 16. At 6:54 p.m., Aoyo liked Rollins's text message, and Aoyo immediately sent follow-up text messages stating, "I do. P.S. call me," and "have news." Rollins called Aoyo at 6:56 p.m., and they spoke for 1 hour and 51 minutes. Rollins told us that she did not remember talking to Aoyo about the forthcoming Globe story. On Sunday, July 31, Aoyo sent a text message to Rollins stating, "Story is coming." Tuesday, 17, Rollins immediately responded, in part, "I hope they aren't holding it so he can respond. And if he says some bullshit about me, I will come for his throat." Aoyo responded, "It's sick because they did some criminal conspiracy cover-up shit on Friday." Aoyo continued in another text message, "So now they need to include all that." 18. On August 1, Rollins sent a lengthy text message to the Globe reporter. It began, "Off the record. Hey, here are the things Hayden undid in the first few weeks of his appointment to serve the remainder of my elected term or other failures. Emphasis in original." The text message included 10 detailed bulleted points describing actions that Hayden took or did not take as interim DA, with which Rollins disagreed. Some of these points involved personnel decisions Hayden had made within the DA's office. On another point, Rollins wrote, "Where is the investigation into the tea generally for the complete shit show that it is, and the cover-up by the police officers? Ask if the officer cover-up was referred to us by the T. If it was, that makes it even worse that he isn't going forward." Emphasis in original. Rollins concluded by asking the Globe reporter to let her know if he needed anything else. The following day, August 2, the Globe reporter sent a text message to Rollins, asking if she had a few minutes to chat because he want Ed to bounce a few things off of Rollins from Hayden's response to our questions. After a back and forth, Rollins and the Globe reporter agreed they would speak the following morning. Also on August 2 at 10:20 p.m., Aoyo sent a text message to Rollins asking, "Did you speak with the Globe reporter?" Rollins immediately replied, "Tomorrow morning." Aoyo then replied, "Don't let his man get away with trying to deflect this. And frankly, this really no bullshit feels like pay for play and corruption cover-up as we speak." We asked Rollins what she understood Aoyo expected her to discuss with the Globe reporter. Rollins replied, I don't recall. I would have to assume it's an article about, what is going on in the DA's office, what my policies were, if they are continuing to be followed. But as I sit here today, I don't specifically recall what that was. Rollins called the Globe reporter on August 3 at 6:56 a.m., and they spoke for over 43 minutes. Rollins told us they talked about many of the topics the Globe reporter described in an August 3 email to the USAO executive officer discussed below, which included the transit police misconduct investigation. Rollins stated that she specifically recalled responding to comments from Hayden's office about steps that she either had or had not taken in various investigations during her tenure as Suffolk DA 3. August 3-4, Globe reporter contacts Ma USAO for comment about upcoming Hayden story, and Rollins does not tell Ma USAO staff that she has been communicating with Globe reporter about Hayden. A few hours after Rollins and the Globe reporter spoke over the phone on August 3, the Globe reporter contacted the Ma USAO executive officer, who, among her responsibilities, oversaw the Ma USAO Public Affairs Office for official comment from Rollins on his upcoming story. When the executive officer advised Rollins about the Globe reporter's inquiry, Rollins did not disclose to the executive officer that she had already communicated substantively with the Globe reporter several times for the story. On August 3 at 10:35 a.m., the Globe reporter sent an email to the executive officer. The Globe reporter wrote, "We are working on a story about the Suffolk District Attorney's Office, and we are seeking comment from U.S. Attorney Rollins as the former Suffolk DA. We are looking for Rollins to address the comments from current DA Hayden, which are below." The Globe reporter's email explained that the Globe was writing about how the current Suffolk District Attorney Kevin Hayden is handling several police misconduct cases that were initiated under the Rollins administration. The first matter he described was the transit police misconduct investigation, in which he said an off-duty transit officer was accused of brandishing a gun during an off-duty traffic dispute and then trying to cover it up. The executive officer sent the content of the Globe reporter's email to Rollins in a text message and asked Rollins if she wanted to comment on the story. Rollins responded, "In part, I don't believe that I would want the USAO making a comment on any of this, which is separate and apart from me saying something." The executive officer responded to the Globe reporter's email that evening, "I believe you spoke with her?" This email prompted the Globe reporter to send a text message to Rollins later that night stating, "I wanted to double-check one thing in terms of our communication. As agreed, our discussion has been off the record. As I mentioned, I sent a note to the executive officer to ask for comment generally about the law enforcement investigations that initiated under you as DA and were inherited by Hayden." The executive officer responded, "I believe you spoke with her? That's why I ran for DA." Believe you spoke with her? This email prompted the Globe reporter to send a text message to Rollins later that night stating, I wanted to double-check one thing in terms of our communication. As agreed, our discussion has been off the record. As I mentioned, I sent a note to the executive officer to ask for comment generally about the law enforcement investigations that initiated under you as DA and were inherited by Hayden. The executive officer responded, I believe you spoke. With her? I haven't told anyone we spoke because it was off the record. I haven't. Responded to the executive officer, and I want to make sure I'm not getting my lines crossed and violating confidences.
All right, I'll jump in now. So Rachel Rollins was the former U.S. attorney in Massachusetts, and she started commenting on Twitter praising Turtle Boy, which led me to open this DOJ OIG report. Now, what's frustrating is no matter what I do, I cannot get a voice to text that is actually decent. And it's not that I want to torment you. It's just this is a 161-page report. Rollins responded to the Globe reporter at 10:44 p.m. with a lengthy text message. That text message began, I told her you and I spoke for a second and you were going to call her to officially ask me for a comment about something on the record. So she does know we have been speaking off the record, but if you can say sources close to the Rollins administration, as the elected DA, I had zero incentive to drag out investigations into corrupt police officers. No police endorsed me aside from the T-Police Union or contributed to my campaign. I would have been even more popular if I indicted police officers. Thank you, Diana Natale. I'll take a look. I have to continue reading this report. I'm not guaranteeing I can show this depending on if it has music, but I'll look at it, of course. But yes, we have to finish reading this report, but it seems like we have a short video here. Let me see. Okay, so this was a video from a few years ago, but yes, we can watch this. This is a tribute to John O'Keefe. We're going to get back because I think, by the way, this Rachel Rollins investigation shows that she really had it out for cops. Yeah, she doesn't have a lot of political power right now, but I mean, there's something going on here. So give me a second while I hold on. Is this give me a second while I play this tribute to John O'Keefe? Because thank you, Diana, for sharing it. Let me just switch over to the hold on one second. Let me switch over to the other window. All right, hold on, and there we go. All right, so let's watch this, and thank you to Diana for sharing this. Oh, 1 second. Gonna have to unmute it for you. Sorry, folks. This is from 3 years ago. It's a tribute to John O'Keefe.
Those who knew Officer John O'Keefe say he put others first. He stepped up when others needed him, and he was the example of what a good person could be.
An amazing guy. There's no other way to describe him, honestly.
His brothers and sisters in blue stood on the steps as Officer John O'Keefe's blue casket was carried out of the church, his family following behind.
He made time for everyone. He really just honestly had the biggest heart, honestly, in taking in the kids.
O'Keefe took on the role of raising his niece and nephew after their parents died several years ago. It was a role O'Keefe's family says changed his life.
It goes to show the person that he is. He has a huge heart. Like my family said, he would give you the shirt off his back. Just really amazing guy.
This 16-year veteran of the Boston Police Department was found unresponsive in the snow outside the Canton home of another police officer during last month's nor'easter.
I can only pray that my family gets the answers they need.
Last week, O'Keefe's girlfriend, 41-year-old Karen Reed, pleaded not guilty on charges connected to his death. During a court appearance,
Oh, sorry about that, Diana. I was muted there. I was saying thank you so much for finding that, Diana. I'm sorry I cut it short, but it went to start talking about Karen. That was such a touching tribute to John. I'm so glad you shared that with us. I thought it was a very nice interview with a friend of the family there, and very hard to find, I'm sure, from 3 years ago. But I want to continue this Rollins thing because this really shows like why the probe into John's death started. And Rollins going on Twitter and talking about Turtle Boy, and you can see now what her incentive is. It's because Turtle Boy doesn't like law enforcement and she doesn't like law enforcement. But I have to get, hold on. I have to get a text reader for this next part. I know you didn't like that last text reader. I'm fixed. I'm back. The voice is back. I'm back. I know you didn't love that text reader, but I have to get like some kind of speech-to-text program that's enjoyable to listen to because that was really hard. So let me try adding one. I'm going to try a different version. I'm not guaranteeing, though, that this extension is going to work on PDF, so hold on. So let me grab this, and then let me see if this is going to work. It's just getting hard for me to read 160-something pages. It's incredibly important because it actually highlights the origin. I'm so glad we looked at this earlier. It really explains why the probe started. This is way more intense than I ever thought. So let me try. I'm going to try a different extension to read it for you here. No promises. No promises. Hold on. All right.
An investigation of a...
Yeah, all right. So hold on. Let me see how I get it to just read what's on the screen. So hold on. What page is this? 26 out of 161. All right. So let's see. Here we go. Let's see if I can get it to read just this.
An investigation of alleged misconduct by United States Attorney Rachel Rollins OVERSIGHTANDREVIEWDIVISION 2320.
Nope, I don't like that one either. Oh, this is not good. All right, hold on. What about this one?
Read Aloud is a Chrome and Firefox extension that uses text-to-speech technology. Read Aloud is a Chrome and Firefox extension that uses text-to-speech. Read Aloud is a Chrome and Firefox extension that uses text-to-speech technology to convert web page text to audio. It works on a variety of websites, including news sites, blogs, fan fiction, publications, textbooks, school and course materials.
All right, so this should work. All right, we're going to do it this way. It's actually this is very interesting. Because Rollins was using her position as U.S. Attorney, and this proves it. And she was the U.S. Attorney when the probe into John's death started. So hold on one second.
An investigation of alleged misconduct by United States Attorney.
All right, so how do I actually get it to read? I don't want it to read. I want it to read from just here. Hold on. I found what I want to do, but it's hard to get it to actually do it.
An investigation of alleged misconduct by United States. Table of contents. Introduction.
Oh, I see. Hold on. I got
one internal MAR USAO discussions about possible DOJ investigation and Rollins's likely recusal. 25-2. The 10th of August.
Hold on.
One internal MAR USAO discussions about possible DOJ investigation. 2 September the 9th, Rollins sends photos of the ears a recusal memorandum to the Herald reporter and asks the reporter to keep the source of the leak anonymous for fear of discipline. D. Discussions with Rollins about the parameters of the meet and greet. 98 D. Rollins calls a local radio show and discuss. Introduction. This report describes an investigation by the department. Received information that Rollins may have been the anonymous federal law enforcement source cited in the story and that she may have provided the Herald with a copy. Rollins's communications with members of the media related to the matters we were investigating. Rollins demonstrated that at a critical stage of the primary race, Rollins brought her efforts to advance Arroyo's candidacy. 2. Rollins attended a partisan political fundraiser without required department. In particular, we concluded that Rollins violated department policy by secretly disclosing non-public letters about Oprah at her first assistance request. Prior to her remarks at the press conference satisfied her obligation under DOJ. Prior to the primary election, Rollins and Arroyo communicated about derogatory. for the District of Massachusetts, and, on the 10th of January, 2022, after being confirmed by the U.S. Call detail records of Rollins's personal cell phone obtained by the OIG indicate that in the 2 months before to get out there. And the acting that didn't sign on. Aoyo responded later the same day, we are doing a press on the 22nd of August, roll up at it. And we can happen to be there together. We asked Rollins about this text message.
Sorry about that.
Rollins responded the same day with significant edits and additions to police misconduct cases. When we asked Rollins why she was communicating with Aoyo about his campaign, when we asked Rollins if she had any concerns at the time that her communications with Aoyo, the article contrasted Rollins's and Hayden, while noting that Hayden suggested little would change on that score when appointed DA. Leadership called Wednesday for the appointment of a special prosecutor to investigate 2 of their own officers involved in. Rollins called the Globe reporter at 6. Rollins told the OIG that the Globe Boston. Rollins stated that she then exchanged communications with the Globe. That happened while I was there but didn't really percolate up to me, and I think the Globe reporter was giving me information about that. We asked Rollins if she and the Globe reporter to the 29th of July through August the 3rd, Rollins communicates with Aoyo about upcoming Globe article and provides information to Globe reporter about Hayden over the next several days. After her initial calls with the Globe associate editor and the Globe reporter on Sunday, the 31st of July, Aoyo sent a text message to Rollins stating, "Story is coming Tuesday." Aoyo continued in another text message, "So now they need." The following day, August the 2nd, the Globe reporter sent a text message to Rollins asking if she had a few. 18 in the. Rollins called the Globe reporter on August the 3rd at 10:35 a.m. Enforcement investigations that initiated under U.S. and were inherited by Hayden. The executive officer responded, "I believe you spoke with her." "I haven't told anyone we spoke because it was off the record." "I haven't responded to the executive officer, and I want to make sure I'm not getting my lines crossed and violating confidences." Rollins responded to the Globe reporter at 10:44 p.m. with a lengthy text message. That text message began, "I told her you and I spoke for a second and you were going to call her to officially ask me for off the record, but if you can say sources close to the Rollins administration." As the elected I had emphasis in original dot. Rollins continued in the text message with a detailed description of her record as DA and her criticisms of Hayden, restating some of the same points she provided to the Globe reporter in her text message on August the 1st. The Globe reporter did not reply to Rollins's text message. On August the 4th at 4 p.m., the Globe reporter emailed the executive officer a second time. "I was looking to get something on the record from U.S. Attorney Rollins. Our focus has narrowed and the story is almost entirely about the Suffolk's handling of the investigation of the former transit officer. Most of the story focuses on the Hayden, but the investigation of the former transit officer was launched by the Rollins administration at the request of transit police. Hayden told us that he inherited the former transit officer case and he noted that no charges were filed by the prior administration and that the case remains open. We also note that there are other law enforcement cases pending at the Suffolk, this office since the Rollins administration." Hayden said he has not ended any investigations of police misconduct cases inherited from the Rollins administration. "Let me know if U.S. Attorney Rollins wants to add anything on the record." The executive officer forwarded the Globe reporter's inquiry to Rollins via text message. That evening the executive officer emailed the Globe reporter that Rollins does not have any comment. We asked Rollins why she did not tell the executive officer the full extent of her contacts with the Globe reporter. Rollins stated, "Here, I didn't believe that I had to talk to the executive officer about something I was going to talk about as the right." She further stated, "As far as this was concerned, I was talking about something I had done months prior to coming here, for 3 years." For August the 5th, Rollins posts a tweet that is included in the Globe article in lieu of officially commenting on the topics the Globe reporter planned to cover in his upcoming story. Rollins posted a tweet that she suggested the Globe reporter use instead. On August the 5th at 8:45 a.m., Rollins tweeted about DOJ announcing charges the previous day against the officers involved in the Breonna Taylor case. 19 The USAO was not involved in the prosecution, which was being handled by other DOJ officers. Rollins wrote, "If DAS don't prosecute and hold police officers that are corrupt, use excessive force, or engage in cover-ups accountable, it erodes the public trust. Nobody will come forward and help us solve crimes if they know that allows criminals to remain police officers. Proud of this DOJ." Emphasis in original dot. Rollins sent a text message to the executive officer shortly after her tweet that, in part, stated, "Maybe tell the Globe reporter that I made this general statement about Breonna Taylor, but there are overlapping issues with the MBTA police officer. The executive officer then emailed a screenshot of the tweet to the Globe reporter. As noted previously, Rollins's tweet was included in the Globe's August 6 article. We asked Rollins why she instructed the executive officer to highlight this tweet for the Globe reporter. Rollins replied, "Because I think it was an opportunity for us to say great things about the Department of Justice, and Breonna Taylor, in particular, and local police officers are the ones that killed her, right? So I think it was a culmination of a million great things, and it is a general statement that I think spoke to a lot of the issues that the Globe reporter was going to be questioning about, and that's why I ran for the 19. The Rachel Rollins on Twitter.com, the 5th of August, 2022, twitter.com/DA Rollins /status /1555535514555971737 CXT equals Huxilter 5 YRAAA, accessed the 3rd of February, 2023. 5 August 6-8 The Boston Globe publishes the Hayden story and Rollins advises Aoyo to send it to every single one of his endorsers on the evening of August 6. The Globe published its story entitled, "It Was You." Traffic spat turned police cover-up leads to questions for Hayden, which focused on the lack of progress on the transit police misconduct matter under Hayden's tenure and the understaffing of the Special Prosecutions Unit in the Suffolk D.S. office responsible for handling police misconduct cases. 20 The next morning, at 10:19 a.m., Rollins sent a text message to Aoyo that included a link to a Boston Herald story about MBTA safety issues and stated, 2 things /1. Remember when I said I was opening a criminal investigation into the T? What happened to that? See whether any people from the T donated to anyone's sick campaign. 2 Send the Globe article to every single one of your endorsers. Do not assume they have seen it. Nobody reads anymore or pays attention to shit. Aoyo liked Rollins's text message and followed up with text messages stating that numerous individuals had called for Hayden's resignation. We asked Rollins why she advised Aoyo to send the Globe article to every single one of his endorsers, which led to the following exchange. MS Rollins, I think this was more mistakes that I had made. Nobody reads anything. We can't assume, I think, he says at some point, somewhere else, like, this is just a little publication. I shouldn't do something. And I said, like, every interaction matters, so I was simply letting him know what I would have done in that circumstance. OIG attorney, and is that just because you viewed that Boston Globe article as a good thing for his campaign? MS Rollins, I certainly think that it was positive, right? I think it was also factually accurate, right? Like, there are positive stories about people that are not accurate or spun, etc., but I do think, if there is information that is helpful to your campaign, you should circulate it. OIG attorney, and just to be clear, that story had nothing to do with Aoyo, either. That story was all about Kevin Hayden, right? 20 It was you. Traffic spat turned police cover-up leads to questions for the Hayden. The Boston Globe, the 6th of August, 2022, bostonGlobe.com/2022/08/06/metro/ It was you. Traffic spat turned police cover-up leads questions for Hayden / accessed the 3rd of February, 2023. MS Rollins, well, or not the things that he was doing, yeah. I think Aoyo was mentioned in the article. OIG attorney, I think as far as maybe the election, but I think most of the article focused on what Hayden had and had not done, relating specifically to this transit police officer cover-up scandal. MS Rollins, well, or I thought, and if you have the article, I can take a look at it, but I thought it was more pointing out inaccuracies, with respect to what some, an individual, Kevin Hayden had said that he had done, right? And in any circumstance, if you're running for office and somebody that you're running against is shown to not be truthful, I think that's helpful. The following day, August the 8th, Aoyo sent a text message to Rollins that stated, he's sick, trying to pin this on you, read this thread, and included a link to a Twitter thread. In response, Rollins told Aoyo, light him up. Aoyo stated, already doing that. I think it'd be appropriate for you to at least comment since A, it seems potentially criminal and you have a public corruption unit, and B, he's trying to misrepresent what you did on this case. Rollins responded later that evening, in pertinent part, people can ask for ethics, the Massachusetts Office of Campaign and Political Finance, attorney.
Whoa, did you hear that? Aoyo said, you have the public corruption unit. It's called the public integrity unit, but oh my God. That's why Henry Blue keeps calling it the PCU. Informally, it's the PCU, but it's the Public Integrity Section. I would know, trust me. Wow, she did. I'm telling you. No, Murder by Maestro, the hearing got cut off with Bradl, and we need to find the archive of the live stream. And the way the live stream works with the BBO is even if you're watching like an hour behind the live stream and the live stream ends, it won't save the recording. Like, it just stops playing it. It's the stupidest thing. I should file a complaint. But you all see what this is saying? This is Aoyo saying in text to Rachel Rollins, oh, you can use the public corruption unit. Like, this is crazy. No wonder this got buried. This is explosive.
General and U.S. Attorney to look into this. Aoyo immediately liked Rollins's message. 6 August the 8th, Rollins praises August the 6th story to Globe reporter, and the Globe publishes a follow-up story about Hayden after the first story ran on August the 6th. The Globe reporter sought additional information from Rollins, texting her on August the 8th that he was working on a follow-up to their story that ran about the transit police officer and asking Rollins to let him know if she was hearing anything or had anything to say about it. Rollins responded by telling the Globe reporter that, his story was phenomenal, police are outraged and great job. The Globe reporter told her that they were still digging in case she heard anything. Rollins's call detail records and text messages do not reflect further communications between Rollins and the Globe reporter before the Globe ran a follow-up story on August the 8th focused on Hayden facing questions, criticism, and calls for an outside probe after the Globe's reporting on August the 6th. We asked Rollins how she knew that the MBTA transit police were outraged. Rollins replied, because I know the T police. Rollins also stated that she had heard that they were super upset and added that the MBTA transit police had publicly tweeted their displeasure with Hayden. 7 August 10 The Boston Globe publishes a third story about Hayden, and Rollins sends the Globe reporter text messages about where to find more information relevant to his Hayden articles. On the 10th of August, the Globe ran its third article related to Hayden and the transit police misconduct investigation, which reported that the MBTA transit police called for a special prosecutor to investigate the 2 transit police officers involved in the alleged cover-up, signaling a lack of confidence in Hayden's handling of the case. On the evening of the 10th of August, Rollins contacted the Globe reporter and gave him advice about where to look for more information about the Suffolk D.S. investigation into the former transit officer. Specifically, on the 10th of August at 8:13 p.m., Rollins sent a text message to the Globe reporter stating, "You could ask for the grand jury schedule. The GJ coordinator keeps a schedule in a half-hour increments about who has requested and has scheduled GJ time. You could get the name of the AIDA handling the case now and make a public records request for all emails to and from that person regarding this case. Also ask for all correspondence from the T to the office regarding the case. And all correspondence regarding this matter. Up to, and including today. Emails, texts, voicemails, calls, encrypted messages, etc. Remember, the police brought this to US. About one of their own police officers. They had done a thorough investigation and absolutely believed that he should be prosecuted if they took this extraordinary step. This reaction is absolutely in response to your article. 100%. Emphasis in original. Rollins sent another text message a few minutes later, at 8:22 p.m., stating, GJ schedule, you can see when the times got requested. It took less than 1 week from reading your article for them to miraculously have enough to present to the grand jury. Doesn't that prove you right? But he is claiming they have been looking into this for 8+ months beyond what my administration already found. Emphasis in original. Rollins told us that she mentioned grand jury schedules to the Globe reporter because such information, obtained through public records requests, can help discern whether the Suffolk D.S. office was likely working on the transit police misconduct investigation, either under her tenure or Hayden's. See Rollins cites Globe articles in internal USAO discussions about opening a possible Hayden investigation and raises recusal issue with Aoyo. Aoyo and Rollins discuss impending negative Globe story about Aoyo, and Rollins tells Aoyo she is working on something. In this section, we describe Rollins's internal discussions.
Are you kidding me? She planted the story. She then gets the story ran, then she brings it up in her own office to start an investigation. This woman was a mastermind. Are you all watching this? What are we yelling about? Yes. Hello. What is everybody yelling about? Oh, yes, I love this voice, Vicky. I saved it. I'm so glad you like it. There is a ceasefire, Murder by Maestro. and this, Rollins, though, is big. There's a ceasefire. And Murder by Maestro, by the way, yeah, we don't know. The Bradl hearing isn't going to end until next week, Murder by Maestro. There's another hearing Friday. I'll try to cover it, and then next Monday and Tuesday. But yes, let's go back to this. And Vicky, we're definitely keeping this voice. But yes, Rollins, Beach Nance, for sure. I've been on to Rollins, and Rollins is a mastermind now that I'm reading this. This is crazy. This is the craziest thing I've ever listened to. She literally, we just heard we just heard the story. Rollins started this whole Globe article. She was talking to the Globe journalist, and then now it gets ran, and now she uses that to start a probe. The politics is wild.
Within the USAO, following publication of the Globe's August the 6th article about whether the office should open a criminal investigation into Hayden and his first assistant DA for possible public corruption in their handling of the police misconduct case and a separate civil rights investigation into the underlying transit police misconduct allegations. We also describe how information in the 3 Globe articles led to Rollins contacting EARS's general counsel on August the 10th and 11th regarding her potential conflict of interest in any future USAO federal criminal investigation into Hayden. We then discuss a letter the USAO received on the 17th of August from a law professor requesting an investigation of Hayden and his first assistant DA, and how that letter led to further discussions with EARS and Rollins, and eventually the recusal of the entire USAO from any such investigation. Finally, we describe communications Rollins had with the Globe reporter and with Aoyo about the law professor's letter and the possibility of a DOJ investigation. 1 internal USAO discussions about possible DOJ investigation and Rollins's likely recusal according to the USAO First Assistant U.S. Attorney, First Assistant, sometime after the Globe's reporting.
Oh my God, that's Josh Levy. According to the MAUSAO First Assistant U.S. Attorney, that was Josh Levy. So when this whole thing about the first part, Levy cooperated with the probe. Oh my God, this is Josh Levy. When it says, according to the MAUSAO First Assistant U.S. Attorney, this is Josh Levy, I'm pretty sure, at that time. Oh my God.
On the transit police misconduct matter, he and Rollins discussed whether the information in the Globe warranted the USAO opening a civil rights investigation into the transit officers' alleged misconduct or a separate public corruption investigation into the possible quid pro quo involving Hayden and his first assistant DA. The first assistant told us that he did not recall when this conversation occurred, including whether it was before or after Rollins first reached out to the EARS general counsel on the 10th of August, described below.
That means that even in this case, even in the case where Rollins got thrown out of office, Levy was going to be her lapdog. We got it. We got it. Oh, this is crazy.
The first assistant said that he also did not recall whether Rollins first raised the information in the Globe articles to him or whether he raised them with her. In either case, according to the first assistant, he and Rollins discussed that he should seek guidance from EARS about what role, if any, the USAO should play in either a civil rights investigation of the transit officers or a public corruption investigation of Hayden and his first assistant DA. The first assistant said that because the potential investigations concerned an office Rollins used to lead, he believed Rollins recognized right away that there was going to be a recusal issue. 21 on August the 6th, 2021, after her nomination as U.S. Attorney, Rollins signed a nominee statement, where she agreed to comply with the commitments outlined in her ethics agreement. Rollins's ethics agreement contained the following provision. D. Assistant stated that he conveyed to Rollins that he did not think she could be involved in either potential investigation, but that he hoped the USAO could still be involved in the civil rights matter. The first assistant told us that during his discussion with Rollins about the Globe article, she did not tell him that she had been in contact with any of the reporters in relation to the story.
So Levy was like, yeah, you might have to recuse, but I really hope we can still be involved in the civil rights thing. Levy was Rollins' lapdog. That's why Levy met with Reed and Yannetti and Jackson. Rollins wanted to go after Morrissey. Levy was her lapdog.
Rollins told us that she did not recall her conversation with the first assistant, but that either she or the first assistant may have circulated one or more of the Globe articles for discussion. Rollins told us that with respect to investigating Hayden, her opinion was that somebody should absolutely look into the allegations, but that she was not sure whether she expressed that opinion to the first assistant or anyone else at the time. Rollins told us that the outcome of any such inquiry was irrelevant to her. She just believed it was important that there be an inquiry by someone with investigative authority.
Hold on, if the president's speaking, I'll take it. If the president's speaking, I'll take it. Hold on, we don't have a ton of time and I want to get through this document, but if the president is actually speaking, I'll take it. Hold on, but if it's not actually the president speaking, we're going to continue with this document. But if it's the president speaking, hold on, I'm going to take the president's announcement of his speech here. How much time do we have left? We got over an hour. All right, and we'll start again tomorrow if we need to. But all right, so I'm going to take the president's speech here. Let me see.
All right, and Blaze, I do want to ask you about this because as we talked
Oh,
about...
no, it's just coverage. It's not him actually speaking, Diana. It's just coverage of the tweet. But thank you for keeping us updated. Let's go back to listening to this document. It's fascinating. This is by the way, this is the first time I'm like seeing it all unfold. This is crazy.
Which she believed was...
I did. It's true, Chastity. It's just crazy to see it. I want the OIG to call me.
USAO or the Massachusetts Attorney General. The first assistant told us that his initial assessment was that he was not interested in bringing a possible quid pro quo case against Hayden and his first assistant DA, and that he was more interested in the potential civil rights case against the transit police officers. According to the first assistant, Rollins appeared to him to be open to both potential cases and more open to the notion that Hayden might have done something dirty. The first assistant told us that after his initial discussion with Rollins about the information in the Globe article, he intentionally limited his communications with Rollins on that subject. The first assistant explained that he assumed Rollins would be recused from any resulting investigations, and, for that reason, he did not want her opinions to influence how he handled the investigations going forward.
This is her
Upon
ethics
confirmation, Miss Rollins will resign from her position as Suffolk County District Attorney. For a period of 1 year after her resignation, she will have a covered relationship. Under the impartiality regulation at 5 CFR 2635.502 with the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office. Pursuant to 5 CFR 2635.502, d, Miss Rollins will seek written authorization to participate in particular matters involving specific parties in which she knows the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office is a party or represents a party. However, during her appointment to the position of United States Attorney, Miss Rollins will not participate personally and substantially in any particular matter involving specific parties in which she previously participated in her capacity as Suffolk County District Attorney.
Boom! She never should have investigated Morrissey. The ethics office should have forced her to recuse from the John O'Keefe probe and the Birchmore probe, and they should have recorded forced Levy to recuse. This is big. This is big. This is the ethics agreement from the previous footnote, so we'll continue with the actual report, but this is big. Big, big, big.
This provision of the ethics agreement led to Rollins being recused from numerous matters involving the Suffolk D.S. office. The IRSA General Counsel told us that he recalled discussing Rollins's displeasure with the number of recusals very early on in her tenure and specifically highlighting this language in her ethics agreement during their conversation. Rollins told the OIG that she had lots of ethics meetings early in her tenure dealing with recusal issues and described these meetings as intense and consuming hours of her time.
Yet somehow
on August the 9th, the first assistant emailed.
Yet somehow the ethics office didn't make her recuse from the Morrissey probe. Oh, come on. I smell the political corruption.
The USAO's Public Corruption Unit chief and asked him whether the possible quid pro quo report in the first Globe article...
Wait. The Public Corruption Unit chief, I'm pretty sure, was Dustin Chow. Oh, my God. These three were a trio. Oh, they did it in the Hayden case, too. Oh, my God. Take a bow. Somebody give Towell some kind of award. I figured it out. Somebody call the Pulitzer Committee. I take a bow. Dustin Chow, Josh Levy, and Rachel Rollins were a freaking... triumvirate over there. Oh, dear God.
Was something his unit would be interested in. The first assistant could not recall the precise sequences of events but told us that he might have contacted the Public Corruption Unit chief independently of Rollins because the first assistant knew that Rollins would almost certainly be recused from any investigation of Hayden. The first assistant stated that he wanted to know early on whether the Public Corruption Unit chief had any interest in the allegations because, if the unit chief had no interest in pursuing the allegations, there would be no need to go through the recusal process. The August the 9th email led to a discussion a few days later between the Public Corruption Unit chief and his supervisor, the chief of the USAO's Criminal Division, criminal chief, about whether to open a public corruption case against Hayden and his first assistant DA based on the information in the Globe articles. They both told us that during this discussion they were of the same mind that the possible quid pro quo reported in the Globe was not worth investigating. The criminal chief also told us that he consulted with a supervisor at the Federal Bureau of Investigation who also didn't have an appetite for opening an investigation. Email communications reflect that the criminal chief planned to discuss this issue with the first assistant on the 17th of August. The criminal chief told us that he did not specifically recall this conversation with the first assistant, but that he would have conveyed his and the public corruption unit chief's assessment that the possible quid pro quo was not worth pursuing. The criminal chief said that he would have also conveyed to the first assistant that they planned to reach out to DOJ's Civil Rights Division for an assessment of the potential civil rights case against the transit police officers. The first assistant told us that he recalled the criminal chief telling him that there was not much interest in investigating the possible quid pro quo. The first assistant said that he believed he agreed with this initial assessment. The first assistant told us that he did not recall discussing this assessment with Rollins. As noted above, the first assistant said he intentionally tried to limit his discussions with Rollins given the likelihood of her recusal. The USAO executive officer told us that Rollins raised the Globe stories during a morning leadership call and asked what the office was doing about it. The executive officer stated that she told Rollins the USAO was not taking any action and, in fact, could not take any action due to department rules prohibiting overt actions in the run-up to an election. According to the executive officer, Rollins asked what rules the executive officer was referring to, and the executive officer replied that she did not know the details, so Rollins should ask the public corruption prosecutors in the office. The executive officer stated that she and Rollins had some back and forth, and then Rollins said, I mean, if there's something there, I mean, what do you mean? I would expect they'd be cutting subpoenas next week. The executive officer told us that she then explained to Rollins that things typically did not move that fast and that also there was an important rule about not intervening in elections. The executive officer said that she told Rollins that Rollins could certainly send the Globe articles to the public corruption prosecutors, but the executive officer added that she thought the prosecutors would not take action until after the election. The executive officer said that she and Rollins kind of left it at that, and the issue did not resurface until the office received the law professor's letter, discussed below. To the 10th of August, Rollins speaks with EASA General Counsel about the Globe story and her potential conflict of interest. Late in the evening on the 10th of August, Rollins emailed the EASA General Counsel a link to the 10th of August Globe article reporting the MBTA Transit Police's call for a special prosecutor and asked if he had time for a call the next day. Shortly after emailing the EASA General Counsel, Rollins forwarded the email to the first assistant, who responded by asking Rollins whether the recusal issue prompted her to reach out to the General Counsel. Call detail records indicate that on the 11th of August, the EASA General Counsel and Rollins had an approximately 4-minute phone call that afternoon. 22 This call was the first of 2 calls between the EASA General Counsel and Rollins after the Globe articles, according to call detail records and email communications. Rollins told us that she generally remembered reaching out to the EASA General Counsel because she predicted that the issues raised in the Globe articles, specifically, the questionable behavior of the former transit police officers and the possible quid pro quo involving Hayden, were going to bubble up into something really big. Rollins told us that she had a faint recollection of the transit police misconduct matter from her time as Suffolk DA and wanted to make sure that the EASA General Counsel was aware of her potential conflict of interest. She said that she also wanted the EASA General Counsel to know that she was removing herself from any involvement, but that she did not want this to fall through the cracks, if what is alleged actually happened. The EASA General Counsel told us he did not specifically recall this initial conversation with Rollins. Rollins also told us that she did not recall whether she and the EASA General Counsel specifically discussed whether she should be recused from any potential investigations resulting from the issues reported in the Globe. However, she said that she thought at the time that her office might do something in response to the news reporting, and she knew that there was no way EASA would let her become involved. 23 When we 22 call detail records indicate that on the 11th of August, Rollins called the MBTA Transit Police Chief, and the call lasted for 68 seconds. When we asked Rollins why she called the chief, she told us that she did not recall the reason, including whether she wanted to discuss his office's call for a special prosecutor, as reported in the 10th of August Globe article she forwarded to the EASA General Counsel. 23 As noted above, Rollins signed an ethics agreement prior to becoming U.S. Attorney which, among other provisions, prohibited her from participating in matters in which the Suffolk D.S. office was a party until January 2023, at the earliest. Asked why she decided to contact the EASA General Counsel directly, rather than through her ethics advisors as other recusal issues were handled, Rollins told us that she did not remember the reason, but this seemed like something she should just go directly to the EASA General Counsel to discuss. Rollins told us that she did not recall whether she told the EASA General Counsel about her relationship to Aoyo. The EASA General Counsel told us that Rollins never mentioned to him that she had had communications with Aoyo or with any Globe reporters about the issues reported in the Globe articles. 3 August 16 to 17, Rollins receives letter from a law professor calling for federal investigation into Hayden, and Rollins consults EASA about her recusal from such an investigation on the 16th of August. A Boston area law school professor, emailed a letter directly to Rollins requesting that the USAO commence an investigation into potential improprieties committed by prosecutors in the Suffolk D.S. office. Referencing the Globe reporting, the letter stated that recent media accounts revealed troubling information that could potentially indicate public corruption and / or other illegal activity committed by Hayden and his first assistant DA. The letter attached a timeline of facts reported in the Globe regarding the donations that the former transit officer and his attorney made to Hayden's campaign and the alleged statements of Hayden's first assistant DA to the former transit officer's attorney that the former transit officer was no longer under investigation, which the law professor said he had not independently verified. The law professor ended his letter to Rollins with, "Please feel free to reveal this letter to the public and / or media if you would like to do so." When we asked the law professor what prompted him to send his letter, the law professor stated that one focus of his scholarship is prosecutorial accountability. Asked why she decided to contact the EASA General Counsel directly, rather than, Rollins told us that she did not recall when. 3 August 16 to 17, Rollins receives, when we asked the law professor.
Hold on, I have to look this up. Boston area law professor, interest in prosecutorial accountability. Who could this be? And he knows Rachel Rollins? R. Michael Cassidy. Or Daniel Medved? No. Oh, it could be Medved. But didn't Medved file a complaint against Chow? Wasn't Medved one of the people on the complaint against Chow? So you know Dustin Chow, who's one of the people mentioned in this article. He had a major ethics complaint filed against him in New York. Let me bring this up for you. I think this is going to be one of those real-time journalism things. I think I figured this out. What were you all up to over there, Chow and Levy and Rollins? You know, Levy's suing President Trump. I should call President Trump. Mom, how do I call President Trump? Towel, Mom, can you get me in contact with the president? I'm pretty sure Mom would be like, okay, 6 months from now, we'll go to this dinner. Towel Mom just comes up with random ideas sometimes. It's very funny. She'll be like, okay, Grant, 6 months from now, I want you to put on your calendar that we're going to go to this thing in Florida. And I'll be like, Mom, first of all, I don't fly, at least anymore. It's very hard on my throat. And second of all, how do you want me to plan for 6 months from now? How do you plan for 6 months from now? Now, ladies and gentlemen, do you see this? Do you see this ethics complaint that I found about... Yes, but Taterbug, oh, trust me, I know. See, a lot of people are suing President Trump. Levy's suing Trump on behalf of Harvard, President Trump, which means, Levy's got some people in his corner. But anyway, do you see this, ladies and gentlemen? This is a complaint filed with the New York Grievance Committee regarding the professional misconduct of attorney Dustin Chow in prosecuting Ronald Moy. Now, interestingly, they sought Chow's suspension. And when was this filed? Let's take a look here. Let's see. When's the actual letter? Daniel S. Medved. How interesting. And when was this filed? Hold on. When did you all put a date on it? Did you please put a date? I think it was 2022, maybe 2019. Hold on. How are you not going to put a date? This should be illegal, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. We can sort of tell, hold on, based on when the case took place. So it was after 2018, at the very least. So it was recent. This is Medved, I wonder if Medved is Rollins' friend and Rollins got Medved. Oh, no way. I wonder, so if Rollins and Medved know each other, right? And this is the connection, because Chow was involved in the public integrity section when Rollins was there. And there's Medved's name right there. And I'm not saying that we know it's Medved, but someone wrote a letter to Rollins. Let's see. Law professor calls for Investigation of Suffolk DA. Is it Medved? It's Medved! It's Medved! I knew it! So what the hell? Professor, we have to have a little talk here. What is going on? I need to talk to Daniel Medved. He is never going to talk to me now because he knows that I know what's going on. First of all, Professor Medved, how did I get this document? Second of all, why did you file an ethics complaint against Dustin Chow? I think this was when he was in New York. And this apparently has to do with Chow, who was, again, working for Rollins, I think, in the public integrity section at the time. Apparently that they misrepresented some evidence and things like that in violation of the unsworn witness rule. And apparently Chow engaged in, quote, highly prejudicial misconduct, according to the letter. And the appellate division reversed the conviction and ordered a new trial. And then it details a lot of what Chow had did. But you can see Medved is like saying prosecutorial misconduct is pervasive and unchecked. But then I'm 100% sure, because I just found an article from September 12, 2022, where Medved is quoted in the Boston Globe. And there's no way that Medved didn't write this letter. And so why does Medved know Dustin Chow is like weird? And yet Medved is very progressive and he's friends with Rollins, so he's willing to look the other way. So he had filed the complaint against Chow. He knows Chow's in Rollins' office, but he likes Rollins because Rollins is progressive and will go after cops. And Medved thinks there's prosecutorial misconduct going on. So he's willing to be like, okay, if Dustin Chow's working with you, then he's under your wing and we know he's going after cops, so that's okay. But then why is Medved serving as Rollins' kind of like latchkey cover here to investigate Hayden? I guess it's because Medved and Rollins both don't like Hayden and the Boston cops and the transit cops. This is some crazy shit. Basically, progressive politics is some crazy shit. That's my analysis. Quote it, progressive politics is some crazy shit, and I don't know why I'm involved in this. Oh, God, I can put anything together. The OIG's like, oh, we just won't say it. We just won't say the person's name. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure I can figure it out.
What prompted him to send his letter? The law professor stated that one focus of his scholarship is prosecutorial accountability, and he found the allegations against Hayden concerning. The law professor stated that he was also concerned that no other DA officers would seriously look into these allegations, and he, therefore, wrote to the U.S. attorney hoping his letter would prompt an investigation to determine what actually happened. The law professor, who referred to Rollins as a friend in emails we reviewed, told us that he did not speak with Rollins about the issues raised in the letter before he sent it. Rollins told us that she was acquainted with the law professor before he sent her this letter. According to Rollins, the law professor is a progressive who had written articles in defense of her and her policies when she was Suffolk DA, and she estimated that they have contact every 3 or 4 months. The personal email communications Rollins provided us indicate that on the 15th of August, the day before the law professor sent his letter requesting an investigation, the law professor sent Rollins an email seeking to confirm her attendance at an event on the 21st of September, 2022, promoting his new book, which Rollins confirmed by email the same day. The emails between them did not mention the law professor's intention to send her a letter requesting an investigation. 24 Rollins told us that she did not recall the law professor giving her advance notice of the letter and that she can affirmatively say that she did not solicit any letter from him.
Hey, Professor, how weird is that? How weird is that timeline, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, right before he wrote the letter, she's like, hey, you're going to come to this event. He's like, you're going to come to this event promoting my new book. Oh, my God. I'm disgusted. I'm disgusted with my government is gone. It's gone, ladies and gentlemen. It's gone. It's never coming. These are progressives. They're like, fuck it. Come to my event. Fuck it. I'll write this letter and fuck Hayden for you. Fuck it. What the fuck?
She said that she would leave open a slim possibility that he called her to complain, as people sometimes do, and that she told him to write her a letter, as she sometimes does, but she said she had no memory of that happening here. Call detail records of Rollins's personal cell phone, DOJ cell phones, and desk phone do not show any calls between the law professor and Rollins during this time period, and Rollins's attorney represented to the OIG that her personal cell phone did not contain any text or instant messages with the law professor during this time period. Rollins told us that her reaction to the law professor's letter was that she felt compelled to contact the EAR's General Counsel a second time to discuss what to do. According to Rollins, it was significant to her that someone was now asking her office to open an investigation. She said that she felt she needed help from EARS at this time to make sure that she did not taint any future investigation. When we asked her whether she expected the department to recuse her from any investigation of Hayden, she said that she assumed she would be recused. On the evening of the 16th of August, Rollins forwarded the law professor's letter to the EARS General Counsel stating, "I just received this letter. We will not respond until you and I have a discussion." Sound good? Rollins and the EARS General Counsel ultimately spoke around 2 p.m. on the 17th of August. The EARS General Counsel told us that Rollins sought his advice on recusal because she recognized the appearance of a potential conflict of interest. According to the EARS General Counsel, he advised her that he thought her entire office should be recused from any matter involving Hayden, and Rollins agreed. According to Rollins, she told the EARS General Counsel, "I don't like being recused from things, but if you think I need to be, I understand that." Rollins also stated that the EARS General Counsel asked her to have her first assistant send his office a written request for an office-wide recusal to begin the recusal process. The executive officer told the OIG that at some point in August, after receiving the law professor's letter but before the USAO received a formal recusal memorandum, Rollins asked the executive officer if the executive officer had received any media inquiries about the law professor's letter. According to the executive officer, she told Rollins that there had been no media inquiries, and Rollins expressed surprise at that fact. 24 subsequent to agreeing to participate in the law professor's book event, and while the OIG investigation was ongoing, Rollins sought ethics advice about her attendance at the book event and ultimately did not attend after ethics advisors in the USAO expressed concerns.
Medred got fucked.
For August 17 to 18, discussions between USAO and EARS are about recusal from a potential Hayden investigation following Rollins's phone call with the EARS General Counsel. Rollins asked the USAO first assistant to begin the formal recusal process on the Hayden matter. The first assistant then reached out to EARS's General Counsel's office, GCO, for further guidance on a recusal in the Hayden matter and the potential civil rights matter involving the transit police officers. Specifically, on the 17th of August at 5:34 p.m., the first assistant emailed the EARS General Counsel seeking guidance on the recusal process and attached the law professor's letter to his email, stating, "Hope all is well. I understand U.S. Attorney Rollins discussed with you the attached letter requesting an investigation of corruption allegations that have been reported in the media involving the current Suffolk County District Attorney. Rollins asked me to follow up with you to seek guidance on implementing the office-wide recusal you have recommended for the allegations raised in the law professor's letter. I would also like to get your advice on how we should handle the separate matter of any inquiry into the underlying traffic stop by the MBTA officer that precipitated the alleged events discussed in the law professor's letter. Our office was taking preliminary steps to determine whether the events involving the traffic stop might give rise to a constitutional claim against the former transit officer. My working assumption was that U.S. Attorney Rollins would be recused from any investigation of the MBTA officer matter since the incident happened in 2021 when Rollins was the Suffolk County District Attorney, but that our office as a whole would not be recused from this matter. This is, as you know, how we are handling other matters from which U.S. Attorney Rollins is recused, and I am not recused also. Happy to discuss live if that is easier. Thanks." The following morning, the EARS General Counsel forwarded
Two things. Do you get what that is? Josh Levy being like, oh, that was the first U.S. assistant at the time, Josh Levy. Oh, Rachel Rollins is going to have to be recused from this stuff, but don't worry, our office isn't right. I can do it for her. Levy was her lapdog. Oh my God, he even helped her get around recusals. Oh my God, Levy must be ultra freaking progressive. He must be some really progressive guy if he's down with this stuff. And Yannetti, the defense attorney. Oh my God. Hey David, I figured it out. Taterbug. This is a report by the Department of Justice Office of the Inspector General into a situation in 2022, where then U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts, Rachel Rollins, who was in office in November of 2022 when the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed probe started, because Karen walked into Josh Levy's office, the first U.S. Assistant Attorney for Rollins, walked into that office, okay, with Alan Jackson and David Yannetti. Now, actually, I have a little chart. Actually, you know what? Would you all like me to start a second stream before we get to 12 hours? We don't have to do it now, but would you be okay? Because I had a Red Bull and I want to go through this whole 161-page report, and we're only at page 37 of 161. So would you like to do something that I've never done before? I think if we start the second stream, it's likely we're just going to go through the night and just read this report, because this is it. If you want to see my real-time journalism, this is it. It's been in front of my eyes the whole time. This is the greatest thing I've ever read. I want to stay up all night reading this. Would you like to do it with me? Oh, I'm hearing a yes. Oh, it is a resounding yes. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We have a plan. Yeah, Taterbug, super towel hugs to you. Oh, yes, B-Rabbit, we can do it. Yes, can access on the plane. All right. I might have to actually eat dinner if we do this, though, but that's fine. It's also going to get cooler, I hope, through the night. You don't understand how hot it got there. Oh my God, this is so amazing. I just want to, first of all, I am so grateful that it's been in front of my eyes the whole time, but I think if I had read this at any time but right now, I wouldn't, because do you notice how the OIG, even though they're basically telling you everything you need to know, it's only really designed to be read by someone who knows what they're looking at. Like, it's not going to just, like, trash people, even though Medved was definitely doing some weird shit right there. It's not going to be like, oh, Professor Medved, but, like, if you know what you're looking at, like, there are so many context clues. Boston Globe articles, progressive, into prosecutorial misconduct. And then the Medved thing on the Dustin Chow ethics complaint. Like, why are you friends with Rachel Rollins, but yet had just filed an ethics complaint against someone in her office in Chow? Maybe Rollins hired Chow because his wife used to be a DA, and so she would have good info or something. It's very freaking political. I hate this. I need to put me in there. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to play center field. Call me Towel John Fogerty. Somebody put me in there. I think we're going to have to elect Towel. I hate it. I hate the fact that this might have to become the freaking reality. I think we just have to put Towel in there. There's no other option. This is all just so off the rails. We have to put Towel in there. That's the only option. Ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Diana Natale, that tends to be what happens with ceasefires. A bunch of people who don't want there to be a ceasefire will try to do attacks during the ceasefire or the lead up to it so that it won't happen. Expect a bunch of that in the next 6 hours. That's why ceasefires are so precarious, because if people don't want a ceasefire, like proxy groups will just send missiles, and then you can't have a ceasefire because each side will be like, you sent that, and the other side will be like, no, I didn't, it was the proxy group, and then the other side will be like, I know it was really you. I've seen this a lot. I agree, Hank Brennan was a boss. Wait a minute, I wish Hank Brennan would come into this chat. Hi, Hank! Hank, if you're watching, we would like you to come into the chat, and we would just like you to know that we have figured it out. We figured out everything. Rollins, Chow, Levy, Arca. We got it. Hank, we got it. I think somebody last night was like, I know Hank, I'm going to text him. And I was like, oh my God. I don't know if I could handle knowing Hank Brennan. And then I think in some sense people are like, Grant, do you realize that's how people feel about you? And I'm like, no, that is not how people feel about me. I am a little towel who obliviously goes through the world and gets confused when people stare at him when he walks around. And I'm like, I'm a little towel in my little towel suit with my head on backwards. Oh, air towel. Harvard Yard is literally going on a plane. So first of all, be very safe, Harvard Yard. You know I'm going to do a special stream for you while you're on the plane. Our first ever double 12-hour stream. I'm not going 12 hours. We're going to go till midnight a little bit later. This is invigorating Towel's brain, and I got a lot of rest last night. And I have to get up by the morning tomorrow to do my car, but I don't actually have to do a stream if we do this overnight. My plan was we could just wake up tomorrow and do this, but why would I do that when I had a Skittles energy drink? Well, it's not actually Skittles. It's called Cosmic Rainbow. I'm going to guess they tried to sell this to Skittles and they couldn't do it, so they just called it Cosmic Rainbow. The license, they couldn't get the license. I was thinking about this in the store earlier. And then I drank a sugar-free Red Bull. Now, you give Towel this much caffeine after 11 p.m. in the morning, and I am just going to be a little locomotive towel. Wind me up. Let me go. I am Energizer Bunny Towel. I am excited. We're going to do it. Hugs to you, Super Towel. Havid Yad. You are wonderful, and thank you for flying Air Towel from the flight deck. All systems check. All system check. V1, V2, takeoff. I'm Pilot Towel. I even knew that you have to go V1, V2, takeoff. Look at me. I'm Pilot Towel, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if we should give Towel any type of degree. I think the government will just immediately come in and be like, okay, Towel, we are sending you into some agency you're never going to be seen from again. Say goodbye to everyone you love. And I'm going to be like, no, government, that's not what I meant. Let me sell war bonds. Let me go out there. I won't be like Father Coughlin. I will be far more respectful of other ideologies. Send me out there. I will sell war bonds. I am extremely excitable. I love America, and I can sell war bonds. Put me out there. Just say, this man loves America. The Democrats are fine with me. The Republicans are fine with me. Everyone seems to like me on both sides of the political spectrum. I think it's because I don't actually play politics. I just really believe my positions. So when people come and they're like, oh, that's what Grant believes, no one's like, oh, he believes it because he's a Democrat or he's a Republican. They're just like, oh, well, that's just what Grant believes. Like, he's Grant. Like, you know, like, that's just like, it doesn't matter if it's a Republican idea, a Democratic idea. People are just like, that's Grant, you know? So basically, I think we should elect me. I don't really know to what, maybe some kind of local position. I don't think I should be dog catcher. I don't think that would be a good idea. But let's just put me in there, put me in, coach, wind me up. Let's see what happens. Oh no, number one, V1, V2, rotate. I have no idea how to fly a plane. Yep, exactly. Taterbug, listen. You know what? Because we're going to do an extra stream, and I don't have to shut this off until... But all I'm going to really do, by the way, is I'm going to set up another stream. I'm going to start that. I can't actually make it go live until we're done here, but I'm going to start that link, and then I'm going to post the link in the chat, and then within the next 30 minutes, we'll shift over there. Taterbug, we have to talk about Bruce Ackerman's theory of constitutional dualism. Now, you might be saying to yourself, I don't know what Bruce Ackerman's theory of constitutional dualism is. Well, allow me to tell you, my dear friend, you don't understand how much I like Bruce Ackerman's theory of constitutional dualism. So, number one, here's the idea. Okay, so we have a very beautiful form of constitutional representative democracy. It was forged in the fires of a very complex federation of states that kind of didn't do a good job with their original constitution. They did good, but it could have been better. And then they had to negotiate this very complex compromise that involved the assumption of war debt, where the capital city was going to be located, a bunch of very complex things about how people should be counted, how people should be apportioned, how the Senate should be set up, how we should impeach people. I can't go through all the sections of the Constitution. There's like a lot of them. Just know that they're very important. However, the Constitution is forged in this kind of era of like very unique democratic will formation. And if we're thinking about Yale professor Bruce Ackerman's theory, we have to think about American lawmaking as existing in two separate and distinct forms. So over the history of the United States, we had an example in the early republic, Bruce Ackerman points to this in We the People Foundations, Volume 1, that there was this era of the founding. Now, the founding was obviously not sub-constitutional reformation because it was actually constitutional reformation in that we wrote a constitution, but keep this idea of sub-constitutional reformation in mind, okay? Because the founding was kind of like this emergence of our constitutional ideal onto the historical scene, informed though it were by Locke and Kant and the other contemporaneous thinkers and Plato and whoever else Jefferson was reading at the time. It was really Jefferson who was the brainchild of that. Madison helped a little bit, but he had federalist ideals, ladies and gentlemen. So did Hamilton. Jefferson was the one who was trying to preserve the sort of ethos of the people of the United States. I didn't say he did a good job of it entirely, but Jefferson was the soul of the Constitution. Come on. A lot of people will argue it was actually Madison, but I say it was Thomas Jefferson. But anyway, the Constitutional Convention gets hammered out, and this era emerges onto the world scene. Bruce Ackerman's theory suggests that throughout our history, we've had three eras that rose to those principles: the founding, Reconstruction, and the New Deal. Now, juxtapose those eras where we kind of rise up as a society centered on our principles, usually through the emergence of new media and gifted rhetoricians in the public sphere who are benevolent. And we do things like we shift our ethos as a people. So, in terms of our constitutional tradition, you really can trace the ebb and flow of the United States based on how we approach how we feel about our Constitution. The founding, the Reconstruction, and the New Deal were all epochs of our history where instead of just these long, drawn-out periods of normal lawmaking, and this is why it's called constitutional dualism in Ackerman's theory, instead of these long, drawn-out processes of regular lawmaking where like moneyed interest control and it's the people just go about their busy business and they're comfortable. We have these eras where we do beautiful things as a country, and Ackerman argues it's because those are the moments where we reinvigorate our understanding of what our constitutional principles are and then re-express them short of constitutional amendment in the form of development in our lawmaking process. So Ackerman would point to West Coast Hotel v. Parrish in 1937, which was when constitutional due process shifted from the era of Lochner, right, which was a case that said states couldn't set minimum wage laws because it was a violation of the liberty of contract. Like employers and employees have a liberty to contract, therefore states can't set a minimum wage. It was ridiculous. In 1937, West Coast Hotel v. Parrish shifted the interpretation of the Due Process Clause to say that states could have minimum wage laws. Now, if you look at the timeline of that, right, it was right as FDR got his supermajority during the New Deal in Congress, right, and he was starting to threaten to pack the court. In fact, the decision in West Coast Hotel v. Parrish in 1937 is called the switch in time that saved 9, although apocryphal, that title is apocryphal, because the Supreme Court decided that states could have minimum wage laws in 1937, that they insulated themselves from an expanded court from 9 to 11. I think it had gone from 7 to 9 earlier. And the way in which this all happened was because of the fact that we didn't need to amend the 14th Amendment. It already meant that states could have minimum wage laws. We needed to subconstitutionally reassert our founding principles and convince the Supreme Court through a constitutional supermajority to drop Lochner's ridiculous interpretation of the Due Process Clause. Little did the Supreme Court in 37 know that by doing that they were opening the door to civil rights, but history has its own ways about it. So there you go, Taterbug. You asked a question about you asked a question about our constitutional history, and I laid out for you my theory of why I think in certain moments in our history we've sort of reinvigorated this country in a great, beautiful way by focusing on those core constitutional principles and expressing them short of amending the Constitution in a reinvigoration of our collective unity and assertion of those constitutional principles. In short, call me Thomas Jefferson Towell. But anyway, so I just want to say thank you for that. Taterbug, I think you officially sent Towel on some kind of rant. Oh, apparently I have an amazing brain. Now listen, I don't have any notes. I just think of books that I've read in my head, and I have all the books in my head, and then I think about all these different things that I know, and they're in my head, and I'm like, well, Taterbug wants to know about them, so I'm just going to tell Taterbug everything I know about this subject. And I'm pretty sure I could tell you more about it, but that's what I know for now. Hold on. What interview? I don't want to watch any of the defense interviews, Christina. If any, so we heard the CourtTV might air something related to the family. I heard it might either be a replay of the John Jackson interview or something else. Let's just keep an eye on it. if you're just tuning in, so we're going to do something unique here, ladies and gentlemen. For the first time ever, we are going to do a midstream transition. I don't even know if I know how to do this, okay? I've never done this before. So I'm going to need you all to stick with me. All right, ready? Now, Christina Towell, I know you were here earlier, so we're all going to do this together. Here's what I'm going to do. We're not stopping yet. I got 30 minutes to make this happen. I have the exact place where we're going to pick up, and you don't actually have to do anything except for go over to the other stream. Now, the other stream doesn't exist yet, so I'm going to make it for you. And then within the next 30 minutes, we're going to find our towel buddies. All right, we're going to grab our towel buddies' hands, and we're going to transition over, and then I'm going to sit with you, and we're going to do a nighttime towel stream. Very rare, ladies and gentlemen. This is like the type of thing that you can put into your collector's box. Normally, I'm falling asleep by now, but I'm so invigorated by my Red Bull and my imitation Skittles energy drink, and the fact that I drank 2 Gatorades over the last hour, and the fact that it's no longer 93 degrees, which is about 35 degrees in Celsius, I am thrilled, and I'm going to keep going. Okay, so now we've had a request, and I'm happy to do this. We've had a request for me to talk a little bit about Heidegger. Now, I can only do the spiel very quickly, Kath, but I'm happy to do it. The reason we brought up Heidegger yesterday is, and I'm happy to explain this, I love this theory. I was explaining how I truly believe that you can explain all of world history and Hegel's syntactical dialectic by looking at how the form and content of Hegel's philosophy met at Stalingrad on the Volga in 1941. Now, in terms of Stalingrad on the Volga in 1941, you must understand that was the clash during World War II and the fleeting embers of Operation Barbarossa when the Third Reich was trying to stupidly invade Russia, which if they had learned anything from World War I, they wouldn't have done that. But, taking a lot of drugs like Dr. Morell was given to what's-his-face, that'll do it. That'll convince you to invade Russia, ladies and gentlemen, I'm certain. You pump somebody full of stimulants like that every day, that will convince you to invade Russia. So anyway, the Third Army and the Sixth Army from the Reich and the Soviet Army clash at Stalingrad. And it's often said that you can understand Hegel's form and content, like the distinction between them, by looking at that battle. And it's a nice sort of microcosm of Hegel's form, because Hegel's form inspired like the first generation like Hegelians, which were basically Marx and Engels. But Hegel's content, like the content of his philosophy, inspired like Heidegger and the Nazis. So when the Nazis and the Soviets fought at Stalingrad, it was literally like Hegel's syntactical form made manifest. Like you had the dominant thesis in fascism clashing against the emergent antithesis in communism. They both clashed at Stalingrad, and what you have ended up getting, if you jump forward a few years, was the emergence of neoliberal capitalism, which is a fusion of like socialism and fascism. So there you go. Good job, Hegel. You called it, buddy. If I had met Hegel, I don't speak German, but I would have been like, you nailed it. Like, you got it. And that was back in the 1700s. That man predicted the future, basically. All right, so I'm excited, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it's a replay of John Jackson. I understand. I'm so sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I knew it was related to the O'Keefe family, but I was like, the O'Keefe family wouldn't go on CourtTV. Although, then I thought to myself, well, wait a minute, Hank gave a statement to CourtTV, so anything's possible. I'm so happy, Kath. I was thrilled to be able to provide you an explication of the way Hegel's philosophy was made manifest, both in the way it inspired Heidegger's by way of its content and the way it inspired Marx and Engels by way of its form. Okay, so we are going to move over to the next stream in a few minutes. Now, let me pick how I'm going to call this stream. Okay, ready? I think we're going to call this, hold on, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Jurors, hold on. Rachel, the curious case of Rachel Rollins. I think I'm going to have to actually make a new image for this, though. The curious case of Rachel Rollins. The curious case of Rachel Rollins, Josh Levy, and Dustin Chow. I would guess one of those three people, at least one of them, is watching. Professor Medved was probably got a call and was like, I think Grant figured it out. You probably should be aware of this. He's somewhat progressive, but his mom also knows President Trump, and I think he's a wild card. I'm actually a towel, not a wild card. But, you know, it's neither here nor there, right? All right. So, let me see how I want to do this here. I want to change the image, because if it's going to actually be about Rachel Rollins and Dustin Chow, not in Suffolk County, not in Norfolk County. Rachel Rollins was the DA in Suffolk County, Taterbug, and her entire prosecution philosophy was basically not to prosecute anything, and that pissed off a lot of the other DAs. She didn't prosecute a lot of low-level offenses. That caused tension between her and Michael Morrissey, and as you're learning from this report, Rachel Rollins loved to use her office, apparently, to fuck with people, putting it lightly. Sorry, former U.S. Attorney Rollins, you clearly like to fuck with people. Now I'm going to go enter the government and then make sure this never happens again. I hate what you did in the context of the investigation of John's death. I'm pleased you got justice for Sandra. I still hate what you did. And I don't hate very many things. I don't hate really anything. But I hate that because it hurts my country. I hate stealing missile defense secrets. I hate people who hurt children. And I hate public corruption. You don't understand any of those things will make me very, very upset and a very incredulous little towel. And you might be saying to yourself, sir, you know what? I am on board with this. I am incredulous. I have grievances. I want the government to redress them. Let us petition. Well, you don't have to actually write a petition to petition the government. You just have to say, government, I am petitioning you for redress of my grievances. Then you're petitioning them. There is very specific things, apparently, you have to do. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. To petition the government. One of them is saying, related to something that the government can do, government, I am petitioning you to do this thing. Now, the government might not do it. They don't have to do it. I'm a towel. But you know what? You petitioning them is an act protected, this is not legal advice, I'm not a lawyer, by the Constitution. Now, you have to actually be petitioning them. You have to be saying to them, this is an act within your control, and I am petitioning you to do it. Now, doesn't have to be directly like that, but you must be petitioning them. Government, I'm petitioning you. Please declare me a towel. Let's make an official proclamation that I am a towel. Now, if anyone has any questions about that, I'm going to say I was petitioning the government so that I could become a towel. And you might be saying, sir, this makes absolutely no sense. Well, you know what? I'm getting the other stream ready. Give me a little grace, please. At least the microphone's not muted, okay? We're all going in a good direction. Oh, you want to see the little chart I made, Taterbug? Someone the other day, I think it was Super Towel Harvard Yard, was like, Towel, have you considered that you may have all these people's existences memorized, but like most humans don't? And you know what I said to that? Yes, I absolutely understand that, but I'm still a towel. You know what I mean? So, therefore, I made this chart. Hold on. It might be a little mad at me. Don't get mad at Towel. Come on now. Come on, Towel computer. Oh, it's mad at Towel. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I have a towel plan. There it is. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Do you see that? Do you see my towel chart? I made a chart. It is a wonderful chart, ladies and gentlemen. It is the chart of all charts. Now, I don't know if you can actually see the chart. Hold on, I have a plan. Oh my goodness, you can see the chart. Ladies and gentlemen, Taterbug. Thanks, Ange. Taterbug, do you see the chart? Rachel Rollins in the top left. Michael Morrissey, and then see John O'Keefe there, the investigation. Then on the right, you got like Proctor and Buchanan and Tully. And then you got Kate Peter at the bottom for good measure because she's Kate Peter. You know what I'm saying? Ladies and gentlemen, she's Kate Peter. And then on the other side, you got Chewbacca at the bottom, the Chewbacca defense. And then you got David Unetti, who's kind of a towel. I think David Unetti, I think he actually likes me. He was very nice to me in court. He came over and said a very nice thing about my dad, and he grabbed my hand. And when he grabbed my hand, well, he didn't grab my hand, he grabbed my arm, and I was like, you just let me feel into your soul, and therefore you must be a good guy. And then I realized he's actually okay. He just gets a little bit involved in cases, I think. That's my analysis. I like David Unetti. I just think he really likes to win. But it's like, okay, David clearly towels a little bit of a purist. Like the first friend I ever made in journalism, who was a very high-ranking reporter, was like, Grant, I know you're a bit of a purist. And then Alan Jackson's there, right? And then Karen Reed. Now, Dustin Chow's here. See, this is Dustin Chow. I'm one of the only people that was able to get this picture. Actually, that may have been from the news. But that's Dustin Chow. And then that's Josh Levy. He's not a towel. And then that's Rachel Rollins. And I don't think she's a towel. I mean, I'm a progressive, but this is some shit. So she can't be a towel. So anyway, that's the story. And Sandra Birchmore's on there because it was the fake probe of John's death that led to the real probe of the cover-up of Sandra's murder that these people on the right, I don't think, want the public to know about. But these people on the left don't want the public to know about what they did to using the investigation into John's death as cover. And everybody's just like, screw that damn little towel. He's a towel. Well, you know what? I'm a towel. So there you go. I hope it all makes sense. I hope it all makes sense, ladies and gentlemen. I'm thrilled that it's helpful. Now hold on. We have a little bit of time left here. I wasted 10 minutes of my 30 minutes, but we have a little bit of time. And I wasn't actually wasting it. I was just preparing a new image. So hold on. Hold on. You ready for this? I'm preparing an image for you, and I'm going to have a stream. We're going to start it at 7:50 on the other channel. Can I be live on 2 streams at once, Murder by Maestro? I wonder if he's still here. I think he is. He probably wants to watch me analyze this document. All right, ready for this? What do you mean it's bigger than 2 megabits? How dare you? I asked for a 2 megabit file. This is outrageous. I can't use it as a thumbnail if it's larger than 2 megabits. You're on there. All right. Okay. All right. All right. 2,000. This is what you got to do. No, I don't want 2. I want 2,000. This is what you got to do, ladies and gentlemen, to make YouTube thumbnails. They must be 2,000 kilobits or below. I think that's a little frustrating. It must have to do. I guess I could just not have a thumbnail. No, I want to have a thumbnail. I am a towel. Okay. Now let me get that done. Are you all excited to go back to this OIG report? And I'm so thrilled that you all like my chart. I think if 2 streams collide, it's like Ghostbusters. Well, we'll find out, Murder by Maestro. I'm going to try it right now. I just have to change this picture. Hold on. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, where we're going, we do not need roads. We need towels, but we do not need roads. And if I break the space-time continuum, blame Murder by Maestro. He said it was going to be fine. Listen, I'm a little bit worried about hitting this button. I don't know if this is actually going to work. I'm a little bit concerned for the state of humanity, okay? We're going to do this together. If I break the space-time continuum, just know I did it for The Rock. Only a very specific number of people are going to get that reference, and I'm thrilled for you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm absolutely thrilled for you. Oh no, apparently if I click this button, it's possible, well, the stream's not ready yet, but it's possible. What do you mean it's big? I refuse to believe it's bigger, it's larger than 2 megabits. I don't understand. This is some kind of illegal, this anti-towel conspiracy. I'm outraged, ladies and gentlemen. I'm absolutely outraged. What if I just make the file size smaller? Okay, limit file size. And then if you can't render the file for me at 2,000 kilobits, don't render it for me. How about that? I don't understand. I gave you specific instructions, computer. I speak computer. I told you to render a file for me. It's not your fault. It seems like this is a Canva issue. But if I say I want it at 2,000 kilobits, don't make the file more than 2,000 kilobits. This is a very simple, it's literally a math equation. I don't understand how you got it wrong. Maybe it's an issue with the downloading software. Still, I'm a little bit baffled, okay? I'm a little baffled, but I'm going to get through this. We're going to get through this together, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to start the other stream. That's all I want to do. Must I be denied? I want to read this report. It is the most interesting thing in the world, and I have my towel Gatorade. All right, last try. Did it work? Did it work? Why must you deny? It worked, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, God bless America. All right, I'm starting the stream. I'm getting ready to prepare the other stream. It is just uploading. All right, the link's about to be ready. All right, going to get that ready. Okay, going to get that ready. Hold on. We're going to set this for 7:50. All right, here we go. Okay, it should be up. All right, so hold on. There is now another stream up on the channel. Now, I'm making no promises about my ability to just start both of these streams at once. I might have to end this stream first. Okay, I got it. I seem to have got it. It thinks I'm ready to go live. So hold on. I'm going to grab this link for you. So you all head over to this other stream. Okay, there you go. So you all head over to that other chat. And then I'm going to end this stream. I'm not going to do our traditional exit. But we are going to meet there at 7:50. I'm a little bit scared to click the live button. Hold on. Can I actually click the live button, or will it end my other live? I'm really worried. Murder by Maestro, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this as an experiment. I'm a little bit scared, but we're going to try this together, okay? So I stay. How long has this live been going? Hold on. It's been going for 11, so we got 10 minutes. So I'm going to click the live on the other one. Ready? Okay. Okay, I should now be live on the other stream. Oh, my goodness. It really lets you do this. It does! Okay. Oh! Look at this! This is glorious. Okay, now Towel Friends on the first stream. The second stream is live. Okay? So all you have to do is hop over. We are going to overtime towel mode. Now I have to end the first stream, so hold on. This is going to be a very delicate exercise for Towel, but I'm going to figure it out. So I go over to this stream. Now Towel Friends on the first stream. God bless you, Towel Friends. God bless you, Towel Friends. We are switching over now. Come join us. I am a towel. All right, here we go. I'm clicking the button. So this stream is ending. We're going to travel over to the other channel. Here is the link one more time. Go teleport little towels. I'm clicking the button in, let's see, we'll do it at the 7:50 exactly. Okay, ready? Now, I'll see you at the other stream. That was a wild experience. This stream is now ending. Well, I'm talking to two streams at once, so the people who are on the other stream, don't worry. But if your stream is about to end, it is a very delicate process. Okay, the first stream is over, so if you are still watching,